In the dark night, countless shadows rushed forward. They seemed to be assassinating someone sleeping on the ground. One of them sneered and pulled out a dagger. The rest also drew their weapons, aiming fiercely at the target. Suddenly, a deadly gleam flashed in his eyes. He lunged forward, throwing the dagger straight into the cocoon bag. The force was strong enough to deform the bag. After a moment, the cocoon bag lay still without a sound. Looking closer, it turned out there was no one inside. The assassin was startled, frozen for a second. Then a voice suddenly spoke up. Only then did he realize. He gritted his teeth and turned toward the voice. Someone was already standing right behind him. The moonlight shone on his face, highlighting a lonely yet unyielding aura. None other than Helmet. In his hand was only a crude bow, but his voice showed no fear. You came armed and still tried to ambush me. So, I guess I can take out all of you, right? Without waiting for their answer, he snapped a dry branch nearby and continued. So, this is what you call self-defense? Then he immediately used the branch as an arrow. Helmut aimed straight at the assassins. They laughed at his weapon. What? A stick? One mocked. You gotta be kidding me. No sooner had he finished than the branch shot straight at his forehead. Instantly, a strong force knocked him flat. The assassin lost balance and fell, stunned along with his teammates. The commander's face darkened. He panicked and looked up toward Helmut. Another teammate screamed in fear at the same time. Helmut kept aiming at them while counting down. As the arrow flew, he counted. 1. Another assassin was knocked down by the arrow amid the commander's terrified gaze and Helmut's cold countdown. The two commanders were genuinely scared. They clenched their teeth and calculated. Meanwhile, one by one, the assassins fell. Helmut kept counting steadily. 3, 4. He had no intention of stopping and snapped another branch. The other guy panicked and signaled surrender, shouting, "Wait, spare me." Helmut showed no mercy. His cold eyes aimed at him as he notched the arrow and said, "If you planned to take someone out, you should have expected you'd be the one leaving." With that, each arrow coldly defeated its target. The assassins died in utter panic. After a while, Helmut walked through the forest, clutching the few belongings and muttered, "This should leave no trace." Suddenly, his eyes darkened. He silently called out another name. "Darien, nothing is like you said at all." Saying that, Helmut leapt up, disappearing into the shadows of the empty forest. The human world is just too boring, Helmut thought as he dashed away. Flashback. In a meeting room, a group was discussing heatedly. One spoke up. "It's been too long. Are the Demon King's traces still intact?" Another replied, "If you're talking about the primeval forest, any living creature with magic can't pass the barrier, so it's safe." After that, he fell silent, but the worrying part was the forest itself was saturated with magic. Not being able to use such a vast land is a problem, another agreed. Exactly. Suddenly someone sighed and proposed a harsh idea. If the forest is full of magic that makes people never return, couldn't we send those who need to be gotten rid of there? The others were startled by the words. All looked at him. Meanwhile, he continued, "There are always those we struggle to deal with, and besides that forest, there's no better place to eliminate them." Then he slammed his hand on the table, showing determination as the others nodded in agreement. "That works. Not a bad idea." And so that terrible idea was approved. "If that's the case, we'll proceed with it." The scene suddenly shifted to a gloomy one. Darkness covered everything. A desperate scream echoed from the forest the group had just discussed. "No, please take me instead. Spare my poor child." The pitiful cries were swallowed by darkness. A cold guard shoved the person away and said, "Please let go. The seed of darkness has already sprouted inside this child." Then the guard took the baby and signaled to move. The mother's hoarse scream, "No." 3 priests stood around chanting. A dazzling golden light flashed from the baby still wrapped in a swaddle. The light enveloped the 3 priests, the guard, and shone on the tearful mother. Margaret Irene screamed in despair. "Helmut, back to this dark forest. The primeval forest, a place where no one can survive. Even genius scholars, brave commanders, or extraordinary mages cannot. Criminals are thrown into the forest. By divine power, a sudden golden light flashed. If they could survive there, their sins would be forgiven." The baby in the swaddle slowly opened his eyes, awakened by the light. One day, a child was born carrying the seed of darkness. The boy slowly opened his eyes. His innocent gaze was already tinged with gloom. His very existence was a sin. In the wild forest, the boy's cries seemed swallowed by darkness. He was thrown into the demon realm, where no one had ever survived. The forest's gloom surrounded the boy. Helmut lay still there. In the deadly atmosphere of the forest was full of magic. The baby curled up in cold and hunger. Alone, he lay there yet seemed untouchable. But inside his body, a seed was growing in his heart. A surge of energy welled up inside his heart. That energy surged and enveloped the kid. Finally, one day after that, the light gradually shone through. 10 days passed, and he still lay motionless. Rain or shine, 5 nights passed, and the kid stubbornly survived. One day, in the sunlight of the forest, a creature appeared. Ilaga came, his gaze briefly looking fierce. He slowly approached Helmet. Then he tried roaring to assert dominance. In the end, he picked up the tiny helmet. That day, the kid's fate was sealed. 10 years later, laughter of children began to echo through the dark forest. The piglet dashed wildly, chasing a rabbit, shouting loudly, "Stop right there." Helmet looked at the tough prey, frowned, and scolded it. The rabbit ran off. Finally, he lunged forward. Helmet looked at the prey, gritted his teeth, "Shut up and leave." With that, the poor rabbit was caught in his hands, letting out a painful cry. Ilaga lay in the shade, looking at Helmet with the gentle eyes of a mother fox. He shouted excitedly. Ilaga caught it. Hearing that, he quickly jumped closer to him. Ilaga gave the rabbit a claw strike, a fatal blow sending it away. While eating the rabbit, he asked, "So, Helmet, are you used to hunting yet?" He replied, "Yeah, but I've only managed to hunt rabbits so far." Ilaga's claw pierced a tiny object, then held up that small piece, saying, "Look closely. This is called a mana stone. All mana beasts have them." Ilaga continued explaining, "If you eat mana beasts, you'll become stronger. It will also replenish your energy and increase your lifespan." Helmet was amazed hearing this. Ilaga went on, "However, this rabbit is quite small, so its mana stone is small too." Helmet reached to grab the mana stone, saying, "Because this thing comes from the prey I hunted." Ilaga guessed his intent and dodged, conveniently knocking Helmet down, replying, "Not so fast." Helmet was knocked down, getting a bump on his head, pouting and acting spoiled. "Give it back." Ilaga ruthlessly refused. "What? No way," he explained. "You're human, not a mana beast. If you eat this, you'll turn into a mana beast." Ilaga suddenly got serious. "And if that happens, you'll have to live in this forest forever." Helmet showed dissatisfaction, pouting. "Ugh, that's ridiculous." He dragged the rabbit's corpse, mumbling, "Even if I don't eat it, the skin will still get stuck on me. Wouldn't it be better if I just eat it and get stronger?" Helmet carried the rabbit's body while following Ilaga back, still talking, "I'm still too weak. I can't go anywhere beyond your territory." Ilaga heard that and got serious. "You can get out." Helmet was doubtful, huh? Hearing that, he repeated without joking, "I'm telling you, you can get out of this forest." He doubted, "How do you know? Didn't you say no one can get out?" Ilaga answered, "I've never seen anyone escape before, so I thought no one could, but someone told me it's possible." Helmet pressed, "Who told you that?" He casually replied, "A human I met before." The answer immediately snapped Helmet awake. He turned sharply and asked, "A human?" Ilaga immediately crushed his hope. "What? You're thinking of finding that person? Don't dream. He must have left somewhere in this forest already." Helmet frowned. "Maybe that person is still alive. Did you see him leave with your own eyes?" Ilaga was speechless from those words. He thought for a moment, then denied. "That guy's old now. He was strong before, but he continued as a human. No matter how strong, he would weaken because they can't withstand the mana in this forest. It's just that you can't feel it because you have the seed of darkness. The last time I met him was a long time ago. He must be about 90 years old now." Helmet doubted. "Didn't you say humans can live over 100 years? Where did you meet that person?" Ilaga played the emotional card. "I fed you, raised you, and now you're determined to leave? Disgusting." While saying that, he grabbed a dry branch, ready to hit him, but Helmet quickly dodged and replied, "Didn't you tell me to take care of myself?" He frowned and continued to let Helmet go. "Maybe he's not even there." Helmet was determined. "If he's not there, I'll just come back." That sentence angered Ilaga. He growled in frustration. "Whatever, then go. Do whatever you want." Helmet didn't back down and dug for info. "So where is that place?" He couldn't help but blurt it out. "To the east of here is what I need." Helmet immediately turned sharply east. The moment he escaped, he vanished from Ilaga's sight. Only then did Ilaga realize he'd been trapped. Shocked, he hurriedly shouted after him, "If you leave, I won't care what happens to you on the way." Helmet didn't care. He dashed forward joyfully. "So there really is someone in this forest." He ran excitedly. "And it's a very strong person, someone without the seed of darkness." Helmet rushed off. Another person just like him, panting heavily from the rush. Ahead of him was a suspicious wooden fence. Helmet raised an eyebrow. "There's a place." He suspiciously looked at the fence that didn't seem natural, wondering, "What's this about?" Helmet didn't think much and immediately took a running leap. The moment he jumped, he cleared the wooden fence, and ahead was a wooden house. The moss-covered roof showed the house had been built a long time ago. Helmet was excited. "This must be it," he sighed in relief. Only humans could build something like this. Before he finished his sentence, a figure rushed over, pinned his head down so fast Helmet couldn't react, only managing a pained cry. The other person didn't hold back, striking with such force it shook the space around them. Darien looked at Helmet suspiciously, asked, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you here?" He gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to answer, "No, I'm alone." Helmet kept explaining, "Ilaga told me someone lives here." Hearing that name, Darien paused briefly and asked, How's Ilaga doing? He frowned. I see. He relaxed his grip, and the guy immediately let out a heavy breath. Darien turned away and continued interrogating. Why did you come looking for me? With hopeful eyes, Helmut got a cold reply. If you just want to meet a human, you came to the wrong person. Helmut protested. Is that not true? Facing the towering Darien, he felt a bit scared. I do want to, but in the end, he was determined to escape this forest. After a moment, Darien compromised. He said his name was Darien, and asked, What's your name? Still a bit wary, he answered, Helmut. Darien continued, So you want to get out of here, right? He replied, Ilaga told me you know how to escape. Darien was curious. Why do you want to leave this place? The outside world isn't as peaceful or beautiful as you think. Helmut couldn't hold back and asked, What's it like? Darien said, People out there don't have sharp claws or fangs. They have weak bodies, but they're much more patient and cunning. He looked at Helmut suspiciously. Were you born in this forest? Helmut calmly replied, No, I was sent here after I was born. Darien immediately understood. Must be because you have the seed of darkness. Helmut touched his chest, signaling that Darien was right. He explained, People with that seed are usually killed at birth, but since you were spared, you probably come from a noble background. You're at least a noble. Helmut asked back, What's a noble? Darien said something unrelated. Things like that probably don't matter anymore since you were sent here, and I have to settle a debt with that beast. After saying that, he turned back, his tone serious. Listen carefully, kid. He didn't wait for Helmut's reaction and continued. The reason you were left in this forest is because of the seed of darkness inside you. He imagined Helmut covered in wounds. If it's still there, even if you get out, you'll always be hunted and eventually die fighting others. After finishing, he asked Helmut again, You still want to leave this forest? He nodded, eyes full of determination. Darien's face grew stern. I understand. Fine. Then he picked him up, surprising Helmut. Helmut suddenly struggled. Wait, Darien cursed angrily. Get going, damn it. Darien chuckled teasingly. You're pretty hot-headed. He explained. If you want to go to the human world, you have to become human first. Finally, Helmut stopped struggling, staring at him with sharp eyes. Darien didn't pay much attention and said, Let's go. I'll make you human. On the way, Helmut couldn't hide his curiosity. What do I have to do to get out of here? He answered. You have to cross the boundary of this forest. But for now, forget about that. He reminded. You have to get stronger first. Then you have to meet someone who knows how to cross it. Helmut asked. Who? He refused. I can't tell you yet. He rubbed his chin, pondering. Get stronger. How? He carried Helmut into a wooden house, replying, Just do as I say. After a while, Helmut angrily threw down a broom, protesting, Darien, why do I have to do this? Darien calmly turned away. That's how humans live. He argued, Do you live like that too? This place is filthy, Darien said. So you want to keep living in the forest? Helmut fell silent, frustrated but unable to vent. After a moment, a straw bed was laid out. He stared blankly and asked, What's this? He calmly said, Your bed. The kid, Helmut, was surprised. After the bed was ready, he jumped on it, lay down and shouted in relief. Helmut sighed and asked, Can I rest now? Darien teased, Lazy kid, you still have a lot to do. Get up. He grabbed a set of clothes and handed them to him. Put these on. Helmut put them on and complained, tight and uncomfortable. He explained, Humans have to wear clothes. I don't have many, so don't ruin them. He slumped. After a while, the two went back outside the forest. Helmut followed Darien and asked, Why are we going out again? He replied, You need to learn one more thing. I'll teach you what you can and can't eat. He looked into a bag full of vegetables, continuing with how to make the inedible edible. Helmut was surprised he could eat it. He pulled out a root, slid a small knife in, working while saying, Every creature's root has a core stone. Even if you remove it, some magical energy remains. But there's one thing without magical energy. Then he dipped the root, now stripped of its core stone, into the stream and said, And that's water. You can cut off the core stone and wash away the magical energy from creatures with water. Then he handed the root to Helmut. Try eating it. Helmut hesitated but quickly took a bite. While eating, he marveled, Plants are edible too. That's cool. Darien quickly stood up and said, If you're done, let's go back. He obediently followed. After a while, Helmut looked very serious. I really need human knowledge now. He raised his voice in protest. But what does that have to do with fetching water? He muttered while carrying 2 buckets. He's been making me do weird stuff for days now. Isn't that a bit much? At the same time, a beast hiding behind the bushes was stalking Helmut. Swift as lightning, Ilaga lunged to attack, catching him off guard. The 2 buckets spilled everywhere. Helmut jumped up, suspiciously asked Ilaga. It looked at Helmut with mocking, teasing eyes. What are you doing? Trying to be funny. He honestly replied, He told me to fetch water. Ilaga was speechless. Why the hell are you listening to that human? You never listen to me. Helmet ran his fingers through his water-soaked hair, looking resigned. He said he'll make me stronger. Elaga lounged casually and asked, stronger, huh? So what are you gonna do then? Leave the forest? Helmet was determined. You said I'm not a beast, so I gotta go to the human world. Elaga fell silent for a moment. It kept asking, so you think good things will happen if you leave? Helmet answered firmly, I don't know, but if I stay, nothing good will happen. With that, he turned and said, I'm out of here. See you later. Elaga stared blankly after Helmet's retreating figure. After a while, it thought for a bit, and then turned away, its face heavy with sadness. Elaga left alone, telling itself, that kid will be fine. Elsewhere, a bucket of water was roughly dumped out. Helmet was sweating profusely, trying hard to maintain his stance. Darien stood behind him, reminding him to straighten up. Helmet couldn't take it anymore and said with difficulty, Darien, I'm exhausted. Darien snapped back, you don't want to leave this forest, huh? Helmet gritted his teeth, crying and cursing, but still held his stance. Darien looked at him, thinking the kid was handling it pretty well. Watching him grit his teeth and hold the stance, Darien mused that surviving in this forest must mean you're different. He decided the kid was born with more than just the seed of darkness. He was worth teaching. Twilight descended, casting faint light over the forest. Helmet looked drained, like he had no life left. Darien noticed and said, Helmet, stop and come sit here. The moment Darien spoke, Helmet felt relieved, dropped his stance, and exhaled deeply. Darien quickly helped him up. Helmet's whining, I'm starving. Darien's tone was a bit stern. All right. After a while, a big pot of soup boiled furiously over the fire, with Helmet's eyes burning with hunger. Darien told him to use the spoon. Helmet dragged himself to comply. After one spoonful, he froze. Then his eyes lit up, and he kept scooping and exclaimed, this is so good, so good. Darien Kung Tria watched Helmut's flavor explosion, and Helmut kept asking, what is this? Soup? Yeah, it's really good. While Helmut was still devouring it, Darien suddenly stood up. Helmut was curious. Darien, you're not eating? Darien didn't answer. He smoothed his hair and said, listen while you eat. Darien opened a nearby wooden box and continued, Helmut, you came to me to leave this forest, and now you're trying to get stronger. Helmut kept eating. Meanwhile, Darien went on, but you're not a beast in this forest. You're just a weak human with no fangs or claws. No matter how hard you work, human strength has its limits. Then he pulled out something and said, that's why. He swung a sword and said, I want to teach you swordsmanship starting tomorrow. His eyes showed deep thought. Keep going. But first, I'll show you what a sword really is. With that, Darien demonstrated a few sword moves. He stepped toward a big rock. Under Helmut's focused gaze, he said, watch closely. Darien slashed forward, his eyes full of deadly intent. Then he gathered his strength and swung a powerful strike. The sword hit the ground, shaking the earth. Helmut observed and asked, I just saw sparks fly off that piece of wood. Darien didn't answer but kept demonstrating. He swung again, aiming straight at the rock. The sword's sparks cut the big rock in half. After a moment, cracks spread from the cut. Helmut's eyes widened in shock as the unlucky rock exploded into small pieces. Helmut was both surprised and thrilled. The huge rock shattered into fragments scattered on the ground. Darien finally spoke. This is how humans survive. Helmut gaped. That's insane. Darien stroked the sword and compared it to how beasts have their magical powers. Imagine humans having a source of power they can use like that. Helmut looked at his hands suspiciously. Darien kept explaining, even though the seed of darkness in you is different from others, it still holds the same kind of power. Helmut realized, thinking, so, this is the power I felt when I met Elaga or Darien. Out loud, he exclaimed, this is amazing. I want to learn to use it too. Suddenly, a sharp smack sounded. Darien flicked him, making Helmut lose his balance. Darien calmly said, don't get impatient. Your body isn't ready to receive Viz yet. He reminded, right now, your priority is to understand the way of the sword. Darien paused for a second. He looked at the shattered rock and continued, it's gonna be tough, stressful, and sometimes painful. Then he gripped the sword handle tightly, resolute, but you must see it through to the end and never fail. He held the sword out to Helmut. If you give your heart to it, the sword will reward you accordingly. Helmut carefully took the sword from him, gripping it excitedly, and replied, yes, sir. The next morning in the garden, Helmut's mournful cries echoed, along with Darien's reminders to focus. Helmut protested, how many days has it been? My stance is perfect. Darien just replied casually, oh man, so you've learned to talk back to me now, and I'm pretty sure I told you to use respectful language with me. Helmut reluctantly corrected himself. I was doing it right. Darien coldly said, no, not even close. That made Helmut sigh weakly. Helmut helplessly asked, so what's the problem then? Darien sighed. He pointed to Helmut's head and reminded him, kid, having the right stance isn't enough. Think about it carefully. Helmut hesitated. Then he snapped, "You're powerless, so I gotta spell it all out for you to get it?" He freaked out. "Of course. Why didn't you just say everything from the start?" He went on. "How am I supposed to understand if you keep playing it vague?" Dar stared at him, thoughtful. The more he watched him, the weirder he seemed. He didn't have an ounce of self-discipline in studying, yet he was improving faster than expected. He mulled it over. The dark seed had a huge effect on people, making them more violent, and it grew alongside the demon beasts. But unlike the first impression, he was very rational. Not easy to control, but persistent, and not one to give up easily. Watching him focus, he was sure there was something truly different about him. Then he stepped forward and said, "Then let me teach you." Swish! A sword strike came fast from him. Helmet couldn't react in time. His sword hand got hit. Darien teased the kid. "You're getting weaker." Helmet winced, tears in his eyes, cursing. "Why'd you hit me twice?" Darien looked at the boy clutching his shoulder and said, "So, do you see the difference now?" Helmet was silent for a second, then bluntly replied, "No." He immediately played mind games, saying that makes it sound like you don't want to eat dinner. Mentioning food, Helmet frowned and asked, "What?" Darien quickly stopped him. "Nothing. Wait, I think I'm starting to get it." He tried to come up with something to say. "Some hits hurt more, some less. The speed and where you hit are different too." "Why's that?" He recalled the moves, thinking he still didn't understand. The motions looked almost the same. "Weird," Darien asked again. "Got it yet?" Just copying the outside moves wasn't enough. He explained, "The tiny differences in how you use your muscles, the subtle movements of your fingertips, your motion and style, and the harmony between your mind and the sword." He continued, "You have to consider all of that," he said calmly. "Only then can you say you've truly learned it. You gotta put your heart and soul into every move like that." In Darien's teaching tone, Helmet felt enlightened. "When you do that, you really understand." Then Darien flicked his forehead. "Right now, you're just swinging your arm around meaninglessly. You're not a swordsman, just a woodcutter." After the reminder, he got serious again. "All right, try again." After a while, Helmet went alone into the forest. Standing by the stream, he pondered. Darien said, "Resting is part of training, but swinging the sword like this now, I'm getting bored." Suddenly, a noise behind caught his attention. He turned and exclaimed, "Eliga, long time no see." It looked at him and let out a sigh. Seeing Helmet's new look, it asked, "You've grown already after such a short time, huh?" Helmet was skeptical. "Really?" Eliga stepped closer and said, "Well, it's like a corn kernel growing into a cob." He replied, "I'll definitely grow bigger, don't worry." Helmet suddenly remembered something and asked, "Wait, didn't Darien say he owed you something?" Eliga answered, "Darien's the human, right? He wanted to stay here, so I specially allowed it." He was surprised. "But Eliga, you don't like living with anyone, right?" Eliga teased back. "Huh? Seems like living with a human has made you dumber." Its tone suddenly turned fierce. "I'm the master of this central primal forest," Eliga said. "Anyone who dares bother me, I'll fight back." Then its tone softened. "Actually, maybe not all of them. I'm just being cautious in case that nasty snake attacks me from behind." Helmet was speechless, then asked, "Nasty snake?" He thought a bit and said, "Ah, in the southern part of the forest, the one called Naho, right?" Ilaga agreed. "Yeah, that two-headed snake. It's targeting that human. If we two fight each other to exhaustion, we might miss better chances." Helmet suddenly asked, "So if you had to fight Darien, would you be sure to win?" Ilaga was silent for a moment. It answered, "Who knows?" It explained, "Because demon beasts like me usually show our magic power right away, so instinctively we can tell. But humans never naturally reveal their abilities. What I mean is, they can hide their power." Helmet seemed to understand something and asked, "So you won't win?" Ilaga denied immediately. "I just mean I can't be sure. Even Nao doesn't like that human, but that's why he can't just attack him." Helmut asked again, "Wait, why does Nao hate that human?" Ilaga replied, "Because that human destroyed the disgusting area Nao built." Helmut was skeptical. "Disgusting area?" Ilaga asked, curious. He immediately answered, "Of course, I'm dying to know. So what is it?" Ilaga relented. "All right." It stretched and said, "Let me take you to see." Then Ilaga carried him on its back to show him around. Holding on to Ilaga and looking down at the scene below, Helmet paled. "This is," Eliga said, "this has to be the disgusting area I mentioned." The scene below was horrifying. People were abused and beaten, even dragged around while begging. Ilaga briefly explained it was a human-style farm. Ilaga landed on a nearby hill to let Helmet observe more. Below, humans were used as labor tools. Helmet skeptically repeated, "A human farm." Suddenly, a worker below collapsed while carrying a big wooden beam. As he groaned in pain and tried to stand, another person who seemed to be the manager, he whipped out 15 lashes and barked, "You idiot, do your damn job properly." Without missing a beat, he kept striking the man, cursing, "Don't act like you're hurt that bad. Get up now." Helmet frowned. The guy looked like he was in serious pain. "Why the hell was he getting beaten?" Ilaga replied coolly, "Because he's not doing his work right." On the farm, two others were drawn by the man's cries of pain. They turned to glare at the guy, then snapped. "What are you staring at? Get inside. Now." Helmet watched the chaotic scene below in silence. He focused on the girl who had just been scolded. "What's he asking about? They look like us, but kinda different." Elaga added, "You mean the human women?" Helmet was curious. Even though it was daytime, they were heading inside the tent. Elaga explained, "Those women are food." It said, "Even though they're human, their gender's different from yours. You're a man, they're women." Helmet preferred women because their flesh was softer and less muscular. Then it frowned, "But if they're too small, there's nothing to eat. So they had to wait until they grew up before they could be eaten." It continued, "Women become food for Helmet, and men have to be slaves for life to keep this land running." Helmet asked, "So that's why this place is a farm?" It replied, "Yeah, people think Helmet protects this farm, but humans are the ones maintaining it. And of course, they have a leader, that guy." Their eyes landed on a sneering dude who looked terrifying at first glance. He was glaring. "Oh no, what now?" The others cowered. "Sir's here, Sir Arugo." His subordinate reported, "A slave messed up, sir." Arugo reminded, "Forget it. Have you gathered all the sacrifices?" The guy answered, "Yes, they're over there." Arugo glanced over. "Is that so?" Over there, the girls were being led into the tent one by one. The guy suddenly called one over. "Hey, you!" He grabbed the girl's chin, staring so hard she turned pale. He grinned slyly. "I'll make an exception so you live longer." Then Arugo grabbed her hair and dragged her off as she screamed miserably. Helmet frowned. "Is that human the village chief?" Alaga answered. "Yeah, I don't know how, but he's damn good at finding people lost in the forest. If you're unlucky, you could be one of them." The scene below was horrific, people trampling over others. Helmet went silent. "I know you never treated me like that." He wondered why. Alaga hesitated. "I don't really like Helmet's idea of fattening up animals." Helmet fell quiet after hearing that. He teased, "Sounds like something you'd do." Alaga snapped back sharply. Then it turned away, ready to take him back. Helmet was still lost in thought. Remembering the gathering, a voice cut through his mind. "All right, Helmet, let's head back." Suddenly, it caught a familiar, dangerous scent. A bitter voice sneered. Well, well, look who we have here." Helmet appeared. Alaga immediately went on guard, carefully pulling Helmet behind for protection. A snakehead spoke, a face I once missed. Alaga growled warily. "Helmet," it suddenly went quiet. "Aren't you supposed to be asleep?" Helmet was about to focus but panicked. Looking at the beast before him, he thought it just got up and was putting on heavy pressure. The other snakehead interrupted. "Is this the kid you're raising?" The first one laughed creepily. "Men are best when they're young." Then it teased. "Mind if I take a bite?" Alaga coldly refused. "No." It compromised. "Anyway, you don't eat men, right? His flesh is not your taste." Helmet was pleased. "Right. The meat Arugo prepared for me is damn delicious." It shot a disgusted look at Helmet. But that scent, the two snakeheads quickly lunged. Escaping, Helmet was suddenly close to Helmet. "What's your connection to Darien?" Helmet was scared, stiff, sweating bullets. Right then, Alaga stepped in to shield him. It growled, "You bastard, how dare you stick that filthy face here?" Helmet laughed. "Don't get so worked up, you know I'm a peace lover." The two snakeheads bantered nonstop, just checking why we smell that death scent from his clothes. Flashbacks appeared. Helmet's voice was cold. "Just a few years ago, since he destroyed my farm, being wary of him is obvious." Alaga quickly patched things up. "He's got nothing to do with Darien. He just steals clothes to wear." Helmet doubted. "Is that so?" But then it shrugged it off. "If you weren't here, I'd torture him," Elaga warned. "If you lay a finger on him, I'll tear you apart into ashes." Helmet teased. "Oh wow, so scary. Just kidding. I don't want to fight you. We've known each other a long time anyway." It gave Alaga a scrutinizing look. "Anyway, more importantly, once you're done, can you leave? I hope you never come back here." It growled. "Beast fur flying all over my turf. I don't like that." Helmet behind Alaga was so scared he collapsed. Finally, Helmet said, "Goodbye." Alaga stayed in guard position, shielding him. Watching it leave completely, Helmet cried out in pain. Then he collapsed. Alaga looked at him suspiciously. Passed out? Dusk fell. Helmet slowly woke up, groaning, "Oh man, my head." Carefully warned, "Helmet, since Helmet saw you, from now on you can't go alone anymore. You have to stick close to that human." It rambled. "Helmet is the king, so he won't come here. But you never know for sure." Helmet was silent, then said, "All right." Alaga sharply noticed his bad expression and asked, "Why the long face? You gotta be careful with all this stuff." Alaga muttered like an old mom, "No other way." "You still young?" Helmet suddenly called out. He immediately spun around. "Huh? What rich? You think I can get strong like you and Darien?" Alaga looked at him suspiciously. "You?" Helmet was silent. "Is that so hard?" Alaga commented. "That human was very strong." He looked up at the sky and continued, "I don't know how strong he is, but he's on a level that most ordinary humans can't reach, even if they struggle their whole lives." Helmet was stunned. A whole life, Ilaga said in a low voice. It's not easy, but everything will change depending on your actions, he continued. If you really want to get stronger, Helmut clenched his fists and made up his mind. Ilaga kept talking. If you want to get out of this forest, do everything you can to become stronger. Ilaga suddenly fell silent, looking at his face. Helmut also frowned without replying. Then he sighed, turning away. Ilaga left, saying the human was coming. They'd meet later. Just as he said, Darien carried a bundle of straw, slowly approaching. He saw Helmut and said, I guess you went out with that leopard again. Helmut turned and said, Darien, you didn't wait for my answer, just kept going forward. The sun's about to set, let's head back. Helmut felt restless inside, but didn't reply. He looked at Darien's steady back, then at lonely Ilaga. Ilaga noticed his gaze. He suddenly turned back, thinking, I'll watch over you. Seeing his eyes, Helmut felt like he caught the signal. He smiled and turned back to go with Darien, silently agreeing. At midnight, Helmut was in so much pain he couldn't sleep. He curled up on the straw bed, crying out, Damn it, my stomach hurts so bad. He was desperate, sure he was dying. That afternoon, Darien gave him some strange grass and said, Helmut, eat this before bed today. Helmut took it curiously. What is this? Darien said bluntly. Poisonous grass. Helmut was startled. He was telling me to eat poison? Before he could say more, Darien flicked him, ordering, Just eat it. Don't complain. I'll help you control the power of the shadow seed. So now, Helmut writhed in pain. Damn, this might really be poison, he complained. But Darien never said it would hurt this much. Then he cried out in pain again. Helmut gritted his teeth. What did you make me eat? Meanwhile, Darien was silently watching the night scene. He muttered, 5 years, no, maybe about 7 years. The next morning, Helmut still threw himself into training as usual. His strikes gradually became stronger and more precise. He kept chopping at a huge tree. In no time, the tree was covered in scratches. While he was diligently training, Darien approached. He looked at the young man trying so hard, quietly. Finally, he spoke. You're starting to handle the sword more skillfully, huh? Hearing that, Helmut stopped. Hello, Darien. He happily showed off. Lately, I feel my body is lighter and my vision has improved a lot. Helmut wondered, could it be because of the poisonous grass? Darien thought for a moment, then replied, It might be the effect of the demon soil. You haven't felt pain recently, right? Helmut sheathed his sword and answered, No. It feels like a refreshing spirit in the early morning. Darien nodded. I see. It's been a few months since you started absorbing the demon soil. I guess it's time. Then he asked Helmut, Do you remember what I said about V? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, You can't see the power, but that's why you can make it surge infinitely. He emphasized, But if your body and techniques haven't reached a basic level, training V is pointless. The reason I haven't taught you V is because you haven't reached that level yet. Then, Darien decided, But your body now seems ready to receive V. Seeing Helmut's surprised face, he said, Then let's start. His eyes flashed with a spark. I'll teach you how to train V. A gust of wind rose, blowing his hair. Darien got into stance, gripping his sword tightly, energy flowing from his hands. He closed his eyes to feel the air. Then suddenly, a dazzling golden power radiated from him, engulfing the sword in his hand. Helmut stood watching, affected, stepping back. Darien explained, Harmonize the energy in the air, draw it into your body, control it freely. Then, he lifted the sword. He held it in front of Helmut and said, And through your sword, you materialize it. Darien continued, That's how you control V and what you must do from now on. He reminded him, Raise the Yang sword. Helmut immediately followed. He instructed, Breathe deeply. While facing me, absorb natural energy into your body. He struck while speaking. Simplify your thoughts and move calmly. Another strike followed. Along with Darien's next words, If you let this youthful energy slip away, Helmut gritted his teeth, forced to directly face that attack. Darien's voice echoed, Forget V, and your body will shatter first. After finishing, his attack knocked Helmut back, crashing into a nearby tree. Helmut cried out in pain. Darien didn't stop and prepared to attack again. He charged straight at Helmut, who had just stood firm. He thrust the sword toward him. At the last second, Helmut dodged the strike. The sword stabbed into the tree trunk, and he quickly moved away. Frowning, Helmut panicked a bit and shouted, Wait, you really want to take me out? Darien came closer and asked, Why are you losing your cool so fast? I'm not teaching you like this. Helmut calmed down. Damn it. Breathed in, breathed out. Then he gradually exhaled, lowered his sword once, and immediately got into an attacking stance. Exhaling sharply, he began to counterattack. Darien gently blocked each of his consecutive strikes. While defending, he reminded him to use all his senses, absorb more energy, and then he'd be able to feel all the power. With that, Helmut let out a tired groan. As he staggered back, Darien encouraged him, saying, No one gets it perfect the first time. He said, From now on, we'll keep training like this. even if it takes time. Then Darien threw another strike. This time Helmet stood firm and blocked it. Darien smiled briefly. Just seeing you enjoy this is enough. He started sensing the air around him and charged forward, Darien's voice still echoing, "It's all about your will." The two clashed, shaking the space around them. Darien's reminders rang out non-stop. Don't stop, keep moving, don't break the flow. Watching Helmet focus on his strikes, he urged him to speed up a bit. He reminded him to absorb all the energy into his body. They trained diligently for a long time. One day, Helmet had calmed down. Snow had blanketed the forest. Darien quietly observed from behind. Helmet was intensely focused. A level began to appear, radiating a mesmerizing purple light. 4 years later, still in that snowy forest, snowflakes scattered from a powerful strike. Helmet alone chopped off a dry tree branch. After training, he exhaled deeply. Looking at the fallen logs, he sighed in relief. All right. He looked at his wooden sword, marked from practice, wondering, can I end training today? A voice suddenly sounded behind him. It had been 4 years, making him turn around. Darien? You've been watching me? Darien calmly commented. You've improved a bit now. Helmet denied it. Improved? I think I'm still missing something. Anyway, want to spar today? Darien replied. Show me your V first. Helmet refused. No, I don't want to. Last time I did that, and you refused to spar with me because you said I was still lacking. You can't let me refuse. Just do it. Helmet reluctantly agreed, sighing unwillingly. But he quickly calmed down, feeling his blood flow. Darien silently watched the scene. Seeing the V radiating from Helmet, he thought to himself that he had said this before, but to see such a clear V manifestation at such a young age was rare. The kid was growing unbelievably strong. Though he carried the seed of darkness, he truly had talent. After the demonstration, Helmet exhaled. Darien remained deep in thought, knowing this kid was destined to overturn the world's order, whether in prosperity or hellfire. He closed his eyes, pushing away the images, then reopened them to face Helmet. Determined, the time had come. He hesitated about letting the kid go. He looked at the grown boy, unsure what to do. Helmet. Darien spread one hand as he spoke. Looks like it's time, Helmet. Helmet suddenly straightened at those words. What do you mean? Can't I say more? Darien had already confirmed it directly. Yes, I'm saying it's time to leave this forest. Helmet immediately objected. But I don't think I'm strong enough yet. Darien responded. If your seed of darkness grows any more, you won't be able to surpass the divine barrier. He glanced at the seeds in his hand and continued. This is the only moment. Listen carefully. Helmet was fully focused even before Darien's reminder. I'll explain, he began. The human world lies south of the primeval forest. You have to get past the divine barrier to reach it. And I heard there's a spot where the barrier is weak. Darien's expression was unusually serious. In theory, you can pass through there to reach the human world, but that info is still too new for you. Even with your seed of darkness, a human can only manage to get through a weakened divine barrier in theory. Helmet frowned and asked, Where is it? Darien honestly answered, I don't know. I've never tried to find it, but someone has. Helmet listened intently to this guidance. In the two-headed snake's territory, there's a human village. Surely the village chief Erugo would know where the leopard that knows the human village is. He immediately recalled that subject, mentioning the two-headed snake, meaning now, and Helmet connected the dots early on, realizing Erugo was the human village's ruler. To reach a conclusion, it was him. Darien glanced at Helmet as he spoke again. Finally, he promised Helmet would experience countless things in the human world. Having only lived in the forest, Helmet might find the outside world lively and bustling, and he didn't forget to warn him that tragedy always happens silently. Helmet tensed, alert to what was coming. Darien explained, It's not something you can just guard against or avoid. When the time comes, you'll feel powerless and in extreme pain. You might go through anger and despair, or you might even reach out to the darkness for help. Darien's large hand reached out as he continued, but whatever the situation, it rested on Helmet's shoulder with a final warning. Don't lose yourself. Darien asked Helmet one last time. That's all I ask of you. Any questions? Helmet's hand clenched tightly. He asked back, You said you don't intend to come with me, right? Darien sighed deeply, considering the question, then slowly confirmed. That's right. His eyes showed a hint of sadness. Then Darien began to widen the distance between them, ready for their farewell. If you've got nothing more to say, I'm heading to bed. I've got something to give you, so make sure you come back in the morning. He turned his back to him as he finished. I want to be alone for a while after all this time. Helmet didn't respond, staying silent as he was soon left alone in the forest. Nightfall cast a somber shade over Helmet. His eyes hardened, and his lips pressed tightly together. Ilaga appeared beside Helmet at that moment. She gently asked Han, You don't look too excited. Isn't tomorrow the day you leave? Helmet turned his head at the voice. Yeah, he didn't hide it but wasn't exactly happy to admit it. That's right. Then Helmet began to open up. Finally, I can leave this place. But his words came out a bit broken. It's complicated. I don't know why. Why do I feel like this? Elaga raised her eyebrows silently. She turned her head to the side as if disinterested in watching Helmut struggle. Eventually, she concluded, "That's proof you're slowly becoming human." Helmut grabbed the door handle. Elaga stood outside waiting, softly urging, "Go on." Helmut nodded lightly and mustered all his courage to open the door. His eyes suddenly widened in shock when he saw Darien already sitting there with a few items on the ground. The man didn't look up or say a word. Helmut's face darkened, softly calling Darien. But there was no reply. Darien remained still. Helmut called again, finally forcing himself to admit, "I have a bad feeling, but I guess the time has really come for me to leave." Helmut bent down to pick up the weapon Darien left behind. He looked at the old man with lingering sadness, his expression revealing the pain as he silently promised, "I will remember you." Darien was gone. He sat in one place and just passed away. Helmut frowned at him, then closed his eyes gently. When those eyes opened again, his expression had completely changed. Darien's figure was deeply etched in his memory. Helmut quietly stepped outside. Elaga, not surprised, said, "I guess his lifespan just ended." He was silent for a moment before asking, "How do you know?" "She didn't try to hide it from him. He told me before." Then he gently comforted me. "Don't make that face. Every meeting is destined to end in parting." Elaga tilted her head and continued, "He lived and left as life had planned, so you don't need to feel guilty." After saying that, she wagged her tail and tossed something toward Helmut. "Looks like I can finally give this to you." Helmut caught it, his gaze immediately fixed on the item. "What's this?" Elaga explained. "When you were left here, you were wearing this." She said seriously, "Take a look. You might need it when you leave here." Helmut opened it and saw a necklace with a shining gold pendant. Elaga explained, "It's made from gold lineage, a rare metal. You're the child of some noble family." Helmut slowly opened it. The inscription inside read, "Let the light guide your way, Marfine." Elaga guessed that was the name of the leader, right? Helmut added, "Family, that's probably my mother's name." She nodded. "So once you're out, go find her. Whatever happened, she might be able to help you." Then came some reminders. "You're planning to go to the farm, right? That bastard Naho is hibernating, so he won't come out unless there's a big riot. But even then, if I step into his territory, he'll find me." Helmut promised with a determined look. "Don't worry, I can handle myself." She looked at him, fully trusting. "Hurry up, this is your only chance," she said, watching as Helmut set off. After walking a bit, he stopped, turned to her, and said, "Take care, Elaga." Elaga couldn't hide her smile and replied, "You too, Helmut." Her eyes fixed once more on Helmut's figure. The words slipped out unconsciously. "You take care too." Meanwhile, somewhere else in silence, a hooded figure was moving. The figure wore a cloak. Upon entering a house, he took off the hood, revealing a sweat-drenched face. One finger pointed toward a burning candle. Irugo's eyes were vacant when suddenly Helmut's blade pressed against his neck with a warning. "Don't move." Speaking of one type of magic, dark magic, it's a demonic energy source that can even make a weak sorcerer powerful. Moreover, among countless sorcerers, some have crossed boundaries fate never intended for them. Their wish, to possess infinite magic and power. And he was no exception. Irugo was once a sorcerer filled with envy and jealousy toward others. He craved to be the strongest, but chose dark magic as a shortcut because he felt he lacked talent, and to achieve his goal, he needed to gather humanity's darkest emotions. So through activities like kidnapping and illegal human trafficking, the necessary materials were easily collected. The suffering and fear emanating from those materials made Irugo even stronger and more ruthless. Things never went smoothly. However, during a raid by the sorcerer's order, his crimes were exposed. The outcome was his capture and sentencing, either death or exile. But Irugo was cunning, and to avoid immediate execution, he chose the primeval forest. A path to survival opened for him. Finally, there, he met the two-headed serpent. He was allowed to stay in the serpent's territory as a reward for his submission and worship. Then, Irugo used magic to gather all the exiles in the forest. Then, to avoid getting killed right away, they submitted to the demon beast. That's also how that area came to be, and that's how your farm was created. As for that guy, Irugo became the leader of that farm, while the others were treated no better than animals. As for the real owner of this territory, Naho never bothered to interfere with whatever Irugo did, as long as he kept paying tribute. And so, while submitting, Irugo's ambition flared up again. That said, every winter, he couldn't help but worry. The main reason was that once Naho entered hibernation, the demon beasts around would attack the farm daily. Irugo thought differently, but even amidst such pointless crises, he still somewhat felt satisfied with this new life. He grumbled in annoyance as the suckling pig's sword pressed against his neck. "Leave. Winter's always a pain in the ass." "What do you want?" he replied curtly. His eyes flashed a cold glare. "I heard you know a way out of the primeval forest. Spill it," Irugo remarked. "You're way too filthy for a little brat." The next words came with a smirk. "I heard Darien took on an apprentice. Is that you?" The suckling pig didn't care at all, pressing on. Give me the way out of the forest, he challenged back. Why the hell should I? The sword now drew blood from his neck. The suckling pig warned. Speak up or you're done for. Irugo wasn't scared. He even threatened back. If I leave, Lord Naho will wake from hibernation and come here. Irugo kindly added. If that happens, you're done for too. He openly despised him. You think you can stand against Lord Naho? You're just an average human, the suckling pig cut in. No big deal. He kept pressing. Can Naho even let someone leave alive? You're definitely screwed, so I've got nothing to worry about. And he whispered a warning in his ear. Don't try any tricks. Irugo remained unmoved. I'm the only one who knows how to escape this forest. If you take me out now, you'll never get out. Ridiculous. But the suckling pig's also a pain in the ass for him. I heard mages always keep their stuff close. I'll find it if I turn your place upside down. I just want to make this easier. The sword still pressed firmly against his neck. Irugo rolled his eyes and said darkly, You're one tough bastard. Fine, I'll tell you how to get out of the forest. Then he slowly led the suckling pig down a staircase. The sword never left his neck. Irugo started a conversation. What's your name? But the suckling pig snapped. None of your business. He didn't dig deeper as he opened the door and stepped inside. All right, but I'll tell you a few things. Some casual words followed. The method I found is just theoretical. No one's ever tested it or had the ability to. The results might not be worth what you're doing now. Still, maybe Darien could pull it off. The suckling pig's expression gave nothing away. Seeing you're still here means he has no intention of leaving. Suddenly, Irugo turned and asked, what happened to him? And when the suckling pig stayed silent, Irugo guessed the reason. No answer means he's gone. A smug smile spread across his face as his hand reached for the book. The suckling pig quietly demanded he hand it over. But Irugo mockingly refused calmly. Then suddenly offered, Hey, how about becoming my successor and living here? He replied coldly, No way. Irugo put all his effort into the next speech, trying to convince the suckling pig. You totally deserve it since you're Darien's disciple. Everyone here is too weak. I'll give you everything I have in this place. The hand holding the sword tightened and rested again on Irugo's shoulder. I don't need what you've got. I'll survive and get out of this godforsaken place. His eyes glanced at the sharp weapon beside him. The suckling pig shut up and handed it over. Irugo finally gave up. All right, if you begged, there's no other way. This is a book I found in a mage's hideout before settling here. The mage's idea involved invisibility magic. He babbled on while the suckling pig flipped through the pages. Unfortunately, it seemed the mage didn't escape this place. Irugo recounted, based on the book, there's a big waterfall in the southern part of the forest. The water and magic weaken divine power simultaneously, so you might get past the barrier there. A sly grin crept across his face. Of course, even weakened, the primeval forest still has a supreme formation. Anyone with even a bit of magic will be crushed to dust. That's all I know. Irugo stopped there. The suckling pig closed the book and said, All right, I'll end you. His eyes fixed on the guy in front of him. He didn't really like him, but Darien's words echoed in the suckling pig's mind. Don't take life lightly. You only survived because that rat showed mercy. It made you cautious. That's what Darien taught me. So, instead, the suckling pig kicked Irugo straight in the chest. His eyes rolled back, spitting a mouthful of saliva. The ropes the suckling pig used tightly bound Irugo. Then he quickly struck his pressure points. Helmet launched a straight kick right into Irugo's body. His eyes rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. The ropes Helmet used tightened around Irugo. Then Helmet swiftly struck his pressure points. He stepped back a few paces and spoke again. You'll be released after a while. From now on, don't do anything bad. Irugo shouted angrily. Damn it, I can't use magic. You arrogant bastard. You think you can survive and escape this forest? Helmet froze at those words. He turned his head and smiled confidently. Of course. Very quickly, the silent room was left with only Irugo's figure. His face veins bulged with anger. His cheeks flushed red with frustration. His words kept pouring out. How dare that bastard? The mark on Irugo's forehead began to change. Sizo poured out from Irugo's eyes, ears, and mouth, and he grinned maniacally. That confidence of yours? I'll crush it into tiny pieces. The plea came from a crazed Irugo. Lord Naho, please awaken. The space instantly shifted. The stones on the wet floor glowed, and light flickered from below. A huge, aggressive serpent appeared. Its two heads stared at Irugo and spoke. Irugo, you've never called me up without reason, right? He was tightly bound, but smiled savagely as he explained. Not this time. This is a matter of survival. I'm sure you'll understand after I explain. He brought hot news. Darien had left, and his disciple was here now. The serpent got a bit excited, its massive body becoming even more aggressive. I get it. This is the perfect chance for me to ditch those annoying tailing pests I hate. As it started burrowing through the earth to leave, It left a promise behind. I will find it. Irugo burst out laughing harshly. Damn bastard, he muttered contemptuously. You think you'll escape unscathed after treating me like that? His mouth was full of blood, and he spat out, Nothing in this world is free. Helmet dashed off into the night, his expression tense as he struggled to manage. At this moment, Helmet was sprinting swiftly through the branches. His steps were quick like a rabbit's. His hand clenched the sword hilt tightly, and he unconsciously cursed, Damn it. His eyes glanced at the nearby animals, wondering if he should deal with them. Helmet observed their terrified expressions. He frowned and muttered, These magic beasts are running without even looking back. They're scared. That meant as soon as he finished speaking, a chill swept over Helmet. He broke into a sweat, exhaled deeply, then sped up, muttering, Gotta run like crazy. Helmet landed steadily, his eyes narrowing, showing exhaustion as he spoke. I'm still not out of this territory. Is this it? He turned his head to look back, seeing swirling red magic energy in the air. The magic had covered the entire territory, and very quickly Helmet felt it. The magic floating in the air made his sword hand grip tighter, ready to fight at any moment. The magic slowly approached, pinpointing Helmet's location and charging toward him. Helmet stood firm, unshaken. Right in front of him was the two-headed monster named Now. It looked down at him and said, Hey kid, I knew you'd come back to my turf. Seeing Helmet wasn't scared, it kept rambling to itself. A guest I've been waiting for a long time. I can't just let you leave, Helmet finally responded. Then I guess I can only leave after dealing with you. His challenge made it laugh and charge. Yeah, you're braver than last time, weak human. What can you do with that tiny body? A friendly warning came out. Don't resist in vain. But it quickly turned into harsh words as it attacked him. Get inside my belly quickly. It lunged with full force at Helmet's spot. In an instant, a white smoke column several meters tall appeared. Helmet stepped back, trying to keep distance. He cursed loudly, Damn it, I gotta see through this dust. At that moment, Naho's voice echoed behind him. You move well, kid. It appeared, its body already coiled into a circle, trapping Helmet inside. Naho challenged again. Try to resist, Helmet, let me show you. 4 demonic eyes drilled into his soul. Helmet clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and took deep breaths to calm himself. Stay calm, the opponent is strong, but the chance will come. When he opened his eyes again, his expression completely changed. His resolve strengthened. I won't bow to you. Helmet called out the creature's name as it unleashed a burst of power. Na-ho. The giant charged toward Helmet. He was already in position to move almost immediately, his eyes focused to find the perfect moment to counterattack. Right now, Helmet aimed for Nao's snout. It tried hard to block, but luckily Helmet rolled midair to dodge. He landed on its body, his plan half successful. Helmet sprinted along Nao's body, still thinking about how strong its magic was. The sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath. Helmet aimed for Nao's face. Sure, there was a spot where his strike could penetrate. He swung decisively at that spot. Right on its eye, a slash appeared, and Cizo immediately shot out. That head of Naho screamed in pain. Helmet thought to himself he had bought some time. If he could beat it, great. But this was the best he could do with his current skills. He landed, taking advantage of Nao still being stunned by the hit, and moved away. He had used too many slashes on that attack. If I keep fighting, I'm done for. The head next to him was frantically warning. Damn it, wake up. Helmet moved fast, with only one goal in mind. I got to escape. But then he was totally freaked out by what happened next. That intact head just straight up bit off the attacked head, screaming loudly, the dumb head. Helmet's face darkened as he turned around to watch. Cizo poured out from the bitten head like a stream, and the noise was the intact head, cursing. You can't even handle that. Naho sighed. I just dealt with a useless thing. His attitude shifted in a flash as he aggressively charged at Helmet and then turned to the human. Helmet struggled to defend with his yang sword, but no matter how hard he tried, Naho's pressure was overwhelming. Helmet was quickly knocked back, crashing into the ground with a heavy impact. Naho's demonic energy spread all around. He glanced around and said, You tried to run after that attack. Then he confessed, I lost a head, so it's harder to see. He looked around wildly, screaming, Where are you? That damn kid ran off. Meanwhile, Helmet was hiding somewhere, gasping for breath. He tiredly looked at the sword in his hand and muttered to himself, I know he's strong, but I still dared to face him, and all I can do is slash at his eyes? Still, Helmet quickly stood up, trying to motivate himself. At least I can buy some time. This is my only chance. Gotta escape fast. Peace didn't last long before the demonic light from behind startled Helmet. Naho was coming. He hurriedly hid behind a tree, silently shocked. His demonic energy was low and deep as he spoke. Finally found you, you rotten kid. The energy thickened as he continued. You think you can escape me in this forest? Helmet clicked his tongue in annoyance. Naho snapped at his prey. Helmet clenched his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it! His hand gripping the sword tightened unconsciously. I can't. and Helmet charged forward with determination. I can't just leave like this. But what he saw next was totally unexpected. A familiar foot stepped firmly on the ground. Elaga stood blocking Helmut, facing Naho for him. Long time no see. He knew who was in front of him. Elaga growled back. Naho and the two great beasts faced off. Helmut gasped in surprise. He watched Elaga's fierce figure shout loudly. Elaga quickly had to shield his face to block Naho's demonic energy. He turned to Helmut and said sharply, I'm glad you're still alive. Good, leave the rest to me. But Helmut refused strongly. Wait, I can still help. His weak objections were immediately shut down. You should leave. Elaga glanced at Helmut, then said again, You have something more important, right? Go find it. Helmut froze hearing those words about your freedom. His eyes widened in shock. Elaga kept persuading. Don't waste my effort. Still, Helmut hesitated, unwilling to leave, forcing Elaga to shout loudly, Go! Helmut hesitated, then muttered a few words to him. Thank you. Then he ran off quickly, trusting Elaga with everything. His blue demonic energy confronted Naho. Naho growled in irritation. Before unleashing his power, the filthy cat snarled, How dare you block my path in my own territory? This made Elaga bristle and retort sharply. Blocking you? I'm just doing what I have to. But all he got back was Naho's contemptuous laugh. What kind of friendship is this? So touching it makes me want to cry. His eyes glowed with a devilish light as he mocked the disgusting species. Naho started rambling. Actually, I should thank you for coming here willingly. I'll deal with you immediately and then devour that brat alive. But Elaga responded with a blunt challenge. There's no one else here but you. So do you really think you can do what you said? Let's see what you got. Naho threatened Elaga, growling fiercely, and the two great beasts charged at each other. A sword flashed by. Helmut exhaled with relief. Is it finally over? The ground was littered with slain beasts of various kinds, all defeated by Helmut. After crossing Elaga's territory, I've been running non-stop for 2 days. He was now surrounded by corpses and Zo, continuing to comment, As long as they're not on Naho's level, I can handle them without any problem. A thought suddenly struck him. If it weren't for the distant place without those two, if I hadn't met Elaga and Darien, I wouldn't have survived here. That thought strengthened his resolve. I only have one chance left. For Elaga and Darien's sake, the horseman gave me this chance. Heading toward the waterfall ahead, he declared his determination. I have to get out of this forest. Helmut looked up. This place is so different from Elaga's territory. I can barely sense any demonic energy. The shadow seed is reacting and starting to feel the energy inside my body. Is it reacting to the divine aura? Luckily, I wrapped it in a pouch, or else I'd be in big trouble. Unexpectedly, in his hand now was a strange item. As he finished speaking, a large figure swooped past Helmut's head. He struggled to defend. The creature noticed Helmut and landed while speaking. A human boy? What are you doing in my territory? Helmut gritted his teeth, cursing himself. Damn it. I know that Dark Master already told me about this, but I never expected there to be a demon beast so close to the Supreme Formation like this. The creature started introducing itself. My name is I. What's yours? Let me think. I've heard that name before. I'm Helmut. Standing before him now was the ruler of Northern Eagle. Elaga had said he was very curious about things around him. I smell something very familiar from you. It continued, observing Helmut, and commented. Because of the blood scent mixed in, it wasn't very clear, but I could never forget this scent. Yes, you carry the scent of Nao. Ael's gaze drilled into the person in front of him, and there was also a faint scent on you that's been there for a long time. Is that Elaga? Interesting, very interesting. And it directly declared, So, are you Elaga's child or Nao's? Helmut clearly replied, I'm family of Elaga. Ael lifted his head with interest. Is that so? If that's true, then the magic power around it suddenly burst out. That means Elaga's family has invaded my territory? Helmut cautiously explained. I wasn't sent here by Elaga. I have my own reasons, and you've successfully caught its attention. So, is there any reason for me to forgive you? Tell me. He quietly chose his words to explain, then finally spoke. The reason is what I'm trying to do might actually mean something to you. I grew more confused the more I listened. Mean something to me? Helmut nodded in agreement, continuing to persuade. Yeah, this is the perfect chance to satisfy your curiosity, because his words were like a world-shaking declaration. I will be the first person to pass through that formation and leave the primeval forest. Hearing this, Iriel couldn't help but chuckle. Helmut watched him laugh loudly. Egil spoke with a bit of disdain. A weak human kid. You think you can do it? The shadow seed inside you tells me you're just like a demon beast. But Helmut remained confident and replied, Then let me try, because I'm the first human to come here. He looked at him, certainty shining in every word and gesture, determined to pass through that supreme formation. Ael fell into thought, sighing, It's been a long time since I've seen a human like you. Should I watch you be the guinea pig and get burned up in that formation? That would be such a waste. But Helmut offered another argument, saying many would come to this forest. But the first one to pass through that formation, he declared, will be me. Il widened his eyes, momentarily speechless. He tilted his head, analyzing the person in front of him, then spoke his judgment. All right, you're very smart. I want to see you follow through on what you said. Il looked off into the distance and continued. It's also true that you're the only fool stupid enough to bet your life on leaving this forest. He looked back at him. Even though, whether you leave or live doesn't concern me, but if you succeed, you'll be the first human to ever leave this forest. Helmut now looked back at him and finished his unfinished sentence. And you'll be the first demon beast to witness that. El couldn't help but laugh and comment. You're making me interested. Fine, because I want to see if you can leave this place. I'll protect you until you reach that formation. If anything happens and if you have anything to say, just tell me. I'll pass it on to Ilaga if I get to meet Ilaga. Helmut's eyes widened a bit more hearing these words. He politely requested, then tell Ilaga that I survived and managed to leave this forest. Helmut's expression was strangely serious. Il looked at him and spoke. That means he understood the meaning behind Helmut's words, no matter the outcome, but still wanted to confirm again. You still want me to say that, right? I didn't ask more. Instead, directly agreed with him. All right, I'll tell Ilaga exactly that. And he used a special title to address the person before him, the special child of Ilaga. He exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with focus, and Helmut immediately rushed forward. Only one chance left. He jumped into the cold water, pushing himself forward. Helmut wrapped himself in a sphere of magic power as he advanced, his eyes never leaving the point ahead. But Helmut soon collided with an obstacle. Yet, his determination never wavered. I have to get out of here. Helmut's gaze hardened, filled with nothing but determination to leave the primeval forest, a transcendent entity called the Divine, giving me the power to cleanse sins. The water before Helmut flowed strangely fast to protect the human. He shielded himself, charging forward and eliminating evil. Helmut himself felt it. The power is flowing through me. His eyes only grew more determined, but at that moment, his body felt pierced. Helmut felt a pain he had never experienced before. In a daze, Helmut thought, I can't maintain my consciousness. Demon beasts turning into humans, and a human turning into a demon beast. Where do I go now? Somewhere. A wooden wheel slowly rolled on the road, accompanied by a curse. Damn it. The voice continued from the group ahead. Tania, this place is too close to the primeval forest. Why are we resting here? Tania turned to reply. Hey Pin, you know if we rest, we can travel further, right? The more she spoke, the uglier Pin's face became. If we run into a demon beast while we're exhausted, even a fourth-rate mercenary like me won't be able to fight it. Stop the whining and go grab some more water. He stomped off sulkily. Man, it's almost dark already. And Tanya immediately asked back after hearing those muttered words. What the hell? She even kicked him in the side. Then, with a sharp tone, she ordered again. Quit the nonsense. Get your ass moving before it gets dark. Ben carried 2 buckets of water, complaining. Weird feeling. What was it exactly? He half closed his eyes, lazily working. Just get the water fast and go home. But then Pin's gaze suddenly caught something. What the hell is this? How can there be a stream here with seawater? The sight of Helmut lying unconscious hit Pin like a punch to the face, instantly turning him pale with shock. Pin couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Seeing him panting and running back, Tania couldn't help but wonder. What's wrong? What happened? She asked. You just saw it. Helmut looked pale as death and said there was a dead body. There's a dead body in the stream. His words were immediately challenged by the others behind. There's no way there's a dead body here. That guy's just scared. Probably mistook a log for a body again. Tania, on the other hand, patiently asked, Where did you see it? I'll go check it out. Pin pointed shakily over there. But this only made Tania more annoyed. She kicked and shouted, Don't just point. Lead the way. You still gotta get those buckets of water. With no choice, Pin led her there. I'm sure it's somewhere around here, Tania reminded him as they walked. If you mistake it for something else, I'll deal with you, he insisted. No, I swear. Soon he spotted Helmut lying there, immediately pointed and shouted. Tania and Pin approached to take a closer look. Her voice lowered. It really is a dead body. Bin smugly raised his voice. I told you. I'm telling the truth. Hurry up so we can go back. I don't want to look at it anymore. But she immediately cut him off. Wait. A faint breath escaped from Helmut. Tania suddenly shouted, making Pin jump. Pin, come here fast! He responded loudly. Yes, ma'am. She lifted Helmut to check him. He's not dead. He's still alive. Helmut's vision gradually cleared after a while. Tania smiled and said, He's waking up. Bin sighed. He's waking up. She spoke again. Sorry. Are you fully awake now? Helmut held his head, trying to think, where am I? Did I get out of the primal forest? Seeing his confused look, Tania kindly explained, Don't be scared. You're safe here. She briefly explained, This guy went to get water and accidentally found you all disheveled. It was a mess, so I thought you were dead. But seeing you okay like this, I'm relieved. Then she asked him, Is your name Helmut? He replied briefly, Helmet. Tania spoke again. Anything else? But his answer disappointed her. I don't remember, she pondered. Really? That's kind of worrying. He didn't seem to have any injuries except a head bump. Then she friendly extended her hand. Oh, by the way, I'm Tanya, a silver medal rank 4 mercenary. Their hands clasped, giving Helmet a strange feeling of connection with someone other than himself. She looked around and probed. Do you know where this is? Helmet answered briefly. No, I don't know. Tania wasn't surprised. Instead, she gently explained. This is a rotten forest. Looks like you don't remember where you passed out. Must be serious, she asked again. Do you remember anything else? Helmet thought before replying. My name and I know how to use a sword. The answer made Tania think. You know how to use a sword? That's lucky. Then your physical condition must be okay. You just need a doctor to check your head. Then she made an offer. We'll help you until you can walk on your own. So trust me. Without waiting for him to say anything, Tania directly proposed. From now on, taking care of you is my responsibility. Helmet was overwhelmed by her kindness. After a moment, he replied, Thank you. Later, Helmet sat on a rock, gathering his thoughts. He silently felt the pain when moving slightly, realizing he survived, but he still needed more time to fully recover. Helmet spread his hands to check his magic power. Right now, I'm in worse shape than when I first started training. He continued calculating silently. I thought the shadow seed would disappear, but it's still here. Helmet placed his hand on his chest again, sighing. If it weren't for that, I'd probably be dead already. His eyes darted around, calculating hard. Oh, and this is the human world. I can't let them know about the shadow seed's presence. So from now on, I'll pretend I've lost my memory. As he thought, his hand slipped inside his shirt. Helmet carefully pulled out the necklace and thought, I have to find the owner of this. He looked up at the sky, calming himself. Don't rush. Take it slow, he whispered while still staring at the sky. This is just the beginning. The next day, everyone on Tania's team was amazed when they saw Helmet. Is that the skinny guy from yesterday? He followed Pin to wash up, now looking like a completely different person. From young guys to middle-aged men, all were surprised. Just a bath couldn't change someone that much. Some even stared dumbfounded. No way. Is he a noble? Because Helmet looked so elegant to them. Only Pin wasn't dazzled by his appearance. Interesting. When I found him by the stream, he looked like a walking corpse. One of the mercenaries boldly spoke up. Let me ask, are you a noble or the son of some rich family? Helmet answered calmly, neither fast nor slow. I don't know. I told you, I have amnesia. Suddenly, an arm slung over his shoulder. Who cares who he is anyway? Now he's the newest member of our mercenary squad. Helmet glanced at the person and spoke. Did you sleep well? She replied. Yeah, how about you? After washing up, you look way better. Bin was completely speechless next to his sister. Damn, just seeing him handsome makes her all gentle. So sharp. And the moment he finished speaking was when Tania's fist hit his cheek. Stop talking and help everyone get ready to leave. Bin lay there totally wiped out while Tanya kept briefing Helmet. In 4 days, we'll reach a village, so just stick with us until then. When we get there, I'll introduce you to a doctor. He replied briefly. Yes, ma'am. She laughed, ruffling his hair at the answer. You're so obedient. Good. Then she turned to the others, loudly announcing, All right, everyone, pack up. We're leaving soon. Both boys. But Helmet got the care while Bin got the beatings. They both wondered why. Sunlight shone down as Bin started talking to Helmet. Are you really okay? Weren't you just waking up? Isn't this pushing yourself too hard? This carriage is pretty fast, so it's hard to keep up. Helmet answered shortly. Gotta walk to warm up, right? That made Bin feel weird. He's definitely strange. Bin looked curiously at Helmet again, wondering. You must really like horses, huh? He mumbled, not denying it. Yeah, probably. He never took his eyes off Helmut, watching how he treated the horses. Seeing him so into horses, he probably isn't noble, but still, something about him seems off. Meanwhile, Helmut was gently petting a horse. You're a good boy. The more Bin thought, the more suspicious he got. What could it be? He must be around my age, but he seems more composed. Bin commented on Helmut's strangely calm demeanor, but when he saw Helmut staggering, barely breathing, Bin panicked and shouted, Helmut! Helmut slowly replied, I'm a bit out of breath, Bin immediately suggested. Just get on the carriage. If you move that slow, you'll be left behind. But Helmut answered with quiet determination. I won't be left behind. No choice. Bin stopped pushing him. Then do whatever you want. He muttered complaints as they walked. Damn, he doesn't care about those worried about him. So heartless. Meanwhile, Helmut wondered about his own condition. Weird. Why am I this tired? He remembered past times, even in the primeval forest. He never took more than a day to recover. Then he sighed deeply, reassuring himself as he kept moving with the group. If I keep walking like this, I'll definitely get better. The doctor frowned, thinking. He diagnosed, looks like you show no abnormal signs. Your physique is strong. People like you recover fast. Tanya doubted, asking again. What? Are you sure you examined him thoroughly? Those words pissed the doctor off. What? How dare you? I'll prescribe some medicine. Use it if you need. She argued loudly, annoyed. I told you he just woke up from unconsciousness. At least do a proper diagnosis or something. Or are you just a quack? He snapped back without politeness, his tone angry. What? Quack? He just has a strong body that recovers fast. He has no issues. No matter how much you check, you won't find anything. Bin gently spoke up nearby. Then when do you think his amnesia will go away? The doctor glared at him, shouting, sooner or later his memory will come back. His mind isn't damaged. Then he tossed them a medicine packet, saying, take this and get lost. These damn kids. She's even calling me a quack. Tania got pissed off by his attitude. She yelled, starting to move aggressively. That crazy old man. Bin tried to hold her back. Wait, someone stop Tania. Outside, Tania worried about Helmut. Are you sure you're okay? Helmut, Bin told me you have trouble walking. He walked beside her and replied, yeah, I took the medicine and rested at the inn. I'm fine now. Tania sneered. Sure. I heard your body and arms are pretty toned. You said you know how to use a sword, right? You must have been trained by a master. You can tell just by looking. Helmut glanced at Tania when she said that. He thought silently, she's right. I just need to hold a sword, and it'll feel familiar. Then she paused. If that's the case, she smiled and asked, do you want to spar with me? The idea surprised Helmut a bit. Spar? Tania quickly explained. No pressure. Just think of it as a way to warm up your body. Who knows? What if your memory comes back? Then she reached out, offering, we have nothing to do until tomorrow, so what do you say? Helmut silently observed her, not responding immediately. The person in front of him now was Tanya Nya, a third-class silver medal mercenary, someone talented and quite respected in the human world. He calculated and agreed. All right, fine. This fight will show me just how strong I really am. In another area, a muscular figure was present. Muscles everywhere as the team members trained hard. Comments echoed here and there. Everyone was practicing. It was great to see that. They stopped when they saw her, Tanya Nya. She came to warm up too? Behind her was. And when they realized the person accompanying Tanya Nya was Helmut, they couldn't help but gossip. What? Helmut? You're gonna go one-on-one with Tanya? Sounds interesting. Everyone reminded Tanya, take it easy on him, all right? Tanya, you're gonna wreck that pretty face of his. And I'm sure they meant his face. Damn it, how dare you tease Tanya like that? But it was true. The more they heard, the darker her expression got. You bastards. They were punished by her in an instant, their faces getting smashed hard. Tania exhaled deeply, while the others lay knocked out on the floor. She tossed Helmut a wooden sword. This is a wooden sword. We'll duel with this. There's only one rule. We fight until one of us falls. Not forgetting to smile and warn. Go all out on me. I might look like this, but I'm the vice captain. Helmut stayed silent. He felt the sword in his hand. I'm still not fully recovered. I can't use V either. Instead of charging at her with everything, I'll have to fight while redirecting her attacks. Then he took a deep breath to focus, not letting his guard down. Helmut quickly took his stance. The others on the team were all excited to watch this. Hey, look at that stance! This fight's gonna be fun to watch. Go for it. The match started quickly. Helmut kept rushing in to attack, his eyes scanned for openings. Left side, but Tanya easily blocked that strike. He was pushed back, thinking, she blocks the sword way too easily. She's stronger than me. Tanya sneered, and Helmut's expression changed, turning completely serious. I really can't just rush her like that. Just as he thought that, Tanya lunged with a downward slash. Helmut was pushed back, thinking to dodge then counterattack. She took a deep breath and counterattacked, kicking Helmut hard. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Dodging, he noticed his body wasn't moving as he wanted, feeling like he was underwater. What should I do? Suddenly, Tanya spoke up. You're overthinking it. I give up. After that, a flurry of strikes followed. Helmut helplessly defended, unable to find a chance to counterattack. Then Tanya closed the distance, instantly right next to him. She struck Helmut's midsection with the sword. He turned pale from the pain and was thrown back. Tanya gripped her sword tightly. The other team members were all shocked. Tanya's sword pointed straight at Helmut's face, forcing him to say, I lose. She looked down at him and said, looking at your eyes, I guess you're pretty disappointed. Helmut panted and admitted, of course. Then he explained, I was overwhelmed by the relentless attacks. My mind's a total mess right now. Compared to Darien, she still has many openings, and her swordsmanship isn't that effective. Tania continued, but it's pretty good. You did well. Helmut suddenly thought, could Tania be stronger than I thought? Damn it. Just like Darien said, don't underestimate the human world. The problem is I wasn't defeated by a first or second class, but a third class. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Tania is a very strong swordsman. Among the mercenary team, it's natural you lost. Don't let it distract you too much. Other team members patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. That's right, Helmut. I was surprised at how strong you were trying to break through her defense earlier. If you had a bit more strength, you probably could have done it. definitely different from Pin. Helmet focused on the man in front of him, who smiled and introduced himself. I'm Fien, captain of the mercenary team and a second-class gold medal mercenary. Fien praised Helmet. Well done, Helmet. You passed the entrance test. His face still showed confusion. Entrance test? Fien looked at him and slowly explained. We saved you, so we didn't want you wandering outside without memories. We thought, why not take you with us? So we tested you, but also gave you some info about whether you want to join or not. Of course, our mercenary team isn't just anyone's playground. That's why when you came to this town, people kept their distance from you. Helmet gradually understood. So that's why no one approached me except Tanya and Finza? Makes sense. They could have just left me alone. These guys have already caused some trouble. Fien smiled again. But you're actually not a problem. Some guys tried hitting on my sister, Tanya, but you didn't. Everyone agreed to let you join. Then he handed him a paper with an explanation. Here, 4th class mercenary certificate. This is your temporary number that we've set up, so make sure you register officially with the mercenary guild later. Fien clapped him on the shoulder warmly, introducing Helmet to the other team members. Helmet's one of us now. Everyone, get to know him. A guy spoke up. Name's Bone. I'm a silver rank 3 mercenary. The man next to him added, and I'm Uter, also rank 3. The blonde guy continued. Maros, silver rank 3. The 4th guy winked at Helmet and said, do we really need to say it? Besides, in movies, everyone here's rank 3 anyway. I'm Shin. Pin joined in. All right, I'm Vin, bronze rank 4. These words made Helmet think. His teammate Darian said, don't trust people too easily, all right? He spoke to Fien. Fien, I want to make sure if I join the mercenary team, how long do I have to stay? He didn't forget to explain his thoughts. I might recover my memories and have to go somewhere. Fien thought for a moment, then replied, you can leave the team whenever you want, but if you accept a mission, you gotta stick with us until it's done. Helmet agreed with a short nod. When Fien put his hand on Helmet's shoulder, Helmet thought maybe this was a good thing after all. Instead of wandering aimlessly, this might help him find his roots faster. He looked around, curiosity rising, wanting to know what being teammates meant. Soon, they arrived somewhere else and heard someone cursing loudly. I said it's an important mission. Fien and the team fell silent as the person kept cursing. This ain't some rank 4 mercenary job. We already agreed to take your extra errand runner, and you act like this? Fien explained, Sir Miles, this kid will definitely be useful. We've worked together for a long time. You gotta know we don't just bring someone along for no reason. Miles sighed in response. I hope you can back up those words. Since you're the face mercenary team, I'll agree. But just this once. With permission from him, Fien was grateful. Thank you, Sir Miels. Miels lowered his voice to warn. No problem, but since I wasn't informed there's an extra person, I'll only pay 1/3 of the price to that rank 4 guy. Also, you know the Tarek mercenary team will be joining this mission, right? He nodded. Yeah, I know. Satisfied with the answer, Miles turned and said sharply, all right, we leave at 7 in the morning. See you then. The door slammed behind Miles. Tanya immediately approached Fien to comment. At least everything's going smoothly. He agreed with her. After speaking to his older brother, she turned to Helmet to check. Helmet, you feeling all right? He nodded in reply. Yeah, no problem. Now it was Fien's turn to explain the mission details. All right, tomorrow's mission is a large-scale escort. Even if we get ambushed, rank 4 members don't need to fight unless it's an emergency, so don't worry. Tania winked mischievously and added, but rank 3 members better be ready. I'm not sure exactly what we're escorting, so it's hard to predict the strength of the ambushers. Leaving a few slightly scary words, the two left. Make sure you get enough sleep tonight, everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out. Helmet seemed to understand and advised him. If the Tarek team insults you, just ignore them. Our relationship with them isn't great. Maros nearby added, they don't like us having a good rep. Fien wrapped things up. All right, everything's settled. See you all tomorrow. He gave the order to dismiss. Now only Helmet stood under the starry sky. He silently scolded himself. So frustrating. Remembering the fight with Tanya earlier, Helmet's hand clenched unconsciously, showing he hadn't fully recovered yet. He controlled the magic on it, but the discomfort inside grew stronger. It was just an excuse. He looked up at the sky, thinking there were definitely many weaknesses, but he couldn't strike faster than Tanya. He wasn't strong right now. That conclusion was drawn. He couldn't use V yet, but it wasn't a big deal. Helmet closed his eyes to think, starting now with muscle training. The sword quickly came out of its sheath. He focused completely, recalling the feelings from before. The first time he trained in the primeval forest. Just like back then, the mission day came quickly, and Helmet's group moved together under Fien's command. All right, mission starts. This one's important, so be careful. We're getting a lot of money from this, so let's finish it smoothly. Voices of agreement rose. Yes, he was very satisfied. Okay. Tanya adjusted her hat and promised, we'll work worth every penny. Meanwhile, Pin already looked pale and complained, I ate too much soup this morning. You weakling, you okay? Things are gonna get tough from now on. Helmet glanced sideways at Pin, not too thrilled, thinking, I only failed once and he's already looking down on me. Finally, he answered simply, I can handle it, but Pin kept patting his shoulder. Hey, don't be like that. I'm just worried about you. Why so serious? Whatever, just do well. This is our first mission after all. Helmet was speechless, just replying with a simple, okay. Pin's face stayed as pale as a banana leaf. He struggled to keep up with them, laughing dryly. This is our first mission. Helmet was at a loss for words, simply replying with a sharp, got it. Pin's face was still pale as a banana leaf. He struggled to crawl after them, letting out a dry, bitter laugh. Phi's group quickly arrived at Miles's place. Lord Miles, we're here. The man responded in a low voice to the greeting. Then he pointed to the huge crates beside him and explained, Are these the items you'll be escorting today? Team Phi, guard the rear. Phi acknowledged the order with a clear, concise word. Then he quickly assigned tasks to the team members. All right, Team Phi, line up. At that moment, Pin suddenly called out to Helmet. His gaze was fixed on a strange group across the way. Looks like those guys were Team Tarek. Caleb got annoyed being stared at and loudly fired back at Pin. Hey, you scrawny kid. What are you staring at? You look so skinny. How the hell are you gonna swing a sword? He gritted his teeth at those guys. But CP wasn't done yet. He kept mocking Helmet. Who's behind you? A woman? That's hilarious, you two hiding behind her like that. His eyes instantly sharpened with suspicion after hearing those insults. They said the relationship between the two sides wasn't good. Were they testing me? Helmet observed the mercenary team, comparing their strength to the opponents, both human and beast alike. He was curious but stayed cautious. Was the guy who spoke the team leader? He didn't look very strong. Then Helmet set a goal for himself. By the time this so-called mission ended, he would be watching that guy closely. A few days later, during transport, chaos suddenly broke out when someone tripped another. Sep kicked Pin down, and he was joking about it. Sorry, my bad. I mess up like this every day. So stupid. Pin's face flushed red with anger. He turned around and shouted, You bastards. How long are you gonna drag this out every break? But CP insisted, I told you it was an accident. If you're so pissed, why don't you just hit me? A threatening look flashed in his eyes as he added, If you can. Min lowered his head in fear, not daring to say another word. Now CP shifted his target to Helmet beside him. Helmet, right? You look like a girl. Next time I see you on the road, I'll buy you some flowers. He stared at Helmet without a word, then turned back to Pin and quietly said, Let's go. He helped Pin up and left, completely ignoring CP. Pin was so pissed his veins popped, muttering curses. That bastard. Someone next to him reminded, I think since the mission started, he's been ignoring you. Another member chimed in, looking embarrassed in every gesture. He's kinda special. I'm worried, can we keep teasing him? Everyone's watching, but CP stubbornly stuck to his own view, even threatening allies to get his way. What can he even do? 4th rank is still 4th rank. I'm 3rd rank, but just temporarily weak because of a hand injury. One hand is enough to take those guys down. A member tried to object. It's not because your hands hurt. You got drunk and got banned from outside. CP immediately grabbed his neck to warn him. Say one more word and I'll deal with you. The guy panicked and begged. Sorry. Caleb's face darkened like burnt coal, silently cursing. It was all his brother's fault. Honestly, this was a punishment. Dropped to 4th rank just for a few fights. Screw that. The memory from that day flashed in CP's mind. If you cause trouble again, you'll really be kicked out. Fine. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Just because he was 2nd rank, he dared to look down on me. Bloodshot eyes flashed, and CP's thoughts turned much darker. From day one, that guy annoyed me with his cocky attitude. Today, he even blatantly ignored me like that, making me want to get rid of him. He sighed, threw the guy he was choking away, while the others still looked worriedly at him. Caleb started explaining. All right. Then he gave a savage smile and continued, Later, if you guys need help, I'll show you a good show. A small stone was thrown along with a loud curse. So damn pissed I'm about to lose it. Pin shouted curses. It's been 3 days already. Why are they torturing me like they won't let me rest at all? He clenched his teeth, face red with rage. That's CP or whatever. Is he even human? And why the hell is there a 3rd rank bastard among us 4th ranks? Isn't that cheating? Something shady's definitely going on. Helmet silently observed as Pin vented. Everyone was starting to worry about the situation. I can't even babble like a kid. Those bastards probably think mercenaries are a joke. Out of options, Pin grabbed a bucket of water and spoke up. I'm gonna get water. If they provoke me again, I won't hold back. I'll take them all down. He left, and Helmet remained completely silent. His eyes dark, filled with calculation. Pin kept grumbling even after reaching the stream. Just getting water is such a pain. This bucket should last till tomorrow, so I'll just take as much as I can and then go to sleep. He dipped the bucket into the water and continued. It's really hard to sleep when we're in an area with monsters like this. Lost in his rant, Min didn't expect someone to appear behind him. When the hell am I gonna fight like a 3rd-class warrior? It wasn't until a shadow cast over Pin's head that he was shocked to hear the voice that made Pin spin around in panic. "You're here? This spot's pretty nice." Sepp showed up with a scowl and his crew. He was so scared he froze up, unable to say a word. CP started rambling. "Today's a calm, peaceful afternoon for us to have a chat." Then he flashed a wicked grin and asked, "Right?" After beating Pin up good, CP stomped on his back and spoke. "Hey, dude, have you ever taken a shower with your buddy?" Bin shot back at him. "What? You're starting to think some weird stuff. He's definitely a man." Kalp sneered and replied, "If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, shut up. We can all verify it together." "I'll call him here," Bin barked at him. "I don't want to know." Then someone came from behind. A henchman of CP brought Helmet over. CP looked very pleased. "You brought him? Good. You're behaving real well." Helmet muttered darkly, knowing something was up. His eyes locked on Pin, lying on the ground. Even though the beast was fighting in the primeval forest to level up with strength, he trembled and stammered Helmet's name. Helmet pressed his lips tight in fury. By now, there was no difference left between humans and beasts. He made a conclusion about the people in front of him. Were these the kind of people Darien warned him not to trust? Caleb's face twisted as he spoke. Then CP's henchmen surrounded Helmet as he continued. "Should we check them out?" Helmet quickly took a stance, still worried about his own flaws. "I've been healing non-stop but still can't use my viz. I'm a little worried, but when my hand touched the sword, my gaze sharpened. I fought Naho in the forest. I just need to stay alert." Helmet calculated silently. "If Pin's right, these guys are all 4th class, weaker than me. As a 3rd class, I'll defend first and then strike the weakest." His hand swiftly drew the sword while his mind raced. "If I can't hold against them, I'll use Darien's sword technique." CP gave the signal, and instantly his henchman lunged at Helmet, grabbing him and stripping off his clothes. No brawl broke out, just a loud noise and someone's tooth flying out. Caleb's men were terrified. Tanya appeared and her punch stopped everything before it escalated. "What's going on here?" Caleb was so shocked his eyes went wide. Helmet stayed silent. She stepped in front of Caleb's team again. "Why is Tarek's mercenary squad causing trouble for mine?" Caleb summoned Hai to explain. "They just wanted to talk." Tanya quickly lost patience. "I heard you ordered them to strip him." Cal smiled faintly. "Men usually bond that way. How would a woman understand that?" But the more she spoke, the uglier Tanya's expression became. "Hey, try using your brain a bit when you talk, will ya?" She turned to Helmet and told him to help Pin up, then looked back at CP. "You're 4th class," he sneered. "Don't mention me. I'm a 3rd-class mercenary of the royal faction." Tanya fired back without backing down. "But now you're 4th class, right?" She successfully made his face sour. After making sure Helmet and Pin were leaving, she left a warning. "Better not try to pick fights with my mercenaries like this again," she threatened with a sharp tone. "Next time, I won't let you walk away peacefully. Get lost." Kalp didn't argue and slowly led his people away. "Let's go." The two squads split up and went separate ways. A moment later, Helmet helped Pin approach her. He spoke up. "Tanya." Tania gently patted Pin's crying head, soothing softly. "Don't cry anymore. From now on, stuff like this will happen a lot. Go get some water and come back." He trembled but answered, "Yes." Tanya sighed deeply, thinking, our mercenary team is too naive. Not clashing with 4th class is an unspoken rule. But she kept comforting Pin while thinking, they should help each other a bit so they don't fall apart, right? Helmet silently observed everything. At night, someone was practicing swordsmanship. Helmet pushed himself hard, swinging non-stop. After a while, he stopped and sighed, then looked at the pile of broken gear he'd just cut and wondered, is this enough for today? He kept thinking while feeling his body was okay. I guess I should reconsider since I spent the whole week since the mission started just focusing on healing. His hand holding the sword clenched unconsciously as he thought about other things. The problem was he moved his hand again and cautiously concluded, I don't think I'm healed enough to use Viz yet. Helmet started calculating in his mind. Still can't appear. Darien's teaching echoed in his mind. V is water, and your body is a bowl holding water. If your body doesn't meet the basic standards, training V is pointless. Helmet muttered back, I know, right? He looked at his palm and kept mumbling, but now I can't train like I want to. He clenched his fist with determination. I think I just need to get as strong as possible. It was soon time to gather, and Darien started to remind everyone. All right, listen up. From this area onward, monster beasts will appear frequently. Everyone avoid doing personal stuff alone. Don't go to the bathroom solo, and if you need to get water, take a third-class member with you. Pin replied with a low, somber tone. Yeah, got it. Helmet made me think. Now I can't even train alone. All I can do is hope the wallet comes back before the shadow seed goes berserk. At this moment, Pin turned to him and asked, Hey Helmet, have you ever seen a demon beast before? He continued, his voice a bit scared. No, they're just like what Shin and Bone described. They really look disgusting, so I have to prepare in advance. Its jaw is this big and its teeth 4 eyes. I wonder if you know anything about them. I'm not scared though. I can win if I know the enemy's info and myself. Helmet looked at Pin, seeing him trembling all over. They say knowledge is power. Finally, Helmet spoke up to explain, there are many demon beasts like that, but some are different. He immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. Really? Wow, that lightened me up. Huh. Still has amnesia, but you remember that? Helmet glanced aside, realizing he went a bit too far. I was just assuming. He cursed silently. Damn it. They continued on their way. Someone gulped water and cursed loudly. God damn, why is this water not coming out? Another guy from behind smiled and suggested, buy a new bottle. You always save money on useless stuff. He agreed. After this mission, I'll buy a fancy bottle. Then confessed a bit more. If I had money, I wouldn't be stuck with missions that take me this far. The two of them chatted while walking, but nothing happened beyond what we expected, right? Once we're done, we'll have tons of cash, finish the mission, and then buy drinks. The other guy bragged excitedly. My village has great dark beer. Want to go there this time? He held his water bottle and replied, but mid-sentence got his head knocked off. Dark beer sounds good. You buy the beer, I'll get the fried chicken. The guy who was just laughing suddenly sprayed glue fiercely. He pointed ahead with an expression of unexpected fear. In front of them, a demon beast was scooping up the head of an unlucky guy. The sudden appearance of the monster immediately put the group on alert. It chewed the last bit of the guy's head. At this moment, the gray-haired guy stammered, brows furrowed. He charged first, yelling, that damn monster should die. His teammate behind warned, wait, if you rush in recklessly like that. But before he finished, the monster delivered a legendary swing, turning the reckless guy into a pile of mush, just like his friend. It scooped up his head again. Evil grins spread across Jianta's face. The other team members got more scared watching. What the hell is this? Where did this disgusting monster come from? On this side, Fian's expression wasn't much better. Damn it, we got way too cocky. I never thought monsters would show up where there are so many mercenaries. It glanced around, searching for the next target. Meanwhile, it lifted the headless body of the guy and threw it like a toy. The body was shredded midair in an instant. Tanya watched this and quickly concluded, it has allies. Everyone get ready. In a blink, they were battle ready. Helmet thought quietly, is this how it ends? Tanya turned to them, loudly ordering, Bin Helmet, hide under the wagon. Don't get involved. Bin paled and startled hearing this. He pushed Helmet to hide with him. Helmet, come on, back off, get far away. Helmet clenched his fists, angrily thinking he still couldn't use the wallet. His eyes scanned, assessing the situation with many demon beasts still lurking. If things go south, everyone will. At this moment, Pin pushed his head hard, reminding him, Helmet, what are you doing? Move faster. They crawled under the wagon. Pin kept cursing. Damn it, this is gonna be tough. Helmet glanced at the monster before him, sizing up that giant beast. Watching it, he concluded it wasn't as strong as Elega or Neo, but still very strong. Is it the leader? Then he estimated the fighting power of their mercenary allies. I think only second-tier mercenaries can use the wallet. A wave of helplessness rose inside Helmet. Right now, I can't pull anything out. The mercenaries' eyes were alert. Tanya and the others gritted their teeth waiting. The monster's sharp eyes stared at them. Its body now radiated a powerful green magic aura. Fian and the others started moving. His weapon was also wrapped in magic. Fian charged first to attack the monster from above, but his move didn't escape its notice. The monster swung back. Fian anticipated and slashed in return. Their blows clashed, sending both flying back. It let out a painful roar. Fian flipped gracefully in the air before landing. Shin praised, look at that wallet power. Truly amazing. Definitely the captain. Someone else warned him, hey, don't get careless. Focus. The smaller monsters were coming. But Shin, a bit annoyed, replied, I'm tier 3. He proved it by easily taking down the monsters in front. This wasn't small at all, Finn gasped, forced to agree. All right, keep it up like this. The mercenary team members from CP also spoke among themselves. Finn, /hard from the start. Yeah. Each of them channeled magic and attacked the monster before them. Their feet stomped the ground to leap high toward the snarling demon beast threatening on the other side. Fian's eyes were sharp, glowing bright yellow. He took the lead, slashing down at the beast's head. The other members attacked together, rushing in and striking the monster from all sides at once. The creature let out a painful scream. Tanya kicked one of the minions nearby, impressed by the fierce fight. Meanwhile, Helmet stood dumbfounded on the side, watching the battle unfold. He was amazed and thought, what's wrong with these guys? They're stronger than I expected. The rainbow-colored battle continued as Helmet assessed further. The level 2 mercenary wielding V was drawing the monster leader's attention. The others fought in their own ways. He silently concluded, this is how humans fight. Helmet finally had to admit, just like Darian said, humans shouldn't be underestimated. The monster was still covered in a green aura of magic. The mercenaries backed off, keeping their distance. Its eyes still burned with rage, but its breathing had grown labored. At that moment, Pao spoke up, now we gotta take care of the little ones. Helmet, you still got the wallet, right? He exhaled and answered briefly. I think it's still there after checking again. Finn laughed and agreed. Not too bad. Everyone's tired, so let's finish this quickly. Unexpectedly, the monster suddenly gathered strength in its legs and leapt high, surprising them all. What? The monster grabbed a tree branch, skillfully swung itself away, trying to escape. Bao cursed. Damn. Helmet nearby couldn't help but add, isn't it free to run off whenever it wants? Tanya asked from behind. Should we chase it? But he refused. Forget it. Our mission is to transport goods, not to hunt. Take care of the wounded first. She acknowledged the order shortly. Got it. Then both mercenary squads started cleaning up. Tanya approached Helmet and Pin with a smile, saying, Hey, my little chicks, you two still alive? Now you can come out. Helmet and Pin slowly crawled out, but Pin got stuck and struggled to call for help. Helmet, I'm all spread out, tears ready to fall, pull me out. I think my legs cramped. Finally, they gathered the beast corpses while saying, Good job, everyone did well. After checking the wagon, handle the beast bodies properly. Make sure they're completely gone. Helmet curiously asked about handling the bodies. Maros nodded and explained, Yeah, stuff like beast hides and shadow seeds can sell for a lot. Then he showed a purple stone covered in beast slime. Look, this is a shadow seed. Helmet squinted to examine it while Pin shouted, dodging away. Keep that away from me, Maros. He smiled, not joking. You guys should hunt beasts and try it out. Might come in handy later. I never thought I'd see a shadow seed here, Pin added to Maros. From what I've heard, the seed destroys a person's mind from within and slowly turns them into a beast. Damn, but no way we'd see people like that. He frowned, explaining, Usually they're gone before birth or sent to the primal forest if they want to live, but I'm not sure, so better be careful. Those people can turn into beasts anytime. Helmet's face darkened silently. Inside, he was a mess. Is that what outsiders think? Darien once said the same, that anyone with a shadow seed would surely perish fighting humans. A grim vision flashed in Helmet's mind, meaning he'd turn into a monster and attack humans. He closed his eyes, trying to think of something else. Darien taught him to use V to control the seed inside him. Helmet brooded deeply, thoughts swirling endlessly. Even if his wallet returned, he should hide it away from crowded human places, because many dangers would come if they suspected his power linked to the shadow seed. Fian and Tanya silently observed them. He exhaled and spoke grimly. Seeing a level 4 mercenary trying to do something reminds me of my past, Tanya beside him added. Yeah, Fian has grown a lot since that accident. Of course, he still has much to learn. Min and Helmet were still arguing heatedly nearby. His gaze landed on the beast, and he muttered, Up close, it's really disgusting. Helmet's eyes narrowed slightly, but something about it felt off. Then he quickly pushed Pin's hand away and said, Pin, wait a sec, Pin asked confused. What's up? He smirked teasingly. Scared? Yeah, this is your first time seeing a beast this close, right? His mouth kept jabbering, ignoring a hand reaching out. Don't worry too much, just think of it as cooking ingredients. When handling cooking tasks, both monsters and beasts, his expression was stubbornly serious, treating them like meat as he finished speaking. Tania quietly turned her head, while Helmet silently reached out. The next thing heard was a terrified scream. The beast's hand grabbed Pin's neck. Helmet reacted instantly. Pin's face turned pale from shock and fear. Helmet was fully alert, focusing to swing his sword. He slashed through the beast's body. Half of it flew away, leaving Pin scared out of his mind. He collapsed to the ground, exhaling deeply, then looked at Helmet and said, That was scary just now, thanks. Helmet, are you okay? Helmet was lost in thought, this feeling overwhelming him, and he muttered in response, Yeah. Helmet's face reflected in the blade he held. The feeling of that passing through was totally different from when I was training, like some part of me just got unlocked. Maybe I regained some energy or something? The other team members came over and started teasing Helmet. What the hell? There's still one of you left alive? You did that on purpose, right? Helmet admitted it straight up. Gotta admit, I had to laugh. I knew it. Ever since I saw you fight Tan, I was sure you're not like the Helmet they mentioned. The guy next to him shouted instantly. Hey, seriously? After a moment, Helmet spoke up again. Well, thanks, Helmet. Later I'll give you more sub, but the others kept teasing. You repay him with sub? That's the best treat in this world, isn't it? Besides them, someone else nearby was a bit hesitant. Did I get it wrong? The girl from a few minutes ago turned her head, sensing something, and what she saw was Helmet's mana when he drew his sword. Tanya couldn't believe her eyes. She stared, wide-eyed in his direction, but stayed silent. Helmet's hand was moving with mana now. He was casually sitting on a rock, training. Helmet's eyes were closed but quickly snapped open, accompanied by a thought. I'm sure. He confirmed while checking his own body that he regained some energy. Then Helmet kept pondering. Turns out, just swinging the sword instinctively can use energy too. Thanks to Helmet observing his hand moving with mana, he thought, anyway, I gotta recover the energy I lost these past 3 days. If I focus a bit more. Suddenly, from afar, Nango's voice echoed with Pin's panicked shout. Helmet, where you at? We're picking night watch shifts here. You better come back now. The shift over here was starting to divide tasks for them, splitting into pairs and threes. Then the guy assigned roles directly, with an explanation. Helmet with Tanya, Pin with Maros, Shin with Bien. Ua got seriously injured, so he was excused. The newly assigned watch pairs got teased a bit. Damn it, gotta go. If I knew, I'd just slash my own wrist. You jealous? Say the word. I'll slash you properly. Don't forget that, just rest up, the kind shift leader reminded them. Everyone sleep tight and watch carefully. Hearing that, they obediently replied, yes, Captain. Helmet still had a lot on his mind, the one who escaped this morning. He wandered around, lost in thought. Even though I can't see clearly, I feel it thanks to my senses getting way better. From behind came Tan's voice. You not tired? Helmet, I'm fine. Really? You're too strong. But tomorrow we gotta travel far. Wake up the next shift and get some sleep. Seeing her good intentions, Helmet didn't argue and slowly agreed. Yeah, got it. He looked into the distance, thinking, the mana beasts will wait until we're all asleep, so I'll watch over us. Might as well recharge my energy too. The night grew thicker by the fire. CP's gaze froze when he spotted someone. The guy curiously followed Helmet's shadow, muttering, that guy. CP's expression turned evil in a flash with a thought. Opportunities here. Meanwhile, Helmet was diligently training. He thought about his progress. Much better now. At this rate, I'll fully recover by morning. Unexpectedly, a sound made him look up. Someone's slow footsteps approached, making Helmet curious. Mana beasts! That quick guess was immediately dismissed. It wasn't that he couldn't sense mana. Someone was walking slowly but getting closer, and a skinny figure appeared right behind Helmet. He sneered and spoke. What's a brat like you doing here alone? You gotta go in pairs, it's dangerous alone. In Lien Tuyen, he continued. What's with the sword? Want a duel? I'll fight you. Helmet replied coldly and briefly. Not interested. Scram. But his words just pissed off CP even more. What? You think I don't expect you to get saved like last time? The guy stubbornly stepped closer, mouth still running. Seems like you have a habit of looking down on others, huh? Has anyone taught you to fix your attitude? His hand itched to punch someone as he continued. By the way, I'll teach you now. If you break your arms or legs, it's no big deal, right? Helmet didn't even turn to look at him. You gotta get hit once or twice to get smart. If you die, it just means you're too weak. Don't hate me for that. Only then did he finally speak. Is that all? His eyes showed pure contempt when he asked. You talk so much just to fight? Helmet's savage attitude made CP's face freeze instantly. What the hell? He kept schooling the guy. Everyone in the mercenary team helps each other, but I don't. I act like those mana beasts instead, Helmet harshly cursed. If you're human, live decently in Tarek's fourth-rate mercenary squad. Caleb's face froze for a moment, then he sneered. Only then did he reply, clearly annoyed. What? Like a mana beast? Live decently? His bandaged arm was suddenly freed, along with CP's anger. You probably don't know people get stronger by stepping on weaker ones. You look down on fourth-rate just because I'm bandaged? It's healed, you bastard. I'll show you who's boss. Then he instantly swung a fist at Helmet with a wild yell. I'll make sure you never look down on anyone again by gouging your eyes out and crushing them. But his hand was easily caught by Helmet with one hand. He looked at Caleb coldly, saying nothing. Caleb was shocked, eyes wide open, and in one swift move, Helmet forced CP to his knees. The guy was still stunned. Damn, this strength. Even with his hands tied, CP's mouth was still yapping like some wild animal. What the hell? What kind of damn trick are you playing? You bastard. Helmet's face darkened with menace as he replied. I thought you were like a demon beast, but your eyes are even worse than theirs. CP's face paled as he took in Helmet's harsh words. If you want to settle the hierarchy, you better pick your opponent carefully. With a final word, Helmet snapped CP's arm, sizing up his own strength. CP trembled but stubbornly refused to back down. No, I won't accept this. Then with fierce determination, he charged at Helmet full speed. Who needs your approval anyway? CP pulled out the weapon in his hand. He swung it hard at Helmet, but Helmet caught it effortlessly. Caleb kept striking, and Helmet just stepped back, listening to CP's wild rants. Go away, just go away. After a while, CP growled, exhausted. This arrogant punk. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror as he saw Helmet's magical power. Damn V. In the blink of an eye, Helmet dashed past CP. CP was shocked to see blood spurting from his legs. A piercing scream echoed, then CP cried out in pain, tears streaming as he collapsed to the ground. Helmet felt a twinge of regret. Damn it, I wasn't planning to use the wallet. I just got too excited when it came back. A thought flashed through his mind. If he left CP here, he'd get exposed. Helmet slowly approached CP, who was trembling and begging. Helmet wrestled with his conscience. Should he deal with this guy or not? Let's just take care of him. His hand gripped the sword tighter, the seed in his chest beginning to glow. If he put those strange seals on Helmet now, his eyes turned sinister. The seals crept up Helmet's neck, and his eyes became an eerie black. Helmet smirked, thinking he could handle this guy. The seals quickly reached Helmet's eyes, and a sword slash was unleashed. He fought hard to suppress the seed's growth and struggled to regain control over the dark seed. He wondered if it was because V hadn't shown up recently. Helmet's hand unconsciously clenched the horse's reins tightly for a moment, feeling like he was about to turn into a demon beast. Calm down. He closed his eyes and tried to convince himself. I'm not a demon beast, Helmet thought, feeling more at ease as he opened his eyes again. He kept breathing deeply, telling himself, I'm Helmet. Only then did Helmet notice his surroundings. Damn it. Caleb had already teleported out of the area he was gone. Meanwhile, CP was struggling to crawl, dragging 2 long blood trails behind him. He couldn't believe his eyes and kept wondering, how can someone like him even use the wallet? Could he be stronger than the captain? No way. He's just some low-level rookie. Then he kept thinking, unaware of the danger lurking behind him. I gotta get farther away. He made up his mind as the morning monster lunged to attack, he would survive. A sharp noise caught Helmet's attention. He turned his head, curious about the sound. When he got closer, he saw it was the same guy from before, and it quickly spotted him too. Helmet approached and faced the giant monster. Helmet spoke first. He glanced at CP's belongings nearby. That's mine, the monster growled with contempt. Helmet stood still, watching its movements. His eyes sharpened in thought. This was different from the first time he met it. Now he could defeat it. The sword in his hand glowed, wrapped in magical power, and Helmet slowly advanced with a challenge. Get ready. The monster was shocked, instinctively stepping back with threatening roars. Helmet observed the creature's moves, thinking, can it really sense others' strength? It definitely wasn't an ordinary demon beast. Then he spoke again, his expression sharpening in an instant. Step off the person you're standing on and surrender, or you'll leave by my hand. It stayed still, probably thinking of how to counter, then slowly backed away. Its eyes never left Helmet. It jumped high and chose to flee. Helmet muttered, whatever. It'll be back. He glanced toward the approaching group, calculating how to explain this situation first. The voices grew louder. Who was over there? Humans. Mac's deep voice confirmed the situation. So CP is gone? Helmet replied briefly. Yeah. Then he explained the situation clearly. He followed me while I was on a mission to bully me, but got taken out by a demon beast. Max smiled bitterly. That bastard. That's what happens to bullies. All right then. Since you were in danger, I apologize on behalf of the Tarek mercenary squad. But someone objected. Wait, Mac. You think an apology is enough? Tanya angrily stepped forward to confront him. He almost died because of some guy in your mercenary squad. Mac's expression turned serious as he listened to Tanya's accusations. You guys did nothing even though you knew what that idiot was doing. Suddenly, a warning came from behind. Hey, watch your mouth. CP's face darkened as he warned Tanya. The guy you're talking about is my brother. She immediately controlled her attitude and replied slowly. Even if it was an accident, if you had supervised him properly, this wouldn't have happened. Seb's expression got uglier and uglier as he growled through clenched teeth. You're trying to insult our whole mercenary squad instead of just my little brother, huh? The argument was forced to stop when Mael shouted loudly. Enough, he reminded them. Both of you need to calm down. Now's not the time to fight. We need to come up with a solid plan. Then he continued analyzing, despite the fact that the two still looked far from pleased. The Tarek mercenary squad was definitely at fault for what happened, but the Fey mercenary squad also needed to reconsider their words. He pointed at Helmet's face and declared, we can't do anything for the one who's gone, but we'll hand over the remaining mission fees to this kid. Hearing that, Tanya reluctantly agreed. All right, Miel, do it your way. Getting her concession, Mies let out a relieved breath. The atmosphere between the two mercenary squads was seriously tense. I'll figure out a safer way for us to face the magical beasts, he warned again. 3 people are already gone, so from now on, stay extra alert. Both teams responded in unison. Got it. Soon after, Helmet got smacked hard on the head by someone. His face twisted, and he muttered, that hurt. Tanya shouted angrily, good, it should hurt, kid. You just barely escaped. She showed no mercy and unloaded a barrage of scolding. If you'd told me while we were on guard, I could have gone with you to protect you or something. Why the hell were you wandering alone in a place like this? Helmet himself was reflecting, realizing he needed to be more careful. Tanya spoke again. Do you know how shocked I was when you were the only one who disappeared? She sighed and mumbled. I guess I should focus more on what's coming up. After dealing with the other side, what right do I have to yell at you? Then she put her hands on her hips and reminded him, from now on, don't go out alone, got it? Her worry gave Helmet a strange feeling. This feeling? He lowered his voice and admitted fault. I'm sorry. Unconsciously, a familiar feeling stirred inside Helmet as Darian's shadow lingered on Tanya, both cold and warm at the same time. She gently ruffled his hair. All right, just be more careful from now on. Helmet thought just like Darian would. Then he half closed his eyes and agreed to her suggestion. I will. When Helmut opened his eyes again, his thoughts shifted accordingly. The feeling of being human. The story quickly spread to other members of the group, and this incident made Mael even more cautious. Last night, a mercenary was ambushed and taken out by a magical beast. They guessed it was the same beast that ambushed them earlier. Everyone needed to conserve energy to get out of this forest as fast as possible. "We can't afford to lose anyone else," the whole team shouted loudly. Then came a fight with the blocking magical beasts. Each person had their own specialty, easily defeating the beasts. They supported each other in formations. While the rest guarded the cargo, a large number of magical beasts appeared. Another battle was underway. They were seriously too many. "We might have to fight them for a day or two like this, but since everyone was exhausted, things would get more dangerous." Bien Nu Thuong-Le looked pale with fear, mumbling in a corner. "Damn it, why are these magical beasts targeting us from behind?" Next to him was Helmut. He was quietly thinking. More importantly, he could sense the energy of that magical beast. Helmut's gaze fixed on a hidden corner where the lovers had been hiding for several nights, though it wasn't clear. It stood quite far away, scouting around the mercenary squad and slowly sending small magical beasts in multiple waves. He cautiously thought, guessing the creature's attack plan wasn't ready yet. Soon after, voices echoed while bandaging wounds. "Today's been a super long day," Shin complained, leaning against a tree. No one was uninjured these days. His words were cut off by Uo. "Shut up, don't say those unlucky things." Shin kept teasing him. "Why were you so slow that they bit your leg? Are you some kind of weakling?" Yutro quickly blushed from the teasing. "You think I wanted to get bitten? I tried to dodge, didn't I?" They kept joking under Miel's watchful eye. "Oh man, maybe I hit you too hard. You're still too energetic." Tanya, standing behind him, sounded a bit annoyed. "Damn it. First Uo, then Marcos. Now Shin got hit too. I didn't think they'd attack. We haven't had a break day or night." Unexpectedly, Miel was more optimistic than she thought. "We should be glad no one died. Helmut and Pin went to help at night. Did better than I expected." He observed the two while commenting. Helmut could use some sword skills, so he could watch out for Pin, and Pin was good at dodging, thanks to survival instincts. Tanya bowed her head, recalling the time Helmut unleashed magic, and a wave of concern rose inside her. The things she had seen earlier, Helmut. At that moment, Miel interrupted her thoughts. "The more important thing now is that those magical beasts are only targeting our mercenary squad." Tanya responded, "I don't know why they're doing that, but the other side really hasn't fought at all today." Her attitude wasn't too hostile toward the Tarek squad. After all, the Tarek mercenary squad already lost 3 people. A few days ago, we even had conflicts with them. They probably won't help us. Better to protect ourselves. He closed his eyes halfway, nodding in agreement with her. Yeah, and a super important mission was handed down. We gotta do whatever it takes to make sure everyone survives. Night was slowly falling over the forest. Voices started echoing. "Bong, you probably already know about this." Miels replied in a low tone, "But for some weird reason, the demon beasts are only focusing on our side. I think the demon beast leader is strategizing." He asked casually. "Oh, really?" Then he went on. "Given the current situation, maybe all we can do is wait patiently. It's just a matter of time before they achieve their immediate goal. Bong, I know you guys are at odds, but don't you think Tarek's team has more people and should be kept safe?" Those words made Pao freeze. He snorted coldly before answering, "I don't think so." His eyes flicked up to my L's as he continued, "Huh?" Pao's eyebrows furrowed. "You just mentioned it yourself. If we leave things like this, they'll reach their goal." He gave a wicked smile and suggested, "Instead of playing it safe, we should go for the option with the best chance." Miles was a bit confused hearing that. "Effective, huh?" He sneered as he started explaining. "Simple. While the frontline mercenaries distract the demon beasts, the other team can quickly get out of the forest. After all, Tarek's mercenary force has all the important gear." This suggestion immediately got pushback from Ma Els. "What? We can't do that. Tarek's mercenaries have no morals left?" But Pao's face darkened. He laughed and reminded, "Ma Els, now's the time to keep a cool head." Then he laid out convincing arguments. "Morals, beliefs, they're all pretty words." He ended with a sharp statement. "But isn't survival what really matters?" My Els fell silent, gradually shaken by his words. "The demon beasts are threatening us. They could slaughter our entire side. They're just waiting for us to run out of steam." Pao's speech was long but backed by solid logic. If all the mercenaries and merchants leave, you won't be able to make up for their losses in property and people. He stared hard at the pale-faced Miels and kept going. "Of course, if you, Miels, have a better plan, we're willing to follow it. I'm just pointing out some possibilities." He was put in a tough spot and pushed hard. Miels decided to move forward. Meanwhile, over at Helmut's side, Atis sighed in frustration. Just thinking about getting ambushed every few days was exhausting. She muttered about their current situation. Both the people and horses were drained, and they had no clue how much farther they had to go. Then she shot a disgusted look at the remaining mercenary team. Those Tarek jerks obviously wouldn't bother helping. They'd just been watching us all morning, and even clashed with us before. They should know better than to cross the line. That's when Fian spoke up. I know, if this keeps up, when the demon beasts come, something really bad's gonna happen. Tanya suddenly cut in, noticing something off. What are those guys doing? She watched the wagon ahead suddenly speed up, and in a flash, Tanya's team was left behind. The Tarek crew bolted. She went pale and shouted, "What the hell are you guys playing at?" Some others were still half asleep, not fully grasping what had happened. Wait, where are they going? Fian glanced around cautiously, warning. Hold up. Then he realized, angrily yelling, because our team's been so focused on the demon beasts, they're planning to openly use us as bait? Fian's gaze turned toward the forest, where demon beast eyes were wide open, waiting. Damn it, he summed up bluntly. We're cornered. We've been left behind. And Helmut remained completely silent. He thought while looking around, so this is how it ends? Too late to catch up. The demon beasts have surrounded us, he muttered, his voice low with anger. Using another squad as bait to save themselves. Looking around, Helmut wondered how many in this team would survive if it all ended like this, then kept searching for a solution. If I act now, Fian Dao Kao Kiem loudly warned, the demon beasts will regroup. As long as our forces are smaller, everyone get ready. Just as he finished, the demon beasts all lunged at them. They were here. Demon beast blood splattered everywhere. Facing the numbers disadvantage, the mercenary team members couldn't hide their exhaustion. Tania was also gasping as the fight dragged on. Fian, as leader, struggled to keep up his brave front. Meanwhile, Helmut suddenly pondered, don't they wonder who I am? Some mercenaries cursed, damn it. Being a mercenary sucks. If you die, it's deserved. As soon as those words came out, Moreau shouted, nonsense. If you die here, it's a meaningless sacrifice. We can't go out without you. Meanwhile, Helmut was still wondering who he really was. Please remember this noble departure of mine, and Maros was still teasing him. Disgusting mercenary, noble my ass. Another question popped into Helmut's mind. Where do I come from? Tanya glanced at the two guys and sneered. These guys just keep messing around however they want. Helmut wondered if he was like them. Pin was also struggling to hold on. Helmut stayed silent, not reacting at all. In moments like this, his expression grew more serious than ever. It was no longer just a matter to take lightly. Helmut's hand unconsciously touched his own shoulder as he thought about these people. A firm declaration escaped his lips. He didn't want them to leave. Helmut started walking while muttering, Darien, I remember you once said. He kept heading in one direction, completely entrusting his back to them. This time, Helmut made up his mind. I will trust all of you, he declared in a low voice as the sword was imbued with magic power. What everyone was about to witness was a secret. Tanya's eyes widened in shock. Not just her, but the other members shared the same expression. Wait, what? Even Finn couldn't believe it and let out a surprised shout. The pack of beasts suddenly charged to attack, and Helmut risked himself to engage in close combat with them. He smoothly spun and slashed decisively at the pack of beasts. Magic power bent into circles, and as Helmut passed by, the beasts' bodies fell like rain before them. Morose exclaimed in astonishment, Is this a dream or reality? Shin was also left wide-mouthed in disbelief. No way! How is this possible? Helmut continuously unleashed sword strikes glowing with purple light, powerfully stabbing down a beast. His expression was one of intense focus. He landed and quickly stood up, facing the remaining beasts. With just a few sword strokes, Helmut defeated several more before they could react. His attacks came so fast they had no choice but to retreat. Some trembled but couldn't escape their fate of being slain. Helmut's face didn't change color at all. He just exhaled deeply after clearing most of them. Witnessing Helmut alone taking on the magical beasts, the other members were shocked. They took a moment to recover and shouted, Damn, magic is truly magic. Helmut's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. That beast monkey ran off as soon as it saw its pack leave. The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. What a coward. At that moment, Darien beside him stammered, Helmut, why did you? He answered neither fast nor slow. Nothing. My body just healed. Tania immediately noticed something unusual. I knew it. She recalled the time she had witnessed Helmut's magic power before. I saw exactly what I thought I saw, and Tania gave Helmut a cautious look. Thinking about that ability, he slowly spoke. Is everyone okay? Both Darien and Tania turned pale, pondering. What exactly did I just pick up along the way? Darien muttered in disbelief. Even someone like me can't release that much energy. How could a young guy like him do it? He stammered, probing. Where did you learn that swordsmanship? Helmut's eyes scanned them, carefully choosing his words to explain. They're trustworthy people, but it's best not to mention the primal origins. I lived with my master in the forest, though I don't remember clearly. Darien covered his face helplessly, a bit disappointed by the answer. What? Oh, right, your memories are completely gone. Helmet spoke again. Anyway, since you asked, what do we do now? It seemed like there was no more danger. Darien immediately resumed his commanding tone. First, we'll leave this forest. He mentioned the traitors. We need to find those who left earlier. The other members flushed with anger as soon as the mercenary team was mentioned. Ugh, those bastards. If I see them, I'll take them down right away. Darien's gaze fixed on Helmet again, and a question was asked. Helmet, what will you do? Helmet honestly replied, I don't know what we'll do after leaving the forest, but I'll follow you. Besides, I don't have any money. Hearing this, Bai couldn't help but exclaim, Huh? Why does this practical attitude feel so weird in this messed up situation? That quick remark was swiftly shut down by Tanya with a punch. Hey, shut up. Darien's got this covered. Ah, I see. He turned his head to plan the next route. So the next words were their temporary plan. We'll follow those who left earlier first. That's the best way. The surroundings hadn't changed as they moved. After resting well yesterday, my body feels so light now. I think my wounds have healed completely. Tanya bent down to check the tracks on the path. This is the right direction, yet she maintained her cautious expression and continued. There are many footprints here, but I don't sense any noise or tremors. She shared her thoughts with Darien. It seemed they had been running all night. They're probably at the forest's edge by now, right? He seriously added. According to the original plan, they'll rest at the first village after leaving the forest. We might meet them there. Shin excitedly shouted. The first village, huh? That'll be the perfect stage for revenge. They all thought about the scene of beating those mercenaries into ragged pieces. They'll be shocked to see we're still alive. I'm really looking forward to seeing that Gamel guy trembling in fear when he sees me. Yeah, I'm ready to take him down. Darien scratched his head, puzzled. The reward sure is durable. What should we do about this mission? His words made them wonder. Exactly. There's nothing left to protect now. Tarek took all the important stuff. While they chatted noisily, Helmet silently observed. Only the food cart remained. He glanced up as he sensed something strange. That noise is here. Without a word, Helmut suddenly moved. Bin called out in confusion. Helmut. Xiao's eyes flickered with caution as he stared in one direction. Tanya was curious then. Could he really sense something? Shin shrugged nearby. Sense? I don't sense a damn thing. Helmut replied neither fast nor slow. I feel some demonic beast energy around here. He concluded that this might turn into a battle. He guessed the mercenary team Tarek was involved too. Shin got hyped, ready to face those damn annoying foes again. But Tania wondered about something more important. How far were they? Helmut calculated, then answered bluntly. At this speed, the leader would be there in about an hour. The incredulous version asked again, Wait, you can sense something that happened an hour ago on the road? Despite his rank, Helmut kept marching forward. If we speed up, it'll save time. Tarek can hold them off until we get there. Shin sighed in frustration. Damn it. We gotta face those monkeys again just to save those bastards, Tarek? Can't we just leave now? And then Maros punched him in the face. You idiot. We gotta secure our own first. Version was the one who spoke up next, setting their attitude straight. We're mercenaries, not some ghostly avengers. The most important thing is to finish the mission, he reminded them in a low voice. Focus on the job first. Before thinking about those damn Tarek bastards, Tanya adjusted her hat slightly, smirking in agreement. Yeah, we're mercenary team Fa. We're nothing like those selfish, sly Tarek assholes. And they followed Version, moving forward. All right, let's go. Protect the client and the goods. The situation ahead was exactly as Helmut described. The mercenary team struggled against the demonic beasts. One beast struck a guy in the group. Bo struggled to command the right flank to hold formation. He slammed a blow on a beast's head, then gasped, cursing silently. Damn it, just one day in and already looking shaky. The leader appeared behind him, eyes glancing back, silently cursing, obstacle after obstacle. Didn't expect them to chase us this persistently. The beast stomped and killed someone from Pao's team. Was the mercenary team Fa still not enough to satisfy them? It opened its mouth wide, growling threateningly. It clawed at where Pao stood. Luckily, he dodged swiftly. Pao's eyes glanced to one side, deciding to use his teammates as bait to achieve his goal. I gotta run. He landed behind M, then spoke in a low voice. Hey, tell that guy to shut it. What's up, Bao? Bao started explaining. With this many, everyone's gonna die. We might handle some of the smaller ones, but not the leader. He gave evidence to back it up. Look at their strength. I think the mercenary team Fa is done for. Bao seemed to grasp the meaning behind those words. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. Then Boi made a suggestion. If we run now, all witnesses will vanish completely. Bao listened carefully. Our reputation stays intact, and he couldn't hide a smile at the corner of his mouth. Good idea. An immediate order was given. The team dispersed, and members reacted instantly. What? What are you saying? Another person asked, confused. Disperse? What does that mean? But the silhouettes of two traitors flashed past him. They watched Pao and Mi leave, and Mael started turning pale with fear. Outside, a voice called out, Lord my L's, but he had already left mentally. Oh my God. At that moment, the carriage shook violently. Mel's kept blaming himself. I misjudged. The moment I trusted the mercenary team Tarek, everything went wrong. When the carriage roof was broken through, he was still lost in thought. I should have known this would happen when we abandoned mercenary team Faye. The leader's silhouette appeared, mouth full of saliva, reaching out to him. Mize trembled, scared out of his mind. He was certain of one thing, witnessing the monster crunching the people nearby. I'm done for. His face went pale. He stammered nonsense. Everyone's gone. We're all gonna be gone. Meanwhile, the monster kept grabbing and eating people, until a familiar voice echoed, making it hesitate. Helmet dashed from afar with a warning. Put him down. Helmet was rushing to attack the beast, which stretched out from below toward him. His eyes remained cautious as his sword stabbed straight into the beast, sending it flying several meters away. Now, Helmet spoke grimly again. I said put him down. The beast jerked. Its hand holding the prey froze. The next second, it threw the person away. Helmet smoothly turned to catch him. His eyes scanned once more. Version's words echoed in Helmet's mind. Helmet, why don't you go check the situation first? He asked for help. I'm a bit worried. If mercenary team Tarek regroup, that's better, but they've already betrayed once. Lee Laversion made a convincing point. There could be a second time. So Helmet nodded in agreement. All right. As he set the person down, Helmet thought, Version's right. If we're late, that merchant will be gone too. He stood on the carriage roof facing the monster and said, My viz is back. Now it's time to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Helmet bravely charged at it. Then I'll give it my all. The demon beast, one on each side. Mercenary and beast clashed mercilessly. It roared furiously. Suddenly, a bunch of baby beasts appeared out of nowhere. Helmet's eyes widened. His alertness peaked. Helmet was cautious and quick, slashing his sword in multiple directions. The demon beasts were still stunned. Those that were alive kept charging toward Helmet. Suddenly, the leader beast roared again. Helmet observed it. In a low voice, he judged this to be the strongest demon beast he had ever encountered outside the forest. But he could still fight it. His magic power covered the entire sword, and in an instant, it grew much longer. But he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The demon beast still threatened him fiercely. Helmet watched it carefully. At this moment, it moved its hand and lunged to attack him just as Helmet was rushing toward it. Helmet poured all his strength into the sword, thrusting it straight at the demon beast. His eyes never closed, fully focused on the situation. The demon beast gritted its teeth. Pain was clear on its face. It roared loudly again as Helmet's sword continued to carve deeply into its body. Helmet stepped back in surprise, keeping a safe distance while thinking. This magic power is getting stronger. That was his guess. Is it absorbing all the nearby energy? It's getting stronger by the second. At this moment, Helmet looked around. Starting to suspect the mercenary team was about to arrive, he turned his head to scan the surroundings, continuing to assess the situation. If they charged in to help, they'd definitely be in danger. He had to end this quickly. The demon beast roared fiercely. It charged at Helmet, forcing him to leap high to dodge. The beast glanced at Helmet, then launched a counterattack with a sword strike. It roared, with clear contempt in its stance. Helmet's eyes widened in shock. A new strategy immediately formed in his mind. Fighting with normal strength wouldn't work, so he increased the magic power covering his sword even more. Helmet's gaze locked onto the prey as he thought about using more power. It was also targeting him as it charged. Helmet's sword swung down with renewed force. His eyes never left the target, calculating everything in his head, knowing it would be faster. He landed before the beast could swing its arm to attack. Helmet made it think. Its claws had changed too. If he didn't strike now, it would be disastrous. The demon beast roared again, threatening. It moved at high speed, relentlessly charging at him. They dragged the battlefield quite a distance. Only then did Helmet consider the current situation, as his eyes landed on the cut on his shoulder. No way. I'm out of spare clothes, he muttered. The beast still stared intently at him. I gotta head to town to buy new gear. It unleashed its power to the point of risking everything. The demon beast's magic was so intense it became a pillar of light piercing the sky, its eyes wide with rage, and a seed appeared at the center. Helmet silently observed this creature. It transformed into a grotesque entity. He muttered low, In the end, it's just like the other demon beasts. The beast stomped heavily on the ground. It took a running leap, lunging toward Helmet. He watched it and muttered, My memory's triggered. I've seen this somewhere before. Now it was very close to him. Helmet sneered, comparing the attack steps to the wide-open eye of a demon beast. It reminded Helmet of an old opponent in the primeval forest. The shadow of Na-Ho lingered within this demon beast. Helmet gripped his sword tighter, silently concluding it was like Na-Ho. Then he spoke. Even after absorbing all that magic, you're still weaker than him. His eyes followed the beast's movements. It struck a full-force blow at him, forcing Helmet to retreat. The sword in his hand shone brightly with magic power as he raised it, ready to counterattack. In a flash, more than 20 mercenaries were rushing after Helmet. "Helmet!" Bin shouted in panic. "You okay?" They were even more shocked to see Helmet standing next to the beast, now shattered into pieces. "What the hell?" Fian was the first to speak. His expression was pure astonishment. "You took them all down yourself?" Hearing this, Helmet admitted in a low voice, "Yeah, they're all gone." But Fian still doubted and pressed. "Really? I guess they were dealt with faster because their formation was disrupted." They looked around as Fian continued to speculate, as if they couldn't resist. A slow conclusion was drawn, meaning their leader had fallen. That's why they collapsed so fast. At this moment, Tanya spoke up. "They're just a bunch of demon beasts operating in 7 packs." Meanwhile, Maros on the side had a new discovery. Someone survived. Miels. Fian calmly remarked, "In all this bad luck, the only one left alive is the client." They quickly reorganized their formation, preparing to move again, to escape this demon beast-infested zone. "Anyway, we should check who's still alive first." Miel's vision gradually cleared as continuous cries echoed. Miel slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Is this the afterlife?" But what greeted him was Fian Mice's serious expression. Immediately, Miel trembled in fear. His face turned pale. "Fian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have abandoned the mercenary group like that. But Pao threatened me." A voice full of apology sounded. Though he was somewhat relieved to be able to apologize after leaving, Fian gently cut him off. Miel froze instantly, confusion clear on his face, and Fian spoke again. "Get up, you're not dead yet." Despite this, Miel didn't believe it. He stammered, "How could I still be alive? What happened to that demon beast?" Hearing this, Fian simply replied, "It's gone. Now you can forget about dying." Helmut listened quietly from a corner. These words immediately sparked thoughts about it, keeping it secret. Finally, when Miles accepted the truth, tears welled up instantly, and he clasped his hands earnestly. "Oh my God, you saved my life." Then Miles looked up again, his expression a bit hesitant. Darian spoke seriously. "Let's talk finances." At that moment, Miels suddenly froze, remembering the debt he owed. Reality hit me hard. A paper was handed to him, and Miles' hand trembled as he read the contents. He gasped loudly. 80% of the profits? Only then did Darian slowly explain. "We only asked for 80% because you've already suffered losses. You should be grateful for that, considering what happened during the mission. Not only were we betrayed, but we also saved your life." Helmut stayed silent from start to finish, letting his leader decide. Miel stammered nervously. He turned pale and hesitantly proposed, 70%? That would be more accurate considering I have to compensate for the losses." Unexpectedly, he got a flat refusal. "That's your problem. If you don't want it, then go ahead and leave because we're holding all your goods now. Good luck." In the end, Miles had no choice but to agree to the offer. "All right then, 80% it is," Darian replied with satisfaction. "Good." He didn't forget to add, "In that case, listen to this first." They all turned their eyes toward the wagons, raising their initial questions. What was that cargo, and where were they headed with so many dangers ahead? Miles hesitated to explain. "It would be terrible for me if this information leaked. It would be the end of the Butin merchant caravan." But Darian firmly assured him, "We're a badass mercenary team. You don't need to worry about that." Yet the worry in Miles' eyes didn't lessen. It actually grew stronger. "You mercenaries will be in danger too. Do you really want to know the truth even if it's dangerous?" Darian then briefly explained, "If it's a mission we know is dangerous, shouldn't you be upfront with us?" Miles was momentarily speechless at that statement, then sighed deeply and reluctantly agreed. "It won't help anyway," Miles began to explain. "The client we're about to meet is a sorcerer named Antonian." The name stunned both Xian and Maros. Antonian, the great sorcerer. Antonian. Yeah. Miles's face turned even more pale with fear. "That's right." The story unfolded as Darian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the person who hired the merchant caravan and mercenary team to cross the monster beast forest. I guess he couldn't ask the sword clans for help, huh? At this point, Miels explained, "Actually, the origin of the cargo we're transporting is a place where sorcerers aren't allowed the Lumen Temple. As you know, that temple holds power beyond imagination. A group defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, though it's not the same anymore," he continued. "While they protected the world from magic during that time, they crossed the line. The dark side of these people was revealed. They resorted to sacrifices and power under the guise of protection. Most kingdoms obeyed their laws in exchange for divine power, but Helmut quietly listened on the side. They couldn't control that sorcerer. They were always trying to suppress him." Miles didn't stop there. While they were busy fighting each other, the sorcerer found an artifact to study to fight back against them. If they found out the Butin merchant caravan delivered that item, and here Darian spoke the dramatic part, the caravan would be destroyed. Yet Miels was still sweating profusely, holding his head in despair. It's not just the caravan. Anyone involved will be in danger under the temple's influence. No one escapes. He explained, we really didn't want to take this mission at first. But the truth is, Sorcerer Antonian saved the caravan leader before. That's why we didn't refuse the mission. Only now did Helmet come beside Tanya and speak up. Is Sorcerer Antonian really that famous? Maros was the one to answer him. Of course, a few years ago, the Holy Barrier was almost destroyed. Those words confused Helmet a bit. Holy Barrier? He explained the truth. To keep monster beasts out of the city, they had to create a holy barrier. The problem was maintaining it consumed the sorcerer's energy. The temple controlled most sorcerers for their own purposes. Helmet listened intently, not interrupting. The holy barrier was mostly safe. You wouldn't see monster beasts running around inside the city, right? After the barrier was destroyed by that sorcerer's influence, Maros continued, everything was pretty chaotic for a while. Of course, the temple hid that. Now Helmet pondered, Antonian is such a powerful sorcerer that he affected the temple's barrier. He recalled the old story when the temple couldn't take the shadow seed inside him. Maybe that's why they sent me to this forest. And a guess formed. If divine power can't do it, maybe magic can? Helmet's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought about the dark sorcerer he'd seen in the forest, who wasn't that strong. A hopeful word about the future was spoken. I hope this mage will be different. As the day turned to evening, the mercenary team members stopped to rest, finally escaping the haunted beast forest. Although it was quite difficult to move further since the sun had already set, let's set up camp here and meet the mage tomorrow. That's when Helmet finally started the conversation. He wasn't in a rush or dragging it out, just casually suggesting we chat a bit. Helmet thought it over for a moment before replying. All right. Helmet opened his hand, revealing a tiny seed. Curiosity got the better of him. What's this? Helmet explained gently that it was something swordsmen ate whenever they were exhausted, and it was pretty pricey. Then he kept playing around while Helmet popped the seed straight into his mouth. Not sure if it'll work on you since you recover pretty fast. Very quickly, Helmet felt something different. My body's heating up, Helmet asked curiously. How do you feel? He nodded in acknowledgement. It works well, but he didn't forget to stay cautious and asked, why are you giving me this? At that moment, Helmet slowly called out his name, then sincerely said, thank you. Helmet didn't show much expression hearing this because he was protecting the mercenary team's honor. But that didn't stop Helmet from feeling grateful. If it weren't for you, everyone might have been gone a long time ago. He smiled and added, that's my thanks to you, though I know it's not enough for what you've done. Then he made another offer to him. Plus, if you ever need help with anything, Helmet's eyes flashed with surprise as he searched his memories since being away from us. Helmet spoke sincerely. I swear on the mercenary team's honor, I'll definitely come and help you. But just as he was about to continue his speech, Helmet reached out his hand. You saved everyone. He returned Helmet's sincerity with his own. After all, we're teammates. Teammates I trust. Helmet exhaled in relief and shook his hand in agreement. Yeah, because we're teammates. The scene before the mercenary group hadn't changed much. They were a bit more relaxed, but still vigilant. Miles looked around and then announced, we've arrived. The next to speak was Helmet. According to the map, this is the spot, but it's just a path, not a village. How could Antonian get the goods here? He glanced at Helmet and explained, it's not like that. We have to bring the goods to Antonian's residence. Tanya got curious and asked, huh? So you mean this is Antonian's hideout? Helmet quickly pulled something from his hand and started explaining. Instead of explaining 100 times, it's faster if you all see for yourselves. He slowly approached a nearby tree. The item in his hand immediately resonated with the tree. Tanya exclaimed in amazement, this is Maros. Helmet had the same expression, crazy magic. Only Helmet remained silent. At this moment, they were entering a mystical path. Helmet said, we're jumping through time and space. He slowly marveled. I'd only heard rumors, but this is beyond imagination. So, this is the power of a grand mage. Helmet asked curiously, how do you know? Maybe this is just an illusion. Helmet gently explained. If it were just an illusion, the temperature would drop too fast. With such a clear difference, we're probably heading somewhere very far. The scene before them started changing. Tanya pointed and exclaimed, over there, someone's there. The silhouette of a mage appeared with a welcoming greeting. Finally, everyone arrived. Anton continued welcoming the guests from the Bhutan Merchant Guild. The inspection of the goods was quickly completed. All right, everything's here. Some items were really hard to find, so well done. I'm very satisfied. Anton didn't forget to express his admiration. Besides, he had fewer people than expected, with signs of people all over the wagons. Did many leave? Mize bowed in shame and admitted, yes, that's right. Many died at the hands of the giant ghost beast we encountered on the way, and only a third of the members remain here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel sorrow. Oh man, everyone must have struggled to get here. I think I sense a huge amount of mana from inside the wagon. Is that the ghost beast's corpse? Mize continued recounting. Yes, we've dealt with it, so if you want to buy, We'd be happy if you're interested. Antonian considered for a moment and replied, Really? Yeah, then add it to the mission fee and raise it to 150,000. Look at Mar always, Mize replied sincerely. Thank you. Meanwhile, Pin on the side widened his eyes and shouted loudly, What? 150,000? That's insane. Uter beside him couldn't hide his surprise. I heard the Grand Mage has massive wealth, but I guess they spend as much as they make. At this moment, Antonian ordered to unload the goods and take the wagon back. We won't be using it. Miles bowed and replied briefly, Understood. Over here, Helmut was observing. He could confirm this guy was very strong. His power was different from Arugo's, and on top of that, he completely concealed his mana. Unexpectedly, while Helmut was assessing him, the man he was judging noticed. So, this is the Grand Mage. They locked eyes, and Antonian spoke first. Wow, interesting. He continued. Mages can always see the truth, son. And especially a mage of my caliber can see the truth hidden deep inside. Helmut warned, his expression instantly more cautious. Don't say anything more. Antonian slowly cast mana. You're a brave kid. Light immediately surrounded the two of them as the question was posed. Do you want to keep that a secret? At this moment, Antonian spoke again. I am a mage. I've learned a lot of secrets about this world, and also respect the fundamental truths. Helmut glanced over at Darian and Tanya, who were both stunned. Antonian kept explaining. The inside and outside of space have been completely separated. He continued casting magic. What you're worried about will never happen. I swear by the name of the wizard Antonian. Helmut asked confusedly. Chains? The chains wrapped around Antonian as he added, It's called the wizard's oath, a promise made by a wizard. If broken, it will cost them a huge amount of mana. At this point, Antonian once again proposed, Now ask me whatever you want to know. The special guy. The more Helmut thought, the more certain he became that this guy wasn't normal. He was totally different from Arugo, and he spoke, Then I want to ask this. Unexpectedly, Antonian anticipated what he wanted to ask. One hand pointed at his chest. Does it have anything to do with the dark seed deep in your heart? Helmut was momentarily shocked. So he knows, and you don't hesitate to admit it. Yes. I want to ask if there's any way to get rid of it? Antonian pondered for a moment, then replied, The words couldn't be simpler. Basically, no way. Antonian continued. Let me explain a bit more. The dark seed is closely connected to your life. The explanation went on. That seed contains the power of demons, hidden inside babies who should have died in the womb. They are born because of the dark seed and must be its host for life. The last sentence was emphasized with a serious look. So, the dark seed is no different from your heart. If you remove it, you will die. After hearing this, Helmut finally responded, I thought a great wizard would know how? Those words made Antonian a bit annoyed. I'm a wizard, not a god, and this is the first time I've met a human who can control the dark seed. Helmut asked again, confused. Control? Now Antonian began to explain. Yeah, the dark seed usually demands mana from its host. The more you avoid mana, the more your mind gets devoured, and you'll unconsciously commit crimes. You'll eventually go insane because your mind can't handle it or get consumed by mana and turn into nothing but a demon beast. He looked at Helmut, silently impressed. But you're very different. Theoretically, you can suppress the seed by using another power. That power can only be mana or feast. At this point, the chains on him loosened. Both types require exceptional talent and a lot of time, but a seed without mana attacks the mind much faster. Yet you've been training F while absorbing enough mana so the seed doesn't go crazy. The magic staff flew around Helmut with undisguised curiosity and wasn't even detected by the temple. Either way, it's very interesting. Helmut's eyes glanced sideways. He didn't even think about his origins from the primeval forest, unsure if he should feel relieved or not. Anton continued, Even the priests of Lumen would have a hard time tracing the seed unless they carefully examine your body. He honestly explained, Even if it were me, a great wizard, I'd only detect it because of the dense mana reaction here. If you're not careful, I wouldn't notice. A thought formed in Helmut's mind after that. Then I guess I should avoid areas with heavy mana as much as possible. Antonian advised Helmut accordingly. Right now, you don't have a bright future path. You'll grow stronger and become a powerful individual. If you can avoid the temple until then, that would be best, he reminded. But like those with the dark seed who have become criminals or demon beasts, the seed will eventually consume you, and your greed will destroy this world, and your hands will take countless lives. That's the shared fate of those who possess the dark seed. But Helmut firmly replied that wouldn't happen. He looked Antonian straight in the eye and declared, Because I'm human. Antonian couldn't help but laugh. Right, you're correct. His gaze rose to Helmut's body. Because humans predict fate, they're also the ones who change it. Anton added, It's been a while since I've been this interested. I'll be watching you. Special guy, if you can't overcome it, Don't forget to give me a promise. I might have to stop you. Helmet's eyes softened a bit. Antonian pointed at the magic staff and continued controlling it. And who knows, if you reach a position far beyond mine, the formation was lifted just as the promise was spoken. Even darkness would obey your will. Here comes the man carrying the money bag. Here's 3/4 of your reward, he said as he handed it to Helmet. Darien raised his hand to his head, looking guilty. I wanted to give you more, but the other members already did their best, he explained. So I want to reward them too. Helmet let out an "oh." Darien turned his back and hesitated with his hand inside the vehicle. He took out a bag and put it in front of Helmet, asking, "Is this yours?" I found it while packing and haven't found the owner yet. He took it out. Helmet instantly recognized something. He bowed his head, thinking silently. The thing I brought out from the primeval forest. I thought I lost it. Turns out it's here, Helmet replied. Yeah, that's right, thanks. Darien smiled and withdrew his hand politely. No problem, I should have given it to you earlier, but I forgot because I was busy. He gently said to him, We should be the ones thanking you. You're the benefactor of our mercenary guild, wishing you a safe journey. Suddenly someone called out, Hey, Helmet. Ben ran up to him, panting excitedly, and blurted out his plan. The final mission was finally over. I can finally show you the mercenary guild headquarters. You have no idea how cool it is there. Well, it's not as intense as this mission though. But Helmet cut him off coldly. I'm not going to the mercenary guild headquarters. He panicked and asked in shock. Huh? Wait, you're just gonna leave like that? You have to go at least once, right? Tanya stepped forward and pushed Phi down, reminding him, Stop it. Phi burst into tears, shouting, It's over. She turned and smiled at him. Helmet, you can still use the mercenary guild certificate if you want. The temporary certificate only goes up to rank 3, so we already bumped it up to that. He closed his eyes calmly and replied, That's more than enough. She continued, Yeah, it seems like you've got something important to do. She smiled slyly and emphasized, More important than your memories, huh? He stayed silent, watching. Tanya now got to the point. Looks like I'm overreacting, so I'll keep it short. She smiled brightly and suddenly said, Remember to take care of yourself. Promise me. Helmet responded coldly and politely. All right, thanks for everything. Marrow smiled at him as a farewell. Thanks. Helmet, peace out with 2 fingers up. Uo and Bo also said their goodbyes one by one. See you later, we gotta meet again. Phi suddenly shouted, eyes glistening. Helmet, you have to come visit, okay? Phi asked again. Promise? Helmet calmly called his name, Vin, a direct statement that surprised him, tears streaming down. His food was really good. Tanya stood beside Phi, patting his shoulder as he wiped his tears and comforted. Hey, don't cry. He's not really leaving, is he? Phi called out seriously to Helmet. He smiled softly and confirmed. If you need the mercenary guild, just drop by anytime. I'll definitely keep my promise. Helmet's eyes looked at him with determination. He turned, slinging his bag on his back, and agreed. He looked up at the sky, remembering someone's silhouette. He thought quietly, part of his heart aching like when Darien left him, and when he left Eliga. He calculated silently. But if I keep mercenary work up, I'll have no choice but to face the demon beasts. And every time that happens, the dark seed absorbs magic power. A fierce face flashed through Helmet's mind. He pondered, surprised it could sprout so easily even in that forest. If that seed swallows me, it won't be good. Of course, being a mercenary isn't always about fighting demon beasts, but can I stop the day Antonio mentioned? Helmet clenched his shirt and concluded it's still a mystery. His eyes hardened. He monologued. If that's the case, he frowned, telling himself there's only one way. I have to get stronger. Helmet's gaze became resolute, continuing the unfinished thought in his head, so even the dark seed couldn't control him. A hooded boss broke out in sweat and said, Damn it, I wouldn't take this mission if I knew it was this dangerous. I wouldn't bring Sep either. The man opposite him was also fully covered, raising his hand to explain, What else can you do? That's all in the past. We survived. We can still rebuild Tarek. Stay positive. Phi's been completely wiped out, so we'll have total advantage in the mercenary field. Mock glanced sideways with eyes half closed, then paused. What happened to CP was unlucky, but the rest aren't outstanding, so we should seize this chance to recruit some weight, he shouted. The others looked confused and followed his gaze. His eyes suddenly widened in terror. Seeing Tanya's group, Bin and Maros together, he freaked out and yelled, How could they? 2 inside turned pale. Bao anxiously asked, How did they survive? Mock urged to leave immediately, thinking later. Pa should hide first. Bin suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the room where the 2 had just been sitting. Tania asked, What's wrong? Bin scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Nothing. I just had a feeling. Bin's voice kept going evenly, feeling very strange. Mock sighed. Ha! 2 hooded men hiding behind a stone wall. Mock scared, begged, We're done for. Bao's face darkened with worry, silent. They stood facing each other. One whispered, It'd be better if we lay low for a while before coming back. The The demon beasts must have some unexpected weaknesses, the other replied regretfully. We should have handled the mercenary guild ourselves. Mach looked up helplessly and groaned. Our actions will probably be reported to the guild soon. So this is how our mercenary days end. A rank 2 mercenary struggling to survive. Bao frowned, thinking, and answered, Yeah, we're still rank 2. Bao turned and walked away, calling back, Follow me. Mach shouted, Hey Bao, where are you going? Bao's eyes widened. He quickly walked off, saying, Instead of starving, we could go steal. Despite Mach reaching out behind him, his face turned pale. The sunset appeared. Someone slammed a beer mug down on the table, shouting, and then I punched him right in the face. A red-faced guy laughed and replied, If you got punched by you, he's definitely done for. The waiter nearby chuckled helplessly. The guy raised his beer and said, Of course. You know me well. Learn from him. Helmet sat in a corner, silent. He looked at the object in his hand quietly, saying nothing. Just sitting there staring at the small thing, he thought to himself, Man, I'm so lost. I can't stay with the mercenary guild because of the dark seed. But that necklace I pulled out from the primeval forest, I gotta find some clue about it. He frowned, glanced at the necklace in his hand, still lost deep in his own thoughts. I could hit up all the villages first, but wandering the world without any results like this ain't the way to go. The sunset spread over a big town. He sighed. It took him 3 days to get here, so the world must be huge. He pulled the string of his bag, doubting in his mind, I can't just meet good people like the mercenary guild all the time. He straightened his face and suddenly realized, oh right, Finn gave me a fat stack of cash. I don't really know how much, but when he opened the money pouch, inside were coins from Darien, rewards from the mission. He exhaled, thinking of Darien's face. He calculated in his head, compared to the money Darien gave him, it was way more. His eyes caught something, a handwritten letter in the bag, making him suspicious. A letter? He took it out and opened it, pondering. Is it from the mission? He was puzzled. Darien. The image of Darien sitting gently writing with a pen. Helmut, if you're reading this letter, then it probably means my life is over, or it could mean you've successfully escaped the primeval forest. He seriously read every word. You're probably struggling to adapt to the outside world right now, because the way you've lived so far is totally different from those outside. Of course, that's not your fault, so don't feel guilty about it. Darien understood himself well, that's why he poured his heart into this letter. My time is surely running out, because I'm worried about you. I'll get straight to the point. If you're wandering around without a clear goal, try going to Baden. There's a place called Greta Academy. There you'll meet kids your age. Learn more about what it means to be human. The things I haven't taught you yet. That's where both commoners and nobles study equally. No one will try to find out where you came from, and they won't care either. Images of Baden and that academy flashed in his mind. Of course, you can't just register yourself. So go find a man named Eaton Goudreau. If you show him the sword I gave you, he'll know you're my disciple. We made a vow, so he'll help you. A big man with a sword on his back stood out in the space. Darien smiled softly and said, Helmut, the human world might be more dangerous and scary than you think. It's not a place where strength solves everything. But since you managed to get through all the harsh training I gave you, I trust you'll somehow get through this test too. The letter ended with the words, take care. Holding the letter, he thought the handwriting was all twisted. His eyes glanced down, sitting there, looking a bit lonely. He realized Darien didn't even have the strength to write anymore. He silently folded the letter, silently telling himself, Thank you, sir. My destination is set now. His eyes lost some of the confusion from before. He packed his stuff into the bag, thanking the heavens, still confused about where to go. Thank God he read the letter. A server appeared, smiling. Here's your food, sir, the guy said. 15M. He made a calculating face, repeating the server's words. 15M, thinking that's how much the food costs. He politely handed over a coin. The other guy looked surprised and worried, then laughed. The drawer had X1000M, pointing while chatting. I plan to stay here overnight, so that money will cover everything, the server replied. Oh, you mean renting a room? Got it. The guy who was eavesdropping looked over. He clenched his teeth, confused. He held the money pouch, pondering. I got 90,000M from the mission a few days ago. That money must be worth way more than I thought. His face stayed expressionless, calculating inside. I'll sleep here tonight and leave tomorrow. Suddenly, something rushed over. The guy laughed slyly, shouting, Hey kid. He didn't invite him to sit opposite but said, You're pretty loaded, huh? He looked at the guy, said nothing. The guy rolled his eyes, frowned, slammed his hand on the table. He and 2 others behind him had twisted grins. They bullied the weak, babbling at him. You look like you got a lot of cash. Lend me some to drink more. I think 20,000 is fair. He firmly replied, No. The server standing in the corner looked confused, wondering what's wrong with these guys. The guy burst into crazy laughter, asking again, What? A big arm slammed hard on the table. He stood up, making the food fall to the floor. He glanced at the bowl of food. The guy yelled, Are you crazy? How dare you talk back to me? He tilted his head calmly and asked back, Who are you? The guy went berserk, swinging his fist, yelling, What? Science City? His eyes went black, but before he could finish, his punch was easily blocked by the small guy sitting on the chair. He grabbed the trembling hand of the other, still coldly asked, I said no. Are you deaf? The guy gritted his teeth, thinking, how is this kid so strong? The guy behind foolishly charged, swinging a fist, shouting, Get this kid out of here. How dare you block our big boss's punch? The punch came flying. He easily dodged. He swung his arm. The guy took a punch in the face, twisted it, and flew back. Watching this scene, the fist swung, and he easily dodged. He raised his hand, and the other guy took a punch to the face, grimacing as he flew back. Watching this scene, everyone in the bar froze. Helmut frowned but stayed in his defensive stance. The guy's face twisted in anger as he shouted, Girl, who the hell are you? Helmut calmly replied, Me? Then he swung his leg and kicked the table straight into the guy. He answered, Mercenary. Before the guy could react, he got smacked in the face with a table. The wallet dropped right into Helmut's hand. Helmut grabbed it. He tore open the bag slung over his shoulder and looked down at the trembling guy on the floor, warning, Get lost! Don't bother me! The guy groaned in shock. The others rushed over to help their boss. The guy held his face and said, Just wait. I'll make you regret not obeying us. He waved his hand to order. Let's go. Seriously, I can't drink in a place like this. It's too damn insulting. His voice lingered as they left. Better watch your back at night. Now that you've disrespected us, sooner or later you're gonna get stabbed. Helmut stood still, expression unshaken, watching the door slam shut. His face darkened as he exhaled sharply. He thought to himself, There's trouble like CP everywhere. Damn annoying. The waiter quickly called out, Sir. Helmut looked over. The guy's face went pale as he said, You need to leave this town immediately. The Black Eagle has declared war. Helmut asked, confused. Black Eagle what? The waiter nervously waved his hands and explained, They're the underground kingpin thieves, not only with criminal records but ready to deal with anyone as long as they make money. If you don't leave this town fast. Helmut was a bit surprised, silently evaluating. I guess they're even more trouble than I thought. Taking them down now might be better. He silently calculated inside. I don't want my place to get dirty, so I'll definitely lure them somewhere else. The kind waiter advised, You don't have time to stay here. I'll refund your room fee, so you have to run. Helmut casually asked, Will those guys come back? The waiter was caught off guard, quickly replied, Yes, sweating nervously. Of course they would. Helmut continued. If they come back and ask where I am, just tell them I went to the forest behind to fight some humans. The waiter panicked and called after him. Sorry sir, wait. Helmut walked away firmly, declaring, I'll be back, so have a room ready for me. He thought, I'll see what they do. In the dark alley, a guy frowned and asked, You're really gonna do this? The group standing there had one annoyed guy say, Hell yeah, get lost. You saw how blatantly he disrespected us. In this business, honor is life. Another scratched his face, looking uneasy, but he looked terrifyingly strong and was also a mercenary. You caused trouble in the diner earlier. Angry, the guy shouted. Scared shitless now? Damn useless. He ordered, Head to headquarters. The other asked back, What? He reminded, We'll handle this. A scared guy ran up to report, Boss, where did you find him? The boss asked grimly. All right, what did the waiter say? The gang leader said, He's not at the inn. He's already in the forest behind. Obviously running scared. Think about it. He realized if we go all out, we'll crush him. The other laughed and asked, How so? The boss rolled his eyes, grinning madly. Kid, you picked the wrong place to run. The mysterious guy raised a finger, acting knowledgeable. We know that forest like the back of our hand. I'm sure there are still traces left, so let's go deal with him. The boss replied, Yeah, I'm sober now. The others still looked worried, thoughtful. The masked guys hissed, With a kid who hasn't tasted life, we need to drive into his head that the Black Eagle's shadow is scarier than anything in this world. In the forest, the firelight flickered. Helmut sat thinking. During my time as a mercenary, I learned there are a lot of people out there acting like beasts. He sat on a branch with his bow, just releasing an arrow, deep in thought. On the other hand, there are those willing to risk their lives to protect each other. Helmut sat still evaluating. Clearly humans are way more complicated than I thought. He jumped across branches, landing where he could observe his campfire from above, thinking of Darien. Darien, you said the human world isn't a place where strength solves everything, but I still don't know. I don't know if there's any other way besides strength to solve a problem like this. He raised his bow and commented, but I realized one thing. Footsteps approached. The gang heard the noise, turned around startled. Helmut stood on a branch, the wind blowing his cloak, still thinking about those beast-like humans. His eyes were dark. His judgment was that they deserved to be treated like beasts. He spoke to the group. You're ambushing me with weapons, so I can take you all out, right? He stood silently criticizing in the forest. Black Eagle? They're more boring than I thought. He jumped up to a higher branch. Wiping off, Helmut compared them. Weaker than a void version? Not even as strong as Tanya and Ya. Jumping from branch to branch, thinking of Tanya and Ya, he pondered. Seems like Tanya and Ya is pretty strong compared to normal people. To know for sure, I gotta fight more people. He frowned, planning to move on when the sun rises, then go back to the inn and get some sleep. Suddenly his chest ached sharply. Helmut's face darkened. The seed inside him suddenly glowed. He lost balance and slammed hard into a tree trunk, clutching his chest. I'm gonna head back to the inn and get some sleep. His chest suddenly ached. Helmut frowned. The seed inside him started glowing. He lost balance and slammed hard into a tree. Clutching his chest, he crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. Helmut trembled, gritting his teeth, thinking, damn it, why the hell did the seed suddenly? He sat there helplessly as the seed emitted a blinding light. Helmut kept pondering, wasn't I just supposed to avoid the dark magic? When I handled the magic beasts, it wasn't like this. Why now? What's the problem? He gasped, analyzing. The difference between then and now is that I just dealt with a person, not a magic beast. He clenched his teeth, looking down at the small seed, repeatedly denying, no way handling a person would make the dark seed grow, right? He gritted his teeth, grabbing the seed, thinking, if that's the case, then this problem just got way bigger. If they believe I dealt with someone from Blackhawk, others will come after me. Helmut Xiaokui was annoyed. Damn it, it's stupid to think I can fight humans. He raised his hand to the tree trunk, forcing himself to stand up, thinking, if I can't handle the opponent, then I got to avoid getting hit as much as possible. Helmut's face turned pale, and he dragged himself forward step by step, pushing himself. I gotta get to Ben fast. At a large house, a man responded. I understand. They're all gone? The masked man replied respectfully. Yes. If we keep chasing, we might find their exact location. The man bowed his head and said, all right, I can't ignore this either. Silent for a moment, Anton glanced at the sharp knife in his hand and ordered, stick to the plan. The kneeling masked man shouted, understood. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and another man stepped in to announce, Lord Anton, they've arrived. Two people entered, and Anton exclaimed in surprise. He stood up and greeted, I heard a level 2 mercenary was coming, but I didn't expect two. Anton cheerfully welcomed them. Following Pow, he continued, I didn't expect you guys to want to join, especially when good people are hard to find these days. Thanks a lot. The two others listened as Anton expressed, but right now we're having some trouble, and to join, you gotta meet some conditions. Pow was sweating, frowning in confusion, and asked darkly, what do you mean? Anton spread his hands and smiled, explaining, of course, I don't doubt the skills of you two level 2 mercenaries, but we're quite different from other mercenary groups. He twirled the knife in his hand, leading the conversation. As you know, we do a lot of illegal stuff here. Anton's hand thrust the knife forward, his mouth babbling non-stop. So if you slack off because of some moral or justice crap, he said firmly, you're gonna have big problems. A mannequin covered in throwing knives frowned silently. He widened his eyes when the other person continued talking, so he waved his finger to lay down the conditions. I need you to prove your strength. Luckily, there's a perfect job for you two right now. He raised his eyebrows and replied, I get it. You mean besides skills, we gotta fit with Blackhawk too, right? Anton handed over a piece of paper, reassuring. Exactly. It won't be too hard for two level 2 mercenaries. He looked down at the paper and recounted. Last night, 5 of our subordinates went missing. The scene from last night appeared, a group of masked people standing before a freshly dug grave. Anton read the names on the paper. According to what we heard, they fought a single mercenary. But after searching the area, when they didn't return by dawn, we found their bodies in a nearby forest. He propped his hand and continued reading. They seemed to have been killed by a single knife wound with no weapon traces. Pow pondered and asked, 5 against 1. Do you have any details about the culprit? He answered, he has black hair and eyes and is about 15 years old. His skills are at least equal to level 3. Mao darkened his face silently and asked, we just gotta take him out? Anton smiled slyly and pointed, whispering, of course, after you finish this job and join Blackhawk, you'll get tougher missions. He changed his expression, adding with a cunning look, you'll also get way better pay than your old group. Bao asked, good, where is he? Anton placed a picture on the letter and calmly reported that he was at an inn in the neighboring village. He turned serious and raised the knife to explain, since the incident happened recently. The knife stabbed straight into the photo. Anton confirmed he hadn't gone far. A new day began in the big town, the sky clear blue. In front of a house, Helmut stood looking, bowing his head thinking, I didn't think I'd take on another mission. He looked up and considered, but if I want to leave without drawing any attention, this is the only way. Helmut's hand reached out to the door. He stepped inside, and a girl greeted cheerfully. Hello, this is the Mercenary Guild. What brings you here, kid? He replied, I'm here for a mission. The girl took the paper and read, surprised. Oh, you're from the Face Mercenary group? You look young and you're already level 3. He coldly asked back. Is there a problem? The girl waved her hand awkwardly. No, no. I'm just surprised there aren't many young level 3 mercenaries like you. All right, you want a mission? He calmly answered. Yes. The reward doesn't matter. Is there anything on the way to Baden? The girl counted the papers in her hand and chatted. Baden's a big city. He waited attentively, and she continued. Lots of people want to go there, so there are many escort and transport missions. She pushed a small notebook in front of him and asked, How about this one? He looked down, hesitating. What is it? She smiled and replied, It's an escort mission for a noble lady. The reward is 800M. Good mission, right? Of course, there are conditions. Helmet questioned, What are the conditions? The girl mischievously pointed a mysterious finger and spoke. That was the girl's steady voice. Mercenaries must be the type that lady digs. Helmet spaced out. He decided to look for a costume shop in that small town. After wandering for a while without deciding, he just randomly picked a shop he thought of. Any shop should do, right? Just as he pushed the door open, he suddenly remembered the receptionist's advice at the headquarters. Silence in the alley. Actually, when negotiating with nobles, outward appearance is super important. Then she smiled brightly and excitedly told Helmet, 1. You gotta be famous or have a look that impresses others. At worst, you gotta have nice clothes. She clasped her hands and said with sparkling eyes, Luckily your face already meets half the requirements. So, in my opinion, you should buy a decent outfit to wear and then come back, then we'll talk more. Just as the door opened, the shop owner got excited and greeted him. Oh, you want the best clothes on earth? You've come to the right place. Not missing a beat, the man grabbed a flashy outfit and kept hyping it up. What do you think of this one? It's a mix of premium fabric and super meticulous stitching done by the master tailor Baden himself. Guaranteed even the devil would look classy wearing it. The dazzling aura kept radiating from the man in the outfit, making Helmet spray some adhesive for a moment. Seeing Helmet still unresponsive, the shop owner eagerly continued boasting. Also, this fabric is as light as a feather. Wearing it feels like floating on the moon. Helmet, like a CEO, replied quickly, Okay. How much? Seeing him shoot straight to the price, the shop owner threw out a sky-high number. Oh, the price was 2,000M. Hearing the price so high, he thought he misheard. Helmet asked again, 2,000? The reward for the mission is only 800M. After some hesitation, he thought maybe he'd better take another mission. After a while, Helmet returned to the mercenary headquarters. Seeing him appear, the receptionist smiled brightly to welcome him. Oh wow, Helmet came back looking flashy with an extra touch of elegance. Seeing that, she praised him non-stop. Totally impressed. People say clothes make the man. The receptionist couldn't hide her excitement and came closer to pat his shoulder teasingly. Looking closely, you're actually pretty handsome. Ho ho ho. Seeing her so hyped, he reminded her, I'm Helmet, not you. The girl pulled back her hand and shyly replied, I just said that because you look cute. Then she explained the mission to him. Alright, I've sent you the info already. Since you're basically the face of the mercenary group, you gotta meet all the requirements. She kept talking without noticing a shadow approaching from the main door. Finding a mercenary who fits the noble's tastes is rare. You're too perfect. Then the girl widened her eyes and spoke up. Ah, there he is. A man exuded elegance wearing a tailcoat suit. Hearing her introduction, Helmet turned around curious. Seeing the man appear, the receptionist smiled. Welcome. May I ask if you're from the Charing family? He spoke with a serious face. Yes. I'm here to approve the mercenary selected for the mission. As soon as he finished, he glanced at Helmet and said, Is it him? The man in the suit stepped closer and silently assessed him. After scanning him over, he said, I heard he's still young, tall, and has proper manners. Without more words, he immediately extended his hand to Helmet and said, Looks good. Let's go. The man said and turned to leave. Please come with me. Before leaving, Helmet looked back at the receptionist. With a smile lighting up the whole frame, she waved goodbye non-stop. See you later. Hearing her enthusiastic farewell, he nodded politely in response. They left the headquarters unaware that a cloaked figure had been watching them from afar. He glanced to confirm the two passing by, then immediately left with full of schemes and plots. Under the warm sunlight shining down the town's streets, the two walked together. The man in the tailcoat introduced himself. My name is John, assistant to the Charing family. Have you ever heard of the Charing Marquis before? Helmet casually replied, No, I haven't. Hearing that, John thought for a moment then said, It's better you don't know. Just know the Marquis is a person of high status, and you have to act very carefully. Have you ever done an escort mission before? He didn't hesitate, to be honest. I've escorted transport convoys. Hearing his answer, John said, Escort is similar to convoy, except this time the subject is a person, not goods. Then he continued, If it's too much, just follow what the knights instruct. Once you finish the mission, you'll get paid. Helmet nodded calmly and replied, Got it. Seeing him agree without hesitation, John was a bit surprised and said, You're pretty quiet, huh? Good. Humility is a virtue needed for an escort. After walking a while, he brought Helmut to the gates of a magnificent castle. Inside, the luxury was breathtaking, every detail dazzling like stepping into a fairy tale world. John led Helmut inside, making him freeze at the lavish scene. At that moment, a man was already waiting there. Helmut looked around confused and asked, "This place is," the man explained. "This is the hotel where Lady Helmut is temporarily staying." Helmut heard that and thought to himself, so this is how the life of a powerful noble like the Charing Marquis is. The man who had been waiting for them for a long time spoke up, "Ah, assistant, here I am." He couldn't hide his surprise and asked, "Is that the mercenary? He looks way too young." "Mister." John glanced at Helmut and calmly said, "I've already checked with the mercenary guild. No mistake here. If there's any oversight, please guide him." As Jay-Tan finished speaking, he stepped forward and shook his hand in greeting. "Got it. Nice to meet you. I'm Kedrick." He just gave a short nod. "Helmut." After the greeting, John turned to Kedrick and asked, "Where's the lady?" Kedrick replied softly, "The lady is having breakfast at the restaurant." He then said to Helmut, "All right, let's head there." Inside the restaurant at that moment, a voice whispered near the ear of the white-haired person wearing a hood. "Oh, the young lady worries about me? She's so kind." The girl with golden blonde hair spoke with sparkling eyes. "The food at this hotel doesn't really suit my taste. The chef at my house cooks so deliciously. If the young lady could visit our mansion sometimes, that would be great." The loving atmosphere she radiated toward the silver golden-haired person didn't notice John and Helmut entering. Her passionate love was suddenly cut off by John's words. Young Lady Genia heard that, immediately turned around and asked irritably, "John, is that you? What are you doing here?" He pointed at Helmut and introduced, "This is the newly hired mercenary." She just glanced once and spoke dismissively. "So what? Ignore him." Genia rolled her eyes and said, "If he's fine, then you handle him yourself." Then she immediately flipped her mood and turned back to the one whispering earlier. "I have something to discuss with young Lady Aria." Suddenly a voice rang out. "No." Aria suddenly stood up, surprising Genia, and said, "Since we have to leave early, I need to prepare a bit." Genia's face showed disappointment, but her voice was reluctant to leave. "Is that so? Why not sit with me a little longer?" Aria didn't answer and just left the table. The moment Aria and Helmut passed each other, he suddenly sensed something strange. He glanced at Aria's hurried figure and remained cautious. Helmut kept his eyes on Aria, thinking, "There's definitely something." Aria walked all the way to the door, but he still didn't blink. A hunch told him something was off when he passed by Aria. He was sure he wasn't wrong. Watching Aria leave, Helmut silently doubted, though he didn't know what it was yet, but there was definitely something very strange about this person. Seeing Aria had left, Genia grumbled and said to Mr. John, "Humph, I think I should go back to my room too." Then she ran off with tears streaming down, crying out in pain. Lord Aria Helmut wondered and asked him, "Is that person named Aria also a soldier?" John calmly explained, "No, he's a guest of young Lady Genia, and it seems he's quite famous at Greta Academy in Baden." He became thoughtful and continued, "I once accidentally passed by him, but the young lady recognized him, so he came here." Helmut was surprised and asked, "The young lady also went to the academy in Baden?" John gently said, "She went there for the entrance exam because she's already 14. As John finished, Helmut let out a breath and silently rejoiced. His initial target was also Greta Academy. John suddenly assigned a task to Helmut. "I think we have about 2 hours left. Prepare to depart and get a horse from the carriage." Before John finished his instructions, once Helmut was ready, he could head to the nearest carriage. His gaze stopped on Helmut and he said, "Since I need to prepare some personal items, just ask Kree if you need any help." Helmut nodded indifferently and replied. At this moment, he had already set off with the new horse taken from the carriage, but the horse seemed a bit tired carrying him. Helmut looked at the horse helplessly and thought, "This brat dared to cause chaos on the carriage." Recalling the moment on the carriage, the horse had aggressively resisted him riding it. The horsekeeper nervously shouted, "I'm sorry, but it's the only horse left, and it really likes to show off. Ha ha." Then he remembered the cute horse at the headquarters. It still didn't obey, totally different from the horse at the mercenary guild. Genia had already reached the carriage and loudly called out, making him involuntarily turn his head. "Lord Aria, please get on the carriage. Let's talk." She leaned out and looked at Aria with longing as she called. Aria's face remained cold as he slowly walked toward the carriage. He wasn't in a hurry but took slow steps toward Genia. Aria's figure passed by without noticing Helmut laughing on the horse. Helmut suddenly noticed a purple glow radiating from him. At that moment, he suddenly understood something and thought, "Got it, he's a mage." As the sunset lowered, it was also the time they began their escort journey. On the way, Helmut kept thinking about Aria's image just now. Right, if it's magic, everything makes sense. No wonder he felt strange. In front of him now was Aria's magical aura growing brighter, making him wonder, but he still didn't know what kind of magic it was or why he could cast spells on himself. He couldn't take his eyes off him and thought, so curious, I should keep an eye on him. So, a test is nothing to you, right? I'm really worried. I don't even know if I can do well, he replied coldly and casually. If you're well prepared, you'll do fine. Hearing Arya say that, Genia happily whined, oh, of course I've prepared well, but I'm still shaking and super nervous. He kept his cold expression and said indifferently, once we get there, we'll have enough time. You should take advantage of the chance to review. Genia immediately got flustered and waved her hands. Yes, but maybe I need someone to teach me. Arya didn't hesitate and flat out refused. The academy encourages self-study. You better get used to it. Hearing those harsh words from him, she pouted and said, but that's only if I get into the school. If I fail the test, I don't know how to tell my family about it. The more Genia spoke, the more she tried to make a pitiful, pleading face. Arya saw her clueless expression. He could only feel helpless with this annoying girl. After a moment of thought, Arya spoke. If you want, I can recommend a suitable teacher for you. I'll try to find someone specialized in entrance exams. Genia felt like Arya was genuinely worried about her, and shyly said, thank you, sir, but I'm still a bit embarrassed. Could you teach me yourself? Arya didn't hesitate and flatly declined. That's really difficult. Seeing Arya react so quickly, Genia sadly said, oh, why? Arya continued. The new semester is coming up, so I need to prepare too. His eyes sharpened as he spoke seriously. Miss Genia, this will be a long journey. Why don't you take a rest? Genia got confused and stammered with a puzzled face. Meanwhile, Helmut outside is trying to keep up with the carriage's speed to get close and eavesdrop. Feeling a bit rude about his actions, Helmut thought to himself, I wonder if there's anything to hear or if I shouldn't be doing this. Somehow, this reminds me of a movie. Their journey continued under the sunset, moving straight ahead. At the Black Eagle headquarters, the conversation among those present grew tense. Have you confirmed it? Someone kneeling replied, yes, I saw it with my own eyes, the masked man confidently said while tracking Helmut and John. They took on a small mission and started moving a few hours ago. If we hurry, we might catch up with them. The subordinate still kneeling added, but there are a few knights and a mercenary there. Anton, hearing the report, wondered, knights under a noble? He smiled cunningly and said, if it's a noble, this could escalate. Silently eliminating that bastard, he gave the order, and the subordinate replied, yes, sir. The entire conversation was overheard by Pao. He said, so stubborn. Just a mercenary. Do you have to go so far as to hire us? Anton laughed and replied, haha, I'm just being cautious. His face suddenly darkened. After all, that's the Black Eagle's philosophy. They must tear them apart piece by piece until they're gone. His voice rang out with the serious faces of the two. We just hope everyone here shares our loyalty. Pao's eyes turned fierce as he answered, right. He grinned wickedly. We really like what you just said. Night had fallen. The knights escorted them to an inn. Genia complained irritably. Isn't there anywhere better, Hai? Jitan replied softly. This is the only inn. Please bear with it for one night. The innkeeper greeted them. Welcome. It's late. You must be tired. The butler politely responded. Innkeeper. Thank you for letting us stay. We'll definitely pay in full. The innkeeper smiled broadly. This is just a small house in a tiny village. I hope you all rest well. The moon hung overhead, but Helmut still hadn't slept. He silently trained alone. After a while, he got tired, exhaling sharply. Looking at the sword in his hand, Helmut thought his was much better. Compared to when he was in the primal forest, he still felt something was off, like something was blocked. He was lost in thought. Lately, he hadn't trained his muscles or skills in a suitable place. After putting away the sword, he wondered if he could focus more on training after entering Greta Academy. Helmut's face suddenly darkened. More importantly, he needed to find information about the Dark Seed. Suddenly, Helmut felt something was wrong, so he glanced up from his defensive stance to look at the stars shining brightly in the sky, making him suspicious. After watching for a while and seeing nothing, Helmut thought to himself, I thought there was something here. In the quiet night, the Milky Way stretched sparkling and stunningly beautiful. A pure magical bird attracted his gaze, making him curious. Is that a familiar? The bird was a spirit beast summoned by a mage. Seeing he recognized it, the bird broke the magic seal and was freed. In that room, the summoner silently praised. He was pretty sharp. If I had watched longer, he would have caught me. That mage was Arya. After watching Helmut, he secretly admired him. After all, ordinary people couldn't do those things. Arya withdrew and was a bit curious about Helmut. What a strange bastard. Arya then leaned down, resting his chin on his hands, lost in thought. He saw Helmut earlier and thought to himself that he had met many talented mercenaries. But a third-rate mercenary at such a young age is seriously rare. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Lord Area was knocking frantically from outside, his voice panicked. Lord Area, are you still awake? Jania excitedly hammered on the door in the middle of the night. I know you're not asleep yet. Lord Area saw her disturbing him at midnight, and the maids rushed over in a hurry. Miss Jenia, they immediately raised their voices to remind her. Miss, you have to sleep before 9 o'clock, or you'll age faster. The master strictly ordered us. Jania was dragged away against her will, screaming loudly. I'm just talking for a bit, just a minute, she yelled, making Area in the room helpless. Let me go! Why the hell are you wearing makeup at this hour? Tonight might be my last night, they whispered in the midnight hallway, making him tired and sigh. So damn tired. Early the next morning, the escort group started moving again. By noon, Jenia was causing a ruckus again. It's almost lunchtime. Why haven't we stopped yet? Dutan replied gently. Yeah, we're almost there. Let's stop for some water first. The steady clatter of horse hooves suddenly stopped. Seeing the sparkling lake ahead, the steward said in surprise, Oh, there's a water source here. Kedrick heard that and got off his horse. Apparently, this was a usual rest stop on the way to the 3 camps. Then Kedrick cupped his hands, scooped a big gulp of water, and drank it. He wiped off the drips and smiled. This stuff could pass for wine. No joke. Cool and sweet. Mr. John heard this and felt reassured. Oh, wow, perfect, he loudly announced to everyone. All right, let's have lunch here. Looking at the fragrant dishes served to Jania, the knights showed envy. Whoa, that's fancy. Look at all that food, one complained while watching the plates loaded into the carriage. They were enjoying salads and meat, while we only got a loaf of bread and a piece of dried meat. He looked around and sighed, still needing water to hold off the hunger. Another soldier replied, This trip will take at least half a day to finish. The soldier kept complaining. Life's so boring and tough for me. Helmut finished all the food and suddenly thought about how much he missed Phi's cooking. He just raised the cup to taste when he noticed something off. Huh? Helmut stared at the cup in his hand and wondered, what the hell? Then he looked back at the lake where he got the water. The taste was a bit strange. Sensing the odd flavor, suspicion crept in. Could it be poisoned? Seeing everyone else drinking happily, he reconsidered. But everyone else seems fine. Maybe I just confused the taste with something else? Helmut thought while staring at the cup again when a soldier suddenly said, Ugh, I'm so tired. I'm gonna nap. Under the not yet harsh sun, the air felt thick, sweat dripping down John's face. He wiped it off and said tiredly, Huff, Miss Jenia has finished lunch, but I feel a bit weak. He then headed toward the carriage to check. Miss, the luggage is all packed. I think we should. Before he finished, the miss fainted, making John panic and shout, Miss Jenia, turns out you were just in a deep sleep, dreaming. Aha, tonight will be our last night. Lord Area saw Jenia was fine and sighed in relief. Looks like the miss was just rambling in her sleep. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. The dizziness hit him hard, and looking around at everyone else, they were dizzy too. Oh man, I suddenly feel so sleepy. John saw the situation was bad and shouted in shock, Kedrick, where are you? Kedrick! He was startled to see Kedrick trembling and collapsing to the ground. John shouted, Kedrick! He too staggered, unable to stand. What's going on? The steward collapsed to the ground along with everyone else who had fallen before. Only Helmut was the most awake among them. Seeing everyone stagger and fall, Helmut realized what was happening and without hesitation dumped the cup of water on the ground. He sat still, waiting for the ringleader to show up, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. Hearing footsteps approaching, he knew he was right. It was Pao and his gang. They whispered to each other, they must be out cold now, no need for sleeping drugs. If we get caught handling nobles, we're in big trouble. One of them noticed something odd and shouted, Then we just need to do it without leaving a trace. Wait, he was surprised to see Helmut still standing firm. You're still awake. Mok and Pao stood behind, realizing something. Pao spoke up, Isn't that the bastard from the mercenary squad? Why are you here? It seemed he just figured something out and said, Wait, suddenly pointing his sword forward and cautiously asking, Are you the one who wiped out the Black Eagle gang in the rumors? Helmut bluntly exposed him. You're a second-rate mercenary from Tarek's squad. When your team got attacked by the Duke, we couldn't find any trace of you. Their faces froze when exposed. Helmut said sarcastically. So you joined the Black Eagles, huh? Traitor? Feeling insulted and angry, he tried to charge forward. What? This bastard, but Pao stopped him, then smiled slyly. Bro, his face is purple with rage, grinding his teeth. Kid, before you open your mouth to yap, at least know your place. His comrades took the offensive as he commanded. Now you. They immediately surrounded Helmut in an instant, closing in with raised voices. Now you're our prey. He pulled the sword out of its sheath and licked the blade disgustingly, threatening, All right, let's start the hunt. He looked at him with eyes like he wanted to crush him. Helmut immediately raised his hand to draw his sword in defense. He stared at them for a moment, thinking silently, There are too many of them. In an instant, a powerful energy suddenly burst from afar and charged straight toward them. The energy shot directly at Pao, catching him off guard. He was pissed that some jerk was ruining his fun. Helmet seemed to guess where the energy came from without flinching. The mage's hand gently lifted a small glowing orb of energy on his finger. Arya was furious, glaring at them with a warning look. Drop your weapons and surrender. If you don't want to face the worst trouble of your life. Arya slowly stepped forward, energy radiating with every step. Seeing their plan ruined, Pao scowled in anger and said, "Ha! We sent them to Dreamland with a fat payout," he sneered sarcastically. And here was one who escaped thanks to insomnia. Helmut glanced at Arya, who still hadn't moved. Seeing him staring, she snapped, "Stop eyeballing me and focus on the enemy in front of you, dumbass." Seeing Arya there, Pao angrily pressed his sword to a subordinate's neck. "What's going on here?" The other guy blurted out the truth. "We didn't expect a mage here." Before he could finish explaining, Lang chose to strike, stabbing his sword right in the face. Hearing the half-hearted explanation, Pao's face darkened. "Nice excuse." Shh. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. "Forget it. I was stupid to expect anything from a Black Hawk. Shut up and clean up after this is over." Suddenly, he swung his sword and charged. "I'm gonna have a fun chat with that dumb bastard over there." Pao's eyes glowed red as he roared, "Get out of my way!" Pao lunged to attack, but was easily blocked by Helmut with a single move. Without hesitation, Pao used his weapon to strike, then dove from above, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Helmut wasn't one to back down either. He defended against the relentless strikes. At this moment, M's foot started moving. He had his sights on Arya, smiling like a predator. "If you don't stay still, I'll give you a departure as light as a feather." Helmut heard his rambling but didn't bother responding. Arya created a ball of gathered energy and spoke coldly. A mage who doesn't act is a mage who's done for. The moment was strangely calm, like nothing was happening. Suddenly, a shadow dashed through, tearing the silence apart in an instant. The sword clash between Helmut and Pao was tense like a drawn bow. They jumped between branches, pressing each other with full intensity. Pao, thinking he had the upper hand, taunted, "What? Talk's cheap, but look at you now." Helmut ignored him, dodging and attacking non-stop, moving constantly. He analyzed as he retreated. Two second-rate mercenaries and thieves. If he was alone, this would be tough. He suddenly remembered Arya's arrival and help, feeling relieved. "I'm in luck." Seeing Helmut keep dodging the blade, Pao shouted excitedly, "Get out of my way!" Then he swung a sharp blade strike that ripped through the ground, charging powerfully at Helmut. When he attacked, Helmut already saw through his moves. A loud explosion erupted, forcing Pao to stagger back. Not seeing Helmut appear, Pao smugly said, "What's wrong with this little rat?" Amid the dust cloud, he kept sneering. "Worse than I thought. What happened to your arrogance before?" Suddenly, Helmut's calm voice echoed, stunning Pao. "Don't worry." Helmut calmly appeared from the smoke, confidently saying, "We're just getting started." Pao's face turned purple with anger, seeing Helmut unharmed after the last attack. "What?" A pure aura immediately surrounded Helmut as he softly said, "Thanks for following me all the way here." Pao felt insulted by those words and shouted, "Huh? What did you say? I'm the one who cornered you here." Purple spiritual energy appeared around the sword as Helmut's serious voice rang out. "No." "Now cold," Helmut said. "You're not worthy to face me." Seeing his power suddenly erupt, Pao's eyes widened. Panic set in and he wildly swung his sword. "You bastard!" Pao charged madly, yelling, "A fourth-rate trash, daring to talk like that to a second-rate like me?" He swung his sword without hesitation, aiming a sharp strike straight at Helmut. But he was no match. Helmut easily dodged. In a flash, Helmut's sword gleamed as he jumped behind Pao. Seeing Helmut suddenly appear behind him, Pao panicked, turning to face Helmut's deadly expression and the fierce strike coming down on him. Helmut kept his cold face and swung his sword across the sky, right in front of Pao's terrified face. One powerful strike from Helmut sent a strong gust of air that slammed Pao to the ground. Choosing a direct strike, Pao spat out blood with a dazed look. Helmut landed lightly after the attack. Pao took the blow but couldn't move, lying flat there, barely breathing. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Pao trembled and said, "How the hell can some punk like you use that much power?" Just as he finished, Helmut punched him straight in the face, making him cough up blood. Helmut calmly grabbed his sword and said, "None of your business. Take your lackeys and quietly get lost, and I might spare your life." I was just about to leave when he flashed a sinister grin. "Whatever, whatever, whatever." Pao, on his deathbed, still spoke arrogantly. "You're making me beg for my life." He burst out laughing, then shouted with contempt, "Ha ha ha ha. Just go ahead and deal with me. Better to die with honor than live in shame." Hearing this, Helmut couldn't let the insult slide and repeated the taunt. His eyes sharpened and his voice turned icy. "You ran away and abandoned all your teammates. Aren't you ashamed?" His tone grew more serious. Was this humiliation worth more than his comrades' lives? So that's how it is. Then Helmut immediately left, not even bothering to look back at the grinning bastard lying there. Pow felt so humiliated and furious that he laughed maniacally but was powerless. Helmet quietly walked away amid his insane laughter. After walking for a while, he suddenly remembered something. Then he gazed into the distance and silently thought, that dumbass better be okay. Over here at Area Elk, every henchman of the Black Hawk gang lay scattered, unconscious. Some were motionless on the ground, others passed out in the tree branches, their whole bodies trembling but still struggling to stand against Area's power. Frowning, one shouted in panic. What the hell are you? Area didn't waste time and gathered a ball of energy in his hand, saying, I told you. Area's spiritual power flared fiercely as he angrily unleashed his technique. I am a mage. Area launched a magic formation and controlled the stones and magical energy floating above the hill. One guy standing there screamed like a brainless fool. Before that bastard could act, Area used magic to blast the sword from his hand. The others nearby weren't spared either, each hit by stones he hurled. Area's expression was cold as he spoke. I don't care what your goal is, but with just a flick of my hand, he immediately released magical energy and said, if you interfere with me. The guy next to him took the hit as Area's voice echoed. The bastard got pissed and clenched his sword tight, snarling, you little punk, you're really cocky. He swung his spear in a furious rage, aiming to crush Area. Area's face remained calm as he spoke coolly. Oh, still trying to act tough at this point? He gently raised his hand, creating a powerful magical force, then launched it straight at him. The strong spiritual energy orb scared the guy into taking the hit. He was instantly knocked back several feet, injured and off balance. Seeing him thrown back, the others panicked when Area said, you're all coming with me to Baden. They froze in fear. Area summoned a magic circle and shouted, stay right there. The Black Hawk gang freaked out, and one of them yelled, run! It's a magic trap! Area didn't hesitate and sent the circle flying, then shouted, where do you think you're running off to? One fleeing guy was immediately caught tight by Area's magic circle. The rest broke into a cold sweat and tried to escape, but were caught one by one inside the magic circle. Area kept moving, firing off waves of golden circles at an insane speed, then flung all the circles at the fleeing guys in front of him. Still, some managed to escape, and Area grumbled, damn, they're fast. Suddenly remembering something, he turned around. Oh, I guess I already took down the one who looked like the leader. He looked toward the rock that the guy Mac had just charged into with a puzzled expression. Mac had already fled, leaving only a few drops of blood on the rock and Area's curious voice. Huh? They ran off already? Mac was panting hard, having escaped Area's grasp and hidden deep in the forest. Clutching his wounds in pain, he wondered, how did this happen? I can't believe Blackhawk targeted some kid from Pace. The terrifying scene with Area is something I'll never forget. Plus, no one mentioned there'd be a mage. Mac slowly leaned his head back and lowered his voice. When did everything start going off track? Suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened, spotting Helmut's shadow flicker by. Mac immediately turned his head, alert. Helmut, still unaware of Mac nearby, calmly kept walking. Seeing him so composed, Mac froze, then panicked. Huh? How is this bastard completely unscathed? What about Pow? What happened? He sank deeper into his thoughts. Could that guy have beaten Pow? After walking a bit, Helmut suddenly stopped. He glanced at the rock where Mac was hiding behind. He stood there for a moment, then sighed. Quietly, he left, thinking there was no need to get involved. That guy must be pretty strong. Seeing Helmut apparently gone, Mac painfully dragged himself away, cursing under his breath. Gone for good. When Helmut returned unharmed, Area exclaimed in surprise, Huh? You're still alive? He suddenly threw something toward Helmut. Quick as a flash, Helmut caught at a coil of rope neatly in his hands. Area pointed at the captured guys and said, they're blinded but still need ropes. Helmut looked confused and asked, but they're already blinded. Area immediately turned and replied, I'm sending them straight to the prison in Baden. I don't want to waste any more mana on them. Hearing this, Helmut suddenly exclaimed, oh, prison. Only then did he realize Darian said, that's where wrongdoers are gathered. Is there really such a place? Remembering the moment he let those two go, he thought to himself, did I really have to let them go? What bad luck. Suddenly, Area asked him, but how can you stay awake? Hearing the question, Helmut became cautious. He tried to dodge and made up an excuse, because I don't drink from that stream. Your answer sounds hard to believe. So, Area immediately shot a blast of magic at him, but Helmut dodged just in time. Area narrowed her eyes and growled, Ha, you think I didn't see that? Helmut just stood there watching without making a move, then suddenly asked, Area back, what about you? Why aren't you sleeping? He added, I saw you drinking that water. Area was ready to attack and replied in a cold voice, I'm a mage. I can purify it. His question stunned Area. Oh, so it's because of the magic surrounding you? His heart skipped a beat and he stammered, You can see it? Helmut calmly replied while glaring at the Dark Hawk group. Not clearly, but I can sense it. Seeing him answer so calmly, Area became confused. Why are you pretending not to see it? Helmet slowly stood up and calmly said, I'm not that curious. Then he brushed his hands off and softly added, You're hiding it on purpose, so it's not my business. Arya looked at him suspiciously but said nothing. Seeing him stare blankly like that, Helmet looked puzzled and clueless. With his dumbfounded face, she coldly walked away thinking to herself, damn, what a pain in the ass. Later, when he woke up, John sighed, seeing the Dark Hawks blinded by the magic. We almost got into big trouble. He worriedly looked at Arya and said, We don't know how to repay your kindness. How should we thank you? Arya replied coldly, It's nothing. I just did what a traveling companion should do. No need to repay me. Then he glanced as if wanting to say something to everyone. Arya pointed at him and continued, That mercenary soldier over there helped me too, though I'm not sure why, but I don't think he was tricked into sleeping either. Arya still eyed Helmet suspiciously. He calmly answered, That drug doesn't work on me. John covered his mouth and laughed. Oh ho, I've heard of a few people with such insane immunity. Thanks a lot. He kept smiling and said, Since you're a mercenary, when we get to Baden, besides the pay we promised you. Before he finished, Genia rushed over shouting, There's Lord Arya. Her eyes sparkled with heart shapes and she jumped excitedly toward Arya, startling him. Her eyes kept shining with heart shapes as she happily said, You appeared and saved me from disaster. Genia tightly held his hand and cheerfully said, Could it be fate that brought us together? She gripped his hand even tighter with sparkling eyes. Ah, Genia from Jeringen wants to repay you at any cost. Genia excitedly said, Please marry me. Arya immediately rejected her flatly with a cold face. Too bad. I already have a fiancé waiting at home. His words left Genia speechless. Once I graduate from the academy, I'll marry her right away. Seeing Genia upset, Kedrick felt helpless. Oh, come on, stop it. She burst into tears, and everyone comforted her. Miss, please don't cry here. While John pulled her away, Kedrick tiredly ordered to move on. After a long journey, Butler John wiped his sweat and sighed. Phew, thanks to traveling day and night, we arrived safely. Under the bright sunlight, they set foot in Baden, a bustling and lively city. At the city gate, Helmet began dismounting and casually scouted around. He looked around for a moment and thought, So this is Baden. Right now, in front of me are the city gate guards, where everyone entering or leaving must be checked. John also dismounted and called Helmet. Hey, you there? He replied, Yes. John then said, Thanks for working hard. I'll definitely give you a good review at the Mercenary Guild. Then he handed over a bag of money and said, And here's more. John smiled and said, This is 10,000 nin marks. This isn't part of the promised pay. Just consider it a heartfelt fee from us. Helmet stared at the bigger-than-expected bag of money and replied, Thank you, sir. At that moment, he noticed Arya preparing to leave, his eyes never leaving him, standing there stunned. Helmet was silent for a moment, then bowed his head, then raised it, as if understanding something. Helmet didn't care, and immediately turned to leave with the huge pile of money. He quietly walked past Arya. After a few steps, his feet suddenly stopped as if wanting to say something. Seeing Helmet silent made Arya confused. Helmet didn't turn back but suddenly said, Thank you. He glanced at him, for helping me in many ways. Hearing his thanks, Arya's eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. He shyly looked away, pretending not to care much. The conversation ended like that, and Helmet left shortly after. Helmet seemed lost in thought. Now he looked toward the bright light at the city gate and silently wondered if he should head straight to the academy. Inside Baden City, people hurried back and forth. Helmut glanced around and whispered to himself, So strange. Seeing everyone laughing and talking in amazement, this place was bigger than any village he had ever been to, and more crowded too. He still stood alone there, wondering, is this what people call a city? Helmet wandered alone. The place was so big it was hard to find his way. After a while, he stood before the academy gate, the place he had been searching for a long time. Looking at the huge gate, Helmet thought, So, this is the big campus. He told himself it was Greta Academy. Just stepping into the academy, the laughter and chatter of everyone was lively, smiles bright on their lips. Helmet stepped into the academy hall, the vast space overwhelming him. Seeing such a large place, the chatter of everyone was lively, smiles bright on their lips. Helmet stepped into the academy hall, the vast space overwhelming him. Seeing such a huge place, Helmet was getting tired. Where the hell should I find this guy named Ethan Kudrow now? Suddenly, he spotted an orange-haired girl, the librarian, sitting there. Without hesitation, he walked straight up to her. The girl didn't react at all, so Helmet slammed the table, making her jump and exclaim, You scared me. Then she cautiously asked, what do you want here? He didn't waste words and replied, Ethan, I'm looking for someone by that name. The girl looked a bit flustered and asked, Oh, you mean Ethan Kudrow, the swordsmanship trainer? He nodded. Yeah. Then Helmet said, I'm an acquaintance of his. Can I see him? The librarian nodded and said, Okay, got it. Please tell me your name. He answered immediately, Helmet. Right after giving his name, the girl started leading him somewhere inside the academy. She brought him to a red door and said, "This way." Then she used a card to activate a magic circle. She glanced at him and asked, "You don't mind waiting a bit, right?" Helmut replied, "No problem." He looked at the card and thought, "Is this magic too?" The door slowly began to open in response to the card. He just watched the door slowly closing behind him. After staring for a while, he thought, "The person Darian mentioned really piques my curiosity." Suddenly, the door slowly opened again. The girl stepped out and said, "Please come in." Helmut stepped in slowly, but suddenly he felt the aura of this place. The man with his back turned was Jan. A cold atmosphere spread instantly. Seeing Helmut, he growled, "I've never heard the name Helmut before." His face turned cold as he got straight to the point. The imposing figure before him made Helmut thoughtful. That aura wasn't as strong as Darian's, but among all the swordsmen he'd met in the human world, this guy was definitely top tier. Then he looked serious and firm. Eaton's face didn't change. Helmut thought if he was a mercenary, he'd be top-notch. Seeing no reaction from him, Jan asked, "You said your name is Helmut, right? I want to confirm that again." He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Why did you come to see me?" Hearing this, Helmut snapped back to reality and said, He immediately drew his sword from its sheath and held it out in front of Eaton. Seeing this strange move, Eaton was stunned and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Helmut stayed calm and replied, "He said you'd understand its meaning. This sword." Hearing that, Eaton looked puzzled but then examined it more closely and realized, wait, it doesn't look professionally made, but on closer inspection, the sword was incredibly sturdy, balanced, and razor-sharp. It could be considered one of the best swords. Suddenly, Eaton was shocked because it looked strangely familiar. Could it be? He went silent and said, "Darian." Darian went to peer. Seeing Eaton's reaction, Helmut sighed in relief. Eaton was right. He hurried closer and anxiously asked, "Oh my God, you mean he's still alive?" Helmut's words stunned Eaton into silence. "No, he's gone," Helmut continued. "He took his last breath just recently." Hearing this like a thunderbolt, Jan was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. He painfully covered his face and said, "I see now, so that's how it is." Jan still hid his sorrow and said, "He's been missing for over 20 years. I promised to repay him for saving my life with my family's honor." Then he looked at Helmut and asked, "So you holding this sword means what exactly?" Facing Eaton's expression, Helmut nodded firmly. The hand holding the sword said it all. He was his last apprentice. Helmut admitted immediately, "That's right." Jan got straight to the point. "Tell me, why did you come to find me?" Helmut's gaze dropped. Then he said, He looked at Jan with determination and said, "I want to enroll in Greta Academy." Hearing this, Jan didn't speak right away but sized him up carefully. He seemed to understand and said, "All right, I think I get why he sent you here." Looking at Helmut, he added, "Maybe he wanted you to have a guardian." Then Eaton asked, "How old are you now?" Hearing that, Helmut looked confused. I'm not sure." Jan was powerless at that answer. "You don't know your own age?" Muttering under his breath, he cursed Darian. "That bastard." Helmut held out his hand and counted, 14 or 10 years old? Watching him count, Jan thought, this kid's been alive all these years and doesn't even know his age. He lowered his voice and said, "All right, I get it." Looking at Helmut's aura and appearance, he evaluated him and said, "Not like a 14-year-old freshman." Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Eaton suggested, "Let's just say you're 15. Besides, you'll have to take the transfer student test too." He held the documents and said, "Other students probably haven't been told everything yet." Then Helmut asked, "I have to take a test?" Seeing this, Eaton thought, "Damn, does a student from the Holy Swordsman Academy really need to take the swordsmanship entrance exam?" Eaton calmly explained, "Well, if you reveal you're from Darian Dieperter's Holy Swordsman Academy, you might get accepted immediately because that alone proves your skills." Helmut silently stared at the glowing sword hilt and thought, "Darian." He gripped it tightly and fell into deep thought. He's helped me all this way, from the primal forest to this very moment. Suddenly, Helmut started to suspect something. Wait a minute. Darian stopped at the primeval forest. Remembering the moment Eaton said, "He's been missing for over 20 years, he wondered. Missing? What the hell happened? Helmut was still lost in thought. Even Darian's acquaintances didn't know where he was. Surely Darian didn't voluntarily go to the primeval forest. Then he started suspecting, so that means someone forced him there and hid the truth, right? Imagining that moment, he thought quietly. If the one who forced Darian into the primeval forest found out his last apprentice was living in the human world, that thought made Helmut wary he'd be kicked back there immediately, not to mention losing any chance to destroy the dark root. After a mental struggle, Helmut decided to keep it secret and refused. No way. Hearing his answer, Eaton asked curiously, "Why not?" He didn't hesitate to explain, "I can't reveal all the details. If someone finds out I'm Darian's apprentice, my life will be in danger." Helmut's words instantly sparked anger in Eaton. He turned purple with rage and spoke angrily. What the hell? Who dares mess with Darian's apprentice? Helmet calmly said. When the time is right, I'll tell you everything. Please be patient. Eaton calmed down and then spoke. All right, so you and Darian have some complicated situation. Then he suggested, but if you need my help, just say the word. He already trusted you with me, Helmet replied. Yeah, Eaton said as he walked away. Now let's get ready for the entrance exam. I'll handle the paperwork. You don't have to worry. First, we need to check your skill level. Follow me. Watching the god leave like that, Helmet just stood there dumbfounded. He followed him to a large training room inside the academy. He looked around curiously. This is, Eaton explained, my personal training room. He opened the door and continued. That sword god didn't just randomly take you as an apprentice, but because of the exam, I need to see how skilled you really are. Behind the door was a huge log. Eaton took a piece and handed it to Helmet, then said, try cutting it in half. Hearing the command, Helmet got ready to draw his sword and follow the order, but suddenly Eaton stopped him. No. He pointed to the wooden sword behind Helmet and said, use that wooden sword back there. Without hesitation, Helmet grabbed the wooden sword and tested its durability. Eaton watched him and thought silently, this is birchwood, harder to use than most others. At this age, if he can chop through that log, that's already a high achievement. Eaton sensed something strange, but seeing Helmet hold the wooden sword confidently amazed him. He wasn't surprised at all. Seeing Helmet's fearless stance, Eaton started to feel cautious. This kid's used to wooden swords, no telling how strong he really is. Just as he thought that, Helmet focused on the log and immediately used V. A powerful magical force enveloped the wooden sword, instantly slicing the log in half in a blink. Witnessing that, Eaton's face showed more shock than ever. Pacing back and forth, Helmet finished with just one move, striking a perfect pose. Eaton silently assessed, strong aura, extraordinary power, so he was sure that passing the exam was almost guaranteed. From that, Eaton guessed he must be Darian DePerter's student. Helmet asked curiously, so that means I can enroll? Actually, Eaton wasn't so sure. His swordsmanship was so advanced that Eaton couldn't determine how gifted he really was. Still, he answered, yes, you just need to pass the written test. Helmet looked confused. Written test? Eaton held a paper with a pale face. He couldn't believe what he saw. The average score was 4, just barely passing. It couldn't be this low. Then he looked at Helmet. Only about 10 days left until the exam? This is tough. Then Eaton revealed clearly to Helmet, with his current score, he would never pass. Even with a private tutor, there wasn't enough time. Hearing that, Helmet felt a bit down. Can't you teach me? Eaton was straightforward. No, I'm a teacher at the school. He regretted it. We're not allowed to tutor any applicants. The consequences would be unpredictable. He also mentioned that usually students tutor other students, but since the exam is so close, he was pretty sure all the good tutors were already booked. That made Eaton even more troubled. This is bad. Helmet just stayed silent, speechless. In his mind, he recalled they said that Mage was famous at the academy, so Helmet thought, I guess they meant he's really outstanding. Then he asked, do you know an academy called Area? Eaton responded, of course I know Area. When he enrolled, he topped the class with perfect scores, the first time in the academy's history. But why do you ask? Based on that info, Helmet concluded, topping the class. That definitely means he can teach me. After all, he had to come to that conclusion since he didn't know anyone else. No other options. After some hesitation, Helmet said, then I'll go ask that student. Eaton was skeptical and asked, you're just gonna go ask a student from Area like that? He blurted out, one thing's for sure, that student is skilled enough to tutor me. Wait, how do you even know Area? Helmet? Outside the academy, a voice exclaimed in awe. What? Area gave a cold, confused look at the person in front of him. What nonsense are you spouting? Just randomly showing up here to see me. Darian denied. Did we say we'd meet again? I don't remember making that promise. And then, Area even threw some shade. Besides, who would want to tutor anyone? I looked down on those idiots, especially the dumb swordsman. Now he suddenly remembered, wait, at first I thought you were sent to Baden, but you came here for the academy? Seriously. Then Area showed his disgust. I don't know why a mercenary is here, but if you want to apply, study on your own. I have no intention of tutoring you. Right now, I just need to pass the exams. They say you're really good. Area bluntly replied, I don't want to, so I won't help you. Immediately, he turned to walk inside. I wonder what you've heard so far. You should leave. I'm not here to chat with you, Helmet said clearly and firmly. I never said I'd tutor you for free. I'll pay you, because I know one thing. In this world, money talks. Area asked back, money? You planning to buy my knowledge with cash? He turned back and spoke proudly. Tell me, how much money does a mercenary like you even have? Helmet got straight to the point. How much do you want? This attitude annoyed Area. What's your deal? He read a big number. 100,000 max. No credit. Pay up front. If you think you can pay in installments, Forget it. Unexpectedly, Helmet calmly said, "All right." Arya was momentarily stunned by that. Then Helmet declared, "I'll get the money ready. So, let's start tomorrow." Arya doubted and asked again, "What? You serious? Are you sure?" So he wanted to remind him that was a huge amount. "See? I'm asking for 100,000. Max, are you hard of hearing?" Helmet silently calculated. 90,000 max from the Swift Mercenary Guild and 10,000 max from escort missions. So, Helmet was confident he had enough cash. He said seriously, "Time's tight, so I think we should start right away tomorrow." Helmet said casually, "See you here tomorrow then." Arya reminded him again, "If you don't have the money ready, I won't tutor you." He even warned, "Come here tomorrow, and if you try any tricks, watch out." Finally, Arya went straight inside. Seeing him breeze past like the wind, Xian took notice. While Helmut stood still outside, he sighed in relief. "Whew, that should be fine." Then Helmut also turned and left. Xian watched him through the big door. He pondered for a while, then said, "Interesting." Meanwhile, Helmut left without paying attention. Xian deliberately spoke loudly, "Silent but has a friend?" Suddenly, the next day arrived. As scheduled, Helmut was on his way to the academy. On the other side, Arya had been standing outside the door for a while, looking really pissed off. Arya really didn't expect this bastard to actually show up. Then he coldly held out his hand and asked, "Where's the money?" Helmut started digging into his pockets. He pulled out a bag of cash and assured, "Here, exactly 100 max coins." Earlier, Arya had said, "All right, if you're going to do this, do it properly. But I already told you I won't tutor anyone, so if you fail, don't come asking me for money." Helmut nodded firmly. "No problem." Actually, Arya was silently blaming himself, thinking he should have just refused outright yesterday because of his pride, so he demanded payment like that. Then he sighed and told Helmut, "Wait here, I'll be right back." Arya told himself, "Fine then," and he figured he probably wouldn't need to teach much anyway. Now Arya and Helmut had gone inside to start the lesson. While Helmut focused on writing, Arya sat right beside him, propping his chin on his hand. Those scrutinizing eyes kept glancing at Helmut. Arya was silently evaluating this freak, and he noticed something when looking closely at him. He realized Helmut had more issues than he thought. According to Arya, Helmut's learning ability far surpassed all the magic students. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Hey Arya, I've got a question. Did you really come out of the forest after surviving on your own?" This didn't seem to surprise Helmut much. "Just as I thought. I noticed that during my last mission too." He also judged Arya, but this mage wasn't ordinary. From then on, Helmut told himself to be more careful around this guy. After a while, he finally responded, "Why do you ask?" But Arya stayed silent, then pointed ahead and expressed his opinion. "I see that your concentration is excellent, and your memory skills are amazing. I also see your diligence." A moment later, he angrily slammed the table, then angrily questioned, "How do you have zero ethics and common sense? You just spew nonsense like that. Your ethics test scores have been bad for a long time." Honestly, Arya was pointing out every mistake. "Oh, what's this? Using your dad's power to threaten others in return. If someone messes with you, that's how you react." Explaining all this made Arya sigh in exhaustion. Hurry up and finish the other subjects, then focus on this one for the rest of the time. To motivate him, he reminded Helmut, "Listen, 100,000 max is a huge amount. You had to pay a lot to be tutored by the top student of the academy." Finally, Arya summed it up. "It means I gotta help you get into the academy no matter what." He even stressed that it's not about the money, it's about my reputation. "You gotta get into this academy by any means, got it?" Suddenly getting called a suckling pig right to my face. He really is a weird dude. Arya set up a scenario. "Now listen, a poor student steals your stuff. In that case, how should you properly handle it?" Thinking about the ethical solutions most people would use. So Helmut reasons it out with ethics, meaning no fighting, right? After thinking it over, he finally blurted out, "I got it." Arya was waiting for that answer. "I, Helmut, will share my solution. I'll steal it back, quietly." Arya was speechless after hearing that. "What an idiot you are. This situation just made him lose it. I really don't know what to say to you." "Wrong," Helmut naively responded. "Wrong where? I'm not fighting, I'm just handling it silently." Arya sighed in frustration. "You're clearly a swordsman." In the end, he had to lay out the best approach. Things could end quietly, sure, but if your classmate doesn't learn anything, this will happen again. The best way is to talk to them so they feel remorse for their wrongdoing and help them realize how much their actions can impact others. Arya explained it as simply as possible. You forgive them, not their sins. That's the Academy's standard definition of justice. Helmut just silently grumbled, "So complicated. Being human is tough." Only now did he realize that in this world, you gotta learn stuff like ethics and appreciation to survive. "I started learning these basics way too late." So Helmut promised himself that to become the kind of person Darian talked about, he needs to handle complicated problems like that. I think it's gonna take me a hell of a lot of time. After that, Arya kept teaching ethics lessons. But you could tell he was running out of things to say. While Arya used all his brain power to explain, Helmut just scratched his dumb head. 2 weeks later, at Greta Academy Library, outside was pretty crowded. Behind some bushes, 2 girls were peeking with starry eyes. Over there, turns out these girls were crazy about the handsome Arya-sama who was on inspection duty. Today, he looked extra hot. One girl wondered who he was waiting for. The other guessed, it's gotta be the one he's been tutoring these past weeks. Right then, Helmut was walking up. Could that be the guy? Arya had been waiting for a while and finally saw Helmut. His face showed clear annoyance. Done already? Why does a big academy only hold library exams? Helmut could only guess. Maybe because it's quiet? Lin reminded him that was a rhetorical question. In the end, he pushed that aside and just asked, since I've been tutoring you, I've put all my work and books aside, so I gotta spend all my time waiting to see if you pass? Hearing that, Helmut went silent for a moment. Then Arya added, you won't have trouble with the practical exam, but the lessons from these past weeks are for today, right? Finally, he waved goodbye. All right, I'm off. Good luck on the practical exam. Helmut replied, thanks. Before really leaving, Arya turned and waved. Helmut added the last part, for helping me. So Arya was straightforward. I got something out of it too, so no need to thank me. Then he left with some encouragement. Good luck. Still, Helmut had to admit, thanks to Arya, everything ended well. Then he went back to business. Now all that's left is for Helmut to head to where YS is needed right now. The practical swordsmanship exam, the waiting rooms for the transfer test. Helmut was on his way inside. Inside, someone announced, you guys have to stay here and follow the instructor's directions to find your respective groups when your name is called. A group was gathered there chatting. One guy had sharp eyes looking elsewhere with a dangerous expression. Helmut looked around and figured he just needed to wait here, right? He wondered, what should I do after the exam? Suddenly Helmut remembered the advice. Y said to, just rest. It's been a while since I trained, so maybe I'll go practice a bit. Right then, a calm voice called out, hey, tell you with the black hair. The guy waved in front of Helmut, greeting him like they were close. What are you so focused on? He cheerfully introduced himself. Hi, I'm Sabat Rugal, second son of the Rugal family. Then he asked back, what's your name? Just by looking at Helmut, he knew this guy had some agenda. He was sure Sabat had a reason to approach him. Seeing Helmut didn't respond was a bit confusing, so he reassured, hey, what's up? Is it some academy rule? Don't worry, we haven't officially enrolled yet. That made Helmut curious. What academy rule? Now, he coldly replied, why are you talking to me? But Sabat still acted friendly. You don't have to be so guarded. I'm just trying to be friends with a transfer student. Actually, Sabat had his own motives and also knew rumors that Helmut was Arya's student. Even though he was low class, knowing him might be useful, he looked like a guy who follows orders. Helmut simply introduced himself as Helmut. Sabat sneered clearly. Helmut, a plain name, but it suits you perfectly. What's your last name? He added. It'd be better if I knew which family you're from, right? Helmut involuntarily repeated, and Sabat immediately confirmed. That's right. It would be better if we were close beforehand. Right? If we're joining the academy, we should know each other anyway. Helmut pondered silently. The only family he knew was the name on the pendant, Margaret Irene, but since he was abandoned in the primal forest, he probably shouldn't say that name. Thinking that, Helmut bluntly said, I don't have a family. This answer brought silence. Sapbat was surprised by the info. You don't? Are you saying you're a commoner? Helmut confirmed without hesitation. That's right. Immediately, Sapbat showed clear contempt. Oh man. Even though I didn't recognize you, I still reached out to a commoner first, seriously. Then he arrogantly challenged. But even if I can't judge your identity right, why are you acting so confident? The guy next to him joined in the insult. Why do you think, if he knew his place, why would he ask to join the academy from the start? Sapbat mocked happily. So that bastard probably doesn't even know shame, huh? Maybe no one ever taught him. Then he went back to insulting Helmut as a commoner. How were you raised anyway? He was encouraged to mock. So do you have money or something? Suddenly, someone appeared, making the guy next to him shout, Candidate! A man appeared behind Sapbat preaching. We know you're happy the written test is over, but since there are other students, hold back for now. Insulting someone based on class or gender is strictly forbidden in the academy. He seriously warned, from now on, watch your words. Candidate number 15, Mr. Sapbat. Then he loudly announced, now we will explain the test in 5 minutes. All candidates, please settle into your seats. Sapbat, having been called out, had no choice but to retreat. His shoulders trembled with anger. When a short distance from Helmut, Sapbat called out. He sneered quietly. If you're a lowly commoner, at least bow your head like one. Don't pretend to be on the same level as those above you and cause misunderstandings. Helmut glanced towards Sapbat as he left. The test supervisor spoke clearly. All candidates, thank you for your effort in the written test. We hope everyone will do well in the practical test. Then he explained the practical test would be done in groups and split into 2 rounds. There will be 4 groups total, and scores will be based on that. Meanwhile, the eyes around were all fixed on Helmet. They all looked at him with disdain, even those standing in the far corner, and Helmet could feel it clearly. Everyone was staring at him, their eyes just like that bastard's earlier. That made him imagine this place was no different from the primal forest, where humans and monsters coexist but are stratified. Even though strength in the human world isn't determined solely by power, like they said, family is more important than personal power, right? But Helmut believed he would definitely learn something here. For now, just focus on the test, the assistant instructor announced. Last group, Group 4, please step forward. Outside, a tree trunk was set up. The assistant instructor continued. As we explained before, the first round of the test is to chop through the black wood. He said everyone must use the wooden sword provided and are free to use sword techniques and weapons. Someone tightened their grip on the sword until veins popped out. The assistant instructor added, the time limit is 5 minutes after you swing your sword. Even if you don't cut through the wood in time, you won't lose the right to the next round, so we advise everyone to do their best. When you're ready, you may begin. Helmut gripped the wooden sword without worry. I just need to cut it. Simple enough. Yet he thought that even if it was harder than it looked, it was still just a tree, not something he couldn't break. Immediately, Helmut raised the sword, his hand clenched tight. Should I just finish this now? Then, Helmut brought the sword down on the wood. The supervisor gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Helmut kept his eyes tightly shut, and unexpectedly, with just one strike, he split the wooden log in half. Witnessing this, he was shocked. I'm the supervisor, and it took me several swings to cut through that black wood, but he managed to split it in one move? Helmut casually said. Done yet? An announcement echoed. All right, you've passed the first round of the test. Inside the room, the candidates were chatting since the competition was over. The large door was slowly opening. Charlotte was smiling happily but then turned to look at Helmut, who stood coldly in front of the big door. Charlotte started mocking him already. What's this? Are they using rotten wood instead of black wood or something? I think I need to ask the supervisor. This time, Helmut's face showed clear disdain. At the same moment, the supervisor stepped in. Since the last group has gathered, we'll explain the next round of the test. He revealed that the second round would be one-on-one duels. Then he went over the rules. Under the watchful eye of the supervisor, everyone will go head-to-head one-on-one using their own sword techniques in an 8-minute match, and the final results will be decided based on careful evaluations. The supervisor added that opponents will be chosen randomly, and the outcome will be determined regardless of whether the person wins or not. So, show us your best skills within the time limit. Helmut immediately sneered. This is such an unfair test. Then he glanced over at Helmut. If anyone had to face that low-life bastard, they'd automatically pass. Feeling the gaze on him, Helmut looked over. Seeing this, Helmut got even more hyped. You heard what I said. He looks quiet, but Helmut's really pissed off. That guy keeps getting on my nerves, doesn't even know his place. I gotta shut him up. Feeling Helmut's stare, Helmut growled. Got a problem? He put on a nasty face and taunted. If you're so annoyed, why don't you just fight me? Helmut flashed a dark, scary grin. What's up? That guy's like a crazy person barking orders nonstop. Come on, fight if you're tough. Helmut stared silently at him. This damn bastard's driving me nuts. But Helmut's hand quietly clenched, holding back his anger. What if I just punched him? Suddenly, a cold voice snapped him back to reality. First match, please. The referee's voice echoed from afar, making Helmut turn his head. Number 29, Helmut. What the referee said next crushed Helmut's mood. And number 8, Andro, Helmut muttered while staring at his back. Low-life scum. I could easily crush you underfoot. Immediately, another guy chimed in with flattery. Yeah, that Andre guy's lucky. Helmut glanced at him, then turned away coldly, no longer caring. There'll be a chance. The scene shifted to the large arena where judges and contestants gathered. Len looked at the contestants and greeted them with a smile. Here come the first candidates. Wygod sat calmly beside him and said, Please enter. The referee bowed respectfully to Helmut. Hello, everyone. Are you ready? We'll now begin round 2. His eyes flicked sideways as if recognizing something. Seeing his nod, Helmut thought quietly. Wygod glanced at him casually and asked, Is that the person you introduced? God immediately turned and answered calmly. Yes, this match will be judged by the 2 of them. Their laughter eased the tension a bit. Is this your first time nominating someone? He must be special. A meaningful smile appeared on his calm face. Once you meet him, you'll understand. Meanwhile, the referee started officiating the match. The match lasts a total of 8 minutes, 4 minutes per round. It ends when one fighter can no longer hold their sword or continue fighting. To repeat, the goal isn't to win, but both fighters should give their best. After explaining the rules, he gestured. Now, begin. Andre exhaled, trying to steady himself. The wind howling by his ear made his mind wander. This guy's just a civilian. His hand tightened lightly around the wooden sword, secretly despising, bowing so low he couldn't even lift the black wood. Opposite him, Helmut also prepared to swing his sword. Basically, he was just an untrained nobody. While Andre was still lost in thought, Helmut's figure flashed like the wind. With sword skills honed since childhood, Andre was knocked down to the ground in shock. The two Pachika couldn't hide their surprise. Eaton quietly smiled with confident eyes. Andre stared at the wooden sword, pointed at him, face pale. Helmut looked down at him coldly. His eyes showed no mercy. Enough now? The referee quickly ran over, raising a hand to stop. Stop! Number 8 can't continue. He clenched his teeth so hard his whole body trembled. What? I lost. Andre's teeth ground louder as he got angry. A damn civilian. Yeah. The three Chica watched, then paused before commenting. That sword strike was fast and powerful. Didn't expect the kid to be that good. Len looked on with satisfaction in his eyes. Kids the same age but such a huge skill gap. Unbelievable. If the matches go like this, we can't properly evaluate their skills. What should we do? Andre struggled to get up off the ground. God, sitting as a judge, quietly clenched his fist, thinking he knew the kid's level wasn't ordinary. His opinion of Helmut had changed, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. He grabbed his sword again and got into stance. I heard there are 2 matches? So there's one more, right? She put her hand on her chin, a hint of worry on her beautiful face. Damn, that kid's really good. Pachika's voice continued as Andre still struggled. However, the purpose of this test is just to evaluate the candidate's skills. He glanced over and agreed. Yeah, but if the second match is like this, we can't judge the kid's skills. After a brief silence, Eon finally spoke up. Helu! Instead of just focusing on beating the opponent, he gave Helmut a reminder. He suggested a new approach. Can you fight him as a coach? A flicker of curiosity appeared on Helmut's otherwise expressionless face. This time, Coach Darien tried to explain more simply. Yeah, fight like you're learning swordsmanship. Helmut's hand quietly clenched the sword hilt. He recalled the moments when Darien was teaching him sword skills. As if fully understanding the lesson, he calmly replied, Got it. Eon finally nodded, eyes glancing toward the arena. His call had just snapped Andrew awake. Candidate Andrew Darien also gave Helmut a small hint for the upcoming match. Status and background don't matter. What counts is whether you can face an opponent on a whole different level. Pausing briefly, he continued, Your skills aren't any worse than your peers, so be confident and show us what you've got. A silent bead of sweat rolled down Helmut's forehead. Finally, Andrew nodded with strong, determined spirit. Yes, I understand. Regaining his composure, Andrew gripped his sword tightly once more. Looking at the opponent, he couldn't help but honestly praise. You're strong. Andrew admitted his own mistake. Sorry for underestimating you. I was just focused on status. Still, now he carried a confidence bigger than any fear. But I have pride too. Helmut listened to his confession without expression. This time, I won't lose so easily. Suddenly, Andrew's facial muscles tensed, eyebrows furrowed. He dashed forward like a lightning bolt, shouting, Watch this. Andrew decisively swung his sword down, but Helmut blocked it easily with a simple move. Holding the defense, he advised, You've got to strike faster. Your range is too wide, making it easy for your attack to be stopped. Andrew instinctively stepped back, letting out a soft grunt. Then, a burst of powerful energy surged as he launched 3 careful consecutive strikes. Helmut kept his cold face and casually commented, Your center balance is too weak. If you only focus on attacking, your weight shifts too far forward. Andrew gritted his teeth in pain but kept pushing forward. No way. As he attacked, Helmut smoothly slipped behind him. Attacking head-on makes it hard to change direction. You've got to watch both sides when attacking. With a light strike to Andrew's back, Helmut successfully knocked him down. Losing balance makes it tough to block. You have to keep your distance from your opponent. Darien looked at the strange scene he'd created and didn't know what to say. Get back in position. Don't just swing wildly. The viewpoint shifted behind Eon's ear. He recalled the past when he was badly wounded and couldn't move. Darien with a drunken smile, and Eon struggling to stay alive. The wound on his belly looked severe. My life ends here. He closed his eyes, accepting the coming death. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the dark cave. That guy. The sword in his hand radiated terrifying power. After one strike, the cave shattered into pieces. Eon's calm face now filled with surprise. If you just sit there like that, you'll really die. Darien appeared before him in imposing armor and a heroic stance. With furrowed brows, he gently said, Get up. Now that serious image almost merged with Helmut's current self. Get up. The wind blew his cloak, making Helmut look even more like Darien. Somehow, Eon's lips curved into a relieved smile. You're back. Several application forms were spread out on the table. I think we've picked the right candidates. Seems so. Len thoughtfully gave his opinion. This year's candidates are pretty well sorted by skill. The three chicas carefully thought before speaking. First, she smiled softly, eyes gleaming with interest. I have high hopes. Wonder how far they'll go. Darian picked up an application form and looked at it. Gently touching Helmut's photo, he murmured, "This kid's gonna be outstanding." Golden sunlight colored the bustling street scene. A week later in Baden, Helmut walked down a small street, seemingly searching for something. Last time I was here, it was around here. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he'd found it. In front of him was a wooden sign, probably a mercenary guild. Seeing it, the teenage receptionist quickly greeted with a bright smile. "Welcome to the Baden Mercenary Guild." Facing Helmut, he didn't hide his smile. "What can I help you with?" Helmut coldly replied with an emotionless face. "No, I'm here to make a request." This made the receptionist a bit confused. "What? You're a mercenary?" Helmut seemed unfazed, calmly answering, "Yeah, what's up?" The teen had a different thought looking at Helmut's appearance. "I get it. I thought you were from some famous family. Can I ask which guild you belong to?" Helmut handed him an info sheet. "I'm Helmut from the Rapid Mercenary Guild. I used to store stuff here." Looking at it, the teen quickly confirmed. "Got it. Sorry, I just started working here." Helmut from the 3rd class Rapid Mercenary Guild has confirmed. He turned around to ask for more info to carry out the mission. He said, "What kind of request do you want? I'll do my best to help." Helmut pondered lightly, letting out a long nasal sound. In his mind, he recalled the moment of slamming the table hard. Xian, eyes wide with surprise, shouted, 100,000 demon stars? Even if it's area, how did you make such a huge amount? He obviously wasn't over the shock yet. "Where did you borrow that from?" While putting a bite of food in his mouth, he casually said, "It's money I saved up from being a mercenary." Sweat poured down his forehead nonstop. "If that's true, then fine, but I hope that's not all your savings, right?" Helmut still answered innocently and straightforwardly. "Yeah, that's right." This only made Xian more troubled as he sighed. "First, I gotta teach you how to manage your finances, Helmut." Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and explained to Helmut, "Now I'm your guardian, so you don't have to worry too much, but you won't always have money during a recession, and you don't even know when you'll need it. The life of someone who can't make more money and has no cash left," he said firmly with an extremely serious face, like a beast. He looked at Ethan curiously and asked again, "So, I just need to make money?" Sitting back down in his old spot, he explained, "I'm just telling you how things work. Since there's still a month until registration day, just do whatever work you like." Lightly raising his hand to touch his face, he coldly dropped, "Then I guess I'll go take on some requests." His lips curved slightly in agreement with that idea. "All right, that's fine, but don't take on any requests that are too dangerous or long-term, like protection missions, okay?" Back to the present, Helmut gave the boy a request he could handle within Baden right now. He stood on tiptoes as if reaching for something high up. "Right. Wait a sec." He looked up and added more detailed requirements. "Something I can finish before next month, and the reward should be as high as possible." He tried flipping through the tasks pinned on the wooden board. "That's kinda specific, huh? Not this one." After a moment, the boy found a piece of paper pinned at the bottom. "Got it." Taking down the request paper, he turned his head and asked, "But the location's kinda weird. You think it's okay?" Helmut went straight to the point. "Where's that?" The boy held the commission paper in front of him. "Next, here's what was written on the paper. There have been reports of student ghosts appearing in the school. They reportedly show up more frequently at night but in various locations, so the exact info is unclear. So far, the evidence and cause remain unexplained. They also request to avoid any dangerous risks. Investigate the identity of the student ghost and report back after dealing with it." He raised his hand to support his chin, carefully considering. "I chose this request to get familiar with the academy's layout, but this is way different from the requests I've taken before." While he was still thinking, a shadow approached. "Did I pick the wrong one?" A probing voice made Helmut alert. "Are you Helmut?" Turning around, he was curious to see who it was. Someone, only their voice full of excitement was heard. The person who appeared was Xian, looking young and innocent. "That's definitely you, Alea's student." He was super excited, still unable to stop asking questions. "So you really moved here?" Helmut tilted his head slightly, a big question mark showing. "What are you talking about?" The image of Alea shining like an idol was recreated through the story. That was the first time Alea, the star of the Magic Institute, interacted with someone, so of course it caused a stir. Seeing that smiling face with eyes squeezed shut, Helmut felt a bit embarrassed. "Alea, huh? Shouldn't I be the one teaching him?" Then he looked at Xian's uniform and asked, "So you're a mage like Alea?" Xian tilted his head slightly, hesitating a bit before confirming. "Yeah, kinda like that, but we're still a bit different." Xian's hand dropped the sentence unfinished. For example, his long eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with seriousness. A magical light circle appeared along with his smile, like this. Lightly raising his hand to shield the dazzling light, Helmut thought, "Magic, huh?" Suddenly, a cute beast appeared, named Rattan. Rattan bowed its head and looked down with big round eyes, making Helmut curious. Isn't magic supposed to be mana? Still, Helmet's face showed no special expression. It didn't know why it rushed toward him like a whirlwind. Helmet's eyebrows lifted slightly. His alertness quickly switched on. It attacked Helmet's hand, which clenched into a fist. With his personality, he decisively threw a punch at it. In Helmet's eyes now reflected a tiny yellow spark. Ratine was a bit surprised to see his fist pass right through its mouth. It smoothly dodged to another spot with a disdainful expression. It seemed like Ratine was annoyed by Helmet's action. He pulled back his fist, carefully judging his attack. Yet Xian suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. "Oh man, you're the first person who actually tried to punch that?" Watching it fly around his body, examining Helmet, he couldn't help but ask, "What the heck is that?" But Xian suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. "Oh man, you're the first person who actually tried to fight that." Watching it fly around his body, inspecting Helmet, he couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is that?" Under his introduction, Ratine stuck out his tongue and roasted him hard. This buddy is a light spirit named Ratine, a bit mischievous but not dangerous. He didn't forget to explain further, even if it causes harm, you can't stop it with physical methods. Xian's finger twitched slightly, like giving it an order. Since spirits don't have physical bodies, it enjoyed flying between the two of them. Only a few chosen mages can control them. Finally, Ratine put on a confident face and landed on his head, one of those rare people. The two of them made an adorable duo. "It's me. I'm Xian, the first elemental mage of Greta Academy." But Helmet kept staring at it non-stop. "I think I can catch it." Xian scratched his face twice and forced a smile before answering. At last, he had a conclusion about his new friend. He seemed like a funny guy, while Helmet responded with a calm expression. "All right, nice to meet you. Xian, deep down I'm thinking about my mission, but I've got stuff to do now." Just thinking that, he decisively turned his back and left. "I'm in the middle of a request, so I'm off." Both Xian and Rin's eyes widened in surprise. "A request? You're a mercenary? If it's a request at the Academy, maybe it's about that familiar name, the Academy Ghost." That sentence made Helmet instinctively turn his head. "What? You know about this request too?" He snapped his fingers sharply, clearly understanding the story. "Of course I know. I'm pretty interested in that rumor." Then Xian confidently pointed at himself. "So, want me to help?" The scene shifted to a gloomy building at the Academy at night. "So you're casually asking him a question. The place where the ghost appeared most recently?" Rotten in his hand now looked scared. "Yeah." A deep sigh escaped Xian's lips. "It's just a normal building belonging to the Sword Institute. But since the ghost showed up, every night it's been a mess. The long hallway had only faint light, and outside there was a mysterious shadow. As Helmet and Xian's conversation grew closer, the shadow gradually disappeared. "Is the ghost really scary?" Xian answered while lighting the way. "I don't think so." He carefully explained his view. "Unless it's an evil spirit summoned by dark magic. But in that case, the professors would have gotten involved. They probably know it's not dangerous." Hearing this, Helmet decisively turned right. "Is that so? Good then, let's split up here." Xian couldn't hide his panic. Split up? He didn't feel anything wrong with that plan. Wouldn't that be more effective? He hurried to follow Helmet's steps. "No, searching together is better, right? That way the search is more accurate." He moved forward, trying to chat. "But after you find it, what will you do?" Helmet's cold voice echoed in the empty hallway. "Of course, destroy it." The strange shadow appeared again at the end of the hall. The shadow only revealed 2 glowing eyes, the rest covered in a cloak. After Helmet and Xian ran to the building to find the Academy ghost, Xian nervously opened the door. But inside, it was completely empty. Helmet quietly said, "Nothing here." Hearing this, Xian turned to Ratine. "Yeah, maybe it moved to another building?" Helmet still wasn't convinced. He searched every corner. It couldn't be just that. After closing the cabinet door with no clues, Helmet thought, "We're missing a lot of evidence." Then he turned to say something to Xian. "Maybe." But at that moment, Xian and Ratine were focused on something and didn't answer Helmet. Curious, he stepped closer and asked, "Found something?" Xian calmly replied, "Nothing." Then he didn't mention it again but suggested, "Let's check another classroom. You agree?" "Okay." Xian stepped out of the first classroom, calling back, "Helmet, when did you say you'd finish?" Suddenly, Xian saw something, his eyes trembling. Seeing his strange reaction, Helmet answered, "About 10 days left." "What?" Xian's face turned pale. "Right there." He froze, pointing into the dark hallway. A shadow with a strange aura appeared from nowhere. Its eyes glowed faintly. Helmet's sharp gaze scanned the figure. A ghost? His hand quickly reached for the sword, hilt at his side. The shadow moved closer. Its footsteps suddenly stopped. Helmet stood in front of Xian, who was trembling. "What the hell?" Unexpectedly, the shadow pulled back its hood, revealing Alia's handsome face. He was a bit surprised. "Why are you two here?" After explaining everything, Alea snatched the paper a request. Xian quickly explained, "Yeah, he needs to find the ghost in the academy, and I'm helping him." Alea was looking at the paper in his hand. What caught his attention was the reward amount. 3,000 max if successful. Then Alea lazily tossed the paper back to Helmut. You drag me into this stuff? If you got it, just stay home and sleep. Mercenaries usually do that? Helmut replied coolly. I do stuff to kill time. Xian had been wondering something all along. So what are you doing here? We're here because of the request. Helmut hesitated before answering. Finally, he decided to speak. Because I got the request too. Xian's eyes widened, pointing at Alea. Huh? You're a mercenary too? Arya got annoyed and hit Xian's hand right after he pointed at her. What are you talking about? I take orders directly from the academy. Xian brushed off the pain on the back of his hand and cheerfully continued. Ah, that's surprising. I thought you didn't care about this stuff. Is the academy giving you some good reward or something? Arya was at a loss for words seeing him. I'm curious too, but you don't need to know. Hearing the news from him, Helmut thought silently, is the academy giving a different mission? Is it that urgent? Helmut smiled because of Xian's excited voice and turned around. It was really fun, suddenly becoming like this. Not stopping there, Xian made a suggestion. Let's go find that ghost together. It'll save time and be more fun. His proposal was met with silence from Helmut and Arya. Xian awkwardly changed his mind. If you don't like it, we can go separately. Arya sighed. No, let's go together. Like you said, the more the merrier. Seeing Arya agree with him, Xian turned to seek Helmut's approval. Arya thinks like I do. Helmut, you agree too, right? He said nothing, just gave a soft, uh-huh. A while later, in some room, Arya cast his magic, an illusion. He created a model of the academy building structure, then pointed to each location on it. According to recent reports, the building where the ghost appeared includes the lecture hall where we are standing. The next place with similar rumors is the sword training area. Next is the professor's sword training zone. The stadium is the 4th place where the ghost was seen, and the arena is the 5th recorded location. After scanning through, Arya gave his assessment. These buildings have something in common. Xian's eyes widened as if he had found the key. He observed, then exclaimed, They all belong to the sword department. Arya nodded in silent agreement and continued, That's right. For some reason, the ghost doesn't appear in the magic department. Helmut then looked at him with confusion. Could it be because it was created by a mage? Xian and Ratten fell into deep thought simultaneously. He guessed, if that's the case, someone must have heard the spell at least once, and there's also a silent spell. Arya slowly glanced at the structure again and replied, but high-level mages wouldn't bother with petty tricks like this. His eyes shone with a detective's gaze. If this wasn't done by a normal person, we can guess the ghost is avoiding mages. Xian clapped loudly and said wide-eyed, Exactly. Maybe it's too weak to attack magic, Helmut quietly added, because ghosts can't be physically harmed. Arya and Xian both glanced at him. How do you know? He looked back at them with a blank stare. Old memories flashed like a film. It was a conversation between him and John. I think I've heard about that ghost before. Hearing the mention of the ghost, Helmut asked, Do you know anything about it? John's hand tightened around the teacup handle, and he said in a low voice, Yes. There was a brave student among those who faced that ghost. He remembers how his student charged forward. When the student confronted the ghost, he swung his sword, but the sword passed right through it, like it was a soft, flowing smoke. At this point, Xian was very curious. What? Is it really a ghost? He was somewhat scared. Raten on his head mirrored his owner, while Xian fell into deep thought. Seeing this scene, Helmut suddenly smiled. He glanced at Arya, who was thinking, feeling something new inside. Thinking back, has he ever been able to express his opinion equally? Even just casual conversation. When he was young, Elago would scold him for speaking up, and as he grew older, Darien would shut him down whenever he tried to argue. Speaking of mercenary groups, even with the Rapid Mercenary Guild, he had never experienced this. The feeling now was very strange. Suddenly there was equal cooperation among the three. Never before had they thought together like this. We have different knowledge, but when combined, we can find answers little by little. Finally, everyone would share their opinions. Helmut realized something. This is what communication really is. Arya thought for a moment, then spoke. Helmut, if it has no form and can't be physically attacked, here's a suggestion. What if you use a weapon to attack it? Are you good with weapons? Helmut was a bit surprised. The V-sword beside Helmut suddenly glowed purple, making Xian jump. He continued, If I meet it, I'll try. Xian backed away a few meters, then panicked. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Arya softly concluded. Anyway, I can't think of anything else. Then Xian sat down next to them, waving his hands to brush off. Tomorrow we have to search all the sword department buildings, but I'm tired, can't think anymore. He quickly stood up with Ratten. I'm going to rest. After saying that, Xian rushed out the door, leaving a message. Don't push yourselves too hard, stay safe. The door slammed shut behind him. Arya casually put his hands on his hips and looked out the door. Then Helmut and he locked eyes. A few seconds of silence passed until Arya spoke. Helmut, he stared at him and asked, "Did you figure anything out?" He nodded slowly. I realized that images of Ratin gradually appeared in my memory, about how Xian used Ratin to joke around and guess things without form. I also remembered Ratin circling Helmut's body, avoiding mages and loving to tease. Then he called Arya's name. The question echoed in the quiet room. If we want to find a spirit, where do we look? Arya winked mischievously at Helmut. Looks like I'm a good teacher after all. Then he snapped his fingers. Unfortunately, I'm not a spirit mage, so it's hard for me to sense the spirits. The model from earlier shrank down into a glowing orb on the table, and Helmut looked at you with curiosity. So, what are we supposed to do? Arya smirked. What do you mean by that? You turned to the glass door, staring off into the distance. Did you forget? Elsewhere, Xian was sprinting desperately in some direction. According to Arya, mages don't need to go searching anymore, because we already have a talented spirit mage. After Helmut and Arya noticed something off about Xian, they immediately rushed to find him. Helmut asked Arya from behind, "Where's Xian headed?" You glanced back while running and replied, "He's probably chasing after those souls. He must be sensing them." Hearing this, Helmut's suspicion spiked. How does he sense them so fast? Could it be? He recalled when Xian suggested going together, and Arya suddenly agreed. We might as well go together, the more the merrier, like you said. Or maybe when Arya asked during the discussion, "How do you know?" Or when Arya suggested using the wallet to trick V. Helmut pieced everything together and coldly glanced at Arya. He finally spoke. You knew all along it was a spirit. You just wanted Xian to go find it. Arya didn't hide it and said bluntly, I was setting a trap. It was the only way I could think of. Hearing this, Helmut said nothing more. The two of them ran out of the academy building and stopped on a long stretch of paved road. Helmut asked with some doubt, not chasing after him anymore? Arya replied calmly right after. We just need to know the general direction he went. He started placing his hand on the ground. Light glowed up from beneath. Arya cast his magic to search. A line of magical light appeared, highlighting Xian's footprints. He had turned right and was heading toward the slanted road. Observing this direction, they concluded he was running to the swordsmanship training grounds. After getting this clue, Arya brushed his hands a few times. I'm sure Xian won't be able to pinpoint the exact spot. He smirked as he said, so, we have to find that spirit before him. Helmut just listened without making any judgment yet. In a room carefully locked, it shattered instantly under magic. Arya pushed the door open and stepped inside, saying, not everyone can get into the swordsmanship training grounds. He added some interesting info. Also, they care a lot about rankings, so even students in the department are divided into classes and levels. Helmut looked around, impressed. Going deeper inside, Arya added, and I'm sure that spirit is hiding in the least used area, because it has to stay somewhere quiet. Besides the training grounds, you turned sharply to look straight at Helmut. It could also be hiding near the upperclassmen with scholarships. That's where we need to search. But Arya noticed Helmut was already focused on something else. He called out to Helmut curiously. Helmut calmly replied, there's a private training ground at the house. They walked to a locked room with the word Eon written on it. Is this Professor Eaton's training ground? Helmut pondered and said, so I'm sure no one's using it. Arya seemed to catch his intention, a bit surprised. Then both decided to push the door open, though still a little hesitant. Can we just enter without permission? Helmut casually gave a legit reason. We're on a mission, he'll understand. Suddenly Arya felt something, lowering his head, and said in a low voice, I sense something like Xian. Arya smirked confidently. Yeah, it's definitely here. Then his hand clenched tightly. Helmut softly called him, Arya. He asked the burning question on his mind. Did you really get this mission from the academy? Arya glanced at him. He closed his eyes slowly and took a deep breath. By now, I'm not lying to you anymore. Arya stopped hiding and spoke frankly. Honestly, I don't like that our academy only has one spirit mage. Hearing this, Helmut guessed, you're going to capture that spirit and study it. Arya summoned his magic with a wave. Exactly, and you'll automatically complete the mission requirements. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and read the incantation. Silence. A magic circle appeared beneath Arya's feet, and a glowing orb appeared in his hand. He absent-mindedly looked at his palm. I erased all my traces because I am a mage. Then he sat down directly and asked Helmut for help. From now on, you help me, because I'm helping you too. I need you to trap it. Helmut countered, Arya. What if I refuse? You haven't provoked mercenaries to pay debts this way, huh? They bickered but didn't notice a shadow creeping out from the crack in the wall. Helmut sensed something was off and turned to search in front of him. The shadows grew thicker. Seeing him focused in one direction, Arya turned curiously. What's up? He frowned, confused. Why did you suddenly stop? But before he could finish, the shadow morphed into a terrifying monster, drooling as it eyed Helmut. Arya glanced at it quickly and shouted a name. I think it's out. The Academy's shadow spirit. Area didn't hesitate and rushed forward before Helmet's stunned eyes. Good job, Helmet. He channeled magic into his palm, grinning with excitement. I should greet it first. Saying that, he launched several magical stones called walls. The stones surrounded the shadow spirit. It quickly slithered like a snake to dodge them. Area gritted his teeth and summoned another magic circle. Don't mess this up. He fired magic straight into the circle to amplify the energy. Mana radiated out in concentric waves. Helmet watched Area's magic show with curiosity. Area gritted his teeth and summoned another magic circle. Don't mess this up. He launched the spell straight into the circle to amplify the energy. Mana radiated out like ripples in concentric circles. Helmet got curious, watching Area's magic trick. This is the opposite, Area hurriedly shouted. Seal it. This bastard won't be able to leave the training ground, but while I'm casting this spell, it won't be able to move. You weaken it, just injure it badly. It'll be a huge problem if it escapes. The ghost was spinning wildly inside the magic matrix, unable to break free. Helmet heard that and immediately drew his glowing sword. All right. His eyes lit up, thinking to himself that swords usually don't affect it. With that in mind, Helmet pulled out his blazing sword. Then he dashed like the wind toward the ghost. He aimed straight at the flash of light on its chest and swung. The ghost's body dissolved like dust. It screamed in pain, its original form distorted. Then, Helmet glanced at the ghost, planning to keep slashing it with his sword. Looking at the ghost's fragmented, deformed body, he wondered if it was enough. Suddenly, the ghost furrowed its brows angrily and stared at him. It restored its form in an instant, returning to normal. It roared madly. Helmet's eyes widened, coldly staring at the Academy ghost. Probably not done yet. Now they were both in attack stance, ready to fight. Helmet seized the moment to charge, silently calculating to add more power this time. The ghost refused to be passive and lunged at him simultaneously. His feet lifted off the ground, its gaze sharp as it looked at him. Helmet didn't hesitate to meet its eyes. It seemed they both shared the same thought. Speaking of which, suddenly Sion and Ratine appeared out of nowhere. He unleashed Raitin's energy. Raitin. This made Helmet stop in his tracks. The light from Raitin cut across the battle between Helmet and the ghost. Sion hurriedly blocked the way. His magic flared powerfully. Sion glanced at Helmet, extremely annoyed. Helmet, what the hell do you think you're doing? Helmet was surprised by Sion's appearance. Sion tried to create a shield separating Helmet and the ghost. He frowned. Why are you risking challenging that spirit? Keep going. That's a dark soul. It's very sensitive, so we need to approach it gently. Meanwhile, the ghost was scrutinizing him. At this moment, he looked at the struggling ghost and explained, I've set up a light barrier to hold it back, but neither I nor Rotten can hold it much longer. Helmet paused to observe his opponent. It really did look a bit angry. Area, who had been strategizing from the start, suddenly spoke up, so how are we supposed to capture it? That made Sion a bit startled. His face went pale as he snapped his head toward Area. Area. Sion was very upset, pointing at the ghost and questioning, You want to capture that kid and use it for experiments? How can you do that to such a cute kid? Area helplessly replied, No. She kept the magic circle going as she explained. Well, it's because you don't want to cooperate on soul research with me, and you're the only spirit mage in the academy. Sion and Rotten both imagined Area's scary face. He raised his voice in response, saying it was because she wanted to do those scary experiments. Then he looked back at the ghost and continued, We just found it, and now it's going to completely shut down. He warned Area that losing it would be very dangerous. You keep maintaining the barrier. Area arrogantly glanced at Sion and nodded a few times. Next, Sion started assigning tasks to Helmet. Helmet, can you hold it off longer without attacking? He thought it over, weighing pros and cons, then replied, I'll try to calm it down. Suddenly, Helmet grabbed his sword and jumped through Ratten's shield, surprising everyone. I'll try, but I don't know how long I can last without attacking it. The ghost sensed danger and quickly broke through Raitin's barrier. Soon after, Helmet teleported in front of it and slashed once, but it dodged. Helmet thought silently, It's too fast, but I can still manage. With that thought, he decided to unleash multiple sword strikes, forming a sharp net, telling himself to hold on. The ghost wasn't weak either. The places it was hit dissipated like smoke but healed quickly. Sion quietly supported Helmet. He cast his magic, creating a light orb, then gritted his teeth, just a little longer. At that moment, the ghost suddenly roared, black energy spewing from its mouth. Suddenly, its long tentacles twisted like arrows and stabbed forward. It seemed to be venting, glaring at Helmet with full resentment. The ghost didn't hesitate and thrust a spike straight at him. Helmet thought, too dangerous. He quickly dodged, but the ghost didn't let up, launching more attacks from behind. He hurried to evade. This demon ran for a while. Then Helmet pushed off strongly, spun in the air, jumped behind the ghost, and swung his sword down. He knew he couldn't touch it. He glanced sharply, spending about 3 seconds wondering if he should scare it a bit. Suddenly, a loud shout made him freeze. Helmet anxiously yelled, "No!" In his moment of distraction, the ghost seized the chance and swung a tentacle. Luckily, Helmet reacted quickly and dodged, but it followed up with a brutal strike that slammed him into the wall. Helmet groaned. Sion had deliberately made Helmet lose focus. Seeing him slam into the wall, Sion hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, Helmet, but it's already weakened a lot, so I had to do that." Helmet lay on the rubble, staring blankly at him. "Weakened, huh?" Confidence flashed in Sion's eyes as he traced more magic circles. "Now just leave it to me." The ghost was now terrified, trapped inside Sion's circle of light. His gaze flickered, looking at him blankly, weaker. Confidence shone in Xian's eyes as he drew a few more magic circles. "You just leave it to me now." The phantom was panicking, trapped by Xian's rings of light. It tried to find another way to escape, then chose Alia's seal and charged at it. It attacked fiercely, making it hard to withstand each stab. Xian. Alea poured all remaining energy into maintaining the shield, hurriedly telling Xian, "This thing's trying to break through the barrier. Do something." He observed the situation, furrowing his brow and whispering, "It's scared of us. It's scared of my magic." The ghost's body suddenly moved, no longer attacking Alea's seal. It turned to look at Xian's magic, hesitating. Then Alea was startled to catch the ghost's gaze. It charged wildly like it wanted to bite him. Xian excitedly shouted, "Helmet!" Helmet also rushed over like a storm, quickly blocking in front of Alea. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, feeling this was the signal to get serious. Alea was in danger. Now Helmet swung a sharp purple light sword fiercely at it, thinking, "There's no other way." The ghost took the full slash, but something happened that made Helmet hesitate. Alea sensed trouble, gritted his teeth and cursed, then summoned another kind of magic, a barrier. The ghost sneered mockingly, charging straight at him, but suddenly split into two smaller ghosts, attacking Alea's back. It bypassed Helmet and Alea, rushing off in another direction. Xian noticed the ghost's scheme and shouted, "No, it's running away." Helmet quickly chased after the ghost. He jumped up, blocking its escape path. It decisively sprinted, trying to get away, but seeing Helmet's face, it panicked. The purple sword glowed brightly, lunging straight at it. Helmet, a true bounty hunter, coldly raised his sword. Right now, he slashed at the ghost's body. It widened its eyes in terror. Its eyes narrowed as it faced the decisive slash, but suddenly the sword tip stopped, just inches from its eye. He asked coldly, "You scared?" Seeing things going right, Xian shouted, "Good job." Then he quickly created more magic circles. Xian's eyes gleamed with determination. He directed energy straight into the head of the charging ghost. Xian tried to muster all his strength to command, "You have to go back." The light shot out dazzlingly, blinding everything. The golden orb in Xian's hand still shone brightly. Helmut watched him intently. Alea beside him didn't take his eyes off either. Then suddenly everything went dark, the space engulfed in shadows, inside the hall filled with dust. Xian breathed lightly, looking at the small thing floating in his hand. As the dust cleared, the shadow revealed its true form, a black orb like Ratton's. "See?" It pouted sulkily. Xian arrogantly said, "Only spirit mages can handle souls." Helmut stood silently. Alea exhaled deeply. After catching the academy ghost, it turned out to be a pretty cute spirit like Ratine. Xian showed off the mini ghost to his friends, eyes wide as he pointed at it. "So this is the problematic monster?" "Yeah." He got a weird stare from the ghost and felt a bit embarrassed. "Got it. Pretty interesting. What can a soul even do in a place like this?" Hearing this, Xian whispered in a serious tone, "There must be many reasons." Xian started explaining his theories confidently. Maybe due to magical influence, at some moment, creatures on Earth got distorted. Though unlikely, it could be a trace of dark forces. Anyway, the ending is good. Taking the chance, he pretended to brag about his mage skills. "I know Helmet got the mission, but if not for me, the Academy's only elemental mage." Alea beside him frowned and pushed his face. "Hey, shut up. Why are you explaining so much?" Then the three left the Academy building and went outside. Xian curiously looked around. "We already showed them the Dark Soul. Why haven't they rewarded us yet?" "Ah," Alea just sighed. "You heard earlier." Alea repeated what the blonde guy said. "We have to make sure the monsters don't come back, so come back in 3 days." Alea looked at Xian and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like it's your money." Xian excitedly replied, eyes glancing at Helmet. "What are you saying? Helmet's our friend now, isn't he?" Helmet was a bit surprised. Xian confidently confirmed, "Yes, friends." He blinked, eyes sparkling as he looked at Helmet. "We formed a bond of mutual help. If not friendship, then what? I guess fate arranged for us to be like this from the start." These words shook Helmet a bit. Then Xian held out his hand and said, "Come on," looking at Helmet. "From now on, pay more attention to me." Sunlight shone between them, connecting the first thread of friendship. Helmet smiled at the word friends. He remembered times he hadn't played with Pin, or when he just cried. His gaze changed a lot, even he might not have noticed. Then Helmet grabbed Xian's hand. He thought it wasn't so bad. Xian winked mischievously and looked at Alea. "Hey, Alea," he just said to shake hands, but Alea blushed fiercely and ran off. "No, idiots." Xian bounced under the clear sky while Alea got tricked into becoming friends with Helmet and Xian. "Helmet, friends of friends, what are they?" "Another friend. Should we ask our rich friend Alea to buy us some meat?" Alea suddenly got baited and got angry. "Don't drag me into this. There's no time to eat now. We still have to clean up." Shuyan startled and replied, "You're right. Early this morning we destroyed the training ground and returned to our fancy, luxurious house." Helmet stared wide-eyed at the paper in his hand. He had just received another mission, and the notable part was the line that said, "Third floor, room 301. What does that mean? The guy sitting across from him leaned on his hand and explained, "I guess that's the dorm room you've been assigned to. All students at Greta Academy are required to stay in the dorms. Are you ready to start the semester?" Helmet answered calmly. Hearing the confirmation, Lord Y frowned and advised him, "Good. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, but since there's still time," he looked at Helmet and continued, "It might be a good idea to check out where you'll be staying now." After that, Helmet took advantage of the time to stop by the dormitory, his attitude unchanged. His eyes scanned around. Many workers were coming and going. Just a few days ago, when he was looking for missions, he glanced at the porters and thought, the whole academy was so quiet. So this was the first time he'd seen this scene. Before him now was the Dong Nu Fien Academy's early morning market, when suddenly a loud voice with a knife caught his attention. The person shouted, "Those assigned dorm rooms, please come here to collect your luggage." He thought to himself that he probably had to go there. Walking over to the information desk, he handed over the letter. The guide quickly opened the envelope and smiled, greeting, "Hello, you've been assigned a dorm room. Please wait a moment." After reading the information, his face went pale. Third floor, room 301. The scene shifted to a tidy room, sunlight sparkling inside. Someone sighed inside. "Have I been relaxing too much these past few days? So tired, I won't make any friends like this." That person placed a ring on a pile of books on the desk, troubled by the strange events they'd been caught up in. The silver ring shimmered as the sun hit it. The person, wearing a bellflower-patterned pajama with frilly sleeves, sat on the bed muttering, "That's right." They kept telling themselves, it was all because of that damn crow. At this moment, Helmet had also received the key and was heading toward the assigned room. The key had room number 301 on it. He passed the first floor, then the second, and finally the third. Helmet stopped in front of room 301. He looked up, thinking, here it is. Inside, the person with frilly sleeves was still muttering. Ever since meeting him, everything had gone haywire. Purple hair and distinctive purple eyes. After the semester starts, I don't want to see him at all. On this side, Helmut inserted the key into the lock and began to open it. The person with frilly sleeves appeared. It was Arya. He promised himself never again. The scene shifted to a dark, narrow alley. Heavy breathing heard, madly cursing. "You think I'm talking nonsense?" The man was so agitated he pointed a knife at two subordinates. "If not, you must think the Black Hawk is easy to mess with, huh?" The blonde young man turned pale and trembled. "No, the Bad Din House's defenses are too tight right now, so Bien Bach's orders aren't getting through, making us pissed off. What's with this brat?" Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder, softly calling, "Mach, just execute them." The man in black behind whispered in his ear, acting like the Black Hawk's rules were law. Mach's eyes bloodshot with rage, lips curled, trembling. "Yeah. Those who defy orders should be executed immediately." Suddenly a faint voice sounded. The execution talk made Mach and Pao freeze. The voice spoke again. "What do you think you're doing? Harassing innocent people. Couldn't even handle a kid with measles?" Mach's voice shook as he gripped the knife. "Someone? Something like a ghost." Its eyes glowed red, standing behind Mach and Pao. "But thanks to that, it was easy to find you. Failures who keep calling themselves the Black Hawk are just idiots ruining their own lives like you guys." Realizing someone was behind them, they shouted, "How dare you!" The shadow darted past, blood spraying like a fountain, splattering Mach's face. He stood wide-eyed, legs shaking. Pao's head had been taken. Mach whispered in despair. His face went dark and lifeless as he hurriedly turned to look around. "Who are you? Don't hide like a coward. Show yourself." The shadow suddenly appeared from above, calmly asking him, "Hide?" The figure appeared behind Mach, holding the cold knife to his neck and asked, "Who's the real coward hiding all this time?" Then with a simple move, Mach and Pao met their end. This horrific scene made the subordinates pale. The shadow sighed softly. They dared to defile the name Black Hawk. He smiled slyly, holding a knife smeared with tomato, always impersonating them. "But you gotta admit they were lucky to survive this long, then rise again to make those guys tremble." He had a scar shaped like a letter on his face, grinning wickedly. "I almost forgot. I have some questions for them. The shadow growled. Can I ask you now? In the pitch-black alley with no light, a scream pierced the quiet. After Helmut opened the door, he casually pushed it open and stepped inside the room. Helmut glanced around, his eyes somewhat unfocused. He walked to the study desk full of books, thinking, this is the dorm room, but compared to sleeping in the forest, this is pretty high-end. Thinking of that, old memories suddenly flooded back. Remembering the brutal battles, once even getting pierced through the chest by an energy pillar, Helmut thought, speaking of the forest, after leaving the primeval forest, he remembers his journey, how he made a deal with the mercenary guild. Right now, he's standing at the dorm, clenching his fist, thinking to himself, now I've been accepted into Greta Academy. Helmut looks at his palm, telling himself, finally, I feel like my new journey is starting. A bright spark suddenly lights up in Helmut's eyes. Now I'm gonna focus on building up my strength. Then suddenly, from behind a wall out of sight, a shadow moves. Helmut quickly draws his sword to attack, but he's a bit surprised, then realizes, right, I didn't bring my sword today. The person behind that wall is Arya. She's a bit shocked, glaring at him. Helmut is also surprised and quietly asks, Arya, seeing her, he asks curiously, you're in this room too? Arya gets angry, magic already ready in her hand. What are you talking about? How did you get into my room? I almost beat you up. Helmut just calmly replies, because I was assigned to room 301 too, which makes Arya gape. What? That can't be. Helmut glances at her and asks, why not? Arya covers her face in frustration. Of course not. How the hell did this happen? Wait, don't tell me it's because suddenly. Arya's eyes freeze and she says nothing more, quickly taking off her frilly sleeve shirt while gritting her teeth and walking away. There are 2 beds here. Seeing her leave, Helmut quickly asks, where are you going? She snaps back, the bathroom. Why the hell do I have to answer that? Arya hurriedly puts on her daily cloak and warns, I'm warning you, don't touch anything in this room or I'll make sure you regret it. Helmut feels like a kid caught standing still in the room. Don't go wandering around, stay put. He feels something weird, thinking to himself what he did to be hated this much. The academy is suddenly quiet today. Inside a glass-walled room, morning light shines in. Someone is fiddling with a teacup on the table. The man sitting there is Liam Wise, headmaster of Greta Academy. He just took a sip when suddenly someone bursts in, shouting for the headmaster. He turns gently, but the person yells loudly, what the hell happened? Liam hasn't caught on to Arya's meaning yet. What do you mean? She snaps. How could you let someone else share a room with me? Then she demands her rights with huge dissatisfaction. I have the right to a private room as the president of the magic department here at Greta. Surely you don't forget that. Liam doesn't answer right away. He's a bit cautious. Looks like she knows already. I expected this situation. Then he comes up with some excuse, deadpan. Sorry for not informing you earlier. Actually, we arranged the dorm since the last break, so there are very few rooms left. Hope you understand. Arya frowns, unhappy. Even so, you still have to keep your promise to me. She insists on her private room. You know I need a private room. What if he finds out I'm a girl? Liam hears this and squints, thinking of a reasonable answer. Finally, he avoids Arya's gaze. You just need to be more careful. You have the magic of a powerful archmage. A student from the sword department won't figure that out. Arya still refuses to accept it. She's extremely upset. So you're not taking responsibility. I don't want even the slightest risk here. A sad and helpless look flashes in Arya's eyes. After all, you know exactly who my enemy is. Hearing this, Liam suddenly pauses. He frowns, staring intently at Arya. Then he thinks carefully before replying, Arya, don't you think having a private room, when there are no rooms left, is a bit too much favoritism? I already tried to assign you a familiar roommate, so please try to endure this semester. At least, Arya feels disgusted but acts friendly toward that guy. Liam still keeps a poker face like nothing happened. Isn't that right? I mean, you've already guided him through classes and even hung out with him. Arya waves her hand to deny. No, I did that just to repay him. Then she pulls at her hair in frustration. I don't even know him that well. We barely see each other. Remembering her memories with Helmut, she's always watching him. Just thinking about that makes Arya feel uneasy. Liam sighs deeply, his tone serious. This is my responsibility as a teacher and guardian to help you with your friendships. I told you, if you get along well with him this semester, I'll definitely assign you a single room, I promise. Hearing this, Arya is a bit skeptical. Then the room falls silent again. He leans back, looking at the ceiling, finally relieved. Only time will tell if she's fully convinced. He can't help but think about Arya's situation. That kid is destined to become a good person. Elsewhere, the door to room 301 swings open. Helmut has been standing there since Arya left. Seeing her sigh in frustration, Helmut asks, sounds like things didn't go well for you. She irritably replies, you must be proud of your quick moves, huh? Glancing at Helmut, Arya looks annoyed and suspicious, then laughs as she drops her cloak. You really want to share a room with me? Helmet stops watching Arya and replies, it's not about wanting, or not. You get it? Arya, wearing a black t-shirt, leans against the wall and exhales, I've been alone since I was president of the magic department. Helmet stopped and watched Arya, then said, it's not about wanting to or not, it's necessary. You get it? Arya, wearing a black t-shirt, leaned against the wall and exhaled, I've been alone since I was the chairman at the Magic Institute, but this semester I have to share a room with you. He frowned and his voice dropped. Honestly, I'm not too thrilled about this situation. Hearing this, Helmet was a bit surprised. He waited for more. Arya lazily glared at Helmet and made an offer. I can use magic to help you with a lot of stuff. What do you think? Helmet nodded but disagreed. I don't think the teacher would approve. Even if they did, the school would find out immediately. This way won't work, that way won't either. Arya frowned. What do you think? He nodded but disagreed. I don't think the teacher would agree. Even if we go, the school will find out immediately. This way won't work, that way won't either. Arya frowned. I hate to say this, but I'm way stricter than you think. He added a few threatening words. Living with me won't be easy. You still want to stay? Helmet pretended to think for a moment, then agreed, surprising Arya a bit. He tilted his head, his eyes hidden by long hair. Compared to others, you're still better, I'm sure about that. Hearing this unexpectedly, Arya's eyes widened. Helmet's intentions weren't exactly pure. Remembering those muscle-bound meatheads, he thought to himself, I mostly talked to him at the academy anyway. This is better than sharing space with those Sword Institute guys. Arya was still thinking, sweat trickling down his cheek. Eventually, he regretted helping Helmet with the test. A few days later, at the prestigious academy, the campus was bustling with students. Outside the gate, several horse-drawn carriages lazily rolled in, with people stepping down. Helmet carried a bag of luggage and a sword hanging at his side, his eyes showing no interest. He quickly grabbed the bag and looked around, thinking to himself that his stuff was all moved in, and Arya had decided to use the shared room. Then Helmet headed up the dorm stairs and opened his room door. Arya was inside, glancing out and asked, Back already? Helmet shook his head at him. Have you decided yet? Arya didn't bother turning around and replied, Right in front of you. In front of them was a table with a candle. The room was neat, with just a table and a bed. One curtain was already drawn. Helmet looked around again. Arya pulled the curtain open sharply. The space behind this curtain is mine. Your side is bigger, so I won't accept any complaints. This curtain is the red line, so don't even think about crossing over. Helmet looked confused and glanced at him. Then Arya laid down a ton of room rules. I put soundproof steel on it, but don't be loud at night. Also, no smells. Keep the place clean, and don't bring anyone in, especially those from the Magic Institute. He widened his eyes and continued, If you need anything, just call me. If I don't hear you, call enough times and I'll answer. Helmet glanced at him and spoke softly. Hearing this, Arya started walking inside. All right, that's it. Get back to work, but finish what you were doing earlier first. Helmet followed him, suddenly calling softly. Arya, I hope we get along. Arya turned to look at him but said nothing. So, the first day moving into the dorm ended with a sigh. The semester at the academy had begun, and that afternoon, someone crossed their arms challengingly. That commoner had already passed the transfer test, right? He spoke quietly with a smirk. I heard the principal's a god backing him. Another sneered. No wonder he's so cocky, thinking having a noble's backing would cover up his weaknesses. Their words made the blonde muscle guy interested. Can't wait to face that guy. He sneered with contempt. He'll soon realize the limits he's not allowed to cross. He sat up and revealed his dirty plan. Lucky for you, there's no swordsmanship class tomorrow, so go knock that guy down so hard he can't get up. It's gonna be fun. The next day at the academy, under a clear blue sky with clouds drifting by, Helmet pushed open his room door, dressed in a sharp uniform, then moved his arms and legs to check the fit. I thought this uniform would be tight. Turns out it's actually pretty comfy. He remembered Alea's words. Alea said that early in the semester, there's usually not much to do. After class, I'll head straight to the personal training room. Suddenly, a familiar green head popped up from the dorm floor. Xian. His face was pale, hands trembling as he pointed at Helmut. He just stepped out of room 301, and Helmut, puzzled, asked, So what? Xian shouted. Of course, that's Alea's room. Don't tell me you're rooming with Alea. Helmut nodded silently in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Xian's eyes widened as he confirmed again. But Alea had the privilege of a private room since he was top of the class, and more importantly, Alea agreed. Then Xian hurried over to check out the guy's looks. Weird. Arya's really biased toward good-looking people, huh? But favoritism is still wrong. After thinking it over, he still couldn't guess the mysterious Alea's thoughts. Xian waved his hand. Whatever. You're gonna have a rough time living with that hot-headed dude. Then he and Helmet headed down the dorm stairs. Thinking carefully, the first swordsmanship class at the academy was happening today. Helmet just gave a light, but suddenly Xian got serious and warned him about some important stuff. You probably won't have problems in class. But remember not to mess with the Academy's mad dog. Hearing that, Helmut imagined a snarling black dog. Does the Academy keep a dog because of your innocent look, Xian? That's just a nickname. You're probably the dumbest guy in the world. Xian started a lecture about the Academy's mad dog legend, a guy named Asuka, top of second year. Last year, he punched every troublemaker without missing a single hit. One guy even had to drop out because Asuka tore his ear. After that, no one dared mess with him anymore. Hearing this, Helmut's eyes didn't even twitch. Then he asked, "Am I really allowed to do that?" Xian frowned and replied, "Of course not. Because he's so talented, the school stopped disciplining him." He thought that in such a short time, Asuka would change. Anyway, be careful. Saying that, Xian waved goodbye and said, "Do your best in class. By the way, I'm in room 307. If Alea blows up, just come find me." Helmut silently watched Xian's back fade away. All right, down in the academy hall, a few groups of students were hanging out when suddenly a guy wearing a red armband appeared, catching their attention. The scar-faced red armband guy shouted, blushing, "Second years, listen up. Line up in 4 rows right in front of me. Now." The crowd immediately obeyed, except Helmut, who just stood there blank-faced. As they lined up, the scar-faced guy asked about their fun during the break. "Did you guys have a good vacation?" "Yes, sir. Since today was the first day and the first class of the semester, I'll start with basic physical training." His voice was sharp, demanding practice. "I'm sure the swordsmanship students at Greta Academy don't spend their holidays just chilling, right? Run 20 laps around the field." The crowd didn't dare make a sound seeing his energy. 20 laps. Helmut overheard whispers in the crowd. Running 20 laps on the first day. "I heard this guy's super strict," he thought calmly. 20 laps for warm-up? That's not much. At that moment, he didn't notice a guy named Aaron staring at him. Aaron thought he had to stand next to this civilian. He looked so polished. The more Aaron looked, the more he hated him. Seeing Helmut's calm face almost tearing up, Aaron couldn't help but feel jealous. He started plotting tricks. Good. If I stick my foot out first, he'll fall right on his ass. Smell the dirt and welcome your first day, buddy. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate to trip him while running. But Helmut was slicker. He pulled back a step first, so Aaron looked up surprised. He frowned suspiciously. "What? No way I'm gonna trip." Helmut had already sprinted ahead of Aaron. He didn't expect those big eyes staring at him. No way. Aaron didn't give up, kept kicking and kicking, but Helmut dodged every time. How many times now? Aaron felt embarrassed and tired, sweat dripping down his face. He stayed alert not to get tripped by this annoying guy. Then Aaron decided to go all out, running straight at him to see how he'd dodge. His foot came out in front of Helmut's shoe. Helmut decisively kicked his ankle. Kicked his leg to throw Aaron off balance. Aaron got hit back and fell flat on his face. This incident made the others turn around, and the scar-faced guy shouted, "What are you doing?" Aaron tried to crawl up and said, "Sorry, I tripped." Helmut ran far ahead, glanced back at him, then turned to continue his warm-up run. Aaron was fuming, face darkening, mouth twisted, thinking that bastard was cheap. After a while, the 20-lap warm-up ended. The scar-faced red armband guy looked at the students, some sitting down, some gasping for breath. He ordered, "Break time. Someone volunteer to carry my stuff." "Yes, sir." A young guy raised his hand. "Sir, I'll go." Helmut only had a few drops of sweat on his face after warming up. He exhaled sharply. After the scar-faced guy left, Aaron sneaked up to Helmut. "Hey." Helmut acted like nothing and asked, "What's up?" Aaron raised his hand to slap Helmut. "You messing with me? You tried to trip me earlier," but Helmut quickly dodged and snapped back. "You did it to me first." In less than half an hour, Aaron had been embarrassed twice and hissed, "Commoner, huh? You talk big, but you'll regret it." Then he leaned in close to Helmut's face and growled, "Once you leave the academy, remember to keep your damn life. Commoners should know their place." About to call Aaron when he saw the scuffle, he stopped. "Aaron, chill out. You've run enough already. Don't waste your energy on crap like this." He gave a sly smile, spun around and called out, "Let him be. We'll settle this later at the training ground." Aaron ran off, leaving Helmut simmering with anger. Just wait. Helmut watched them leave with a bit of contempt, thinking to himself, how dare a weak little worm like him act so reckless? He couldn't believe the guy dared to challenge him when he clearly couldn't win. Clenching his fist, already charged with energy, Helmut thought, right here, right now, should I teach him a lesson? Suddenly, a voice cut through Helmut's assassin vibe as he was about to speak about commoners. A strong wind blew, tossing the blue-green hair. Both Helmut and Aaron turned to look at the speaker. Asuka smiled softly and asked, "Could it be you're talking about me?" The blue-haired youth lowered his head, voice clear and sharp. "Hey, did you just say commoner? Are you talking about me?" Aaron's cheek wound was still bright red. He was annoyed. "Who the hell are you?" Asuka stepped down and said, "Huh? Don't know you, don't know me? Are you a transfer student?" He cracked his neck, looking tired. "I heard someone whining about commoners non-stop." Then Asuka half opened his ocean blue eyes, smirked slightly. So I figured you had a problem with me. Asuka brushed past Eren and headed straight to Sabat. Sabat frowned. Why does the sword department have so many commoners? We can't stand your chaos anymore. Asuka put his hands in his pockets and praised sarcastically. Not bad. I don't like putting up with that crap either. He even stepped right up close to the bowl, driving that guy crazy, wanting to show me what he'd do if I couldn't take it. Provoked, about to lose his cool, ready to throw a punch. That bastard's little brother behind him quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Enough with the bowl already. Being held back, he remembered his status and decided not to fight back. But his words were still full of frustration, clicking his tongue. Whatever, you so-called protectors of the people, keep acting all slick. Then some whispers spread behind Asuka. Damn, that bastard Asuka disappeared. Late for class. Screw him. Helmet stayed silent, watching. He recalled what Xian once said. Don't get involved with those crazy sword technique fanatics. There's a guy named Asuka, top of the first year. Thinking of this, he glanced hesitantly at Asuka's gloomy face and thought silently. So that's who he is. A moment later, Red Scar prepared 2 wooden sword boxes. He called the whole class to line up in the order he named and pulled out the wooden swords. Suddenly, he spotted Asuka's blue head and called out, Hey Asuka, look at you playing civilian. Come up here. The scar-faced guy arrogantly crossed his arms and asked, Why are you late? Asuka scratched his head, making up an excuse. Sorry, I got caught up asking Miss Pachika questions and lost track of time. But Red Scar quickly caught the lie. Miss Pachika's off today. If you're gonna lie, at least put some effort into it. He added, Run 30 laps around the training field right now. Asuka's face went blank in shock. 30 laps. Seeing his reaction, Red Scar asked back, Got a problem with that? Asuka casually replied, No. Helmet watched this scene and thought quietly, Looks like this guy has a pretty bad rep. Makes sense. Stuff like this won't earn you any goodwill. After dealing with Asuka, Red Scar went back to training. The rest of us practiced separately. When you get your sword, I'll guide you one by one, so don't just mess around. Dismissed. The students' voices echoed loudly across the training ground. Helmet went back to his specialty, gripping the wooden sword tight with both hands. He got into a forward stance, swung hard. Even a wooden sword could deal serious damage. He started practicing basic sword moves. Helmet's eyes were sharp and confident. He chopped left, chopped right, swung down non-stop. Just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly froze. Standing in front of him was Red Scar, watching silently. But he said nothing and abruptly turned away. Helmet didn't understand, but wasn't curious either. He wiped the sweat off his face quickly. He remembered what Why God said. The first class isn't too hard, but something feels off. Wonder if things will change in a few years. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Asuka, after finishing his punishment, was sweating a bit and waved at him. Hey you! Asuka tossed his head like he was being generous, not trying to provoke Helmet. Aren't you gonna thank me? I stopped you from fighting earlier. The words shocked Asuka, his jaw dropping. But I didn't ask for your help. Asuka frowned, confused. Huh? You're so full of yourself. I heard you're just a civilian. Then he held out his hand to Helmet. I'm a civilian too. We gotta get along. Helmet eyed the hand suspiciously. Now he noticed Asuka's hands were glowing with a blue aura. He frowned, alert. Realizing Helmet caught on, Asuka didn't hesitate to say, Your instincts are sharp. Then Asuka patted his shoulder and warned, All right, let me warn you first. Asuka frowned, lowering his voice mysteriously, flipping his attitude faster than a tortilla. Don't go getting all buddy-buddy with me just because we're both civilians. I find that annoying. Helmet frowned, confused, staring at Asuka. Then Asuka didn't linger, strolling off, waving goodbye. Just keep it civil, civilian buddy. After he left, Helmet touched the spot where Asuka had patted him. Everything that happened kept nagging at him. Do I really look that easy to bully? Meanwhile, Arya was prepping skincare, wearing a pink headband, glancing at him. Seeing this, Arya shyly asked, No, you've been struggling from the start. Then he turned to brush his teeth and wash up. They're just bullies who rely on their family power. You prove yourself and they won't dare mess with you anymore. Helmet hesitated a bit, but Arya said, Starting fights won't get you anywhere. It depends on how you handle it. If you make them start trouble, you can fight back. Helmet was curious. Any other ways? Arya glanced at him and laid out some plans. If you want to play it straight, you gotta endure until the one-on-one duels. Hearing this, Helmet looked troubled, his eyes drifting away. Seeing his reaction, Arya started to probe. Noticing Arya's gaze fixed on him, Helmet quietly asked, What's up? Arya finished brushing and shared his sneaky tactics. Before you enrolled, I already beat them up badly. Luckily, I don't do that anymore. Suddenly faced with 2 choices, play it straight or be a sneaky little punk, Helmet, not one for too much conflict, began to hesitate. Suddenly he asked, If you're top of a department, you don't have to endure. You get to fight them straight up, right? Arya was shocked, his face blank with confusion. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Helmut stared at Arya loudly. If not, then there's one guy here I don't really get. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Asuka ran into Sabat's trio. Mr. Duong looked at them like they were lowlifes, just brushed past them. Only Aaron and Jerome glanced back, watching his retreating figure. Suddenly, a voice echoed, making Asuka stop in his tracks. You must be pretty happy now, having another commoner friend. Soon, you'll be the top dog around here. Let's see how long you can keep that high and mighty attitude. I'll turn you into a good little dog soon enough. Just keep walking, Asuka. Asuka said nothing, his mood sinking into darkness. Then a sharp slap rang out as Asuka directly knocked Jerome to the ground. Jerome cried out in pain. Why did you hit me? Asuka smirked, flashing a nasty grin. Sorry, I got a little too excited, and my hand just moved on its own. I was hoping you'd make me behave without waiting for a fight. His ocean blue eyes narrowed, glowing with menace. How do you feel now? People often said that at Greta Academy, tuition fees didn't discriminate by class. It was understood that equality was openly acknowledged, but one rule alone couldn't change a century-old social custom. Beneath the surface lurked the superior attitude and bullying tactics the nobles used against commoners. Yet, somewhere out there, exceptions existed. Though the nobles bullied many, when it came to Asuka, they dared not. Even though Jerome was beaten and publicly humiliated, no one dared to say a word. But it all boiled down to one reason. It was because of Asuka's top student title and his crazy personality. His madness scared even the most arrogant nobles into submission. Too terrifying. What now? You guys think just because I look like this, I gotta listen to you? Sabat was pissed but had to soften his tone under Asuka's pressure. I heard about what went down last year. Just like that nickname, huh? You lost your mind, didn't you? Asuka's face darkened like a burnt pot, his voice full of challenge. So what? Too scared to fight me? Sabat didn't care. He dug into Asuka's odd behavior. Since returning from that suspension, Asuka had been quiet, which was totally unlike him. Sabat's face darkened, revealing a sly, fox-like expression. Don't tell me you're reckless enough to risk another suspension. You'll be in deep trouble then. Those words sparked a flash of anger in Asuka's eyes. His face twisted in irritation, one eye hidden beneath his long hair. Sabat swaggered over. Fine. If you want it, I'm game. He didn't know when to quit messing with a mad dog. Dangerous game in Vietnam, huh? Try hitting me first. Thinking he had Asuka figured out, Sabat boldly pushed his cheek forward to taunt him. Of course, that meant he better be ready for punishment. I'm not fighting back. Society's punishing me. Asuka grimaced at the crazy talk while Sabat kept provoking. Yeah, you can't hit me, because then it's obvious who's at fault. Then Sabat laughed with his friends, looking like the mad dog was scared of getting kicked out of the kennel, unaware Asuka's aura was rising fiercely. Asuka lowered his head slightly. While Sabat was joking, Asuka's twisted face lunged forward with a punch. Suddenly, a wooden sword shot out, striking Asuka's neck and making him spit out saliva. The second strike hit Sabat's back, knocking him down, so both got their asses handed to them by someone else first. Heavy footsteps pounded on the wooden floor, angry words followed. You two come to the Martial Arts Institute to act like thugs? Asuka and Sabat stared curiously at the person before them. Bachika coldly questioned the two guys sitting on the floor. You guys have some nerve, daring to form gangs and fight inside this sacred school. Asuka angrily pointed at Sabat, yelling and sulking to prove his point to Pachika. But Professor, that bastard started provoking me first. And what do you mean by forming gangs? I'm alone here. Contrary to what he expected, Bachika stepped up and slapped Sabat's back. Shut up, Asuka, Bachika shouted angrily, pointing the wooden sword at him. I've told you a million times, throwing punches at others without thinking solves nothing. Asuka was furious, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm alone? After dealing with the mad dog Asuka, Bike didn't show favoritism and turned to handle Sabat. Sabat? You're no better. As long as you're a student at Greta Academy, you're only judged by your actual skill. However, Sabat got scolded but not punched like Asuka, and he seemed a bit surprised. Then, Sabat struggled to sit up. I remember now. Bachika then pointed at Asuka, warning him. The next class is about to start, so get ready. Asuka went with her. He jumped, asking why. Pachika's voice buzzed persistently. She said if I'm going, then I'm going. No need to ask so much. Sabat's crew fixed their clothes, watching Asuka get dragged away by the collar. On the other side, Bachika kept lecturing her good student, while Sabat turned to call his gang to leave. Asuka ignored Pachika's words, focusing only on the guy who provoked him. She took a deep breath to calm down, then slapped him down. Asuka screamed when Pachika hit him, the force leaving a red mark on his shoulder. He looked at Pachika in disbelief. What now? Another problem, ma'am? Bachika was both confused and scolding. You're dumb beyond words, can't control yourself. That temper of yours, planning to cause trouble again? Asuka was annoyed by Pachika's tough reminders. After the first suspension, you still haven't learned anything. Pachika sighed, covering half her face with her hand, complaining, you escaped punishment once because you're the top student, but if there's a second time, I'm not going to protect you anymore. Then she turned to look at Asuka, sharing her thoughts. I know it's really tough for you to endure right now, but after the school year, you'll get recognized. You're an outstanding student. You can't just lose your chance over stuff like this. Asuka frowned, annoyed by the weight on her shoulders, not just herself, but the title and all the big stuff. Miss Chika suddenly switched topics. I heard the new student Helmet has been at this academy without any trouble with the noble classes. Asuka got a bit curious and asked back, who? She felt he was a little intrigued. Miss Chika quickly added some info. He's a commoner like you, so they treat him better. Your situations are similar, so you might get along. In Asuka's mind, Helmut's familiar face popped up, and he suddenly realized she meant that guy. Hearing this, Miss Chika was a bit surprised and asked, oh, so you two have met? Asuka lazily waved her hand, rejecting the suggestion. I already told you, I don't want to get close to anyone. Besides, that guy's a rude little punk who can handle himself. Asuka lowered her head, thinking quietly. Then the scene shifted to the classroom hallway, with no students in sight. They were already in class, gathered in a room as big as a soccer field. Miss Pachika slammed her wooden sword on the table to get attention. She started taking roll call. Everyone focused. Class is starting now. Anyone missing? Look around and check. Suddenly, a hand went up. Professor, Helmet still hasn't arrived. Miss Chika was a bit surprised. What? Seeing someone knew about the absence, Miss Chika directly asked for details. Jerome, did you clearly tell him where the class is? Jerome nodded. Yes, ma'am. Miss. Chika was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, someone go find Helmet and bring him here. Andrew stepped out of line to look for him. At the same time, Asuka was paying close attention to the absence. A moment later, the classroom door swung open. Behind Andrew was Helmet's half-lidded, world-weary face. Miss Chika was annoyed by the absence. Helmet, why are you late? Helmet answered like it was no big deal. I didn't know the classroom location had changed. Because of that, Miss Chika asked the whole class, has anyone officially told him where the class is? Jerome's face twisted in sadness. I told him very clearly, ma'am. His sudden attitude shift was caught by Helmet's sideways glance. Miss Chika tilted her head coldly, embarrassing Jerome. I'm asking Helmet, not you. Helmet, were you properly informed about the location? Helmet didn't answer right away, his eyes still a bit irritated. Jerome raised his head, giving him a threatening look. A silent warning. Jerome's crew got the hint and snickered. After scanning the situation, Miss Chika silently concluded, looks like he got the wrong info, so she planned to stand up for him. Helmet, you can be honest with me. Before she could finish, Helmet calmly replied, I think I misheard the message from my friends. Sorry, ma'am, Professor. His humble reaction made Pachika pause for about 3 seconds. Asuka frowned in confusion, but Jerome smirked proudly, thinking his prank had worked. Miss Chika couldn't say anything more. Is that so? Then I have to punish Helmet according to the rules. Whether intentional or not, you delayed the class and must take responsibility. After class, run 10 laps around the field. Only then did Helmet move to stand at the back of the line and respond. Yes, ma'am. Asuka showed clear displeasure when she saw him. Miss Pachika announced, all right, let's start the class. Asuka kept glancing sideways at Helmet. He kept thinking about Helmet's earlier act of yielding. Turns out this guy's no different from those commoners. The lesson began. Miss Chika reached for an almond-shaped ball from a wooden box. She introduced the day's lesson. Today, consider this part of your basic training. We'll spend time developing your physical strength. When using a sword, physical strength directly affects the stability of your strikes. Miss Chika balanced the wooden sword's tip on the ball. She said, I'll give each of you one of these almond balls. Your task is to place it on the sword's blade and keep it from falling. While explaining, she demonstrated how to balance the ball on the sword's surface. Whoever can hold it for 30 minutes gets to leave class early, so I hope you'll all do your best. Got it? As soon as she finished, Miss Chika retracted the sword and caught the ball in her hand. The class responded in unison, yes, ma'am. Everyone started spreading out to practice. At that moment, Pachika called Helmet. Helmet, come here and give me a hand. He quickly moved away. Yes, ma'am. Asuka's eyes hadn't left Helmet since earlier, like she had something hard to say. Watching Helmet help Pachika hand out balls for practice, Asuka couldn't help but feel annoyed. Helmet, yesterday when I saw him, I thought he'd be tough, but actually he's just a sly coward scared of power. Asuka coldly caught the almond ball thrown to her, thinking, I'm nothing like guys like him. She glanced at the nobles who only know how to suck up to each other. Even if I leave, I won't bow down to these nobles. At this point, only Jerome hadn't received a ball. He was pretty arrogant about Helmet being the one to hand it out. Helmet aimed perfectly. He spun the almond ball around to warm up his wrist, then put power into it and threw it straight at Jerome. A perfect curve. The ball flew fast like it was slicing through the wind. Jerome stood there dumbfounded, his body suddenly heavy and unable to move, so he took the whole ball right in the gut and spat out saliva hastily. Mrs. Chika saw this, and her face twisted in disbelief. Asuka wasn't much different, just moments ago looking down on Helmet, now forced to reconsider. Jerome was clutching his stomach in sharp pain, groaning as his body trembled. Helmet brushed off his hands and shot him a sidelong glare, his voice dripping with contempt. Sorry, didn't mean to. You were just too far away. Asuka gaped at this attitude. Sure, he'd just met a master. He wondered, what kind of person is this guy anyway? The training room was silent. Each powerful strike slammed into the wooden post. The post spun dizzyingly with every hit. Jerome took off his shirt, revealing bruises in the mirror. He sighed heavily. Man, it's gonna take a while for these bruises to heal. Jerome gritted his teeth in frustration. That arrogant commoner bastard. How dare he do that to me? Sabat stood behind him, wiping sweat and scolding. You're way too worked up over a regular ball. Jerome turned sharply, annoyed. Try taking a hit like that. It felt like he threw a rock at me. Veins bulging on his face, he growled each word. After that damn Asuka, that commoner trainee Sabat, are you just gonna let this slide? Sabat sighed at his immaturity. Aaron sat nearby, also frustrated. Asuka's attitude was what it was. But what was that new guy thinking, daring to mess with us? This isn't good. More and more people are forgetting their place. Sabat calmly wiped his sweat. He tossed the towel on the floor and walked past them, reminding, don't get so worked up, and from tomorrow on, treat those guys better. Watching him seriously practice swordsmanship, the other two panicked and yelled, What? Sabat, did I just hear wrong? You seriously want us to be friends with those commoners? He cut them off sternly. Shut up, you idiots. Since when did I say be friends with them? Sabat channeled all his strength into a sword strike. He reassured, you won't see much of them anyway, so be nice while you still can. Jerome looked puzzled. Sabat, he smirked with a knowing smile. He bent into a stance and calmly said, just wait and see. The clear sunlight shone down on the Grand Academy. Cien cheerfully pushed open the door and exclaimed, Helmet, I heard the news. So you got punished, huh? I thought I'd go see the new transfer guy who's already in trouble after just 5 days. Helmet just smiled lightly. He seemed to radiate a faint, dazzling aura as he spoke softly. So that's how it is. Xian's eyes locked on him and froze. He pointed at Helmet suspiciously. That's not the vibe I was expecting. What happened? Arya popped her head in, confused. What kind of deal is this? Don't just barge into my room like that. Xian leaned on his shoulder, chuckling quietly. Come on, don't be so mean. Why are you like this to us? Anyway, I'm here to see Helmet today, so don't worry about it. Arya snapped back angrily. Who you meet isn't the point. The point is, do I ever let you guys into my room? He looked a bit disappointed. Helmet gets in, but I don't. Xian kept blabbering, driving Arya crazy. I've been in my room alone for days. Now I just want to hang out a bit and it's a problem. What does he have that I don't? Look, is that his real nature? What did I do wrong? He threw a pillow hard at the two, growling, You two get out of here! Cien and Helmet were kicked out. He sighed and wondered, is that what social anxiety looks like? Then glanced at him softly. Who knows what he's thinking? It's exhausting. Suddenly realizing something, he panicked. Sorry for getting you kicked out too. You still make that face? Can you stop? It doesn't suit you at all. Walking down the dorm hallway, Xian was a bit curious. Got some good news or something? He awkwardly replied, I guess I'm proud of myself? Helmet's face brightened even more. This problem wouldn't solve itself anymore, since he threw the ball a bit too hard, but no one got seriously hurt, so at least he still had some humanity in dealing with that jerk. His face brightened even more. The problem wouldn't solve itself anymore since I threw the ball hard, but no one got seriously hurt, so it's fine. At least I still have some humanity in how I deal with that bastard. Xian looked puzzled. Proud? With that attitude, you're holding back more than I thought. Please don't turn into someone like Asuka, Helmet calmly retorted. I'm not doing anything pointless. It's what I have to do to make them understand. He realized he might have gone too far and stammered. Right. You look so relieved leaving. Aaron looked ahead determined. Now I won't just stand by and watch whatever they want to do. After all, as Arya said, this problem only gets solved with force. Talking won't cut it. I have to make the line clear between us and them. Xian was unexpectedly drawn to Helmut. He stared for a moment, then offered, Helmut, you planning to hang out this weekend? How about cruising downtown with me? Helmut was a bit surprised, his voice low. Not really. I'm planning to go home, meet Y, then go out for a meal and chat a bit. Xian crossed his arms, a little disappointed. Got it. Then he happily asked, if that's the case, can I come along? Helmut was confused. To the mansion? Then what? What for? Xian cheerfully said. What for? You need a reason to visit a friend's house? He gestured to explain. Smooth personal relationships are super important. I bet Master Y would appreciate what you're doing. Helmut paused thoughtfully. He seriously considered Xian's offer. After a moment, Helmut suddenly said, sounds great. Xian happily gave an okay sign and added, all right, it's decided. Then he dashed off to give instructions. So, we'll meet up after the weekend. Helmut seemed a bit helpless, but he just cut me off. He promised, all right, don't bail on me. I froze right there, wondering what the hell I just agreed to. Night fell again over the shabby slum. A few scattered figures stood on the rooftop like they were waiting for something. The shabby room opened up before me, and Silent Ton calmly stepped inside. Chromo immediately handed him a stack of documents. "Sir, here are today's requests." He carefully flipped through each paper, then questioned suspiciously, "What's this? These noble brats don't know anything about the world, yet they're making such petty demands? Anyway, since we already got paid, just do it." Ton suddenly pulled his hand back. Calmly, he lifted his hood and warned cautiously, "Not long ago, some people pretended to be us to blackmail others. Maybe that's why the Black Eagle is known as the Fire Gang around here now." He continued, "I'll prioritize looking into that first. You can step back now." Chromo doesn't say much, bows and obeys. "Got it." Ton looked at the documents again, then held up a paper and asked, "Wait, Chromo, have you ever heard of this guy?" He frowned suspiciously. "I'm not sure. Why do you ask?" Ton thought for a moment, then seriously ordered, "Handle that name first, and take your time with this one." He rearranged the papers and reminded, "Also, investigate this guy's background. Report whatever you find." Chromo calmly replied, "Understood." Ton frowned deeply. Looking at the name Helmut on the page, he suddenly said, "I've got a bad feeling about this." At the end of the week at Greta Academy, students went down to Baden Town to chill on their day off, and the campus grew noticeably quiet. Helmut stood silently in the schoolyard waiting. A fancy carriage stopped behind him. A loud call caught his attention. "Helmut." Xian looked at him with some doubt. "That's all your stuff." Helmut was puzzled. "Is there a problem?" He sighed. "Not really, but we're only going for 2 days. You're traveling light, huh?" Helmut unconsciously recalled how, when he was in the forest, keeping his body as light as possible was the key to survival. So maybe he still had that habit here. Xian asked curiously, "And areas in the room?" He calmly stepped onto the carriage and softly replied, "Probably." He sat down with a bit of suspicion. "Besides occasionally coming to Baden during free time, I rarely see her go out. I wonder if she ever goes home. Maybe it's too far. Even I only visit every 3 months. Maybe she plans to go during the holidays." Xian awkwardly chuckled. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not stalking her. She's my rival. So naturally, I keep an eye on her. Yeah, I don't like tailing guys." Helmut tilted his head and blurted out, "If you're that curious, should I ask her for you?" Xian froze on the spot. He helplessly replied, "No." Down in the bustling town, Asuka was walking while eating a meat skewer. He chewed messily, thinking, finally, some breathing room. Asuka silently complained, "Those damn nobles, they can't beat me, so why do they keep risking it? Their honor means that much? I don't get it." He frowned, wondering, is there something wrong with how I'm doing this? Then, as if remembering something, Asuka regained his spirit and told himself, "Wait, no problem at all. Why should I care about them? I'd rather leave than bow down to them." Asuka bit into his meat, wondering, what the hell did Helmut do this time? Most of the time he obeyed, but that time he resisted, probably because he usually endured a lot. Helmut's cold figure suddenly flashed in his mind. He happily recalled Jerome's face and smirked. Watching Jerome roll on the floor after getting hit by the ball was pretty funny. Asuka strolled through the town, thinking without noticing the figure behind him. "I'm not trying to be friends with him, but I could talk to him a bit." His steps faltered. Asuka turned to look at the busy street, a bad feeling rising inside him. The street was even more crowded than before. Asuka weaved through shops, glancing around. Up high, some strange guy kept following his every step. He stopped, confused, and asked, "Who sent you guys?" The strange group surrounded him. They eyed Asuka warily. 2 big guys behind were no joke, blocking his escape. Asuka looked them over suspiciously, realizing he'd been baited here, and suddenly said, "Come on, I don't know unless you tell me." He watched them cautiously, instinctively touching his side, thinking his sword was still being repaired. He sneered, a bit helpless. "Going this far over some kid's fight? I don't know what family you're from, but you guys are seriously bored, huh?" They still silently drew their weapons. Asuka frowned, cursing silently, "The little shits," then shouted, "Say something already." He suddenly waved and yelled, startling them, "Coach is here." Then he shot forward like an arrow at them. Asuka's face went cold as he punched one guy with such force the guy was stunned. Asuka grabbed his shoulder to flip him over, then lightly flew over the others, leaving them dumbfounded. Asuka landed softly. They were still frozen, stunned. Taking advantage of the moment, he dashed away. They panicked. "How is he so fast?" one shouted. "What are you standing there for? Chase him, quick!" Asuka sped off like a bullet. He suddenly stopped, realizing the end of the road was a dead end. Panic hit him hard as he stood frozen. A group emerged slowly from the corner. On the other side, they were also blocked. Asuka, caught in a tight spot and surrounded from all sides, furrowed his brow and sneered, silently cursing. "Damn it, I'll play with you guys for a while." The night gently enveloped the luxurious mansion, The dining table laid out with an array of exquisite delicacies that caught the eye. The divine being politely spoke, "Thank you for joining us today. Xian, I hope the food suits your taste." Xian placed his hand on his chest, happily expressing, "Of course, Lord Kudro, the food is delicious." True to the reputation of the Kudro mansion, I am completely amazed by its grandeur. The divine being smiled cheerfully and replied, "You can just call me coach instead of being so formal." He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "I can't believe Helmut has such a normal and polite friend. I was worried for nothing." Helmut was suspicious, wondering how someone could change so much. He'd have to ask later. Xian suddenly spoke up. "Helmut, since it's the weekend, do you want to visit Baden while we're here?" He calmly replied, "No, I plan to train." Eaton then said, "You've got a good ear. Baden is a big city. Visiting Baden would be awesome." Helmut's expression darkened. Watching Xian happily walk ahead, he thought to himself, "I guess this is why Darien brought me to the academy?" Xian spoke sympathetically. "Look at you. It must be tough, leaving a wonderful home and moving to a dorm, plus having to share a room with a grumpy person." Helmut immediately retorted, "Area isn't a problem for me at all." Xian doubted. "Really? Do you know why?" He teared up as he explained, "Because she bullied me instead of you. She woke me up before dawn to help with her research and made me summon more spirits than I ever have in my life." Helmut looked at him confused. "But thanks to that, you got better." Xian cried in response. "That's the only consolation, thanks to that knowledge." Suddenly remembering something, he turned back. "Arya seems to listen to you, so why don't you say something nice?" Before he could finish, a familiar figure appeared before them. The atmosphere suddenly fell into rare silence. Xian screamed in panic. Helmut calmly said, "Wait, you're Asuka." Clutching his wound, he struggled to speak, mentioning Cao Cao. "You two have to help me." A group of people surrounded them again. Fully armed, they closed in step by step on the three of them. Xian panicked. "Who are they?" Helmut noticed their cloaks. He squinted in annoyance. "Black Eagle." Asuka cursed in pain. "Damn it, these bastards waited until I didn't have my sword." Xian looked at him in panic. "They dare attack students right here in Baden?" "I noticed you've been making enemies everywhere, Asuka." Helmut angrily retorted. "What did you say? What do you know to say that?" Helmut stepped forward. He calmly faced them. Helmut coldly drew his sword and said, "Perfect timing. I have some questions for you." After the chance encounter between Helmut and Asuka in the dark alley, he stepped up to clean up the group that ambushed Asuka. Xian was a bit scared watching this. "Helmut, why are you suddenly saying this?" He didn't answer Xian's question because his hands were busy drawing his sword, and his mind was occupied thinking about Black Eagle. Black Eagle is an organization that, for the right price, will take someone's life without hesitation. But just a student shouldn't have anything happen to get hunted by Black Eagle. There must be someone behind this. Looking at the rough group chasing Asuka, Helmut's past memories suddenly flooded back. Back then, he was still wandering outside as a bounty hunter. Not long ago, he had just taken down some from Black Eagle. Back to the present, the sharp sword in Helmut's hand was already drawn. If they had information on him, that wouldn't be wrong. But he thought that during his time as a student at Greta, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Helmut raised his sword high, gripping the hilt tightly. "I'm still sure that's true, but I definitely have to find out something." The long-haired guy saw the situation was bad and said to the long-faced one, "Leader, what do we do now?" The long-faced guy seemed much more cautious standing before Helmut. "Just killing our target isn't enough. We have to think about the consequences. We can't have any more witnesses, even if they're just a few students." After thinking it over, the long-faced guy ordered his two subordinates to rush in. "At most, there are only 3 of them. Deal with them immediately, starting with the one who drew the sword." With that, the long-faced guy lunged at Helmut uncontrollably. Helmut coldly dodged. Something cold suddenly brushed past his hand, but the long-faced guy felt nothing. In just a moment, his right arm was severed. When he saw his arm fall to the ground, the long-faced guy screamed in terror. The horn-haired guy didn't know whether to live or die and shouted at Helmut, "You little brat." But Helmut didn't respond with words. He responded with action, specifically, a heavy strike to his body. The horn-haired guy's sword was knocked out of his hands, and he stared wide-eyed in shock. His sword was spinning through the air before his ankle gave out. Everything looked like a Bigwood special effect, slowed down, slowed enough to clearly see every detail on the sword against the night sky. It hovered, its trajectory unpredictable. The blade shone brightly, emphasizing its sharpness, and on the blade, reflections showed the scene below, the group fighting. Then Helmut swinging his sword to finish off the strangers. Just as the sword fell near the dirt patch, Helmut launched his spinning kick. He struck the little guy who came with the long-faced one, sending him flying several meters. Only 2 moves. Launch and wait for the sword to fall. Helmut already cleaned up those bullies who messed with Asuka. Xian and Asuka stood frozen in place, afraid that jumping in would just get in Helmut's way. Those guys who were loud and cocky earlier, demanding to mess with Helmut, now had their mouths stuffed with a beating from him. Helmut's eyes showed no mercy at all. Asuka didn't expect Helmut's sword skills to be that top tier. In just a few moments, he defeated them, without even needing to use V. Watching his usually dull classmate now radiate the aura of a swordsman, Asuka thought to himself, this guy's skills are so good, but why is he pulling out a glowing purple stone, the seed of darkness, with no reaction? Seems like as long as he doesn't deal with them, it's fine. The space fell silent for a few minutes, and Xian was the first to speak. I haven't even shown my stuff and you're already done. So who are these big guys? He answered briefly. Black Eagles, one of the guys still conscious said. Darien reached for the sword nearby, but before he could grab it, Helmut coldly stomped it down hard. He continued, saying anyone going for money would target whoever's in the way. Asuka held his injured arm, glancing at the Black Eagles and said, I need to hear from them who hired them, but I can already guess roughly. Helmut glared at the guys lying on the ground and added, Asuka, they won't just spill the beans easily. They've been trained, but luckily, I have a question for them. His face suddenly darkened, his words carrying a chilling tone. No matter how tight their mouths are, if we start cutting off their fingers one by one, eventually, they'll have to talk. Hearing the torture plan combined with Helmut's expression, Xian and Asuka couldn't help but flinch. Xian's face went pale and he stammered, What are you saying? You're planning to torture them? Even if the students were attacked first, that's beyond self-defense. Asuka stood aside, annoyed, looking away. What kind of thinking is that? Then Xian pointed in a direction and made a suggestion. If I can control them, I'll go call the guards. We've done all we can. Questioning them is their business. Hearing this, Asuka immediately looked over to oppose him. Wait, are you sure we can trust them? If this was commoners against nobles, would they just do a sloppy investigation? Xian understood his point but had his own reasoning. Hurting a student from the academy is serious. They can't just brush it off. And you worrying about all this stuff? That's impressive. Probably why you've made enemies everywhere. Then Xian snapped his fingers to remind everyone before leaving. I'll be back soon. Got it? I'm just saying this to be safe, so don't go cutting their fingers. Asuka tiredly watched the young guy leave, while Helmut casually replied, All right. After he left, Helmut glanced down at the kid on the ground. His foot was still pressing on the long-faced guy's hand. Helmut sat down near him, foot never moving an inch. Hey, how much do you know about me? The long-faced guy was dumbfounded by the strange question. What nonsense are you talking about? Helmut narrowed his eyes, as if understanding their level of knowledge. That's all I need to know. The academy grounds were swallowed by darkness, only a few lamps lit. The dorm hallway was pitch black inside. The manager opened the door, surprised. I heard the news. Luckily, you're all safe. She looked over Helmut, Xian, and Asuka, confirmed their safety, then instructed, It's late now, go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, report to the director's office. Asuka, your injury looks serious. Should I notify the school nurse? He declined. No, it's fine. Then the three left the office. Xian worriedly looked at Asuka. At least you should see the nurse now. Are you sure you'll be okay? He shook his head lightly, avoiding the question. It's so late. What else can I do but lie down and rest? Then he carelessly glanced at the wound on his arm. Besides, you already did first aid, so a good sleep will fix it. Xian looked at him in frustration, clearly unreasonable. Are you some kind of monster? The three walked down the empty hallway, and Xian continued. If you move around, the stab wound might tear open again. Why don't you go somewhere else to get treated? Asuka held his arm, uninterested. I'm broke, and magic healing is expensive. Suddenly, Xian's sharp eyes looked at Asuka. There's gotta be a way to get it for free from her. Helmut and Asuka believed in the principle of working for what you get, so this unexpected freebie raised a lot of questions. Later, everything became clear. Xian knocked on Aria's door. The person inside frowned in annoyance. Xian cheerfully waved. Aria, thank God you're still awake. Aria, tired, held her head, her voice a bit angry. If you don't explain what's going on right now, I'll blow you all away with wind magic. Xian laughed heartily. Come on, don't be like that. We're here to ask you for a favor. Hearing the name Aria, Asuka's face froze and he pointed right at him. So this is the famous Aria, really looks like a girl. Aria glared at the strange guy and asked, Who the hell is this crow-headed freak? Asuka got angry at the insult and said something, but before things got worse, Xian jumped in to block. Here's the deal. You see he's hurt, right? Aria, you know healing magic, don't you? Hearing this, Aria already understood their plan. He was so pissed his face turned black. Don't tell me you want me to use it to heal this rude stranger in the middle of the night. Xian quickly glanced at Helmut. He nodded in understanding, then softly said, Please, don't tell me you want me to use it to heal that rude stranger in the middle of the night. Shuyen quickly glanced at Helmut. He understood and nodded, then spoke softly, Please. Seeing his roommate's sincere attitude, Aria paused for a moment, rubbing his eyes helplessly. Finally, Aria had no choice but to give in. Come inside first. Receiving the approval, Helmet threw a big like his way. Arya strode into the room and announced to everyone, "Let me make this clear. Nothing's free here. Do you guys know how much it costs to heal with magic outside? At least I should get paid for something." Finishing his sentence, he immediately turned and pointed at Helmet. Helmet flinched slightly. Ngongay asked, "Why do you want me to pay?" Arya quickly explained the connection between him and the healing of Asuka, saying it was because he asked that they were allowed in, so isn't that obvious? Arya turned his head carefully and laid down the condition. "If I heal him, what will you do for me?" Helmet hesitated, thinking this was troublesome, still undecided on the price, so he blurted out, "Anything, as long as it's within my ability." This made Arya pause. He smirked with a sly smile. "Don't forget what you just said, got it?" Helmet helplessly sweated. Honestly, he had no clue what Arya's real intention was. Then Arya turned inside and called Asuka. "Crow's head, sit down next to me quickly. I don't want to waste more time, so I'll heal you and then bounce." Asuka grumbled angrily. "What did you say, you little punk?" Meanwhile, Helmet started thinking about Arya's request. What could it be? He gradually fell into deep thought, already feeling regretful that he hadn't answered more carefully. The room number 301 glowed with a purple magic light through the window. After some time healing Asuka, Arya finished his announcement. The wound on Asuka's muscle had healed, even feeling like it was upgraded. Asuka then turned to say something but got stuck. Arya immediately caught him coldly. "What's with that look? If you have something to say, just say it," he mumbled awkwardly. "It's nothing." Helmet stood aside watching the short conversation with no clear start or end, raising a question mark over his head. Asuka glanced away, determined, though wanting to say thanks. His pride wouldn't allow it. Asuka put his shirt back on and said, "Though you look weak, your technique is pretty good. Done here. I'm out." Quickly, Asuka ran off. Arya clenched his teeth in anger. "That brat. Do we really have to heal people like him?" Helmet forced a bitter laugh. Though that temper aside, he was top of the class, so being friends with him would be useful. Arya frowned, glanced at Xian, and teased, "Just chain a mad dog up and whip it hard. It'll behave on its own." Hearing Li Duat get roasted badly, Xian didn't dare argue with Arya, so he gently advised, "Come on, why say that? Isn't it better to help him?" Suddenly, Helmet interrupted, "I don't need anyone's help." Xian tiredly tried to settle things, but Helmet cut in again. Why did he annoy Arya so much? Then he started explaining the theory of friendship power, saying ignoring relationships is a no-go. "Helmet, you're good. I know that guy. But you can't do everything alone. You'll regret it later, so start preparing to face the consequences now." Despite Xian's long talk, Helmet didn't bother to listen. He turned to Arya and sighed. "Arya, you're the same. Why am I friends with two kids like you guys?" Arya retorted angrily. "What? If you don't like it, then don't be friends." "I'm not your friend either." They kept bickering non-stop. "What do you mean? I helped you understand souls. You benefited from that too." Helmet seemed lost in thought, his eyes flickering over the relationship. The next morning, at Helmet's school, in the principal's office, information about 4 strangers was being shared. Last night, the 4 suspicious people not only attacked Asuka in Baden city center, Liam sat with his head down on the desk, helplessly continuing. "They also injured Helmet, and they failed and got locked up. But I heard they escaped this morning." Liam's conclusion made the other 3 stare at him. Asuka angrily slammed the table. "What the hell is going on?" Liam raised his hands in surrender. "I don't know more. I only heard this from the prison guards." Xian was thinking deeply, connecting the dots. How will the students and guards handle this? This threatens the students' lives, so you can't take it lightly. Liam was questioned by the kid Xian. He rubbed his temples and replied, "Of course, I'm not taking this lightly. I'm investigating, and I'll report back if there's news." This approach didn't satisfy Asuka. The 3 left the principal's office, Asuka still fuming. "We should have listened to Helmut and beaten them up and interrogated them right there." He frowned, raising a question. How could those 4 escape so easily? Does Baden's prison door look like it's made of paper? Knowing his mood was like a dog bite, he was cautious when speaking. They're still investigating and searching every day. Asuka didn't want to hear that. He glared at Xian, grinding his teeth. "Do you know the worst thing in the world? Letting you do things your way is better than waiting on others." Helmet lazily acted like he wasn't involved. "If you want to fight, don't drag me into it." Asuka lost his mind and pointed at him, rebutting, "Hey, don't act like you're not involved. You're really good at this stuff. Second only to me." Helmet didn't look at him, nor did he rush to explain. "Your business. You handle it yourself. Don't act like you're not involved. You're damn good at this stuff. Second only to me." Helmet didn't look at him, nor did he rush to explain. "You handle your own mess. If it's my business, I'll handle it myself." Asuka calmed down, putting his hands in his pockets, sounding a bit sulky. "You insensitive jerk. Aren't you trying to be a model student?" Helmet replied coldly. "Didn't you tell me to act a little friendlier?" Xian, seeing the 2 about to start arguing, stepped in. Hey, cut it out." After saying that, Xian turned down another hallway, waving goodbye. I gotta get back to class. Hopefully, by the next time we meet the headmaster, everything will be settled. Asuka absent-mindedly watched him go, muttering, I don't think so. At that moment, Helmut was about to leave too. Asuka curiously called out, Where are you headed now? Without looking back, Helmut answered coldly, Training. I've been slacking off lately for some reasons. Asuka followed behind him, sighing softly, You're really dedicated. The two trudged down the academy hallway. Helmut felt a bit annoyed, sensing someone trailing him. He turned sharply and asked, Why are you following me? Asuka casually replied like it was nothing. I need to go this way too. Whatever, you just go ahead. The space returned to its peaceful vibe. Asuka kept trailing Helmut, lost in thought for a while, then spoke up. Hey, thinking about it? Your skills are pretty solid. Do you get pissed when others try everything to climb up your spot? He stopped, tilted his head, and glanced at Asuka. A thought popped into his mind. Now you're the one annoying me. Still, Helmut didn't act rude and continued answering Asuka. Even so, I don't plan to act like you. Asuka smirked and exhaled sharply. If you use a ball to hit a kid, you're gonna have to leave the game. I think you get my point. Asuka looked Helmut in the eye out of habit and sneered. Don't let them see the skill gap when fighting. Look at me. Since I'm top of the class, they're going crazy trying to beat me. Helmut didn't really care about rankings. He teased Asuka just because of his annoying attitude, not because he was jealous. Asuka got mad. What did you just say? Bastard, I'm giving you advice. Just a second of joking. Then Helmut returned to his usual cold demeanor. I'm not good at fighting others. I want to walk alongside you guys in class. Then he strode away. Asuka smirked watching him leave. So sarcastic. You're different from how you look. Are you some good kid who always listens to his parents? Did your parents tell you to befriend those nobles or what? Helmut calmly inserted his key into the lock, turned it to open the door, then looked back with a deadly glare, warning, I don't have the patience to watch others try to climb my spot. You're no exception. Hearing those last 5 words, Asuka shivered. He quickly turned away, no longer joking. All right, I get it. No need to get all tense. At that moment, Helmut pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was fully equipped with various weapons and armor for training. No one else was inside. Asuka curiously peeked in. Aren't you supposed to be training? This isn't a training center, Helmut answered calmly. This is Coach Kudro's personal training room. I got permission to use it when he's not around. Asuka was a bit surprised by the privilege. Really? Only you get to use it? That's petty. You could let me share. But Helmut didn't want anyone bothering him during training, especially Asuka, so he kicked him out. No way, now just go. Without waiting, he slammed the door shut, leaving Asuka standing there alone. Cold bastard. That afternoon, the sun was about to set behind the buildings. The exorcism light shone down the academy hallway. Somewhere inside a room, the door was tightly shut. Aaron carefully looked around. Jerome sat on a table, worried, asking Aaron, Did you confess anything yet? He angrily snapped back. I said I don't know anything. Maybe Asuka spilled the beans on us. He asked me a lot. Still, Jerome was pretty relaxed, knowing he had solid backing. The academy can't contact the Black Eagle. We have nobles supporting us, so no problem. Despite his confidence, Jerome had to ask someone higher up. But why the hell is this happening? Soon we'll have done a bunch of stupid stuff for nothing, and now have to be scared. Sapbat couldn't hear anything else. He clenched his hands tightly, full of tension. The more he spoke, the more his face twisted, fear flashing in his eyes. He kept twisting his hands, thinking, damn it, those Black Eagle bastards are just kids, and they still can't do anything. Those country bumpkins can't pull off shit. After twisting his hands, Sapbat started biting his nails. The academy won't stop investigating until they get what they want. How can we keep running forever? Biting his lips, he pressed them tight, planning to take a desperate gamble. At this point, I'll make you all walk out of the academy with your own feet. Thinking this, Sapbat's face darkened. Don't think it's over. In his mind, images of Asuka and Helmut, his arch-rivals, flashed back as the swordsmanship class with Miss Pachika resumed. Students gathered to hear her announcement, but most already knew the sparring classes would start next week. Helmut, hearing this, thought, earlier than I expected. He let himself drift off, thinking, my patience has reached its limit. I can't avoid punishment, but if I can end these troubles with this opportunity. As he thought, Helmut glanced toward Jerome's spot, staring at him for a long moment, then recalling what Asuka said. Don't think you can show them your power gap through one-on-one sword fights. I mean, even though I'm top of the class, they still pick fights with me. For you, that's a decent hint. Still, I don't know how intense this academy's pressure is, so Helmut just goes with the flow. Even though I'm top of the class, they still try to pick fights with me. For you, that's not a bad hint. Still, I don't know how much pressure this academy puts on us. Helmut just goes with the flow. If it doesn't work out, Then whatever happens, happens. At that moment, Ba Chica suddenly slammed the wooden sword's tip on the floor, grabbing the class's attention. Silence. I get how hyped you all are, but don't forget we have another important event before the sparring match, okay? She raised her voice and continued reminding them. As announced, you'll have a surprise test tomorrow. The test will count toward your grades, so study your textbooks carefully. These are the kind of points Helmut really needs right now. But he still had doubts about this so-called textbook. Helmut ran back to the dorm and asked his roommate. Arya pulled back the curtain, both annoyed and surprised. What? You still haven't bought the textbooks? He sat back on the bed, looking up at him with silent sympathy. After all that chaos, you forgot about the test too. But they didn't tell you before you enrolled. Helmut rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then replied, not at all. Professor Wythun never mentioned it. Suddenly Helmut froze, as if he just remembered something. Helmut, after you register for the dorm, remember to buy the textbooks, okay? When Eaton reminded him, Helmut had been distracted, thinking he'd buy a few textbooks after returning from the manor. But then came the Black Hawk attack. Asuka got hurt, and finally, the urgent push. Let's head back to the academy quickly, everyone. We're going to be interrogated. Because of that, Helmut realized he'd gotten caught up in too much and completely forgot about buying textbooks. Helmut wanted to tell Arya, I heard about this, but didn't get to finish when Arya cut him off. Go get permission and then buy them. If you say you're buying textbooks, they'll let you. However, Helmut was broke like a student at the end of the month. The problem was, even if he wanted to, he couldn't buy them. I'm out of money. Arya's eyes went wide in shock. What? What did you do with the pay from your last mission? Whatever. I expected this day would come ever since you blew over 10,000 in a blink. Arya sighed softly. So what now? What do you want from me? Helmut spoke as if he was putting all his hopes on Arya. I gave all my mission pay to Eaton because I thought it'd be safer. It's just that now I don't have time to get that money back. Besides, I was hoping you'd show me the fastest way to make cash since you know stuff I don't. That line made Arya stare blankly for a long moment. Realizing he sounded weird, Arya turned sharply, propped his chin, and said, What kind of begging is this? Just say it straight and ask to borrow money from me. Helmut asked, Borrow money? He calmly explained. Yeah, like I give you money now and you pay me back later. Helmut nodded in agreement. Got it. If you agree, I'll pay you back by the end of this week. Arya's lips twitched a few times, looking puzzled. You really agree that fast? Without another word, Arya turned back and pulled the curtain. Wait a sec before you go. Let me change first. Helmut was a bit surprised. You're coming with me? I can buy it myself, you know? Arya turned around arrogantly and replied, I don't think I can stand staying home wondering if you'd actually buy that weird book with my money. And I'm free anyway, so stop talking and let's go already. Hearing this, Helmut felt something was off but eventually let it slide. At that moment, Arya had her own thoughts brewing inside. If he went out alone in Baden, he might end up in a situation like when Asuka got lost, so going together felt safer. So the two of them headed out to buy textbooks together. Helmut and Arya strode down the main street. He was annoyed, thinking maybe he was imagining things because it wasn't just the two of them. Xian and Asuka were tagging along too. Asuka walked behind, deliberately laughing loudly. It's been a long time since you went out, huh? Xian looked around with them, sighing in relief to finally breathe fresh air outside, while Arya and Helmut looked a bit irritated. Helmut wondered how the hell this situation ended up like this. To understand why, we have to rewind a few minutes. Back then, Xian was super excited when he heard Helmut was going out to buy books. Really? I want to buy books too, so let's go together. Mainly because I'm hoping something interesting will happen. Coincidentally, Asuka also wanted to come along, saying that as a swordsmanship student, he'd show us some stuff. The simple truth is, he just wanted to escape this school. Arya muttered in disgust, just loud enough for Helmut to hear. Somehow, these annoying flies had latched onto him. He was speechless and tired, replying, I've never relied on them before. At the brightly lit building in the city, the interior was lavishly decorated, and the notebooks were neatly arranged. Helmut looked around, searching. Xian focused on the neatly stacked books on the shelves. The smell of new books was always amazing. Arya pointed out where to find the swordsmanship textbooks for Helmut. Before searching, Arya asked him, Do you remember the names of the books you need? Helmut thought for a moment and listed them out. Right now, I need the Intermediate Swordsmanship Manual, Basic Business Management, and Advanced Ethics. In no time, Arya had grabbed everything he needed. He asked if he needed anything else. Helmut looked pretty confused. No, that's enough. I flipped through a few books to check them out, thinking to myself that I could probably guess from the titles. But these were all just basic knowledge. Why would I buy textbooks when I already know everything? Suddenly, Asuka handed Helmut a strange book and said, Since you're buying books, grab this one too. Helmut was a bit surprised and curious. But that's not a textbook, is it? Asuka frowned, flipped through a few pages, and said, Coach Pachika's personality is pretty unpredictable, so she doesn't take questions directly from textbooks. She either mixes questions from higher-level courses or uses confusing vocabulary. So I've practiced these concepts for 4 years, and this is the most accurate and suitable book out of all the ones I've tried. Arya and Helmut stared at him after hearing that. It felt like Asuka got a whole level smarter today. Catching their weird looks, Asuka asked, "What's up? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden?" Arya replied coolly, teasing Asuka a bit. People say after 3 years in a village school, even dogs start memorizing poems. Suddenly, you get smart out of nowhere, and I'm speechless. Hearing that, Asuka's anger showed on his face. I'm top of the class, okay? These guys treat me like I'm some dumbass. While he was still pissed, X came over with a book, excited. Arya, since you're paying for the books, can I pay with you? Arya replied coldly. You think I'm gonna say yes? Pay out of your own damn pocket, you careless jerk. The Fantastic Four followed the signs to the checkout counter. After calculating, Miss Thu Engan smiled brightly like a star. The total is 2,000 dong, dear customer. Asuka glanced at Arya, who looked annoyed. Why are you all bundled up like that, planning to steal something? Whatever. He annoyedly clicked his tongue and said, Helmut's daydreaming just 2,000, huh? Less than a fraction of what Arya paid. Still cheap. When Helmut handed the money to Miss Thu Engan, she smiled gratefully. Yes, sir. Thank you for your payment. Oh my god, is that Mr. L? Arya quickly pulled her hood down and turned away. Wrong person, dude. Asuka stepped out of the bookstore, laughing loudly and teasing. Fame's a pain. She's your fan. You should have given her your autograph. Arya walked ahead. Though her face wasn't visible, it was clear how annoyed she was. You're just drawing more attention, so can you shut up a bit? X chuckled bitterly. Isn't it kinda unreasonable to hope you wouldn't get famous after topping the class with such terrible scores? Helmut was a bit surprised, like he suddenly understood something. In front of him were his 3 friends joking under the moonlight. The night breeze blew softly, and Lamlong Helmut felt a little flutter. Is this what human relationships are like? A while later, the 4 were back at the dorm. Arya took off her hood, rubbed her shoulders. So tired. I shouldn't have wasted so much energy on that. Helmut suddenly asked, Arya, you brought textbooks too, right? Arya, still annoyed, snapped. What? You think I'm the type to forget buying books? His gaze grew serious. That's not what I meant. You already know a lot without textbooks, so I wondered if carrying those books actually helps you. That question made Arya pause. She crossed her arms and started sharing her top-ranking experience. Knowledge shifts a bit depending on your perspective. And textbooks are valuable because they give you a more objective view of what you know. You're insanely talented, but if you keep thinking the world you see is all there is, you'll fail eventually. He said nothing in response, but that only made her happier. She pointed right at him and warned, the point is don't get cocky and study hard. Before going into the room, she reminded, take good care of your books. If you lose one, don't expect me to help you again. He stayed silent, quietly replied, got it. The next morning at the Seaside Academy, something bad happened. Who would have guessed life would slap Helmut's fake face? The promise from last night shattered immediately the next day. When he opened his locker, Helmut found no books. Asuka, standing beside him, shouted in frustration, where the hell did all the textbooks go? Damn it, I can't believe it. Those bastards even stole from the lockers. Helmut, did they mess with your locker too? He couldn't hear anything else. His hands crushed the wooden locker. Helmut buried his face in the locker, his anger spilling out beyond his usual indifferent facade. Today was the scar-faced guy's class. He stood on the podium and shouted, let's begin. Sword duel class. Both sides have to agree to be opponents. And of course, no using viz. Everyone in the class glared, looking pretty hyped for today's lesson. Even Asuka. The scar-faced guy reminded them before practice, competing with your friends is fine, but facing someone you've never fought before will give you valuable experience. At the end, he called out to everyone, once you've picked your opponent, we'll start the duel. The students answered in unison. Yes, sir. Asuka was looking for his opponent. He stood in front of the nobles who were dividing themselves, loudly calling Sabat. Asuka arrogantly carried his sword on his shoulder, making a proposal for a little fight. Sabat was a bit cautious. Dee looked at Asuka. Why are you looking for me? The top noble student, hearing the suspicious question, couldn't help but scoff. Why are you looking for me? Are you seriously asking that? Asuka's pupils shrank, veins popping white and red from his neck. Looks like you really hate seeing me, huh? So I'm giving you a shot to fight me. If you're gonna be a swordsman, don't just run away. Since the day of the Black Eagle, Sabat hasn't dared to clash much with Asuka. He came up with some lame excuse to refuse. Sorry, we're on the same team now, so you'll have to find someone else. Asuka repeated what the scar-faced guy said. Didn't you hear the coach tell you to find another opponent? Sabat still couldn't drop his provoking nature. He shoved his lip out and asked, since when do you follow the coach's orders so strictly? Why not fight that civilian buddy of yours? Asuka put on a scary face and said something full of hidden meaning. So you planning to play it like that? Sabat glanced at Aaron behind him, who nodded as if he got the hint. Sabat smirked and said, fine then, if you really want to. Suddenly a voice cut in. What about me? The whole group turned to the one interrupting Sabat. It was Helmet. He spoke coldly, taunting the low self-esteem of the nobles. Stewie, if you attack me all at once, I don't care. The outcome won't change anyway. Forming cliques is just weakling's specialty. Suddenly, Helmet looked pretty cool, and Sabat hadn't even processed it yet. What the hell? This brat. Aaron placed his hand on Helmet's and jumped into the argument, looking at him cockily. I can take down someone like you all by myself. Aaron sneered, challenging him. If you're confident, then go ahead and try. Remembering the conversation a few days ago between Aaron and Sabat at the Heelmood Group's locker, Sabat planned to sabotage by stealing all the books to provoke them. Listen carefully. If we mess with their lockers, on the day of swordsmanship class, they'll target us. When that happens, just provoke them just enough, and then accept the challenge. Jerome, a bit stunned by the plan, asked, accept the challenge? I don't know about Helmet, but we can't beat Asuka. You're saying we just accept getting beaten? Sabat said coldly. We'll use V. His dirty trick plan is something Jerome and Aaron can't match no matter how good they are. What? Jerome panicked. But the sword duel class strictly forbids using that V. Sabat reassured him. Listen to me. He showed a mysterious smile with deep-set eyes, calmly explaining, if it's called self-defense against revenge moves, you'll just get punished. But if their limbs get crippled, they can't stay in the Sword Academy anymore. He sneered. That's totally worth it. However, Jerome was hesitant. Wait, Sabat, I don't think it'll be a surprise. Aaron next to him declared clearly, fine, I'm in. Jerome's eyes widened as he glanced at Aaron. Aaron shrugged and frowned, annoyed at Jerome. Jerome, if you're not joining, then step aside. Hey Sabat, I'll follow your lead, but my opponent has to be Helmet. He was still pretty pissed about getting his ass kicked by Helmet repeatedly. What he did? I want to personally return the favor. Sabat liked the reckless blood more than brains attitude. Whatever, suit yourself. I want to teach that bastard a lesson anyway. Then Sabat laughed like a maniac. I'm looking forward to swordsmanship class. Remembering the crazy planned chat with the two Lee guys, Jerome was freaking out. After getting ready, Asuka stepped onto the training floor. On the other side, Xian was also ready. Asuka's face looked like someone who just ate all the rice in the house. Meanwhile, Sabat was excited because he was about to achieve his goal. That's right. Now you really want to jump on me, huh? He frowned, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Come on, attack me. I guarantee you'll never hold a sword again. I'll teach you why civilians should know their place. Sabat waved his wooden sword, waiting, but Asuka still didn't move. The training room suddenly went dead silent. Other student pairs lost focus. Everyone was watching Asuka and Sabat. They all expected a fiery fight. But the longer it went, Sabat felt more uneasy. He was sweating buckets, alarm bells ringing in his head. What the hell is going on? Looking at Asuka's face like a beast eyeing its prey, Sabat shouted, why isn't he attacking first? Jerome on the other side felt uneasy, frowning worriedly. Sabat, looks like you don't really understand Asuka. Watching the tense atmosphere between the two sword fighters, Jerome felt a chill down his spine. When Asuka holds a sword, he's a real hunting dog. He stares at his opponent, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He had a lot on his mind, like he understood Asuka way too well. That means your plan was never going to work from the start. Looking at Sabat's tense, breathless face, he thought again. But Asuka's sharp eyes narrowed. The moment was ripe. He quickly moved, swinging his wooden sword fast like a flash toward where Sabat was standing frozen. The wind-splitting speed created huge pressure, rooting Sabat to the spot. His nerves were stretched tight like a violin string. Asuka was charging. Looking at Asuka's dark face but sharp eyes, Sabat tried to reassure himself. Low attack to the right. I can block that. Thinking so, Sabat shifted his sword to block the move. But Sabat was tricked by Asuka. He changed the sword's trajectory from above downwards. Sabat took the hit directly on his neck and shoulder. Asuka's finishing move knocked Sabat flat on the ground. What a lame move. Sabat smashed his face on the floor, humiliated and in sharp pain. Wesley and Jerome couldn't watch anymore. Turning his face away, Asuka crouched down beside where Helmet was lying. He curled his lips arrogantly and mocked, "You're not useless after all, and you sure do love to talk big. Damn bastard, I should be thanking you. You got hit, huh? Seeing you this lazy makes me feel like beating you up is totally worth it." Helmet's face went blank, then suddenly showed horror as he looked at his left arm. It wasn't his collarbone. Seeing this, Asuka called out, "Don't think lying there whining is gonna make me pity you and go easy. We're far from done, so stop the pity party and get up." Helmet was both angry and humiliated. Fueled by long-built resentment, Helmet grabbed the wooden sword in his hand, thinking, "I'll condense my energy and just need one strike." But before he could pull off his dirty plan, he got another smack on the back. Helmet winced in pain but clenched his lips to keep from groaning. Then he took another sword strike to the face like a thunderous slap. He caught Asuka's sharp glare. That was the last thing he saw before Asuka beat him mercilessly. "No, I don't have time to condense energy." His face darkened, thinking about the worst outcome. What the hell was this punk planning to do to him? Surrender. Hearing that, Asuka gave him a mercy punch before ending the training session. Proud and satisfied, Asuka whispered in Helmut's ear, "Don't quit so early. We've still got plenty of time, so don't give up." He smirked a scary smile and glared at Helmut. "Why didn't you show me even half the struggle you've been hiding all this time? Watch your mouth. Every time you say surrender, I'm gonna hit you 3 more times." Hearing this threat, Helmut was furious and gasping for air, his hatred growing deeper. Meanwhile, Eren clenched his sword hilt tightly. He slapped his belly to taunt Helmut. "You don't look so good. Aren't you worried about your friend, your civilian buddy?" Helmut coldly scanned Eren's cocky face. Eren frowned and warned, "You better worry about yourself." No one knew how much time had passed, but the sound of wooden swords clashing showed no sign of stopping. Helmut was getting beaten so badly he had to lie flat on the ground. He tried crawling up under the pitying gazes of all the classmates, but the pain kept hitting him in waves, making his body tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Asuka called out again, "Don't think lying there. Whining will make me pity you and go easy. We're far from done, so stop the pity party and get up." Helmut was both angry and humiliated. He cursed silently. "Damn it, this can't be happening. I'm a swordsman from the Rugal clan. How the hell can I lose to someone like him?" Right in front of him were a few pairs of feet approaching, making Helmut even more irritated. What the hell were those bastards standing around for? They should have gone to get the coach or stepped in by now. Suddenly, Helmut's pupils shrank. It was like he just saw something terrifying. "What the hell? Look at those suck-ups staring at me with such delight," he hissed inside. "Why are they looking at me like that? I'm not someone you can look at with those eyes." Feeling scorned, Helmut angrily stood up and grabbed the wooden sword's hilt. As he struggled to stand, the two guys quickly turned their faces away. In that moment, Helmut's rage hit its peak. Asuka frowned, puzzled by Helmut's strange attitude. Helmut turned his back to him, showing 3/4 of his darkened face. Then he spun around and glared at Asuka, his hand condensing a blazing golden energy around the sword. "I'm sending you straight to hell." He charged like a gust of wind, catching Asuka off guard for a moment. But that was probably just a small feint by Asuka. Twisting midair, he swooped behind Helmut and slammed him with a strike to the back. Helmut's chin, already red from earlier hits, now twitched painfully with wide eyes. He then landed on the ground with a flashy move. Asuka had also condensed his energy. Smirking, he glanced at Helmut's miserable state. "You broke the rules, so I'm breaking them too. That's a draw." Saying that, he gripped the sword hilt wrapped in blue aura and lunged at Helmut. Jerem saw this and shouted to stop him. "Asuka, wait!" But it was too late. The stiff sword seemed to be heading straight for Helmut's neck. Everyone watching was shocked out of their minds. They didn't expect the wooden sword's tip to slam into the ground because the scar-faced guy appeared just in time to deflect the sword's path. Asuka shot him an annoyed glance. The scar-faced man looked seriously at the two fighters, his voice commanding, "Asuka, Helmut, the match is over. Helmut, go to my office after your wounds are treated. Asuka, come with me now." Asuka turned and asked the scar-faced man, "Why do I have to go too? He's the one who broke the rules. If you hadn't dodged that strike just now, I'd be carrying you out on a stretcher." But his experience was enough to outsmart Asuka's dad. Just disrespecting your opponent is already a violation. How long do you plan to live on your own terms, making excuses like that? The scar-faced man clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. "No matter how I think about it, I can't understand why Coach Pachika would cover for someone like you." Hearing Pachika's name, Asuka choked up. Then the scar-faced man finished addressing the class and turned to leave. "Someone take Helmut to the infirmary." Asuka. The teacher sensed something bad had happened recently, but his words were suddenly cut off by Andrew's call. "Coach." The scar-faced man was a bit surprised. "What is it? I'm talking now, so come back later, okay?" Andrew stammered, struggling to speak. "It's nothing." Just that, Andrew pointed somewhere and asked if it's okay not to stop those two. Scarface and Asuka couldn't help but wonder upon hearing that. The day before, there was a rush of voices in the academy hallway. "Eren, why didn't you stop him?" Jerome was really puzzled by Eren's nod when he heard Sabat's crazy plan. He knew full well those tricks wouldn't work on Asuka, right? Besides, breaking the rules would definitely get you punished. Contrary to that worry, Eren crossed his arms and replied casually, "Jerome, since when did you get so close with Sabat?" Jerome was a bit surprised. He looked at Jerome with a strange gaze, eyes meant for observing, not just showing off. Sometimes you gotta pay attention. You can tell he's a dead man walking. Hearing such cold words, Jerome suddenly froze for a moment. He stammered, "What do you mean?" Eren glanced at Jerome and answered calmly. He only escaped punishment because there was no proof. But who doesn't know about the plan to use others to sabotage Asuka? Eren frowned deeply, his voice sharp and biting. For nobles, using the Black Hawk is a disgrace, even if it's against commoners. Most students at the Sword Academy come from noble backgrounds. Do you think their families would see that in a positive light? He even revealed a fact. Sabat has been sidelined for a long time. Saying this, Eren sighed with a hint of relief. Actually, If Asuka beats him and kicks him out of the coop, it would be better for us. After all, once the captain is gone, no one will interrogate us anymore. These words made Jerome think deeply. Before he could fully understand, Aaron added a few more words without hiding anything. I've wanted to crush that pig myself. Wouldn't it be great if we kicked Sabat and him out of the academy? I'll make him crawl without needing Viz. Keep watching. Back to the present, Aaron was preparing to face Helmut. He seemed to have predicted Sabat's outcome, thinking quietly to himself, well, don't be too mad at me for what happened. Sabat, after all, isn't that how nobles have survived for generations? Suddenly, Helmut asked. I was about to ask you this. He held his wooden sword ready and continued coldly, someone broke the book in my cabinet. Was it you? Aaron didn't answer directly, instead asked back, who else do you think it could be besides me? Helmut stared at him for a few seconds because of that question, then half closed his eyes and said, if you don't know, don't ask. At that moment, Aaron started moving his sword, smirking with calculation. Helmut, what's wrong with you? How do you defend with so many openings? Are you overconfident or just pretending? Seeing Helmut's careless defense, he thought, whatever, I still can't underestimate him. Thinking that, Aaron immediately attacked. First, his leg. Suddenly, dust flew everywhere. Helmut dashed right in front of Aaron in a blink. The sword tip slashed across, breaking half of Aaron's sword, sending it flying into the air. He stared in shock at the broken blade. What just happened? I definitely swung the sword. He didn't even notice Helmut was preparing a second move. Aaron's stance was clearly exposed. He got hit right in the neck. Everything happened in a flash. Aaron collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and screaming loudly. Tears welled up in his eyes, struggling to breathe. Helmut fiercely stepped closer to Aaron. Seeing his pitiful, breathless state, drool spilling from his mouth, he sat down beside him. In the first class, you asked me a question. Now let me ask you back. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You think your noble status will protect you outside the academy? Helmut glared at Aaron and continued. I could have broken your neck with that last strike. Do you think being noble will help you come back from the gates of hell? These words pressed heavily on Aaron's heart. He couldn't help but turn pale, his eyes still watery. His pupils shrank as he thought deeply, this bastard is no longer human. Seeing Helmut's dark face and eyes flashing with killing intent, he trembled badly. What the hell is this guy? Feeling sufficiently threatened, Helmut withdrew his gaze and sighed. Sorry, but when your vocal cords are torn, how can you talk properly? He stomped hard on Aaron's helpless hand. Aaron wanted to scream in pain but couldn't make a sound. Once again, Helmut stared at him, his oblique stone shining brightly, and he directly grabbed Aaron by the collar, his killing aura overwhelmingly oppressive. At that moment, Scarface rushed over, shouting, Helmut, Aaron, stop the fight now, drop your swords immediately. But before he finished, Scarface had to fall silent because of Helmut's dangerous look. He and the students running over stopped in their tracks. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Helmut glared fiercely at Aaron, then suddenly returned to normal. Glancing at the kid he was holding by the collar, Helmut dropped him to fall freely. He panted a few times, then turned to look at Scarface. Scarface also felt quite cautious about the student in front of him. Adjusting his breathing, Scarface ordered, Jerome, give Aaron first aid and take him to the infirmary. At the academy's administrative office, Scarface was seriously handling the overly aggressive actions of Asuka and Helmut. I'll give you two a chance to explain yourselves. If you have anything to say it. But neither of them had a word to explain. Seeing this, Scarface praised, Good, that's the right attitude. Right now, you two aren't in a position to defend yourselves. He said this while glancing at Helmut. Suppose Asuka could have left, but Helmut came to see you, and the coach didn't expect you to act like you did earlier. Helmut bowed his head and replied softly, You didn't follow the one-on-one duel rules. He then leaned on his hand and asked further, Is that all? You really think that's all there is to it? Helmut's eyes followed Scarface as he kept talking. I stopped by to check on Aaron's condition before coming here. Scarface started detailing Aaron's injuries. His windpipe was torn, and the bones in his right hand were broken. By then, Aaron had been carefully bandaged. Scarface frowned seriously. If he hadn't been given first aid back then, he could have suffered respiratory failure. There might be some way to fix his torn vocal cords. But he'll probably never be able to hold a sword with his right hand again. Asuka got angry on Helmut's behalf. Coach, those scumbags even tried to take care of him by hiring Black Hawks. So what if those despicable bastards can't hold a sword anymore? No sooner had he finished than he got hit by Scarface's stick. He looked at Helmut and raised his voice to remind him, I'm not asking you, Asuka. Suppose you hadn't broken the one-on-one duel rules. Do you think you might have gone a bit too far? Suddenly, Helmut spoke up. Honestly, I don't get why you're blaming me. What he said next threw Asuka into a frenzy. Aaron was weak and faint, but despite that, he was loud-mouthed, insulting not just you but your friends too. Helmut continued. He was right. Right about what, friend? At this point, Helmut was adamant he wasn't wrong. I just wanted him to know there are things he's not allowed to mess with. Asuka took the chance to spill everything. They even broke into our lockers and stole all our books, coach. Scarface ignored him and focused on Helmet's words. So you're saying that whenever you meet someone you don't like, you exploit the one-on-one duel rules to cripple them? Then you don't deserve to study at this academy, he scolded angrily. That went against the Sword Academy's values. Scarface's arguments didn't sit well with Helmet, who fired back. So causing trouble for civilians, insulting them, stealing their stuff, and hiring people to beat them up is the Academy's values? Scarface seemed a bit agitated and softened his tone. I'm not taking sides here, Helmet shot back bluntly. So you can't do anything either. I'm just trying to solve a problem you can't handle. As a student of the Sword Academy, what's wrong with that? Suddenly, Scarface said nothing and drew his sword. The blade swept across Helmet and Asuka's faces, sending a cold breeze that blew their hair back. That slash even damaged the office ceiling. Helmet was a bit shocked. Scarface frowned and straightened his mindset. Helmet, don't twist your arguments. You're just the strong bullying the weak. As he spoke, he sheathed his sword. If I use force to beat you and make you pay for your rebellion, would you accept that kind of justice? Then he started lecturing on how people should treat each other. In this world, there are nobles and commoners, the strong and the weak. Just as you can't look down on a commoner because you're a noble, you can't trample the weak because you're strong. Scarface's sharp reasoning left Helmet stunned. Do you see how what you did today is no different from looking down on others just because you're a noble? Asuka secretly watched him get lectured for a long time. After thinking it over, Helmet spoke first. Then what am I supposed to do? His question partly proved Scarface's words were just empty theory. He turned inward and slowly explained, the Academy and I are at fault too for not taking action until now. I apologize. Scarface gripped his sword hilt tightly as if making a firm resolution. The Academy doesn't aim for domination but equality. Asuka and Sabat stayed silent, waiting for more. He then turned to both of them. From nobles to commoners, from the strong to the weak, we're all human. If you truly remember that, one day you'll find your answer. Then he looked at their strange faces. Despite everything that happened, they were truly outstanding students. Getting scolded but then praised, Helmet's emotions suddenly became chaotic. After a moment, Scarface continued, Anyway, I still have to punish you for your actions today, so I'm banning you from one-on-one duels. However, I will allow you two to duel each other. For Asuka, this felt more like a reward than a punishment. Sounds fun. Just then, Scarface handed over a stack of papers. Asuka was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Waiting too long, Scarface's expression darkened. Why do you look at me with such suspicion? It's not just about limiting one-on-one duels, right? Go write 50 apology letters. If you don't finish them all, you're not allowed back here. This punishment was a nightmare for two sword lovers. That afternoon was filled with desperate pleas. Wait, coach, what about classes? Scarface replied coldly. Finish writing before theory class starts, then come back and give them to me. I've been lenient with you already, so don't complain. Helmet kept yelling, Come on, please, coach! That night, under the full moon hanging in the sky, Asuka looked at his blistered hands. He puffed his cheeks and sulked. My hands are numb already. While complaining, after finishing writing and going outside, it was already dark, and this is what he called being lenient with us. That cruel coach, Helmet was staring at his hand that looked like it had filler injections. Unlike Helmet, Asuka frowned, clenched his fist, and said nothing, inwardly thinking he didn't regret activating his power. Thinking about that, Helmet remembered the faintly glowing shard lodged inside him, but he had made a mistake. For a moment, he lost his cool. After all that training, I still can't fully control it? The more he thought, the more his eyes narrowed with anger. How could he have seen him just silently frowning back then? Asuka turned, curious. What's up? Why do you look so stressed? Helmet, your hand must hurt a lot too, right? Helmet put his hand in his pocket and replied coolly, Had to write a letter today, so I couldn't train. Asuka was shocked by how insanely dedicated he was. Damn, training that hard already? How could he still be thinking about training after writing apology letters all day? Helmet glanced at Asuka, sarcastically indifferent. Seems like you haven't trained that long either, but you still leveled up. Asuka suddenly felt belittled about his training time and snapped angrily. Have you ever even seen someone train before talking like that? Look at you, never caring about others, always holed up in your personal training room, just saying. Suddenly, Asuka had an idea. Quiet. Since we're talking about private training rooms, can I use yours? Helmet just gave a blunt no. Asuka got pissed. I said we're friends, but you won't even let me borrow your room? Nearby, the scar-faced guy silently watched the two kids. He thought to himself, Helmet, I know you're a good student, but the scar-faced guy hesitated, watching Helmet's back, suddenly recalling the look Helmet gave him when he stopped to fight. The murderous aura Helmet radiated then, or rather, the dark power. Feeling he was overthinking, Scarface quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. No, that theory's going too far. Anyway, Helmet obeys more than Asuka, so all he can do is sigh and silently pray. Helmet keeps studying well without going astray. Suddenly, Scarface noticed a slash mark ruining the ceiling and jumped. Guess I'll have to use this month's paycheck to fix this room. Meanwhile, somewhere else, darkness enveloped the space inside a house lit only by a flickering candle. Someone slammed their hand on the table. The people below bowed submissively. Anton sat arrogantly above, his face radiating murderous intent. He glared at his useless underlings. The flickering candlelight filled the silent room. No sound except the wax crackling. Anton sat still, staring at his subordinates, stroking his beard, then said, "I lost the spy in Baden, the one who helped you escape." The horn-haired subordinate nervously replied, "Sorry, leader, we failed miserably." The one-eyed young man interrupted, "But listen, his movements definitely aren't those of a fifth-year academy student." Hornhair nodded rapidly. "Right, he must be at least a 2-star swordsman." Suddenly, Anton raised his hand, signaling, "Enough." He propped his chin. "I'm not here to scold you, but actually to reward you for helping me find someone I've been searching for a long time." Hornhair and One-Eyed froze at their boss's words after being scolded. Then Anton glanced at Chromo and ordered, "Roma, tell them." He pulled a piece of paper from his body and nodded. "Yes." Chromo started with a question. "Is there a black-haired kid among the students you faced, with black eyes, pale face, and looks like nobility?" Hornhair and One-Eyed suddenly flared up with anger. "Yeah, that kid beat us to a pulp." Confirming the right person, Chromo held some papers and continued. "That kid's name is Helmet. He's an official member of the Rapid Mercenary Guild, took down 5 of us with just a branch and escaped. Since then, we've been hunting him, but didn't expect he'd hide in the academy." Hornhair couldn't believe his ears, stammering, "A great slayer?" At this, Anton propped his chin, thinking then spoke. "There's very little info from Baden. Smart of him to choose the academy as a hideout." His eyes narrowed tensely. "You don't mess with the monster in its lair. But if he still remembers that grudge, if we're not careful, one day he'll snap his claws at us." Hearing this, Hornhair's eyes widened. "So what do we do?" He placed his hand on the chair's armrest and answered, "That's why I'm giving you a new mission." Hornhair was a bit puzzled. "A new mission?" While speaking, Anton reached for some papers in Chromo's hand. "Simple. Just deliver this report to your superiors, then I'll give you leave. So, get it done." "Understood." Hornhair and One-Eyed bowed seriously. "Yes. Thank you, sir. We won't disappoint you again." After that, Anton and Chromo watched the two leave. As soon as they were gone, Anton glanced at Chromo and ordered the hit. "You never know when a wounded dog will come back to bite you." "Assassinate those bastards right after the job," he said. "Yes, sir." "Job done?" Anton smirked faintly. "Maybe. Just maybe. We'll meet that person soon." Tonight's full moon at the academy was hidden by clouds. Footsteps stood outside the door. Helmet quietly stepped into the dorm room. Inside, the space was silent as a grave. He stepped softly. Trying not to make a sound, he looked around once. Feeling nothing was wrong, Helmet was about to head back to bed, but suddenly a noise startled him. "You're late," Helmet asked worriedly. "You're not asleep yet?" Arya inside replied irritably. "Your sneaky footsteps sound like a cat. It's so ridiculous I couldn't sleep." He softly said, "Sorry." Arya inside lay stretched out on the bed, hugging a pillow, casually asked, "I heard you knocked them out cold?" "Good." Helmet sat down on the bed outside, looked out the window, and replied, "But I have to write them an apology letter and I'm not allowed to train." Arya's eyes flashed with confusion. "You got what you wanted but still aren't happy?" Because of that question, Helmet fell silent. After thinking for a bit, he crossed his arms and changed the subject. "Sorry, but I lost my textbook. Like you said, I won't ask for help next time." Arya was a bit surprised by his story about losing the book. He angrily pulled back the curtain between them, shooting Helmet a death glare ready to scold him, but then stopped, saying nothing. This mood of his made Helmet raise a huge question mark. Arya sighed deeply. "I don't know if you're reckless or just naive. You're only upset about that?" he continued, making Helmet's eyes widen. "You think I'd assume your book got stolen when I said that? Besides, you couldn't do anything about it, so it's not your fault." Seeing Helmet's face now, Arya was at a loss. "Damn. If you feel guilty, just pay for the book." Helmet could only reply seriously, "Thanks." Arya frowned, a bit annoyed and awkward as he looked at him. He quickly pulled the curtain and said bluntly, "I'm going to sleep now." Inside, Arya buried his face in the pillow, sighed a few times, his cheeks suddenly flushing red. Night was falling, the moon growing fuller and brighter. A few hours later, morning sunlight shone into the academy hallway. A figure holding a sword cast a shadow on the floor. Helmet tried to open the door but couldn't. He was a bit puzzled. Why won't it open? Then Helmet checked the key. It was the right key. Was it broken? Suddenly, a wrinkled hand appeared. "Wait, hold on. Is that Helmet?" Hearing someone call, he turned around. Yes, an old man holding a big broom smiled at him. Sorry, but the instructor's training room is being cleaned today. Looks like you didn't get the notice. Would you mind using the common training room? Given the reason, Helmut had no choice. No problem, he thought. Common training room, huh? Then he left the private training room and gently opened the common training room door. Helmut entered, causing everyone in the class to stare wide-eyed. Everyone turned sharply to look at him strangely. Feeling their scrutinizing eyes, Helmut felt a bit uncomfortable. A few classmates came over to greet him. It had been a week since that day, and many things had changed in the sword training room. Since the sparring class started talking to him one by one, they began praising him and admitted they never liked bullying. Helmut took a walk, looking for an opponent, casually observing around, but maybe this was the unfair personal relationship the instructor mentioned. He also realized they only pretended this was an equal relationship because they felt threatened. But out of fear, they also boosted their own egos with that superiority complex. How could fairness benefit me with them? He went to a wooden dummy and started warming up. Suddenly, someone called his name, Helmut. Andre stepped into the training room. He said Eton Kudro was looking for him. The door slowly opened and Helmut stepped in. Inside, someone was still busily taking notes. Eton spoke without looking at him. Come in. Helmut approached and spoke first. I heard the teacher wanted to see me. He nodded and said, that's right. I want to talk about what happened during sparring. Hearing this, Helmut thought, here we go. Still, he politely acknowledged, yes. Helmut recalled the unpleasant experience before. If he spoke like last time, he'd probably get scolded again. So it was better to act remorseful and say, I apologize for disrupting the class. Then came a bunch of apologies. Back then, he thought that was cool. I thought the strong beating the weak was natural. But after hearing the coach, I understand I was partly at fault. Next time, I'll be more careful. Eton didn't stop writing, but he looked thoughtful, glanced up at Helmut, thinking he didn't intend to call him in just to scold, but given the mood, he probably had to. Thinking that, he acted. Eton agreed with Helmut's wish and slowly said, it's enough that you know your mistake. I hope you don't dwell on the past. The students who bullied you will get their punishment soon. Helmut was curious. Really? Then Eton was surprised. The coach hadn't told him yet. Helmut honestly admitted, no, he hasn't said anything. He crossed his arms and explained, the coach already got a confession from one of the ringleaders. The academy will probably expel them. He added a sarcastic remark, even nobles can't get away with hiring Black Hawks. Helmut was silent for a moment, then mumbled, I understand. Seeing this, Eton added, looking surprised at him, you must have been scolded hard. That's expected. The coach believes good discipline goes hand in hand with good performance. He wasn't done yet. Since everything's settled now, I'm telling you this, but don't think standing up against injustice is just some swordsman's duty. The key is knowing your limits. Helmut kept a respectful, attentive attitude from start to finish. If you've learned that sense of restraint from this, just stick to it going forward. Right now, Wai-Shin added with a chuckle. Besides, you know, everyone has a reckless youth, even me. Sometimes there are incidents like this at the academy. Just be careful not to get punished. Tomorrow, take your friend to the mansion for a trip. Remember those snitching bastards? Helmut had a bit of a smirk. Not everyone has to be close, but at least have a few close friends at school, even if you're not that tight. He thought about it, meaning I'm good to go, right? But then he handed me more stuff. And these are your new books. Those bastards already trashed several stolen textbooks to destroy evidence. 2 heavy stacks of books were placed on the table. Ha ha ha, I stared blankly. I wondered, why are there 2 sets? Yishin smiled and explained. Your friend lost theirs too, right? You're Asuka, aren't you? Since you're here, take them back for him as well. Ha ha ha, still wasn't satisfied. But why you? Eton's expression was warm, like he wanted them to build a friendship. Seeing that, I was speechless. Fine, just take them and give them to him already. At that moment, Xian signaled when he saw me. Helmut, you're just in time. Ha ha ha, quickly spotted the 2 of them. I approached, holding 2 stacks of books. Curious, Xian said, why do I see your face everywhere I go? Hearing that, the other guy just smiled. You mean I'm friendly, right? I'll take that as a compliment. Then ha 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 turned to Asuka to announce, here's your book. I looked curiously at the stacks. Wait, why'd you buy these for me? I was just thinking about what to do. You're thinking more about your friends than I thought. Ha ha ha, slowly explained it was from Professor Eton. He emphasized we need to take good care of textbooks, Asuka muttered. Nobles sure are something. Buying 2 expensive sets without even checking the price. Xian quickly jumped in. Let me finish. Got it? He smiled and said, I was just about to find you to talk about that. Helmut, you came just in time. Are you free this weekend? Ha ha ha, was thoughtful. Didn't answer. Evening was falling over the city, and everyone had their own fun plans. At a tavern, the sound of coins clinking rang out. Baden City had tons of places selling all kinds of delicious food every weekend. Students could eat there when they got time off. But among them, the Griffin Tavern on Idlefiend Street number 3 was the best. Yet neither Ha 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 nor Asuka was interested, which puzzled Xian. What's up with you guys? Raise your glasses. Let's toast to justice winning this time. Suddenly, Xian turned to Asuka to chat. Hey Asuka, since he's treating today, drink up. He looked surprised and asked, what? When did I say that? He brushed it off. Come on, no big deal, I'll split the bill with you. Then Xian spoke again. Wish Arya was here too. Then he'd be the last one hanging out with us in a place like this. Can't believe even Helmut couldn't convince him. Hearing that, I just stayed quiet, deep in thought. Ha ha ha, recalled Arya's words. Isn't Xian annoying enough? And you want me to go with that crazy bastard? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Don't ever ask me again. Ha 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 was silent, just slowly drinking beer, then thought to himself, how the hell do people like this taste? Across from us, Xian and Asuka were chatting. Order another round, come on, sell both my kidneys. Xian looked at me and spoke again. Heard you've been the talk of the Sword Academy lately. I was a bit surprised and said, I don't know, I've never been to other classes. Asuka sneered. Those guys only bow down to him out of fear. They look down on him because he's a commoner. He beat them all up, so who dares mess with him now? Xian smiled and added, let's forget the past, smile this new year. Ha ha ha, slowly agreed, looking thoughtful. Yeah, I guess so. Xian got curious. What's wrong? Got a headache? I replied, no, not really. Just usually people don't like me at first sight, so why do you guys hang out with me? My words made Asuka and Xian both freeze. Asuka spoke first. What? You worried about that? You're annoying but cute somehow. And Xian added, what's so weird about that? He was a bit tipsy and said, when I first met you, I felt that if I had you around, it'd be a lot of fun. Hearing that, Asuka immediately scoffed. What? Fun? So that's why you've been tagging along with us all this time, huh? Kinda creepy. Dude, you didn't get that vibe from me, right? Xian laughed. Don't worry, you're not that funny. I instantly felt insulted. Now it's not fun anymore. Xian didn't stop, teasing Asuka. What about you? Following Helmut like a loyal dog. The more I heard, the angrier I got. Following him. Like it's a fact. Say one more word and I'll smack you. With a bit of arrogance, Asuka said. I just like people who actually have skills. Unlike those loud, empty barrels, I hate the way Helmut lectures others. Then Helmut finally spoke up. I'm not lecturing anyone. I just don't like people who don't know their place. Asuka frowned, clearly annoyed. Then why are you snapping at me like that? Of course, my first impression of you wasn't great either, but we fought the Black Eagle together, right? I even brought you books. I thought we were pretty close. Then he patted Xian and said, Xian, tell him. You can see he's really mean to me, but he couldn't respond. Both Helmut and Asuka looked up. Xian was slumped over the table, face flushed and started babbling nonsense. The scene made Asuka laugh until tears streamed down. Look at him, barely had a few drinks and he's already wasted. He was bragging earlier about drinking until my feelings ran dry. So what now? Typical kids. Helmut said nothing. He sipped slowly while Asuka kept teasing loudly. Now I get it. From now on, whenever he gets all worked up, I'll buy him drinks. After a while, his gaze drifted off, his thoughts wandered. Just as I thought, still can't be sure. Xian was still passed out drunk. They left the bar. Asuka was shaking him hard. Can you get up yet? I told you. He was totally wasted. Only one drink and already hammered. No clue why he even came here. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. How do you know me? That girl, what the hell are you talking about? A group of people were laughing and chatting loudly. Helmut exhaled, curious. Ilaga flipped through the book he was holding, searching for a fake book title. Ilaga's face blanked. I thought I left it around here. Could it be I forgot it at home? No way I misplaced the books. Grab another one, Ilaga thought. Anyway, it's a good read. I gotta hit the bookstore downtown and buy a new copy later. Suddenly his expression darkened. He remembered Helmut asking, Ilaga, wanna go somewhere this weekend? Xian and Asuka said they'd go downtown together. Looking down at the book, Ilaga thought, then I just need to follow them. In a small town, Ilaga rubbed his temples, thinking hard. A group of girls surrounded him, flattering him hard. Lord Ilaga, there's a shop with really nice stuff over there. Come with me. Are you looking for books? We'll buy them for you. He was annoyed, thinking, this isn't how it's supposed to be. He turned and snapped at a girl with a heart-shaped face. Why would I let you guys buy stuff for me? No need. Move aside, she replied. Oh, please. We just want to have tea with Lord Ilaga. He gave up trying to reason, couldn't have a normal conversation with these people, but he also couldn't just blast them away with magic. Stuck in a bind, Helmut appeared from afar. Ilaga saw Helmut. Helmut was sweating, waving at him. Ilaga frowned, glanced at him, ignored the others, headed straight to Helmut, who was leaning back, grabbing his shirt. Ilaga turned back to explain to the group. Sorry, but I already have plans with this guy today. Please step aside and give us some space. Helmut glanced at him, looking embarrassed. Asuka turned confused and asked, what's going on? Ilaga was ignoring everyone earlier. Now he's babbling nonsense. Ilaga gritted his teeth, cursed silently, stayed quiet and walked away. Idiots. The girls freaked out, panicking. No way. Why would Lord Ilaga hang out with those people? Associating with lower-class folks will ruin his reputation. Asuka and Xian heard this and darkened. One even added, especially with those savages from the Sword Academy. A girl raised her hand to stop the speaker. Tran-Tru asked, "Hold on, girls. That greenhorn from the Sword Academy, is he really a famous swordsman named me?" Helmet and Asuka got pissed. Their aura turned fierce. Asuka glared threateningly. "Me? What? Finish your sentence, you cowardly rat." Helmet blushed and whispered, "I'm not from the Sword Academy." The girls whispered among themselves, "Who's that guy next to him?" "Dunno." He glared and shouted, "Stop bothering others and get out of the way or I'll bite." The girls turned pale, scared. They scrambled away. Helmet sighed helplessly and asked, "What's going on here?" Ilaga frowned and glanced at him. He snorted at Helmet, startling him. "Why'd you hit me?" he grumbled. "This street's wide and you still run into these people. You reek of booze. Move aside," Asuka scolded. "Kid, are you multiple personality disorder? You get help and then act like this." He pointed at Helmet, denying Asuka's words. "I didn't ask him to pull me out. I just saw this guy about to lose it watching me get into trouble." Helmet looked down at him calmly. "I wasn't planning to help. With your skills, these situations are nothing." Ilaga frowned, glanced at him, then explained, "No, now's not the time to debate that. Forget it. Better if I don't say anything." Someone looked at Xian and asked, "Xian," leaning in a corner, "what's wrong with that guy over there?" "Pale and droopy," the other replied. "Forget it. He's been whining nonstop." Ilaga took off his hood, looked at Asuka, and ordered, "Kwang, check the bag." "What?" he asked, annoyed. "Why are you ordering me around?" Ilaga replied curtly, "Just do it." Someone holding the potion bottle skeptically said, "Potion?" Arya explained, "It's an antidote. Everyone at the Magic Institute always carries one. Just give it to him. He'll wake up soon enough." Asuka sat down in front of Xian, pouring the potion while grumbling. "If you had something this good, you should have said so earlier. What a hassle." Xian bit the bottle, furrowing his brows. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Xian asked dazedly, "Ah, he has such a watery expression, eyes sparkling with self-admiration. You said you wouldn't come, yet you showed up because you care about us. Such a dishonest person." Asuka coldly mocked. "Is it really working?" He's already spouting nonsense from his panic. Arya helplessly regretted, thinking it would have been better not to give him the potion. Xian suggested, "Now all four of us are here. Where should we go?" "There's a dessert shop nearby that's really good." Asuka replied helplessly. "At this hour, where else can we go? Let's just head back to the dorm." Helmet glanced at Arya, who was hugging boredom. He looked up at him, a halo, as if wanting to say something. Helmet spoke. "Arya, are you free tomorrow to visit the Kudro mansion with me?" He turned to Helmet, surprised. Arya didn't answer. He asked, "Are you bringing those people along too?" Helmet replied, "No, I just wanted to ask your opinion first." He silently expressed that he seemed eager to introduce Arya to someone. Arya furrowed his brows, thoughtfully looking at him. Continuing, "Why just me?" Helmet awkwardly answered, "Because if I invite others, you won't come." Arya stubbornly added, "That's right." He lowered his eyes, explaining, "Anyway, I owe you a lot." Arya glanced at him. He asked, "All right, when are we going?" Helmet casually replied, "I think early morning is best. It'd be a pain to split up from Xian and Asuka again." Xian asked blankly, "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Talking trash behind my back?" Arya urged, "Hurry up and go straight home while you're still awake. Midterms are coming." Xian frowned, replying, "If midterms aren't coming, I'd have to burn the midnight oil studying. Stop nagging like my mom." Hearing that, Helmet refused. "Cut it out. Just hearing that scares me." Helmet thought silently. "I still don't fully understand what relationships between people really are, but that day, I felt the distance between Arya and me slowly closing. A hand was placed down. He kept thinking, or maybe Helmet looked at the person before him gloomily, hesitating to comment, "Am I the only one who thinks so?" Arya turned to him, radiating fierce intent, commanding, "Listen, this is a team battle. Our goal is to defeat Xian and Asuka to win." Helmet sweated looking at him. Seeing Helmet's stunned face, he continued explaining, "As you know, I've never lost, and I've taught you thoroughly." Arya's expression was fierce, brow furrowed, pupils narrowing in warning. "So if we lose, it's definitely 100% your fault. Try your best to win, got it?" Helmet watched this scene, not daring to ask. At school, students chatted excitedly as the door opened. Arya held a book, turning to ask, "Why are you here?" Helmet looked at him dazedly, then turned irritably. "What's with that face?" "I asked why you're here." Helmet replied, "I thought you were at the library as usual." He turned abruptly to explain, "I just came to grab some stuff and will head back to the library right away." "How's your exam prep going?" He casually answered, "It's okay." He glanced reproachfully. "Why so indifferent?" Helmet calmly expressed, "I'm not worried about the practical test." Arya asked, "So you're worried about the written test?" He glanced and replied, "Anyway, I already scored enough on the entrance exam. The elective classes don't really suit me." Arya paused, puzzled. "Which elective class are you talking about?" Helmut awkwardly answered, "History of the continent and magic," he exclaimed. "No wonder you're not interested." He seriously explained the reason. "I give up. Exchange students aren't prioritized in choosing electives." Arya sighed, furrowing his brows, complaining, "But that class prioritizes high-scoring students. Exchange students always face disadvantages, and the academy doesn't offer any solutions. It's really unfair," he added. "Anyway, shouldn't you be top in at least one subject?" Helmut glanced and answered, "Probably for the practical test. I try to make up points." He abruptly turned, annoyed. "What? Of course not. Have you seen how they grade?" Helmut was startled. Arya pointed, frowning, explaining, "Listen, the practical swordsmanship test is graded very strictly for third-year students. Unlike sparring, teachers divide scores into evaluation categories. First to fourth place get grade 1, 5th to 11th get grade 2, and so on. Even if you have 150 skill points, the system only counts 100 points, meaning even if you top the list, at least 3 others will have the same score as you." He concluded, "So the score differences only come from electives." "Even so," Helmut casually replied, "I'll try in 4th year." Arya coldly reminded the old story, "After being defeated by Asuka, you still say that." Helmut was shocked, like lightning struck. The two silently stared at each other. Arya gloomily spoke, "If you want, I can help you. But of course, there are conditions." Helmut was stunned. The two fell silent again. Helmut asked, "You're heading to the library now, right? The library is crowded with people coming and going." Helmut looked up at Arya ahead, who turned back to remind, "This way, follow me." The two walked down the hallway. Helmut asked, "Where are we going?" He replied, "A private study room in the library. Top students can register to use it." Helmut glanced at Arya. He marveled at how much personal space she had. "Same thing in the dorm." She frowned irritably and complained, "Now I don't have any at all. Thanks to someone. Sharing the common room is pretty annoying for me. You get it, right?" She opened the door and reminded, "Only this place I'll let you share, so study hard." Xian and Asuka sat there watching. Xian spoke up, "Sorry, but this room's already reserved." The two were stunned, Helmut showing a confused expression. He awkwardly waved, "Hello, it's Arya. What a coincidence running into you here." Arya crossed her arms and asked with a scowl, "Then why are you guys here?" Xian raised his hand to explain. "So what? The top student in swordsmanship and the top in magic class get to use a private study room." Xian turned to the bored Asuka, who explained, "I mean, why are you two sharing?" Asuka's face twisted with annoyance. "What else? We use the common room to save space. We're in different classes anyway, so we don't bother each other." Xian added, "Exactly. One person using a whole room is such a waste." The two looked at Helmut. Arya was silent, deep in thought. Xian awkwardly suggested, "So that's how it is. Can you guys move to another room?" Helmut leaned in and whispered, "There's something shady going on, Arya." He seemed to hint at something. Suddenly, Arya clasped her hands and smiled brightly, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "So that's it? Then we shouldn't get in each other's way, right?" Helmut pointed and agreed, pretending to be serious. "That's just like Arya, really understanding." She cut him off. "Because I have a better idea." Xian stiffened. Arya's expression shifted instantly. She suggested darkly, "Simple. Let Helmut and Asuka study here, and you and I go to the next room. That way we save space, and each room only has students from the same subject." The other two broke into a sweat and stammered, "But, She interrupted. "So what? Nothing wrong with that, right?" "No need to hesitate," Xian anxiously continued. "So, you're not even letting him finish." Arya cut in again, "And you always want to study with me, don't you?" She frowned, eyes slyly probing. "Or are you guys hiding something you don't want us to know?" The two were caught and fell silent. In the library, the space was quiet. Asuka sat silently, frowning. Someone asked, "So you're scared Helmut will steal your top spot, and you're asking Xian for extra lessons?" Arya glanced at Helmut, who was dazed, and judged. "What's there to be scared of with this guy?" he said loudly, frustrated. "Don't you know the result of his last quiz? He was the only one who answered correctly right after me without using the textbook." Arya replied calmly, "Well, I helped him." Asuka snapped, pointing. "See? That's the problem," he explained helplessly. "I'm not planning to lose the written test. The practical one, maybe. But Helmut always has Arya's help, so of course I have to find help too. I'm not even sure I can win 100%. Arya sighed, frowned, and mocked. "You're more cowardly than I thought. So you're scared of losing your position and looking for help?" he replied dejectedly. "Something like that. You'll help Helmut too, right?" she answered calmly, face dark and unreadable. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I hang out with him? Asuka was so mad she was dumbfounded. Do you want to know how much I've held back before throwing a punch? Arya raised her hand and asked, but why Xian? You're number 1, and he's just number 2? Xian sighed helplessly. Sounds painful, but I'm better than him in the magic elective. Xian spoke up again. Now that it's come to this, how about we have a contest? You want to bet? Arya, Asuka, or Helmut, who will come out on top? She frowned and asked, why bet when I know Helmut's gonna win anyway? Xian tried to persuade. Luck runs out eventually. If you're so confident, why not make a bet? He pointed and smiled, laying down the terms. The loser has to run 100 laps around the sports field without using magic. Arya, the talented one, wouldn't back down from a bet like that, right? Arya was silent, frowning in thought. Asuka wiped sweat and whispered to Xian, where do you get that confidence? Don't worry, I've thought it through. He laughed and exhaled. Helmut remained silent. She looked up. Arya slammed her hand on the table to remind, before that, I need to add something. So, if we lose, it's 100% your fault. Drag your ass to number 1 for me. Her face twisted, pupils shrinking menacingly as she asked, got it? He casually said yeah, but inside he thought he might have forgotten his original goal. Arya watched him cross his arms and listen carefully, reminding, this isn't just about your score, it's about my honor too. We won't stop until chapter 1 is done, she ordered. Now open your books and start by mastering the basics. The other two sat opposite. Asuka and Xian sat quietly in a corner, looking over helplessly, thinking, then why are you guys even studying? Time flew like a dog running across a field. It was already dark and starting to rain. Xian stood by the window, watching raindrops fall, utterly fed up. Suddenly, the rain really poured down. Just as Xian finished speaking, Arya nearby immediately added, yeah, I know. On her hand was a stack of badly failed test papers, really heavy. After examining them a bit more, she felt she had nothing left to regret, while the person acted like they knew nothing. After a moment of gloom, Arya sighed. Seeing this expression, Asuka laughed like it was harvest time. I thought at least he'd improve a little. Even the great Arya feels stuck. Don't back out now. After calming down, she slowly picked up the stack of papers and gave her critique. Helmut, I'll give you passing points for the objective questions, meaning you just need to remember their essence. But barely calm, Arya irritably grabbed the pile of papers and started scolding. But what the hell are these answers for the open-ended questions? To make it more believable, he even took one question as an example. He was supposed to describe the difference between a normal mage and a dark mage, along with the danger the dark mage poses. Mentioning this made Arya's anger explode, but Helmut still answered provocatively. Unlike normal mages, dark mages are evil creatures. You have to avoid running into dark mages. What kind of answer is that? How are you supposed to meet them? More importantly, how many points would answers like this even get? You told me to answer based on my own thoughts. This nonsense made the other person blow up, but Helmut stuck to his original opinion. No, I told you to answer based on theory. Who the hell would believe you've ever encountered them? But that's the truth. Damn it. At this point, Arya was helpless, not knowing what to say. Asuka and Xian had also come over to eavesdrop. Let us see. Without waiting for permission, the two grabbed the pile of assignments and started scrutinizing. Xian read a few pages and immediately pointed out Helmut's situation. Ah, one thing's for sure. Helmut, you've never answered essay-type questions before, right? As far as I know, exchange students mostly get objective questions. Asuka, standing nearby now, looked full of disdain while reading. Huh? What class is this? Understanding magic. Why are you even taking this class? The question was just asked, and the person next to him answered right away. Hearing this, Asuka sarcastically advised, well, exchange students don't have many choices for free arts classes. Helmut, why don't you just give up this time? Even Arya would find it too hard. As soon as she said that, Arya slammed the table and stood up, making the other two jump. You stand up, eyes blazing, voice trembling. Give up? That's bullshit. The more Arya thought about it, the more unwilling she was. Asuka watched, unsure what to say. I won't let my student lose to someone like you. Hey, what am I supposed to say now? You look so serious, I can't even get mad. Helmut, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up, but he was immediately opposed by Arya. We'll relearn how to answer open-ended questions, but I still have to train. You won't be allowed back to the dorm if you don't get it, so get ready. As dusk settled, everyone in the room was still studying hard. Besides studying, Asuka and Xian hadn't stopped teasing Arya for fun. After getting tired, the four rarely sat together to eat cookies. Finally, the rain stopped. Helmut, while doing his work, suddenly noticed something. Arya was flipping through the book and answering carelessly. Aren't they coming back? It's late, and they're probably full, so they went to bed. Those two will pay for being so cocky. Hearing this, Helmut complained lightly, you have to work so hard because of me. Being told that, Arya was surprised. Then she calmed down and urged him, but Helmut spoke bluntly, then work harder. Unless you want to see me run 100 laps around the field. But how could you lose your top spot? Of course not. Receiving that assurance, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Is there a reason you're so obsessed with being number one? To this question, Arya closed the book she was reading quietly, then softly spoke. Everyone has secrets they can't reveal to anyone else. My reason is similar. People say that, and Helmut didn't ask further. Secrets that can't be shared. I have secrets like that too. Got it. Saying that, he still guessed the reason in his head. Arya is really amazing. She'll definitely earn the title of Grand Mage someday. Meaning, like Anton, she'll also discover the seed of darkness inside her, so there's no choice but to separate from her before that day comes. Thinking about this, Helmut was silent. Seeing his reaction, Arya stepped forward to ask. He honestly expressed his doubt. Enough. Is there any key point you still don't understand? I don't get this part about the abnormal magic receptor. To that question, he enthusiastically taught, let me see. After saying that, Arya tucked her hair behind her ear. This action caught his attention. Looking at the other's face, he was surprised. Arya still didn't realize anything and explained enthusiastically. To put it simply, it's the theory that a person has different spots where they receive magic. Abnormal means it's not fixed. Although the hypothesis hasn't been proven, the professor in charge who helped Ken, like in the discussion, posed a question based on this. Pausing a bit, he noticed Helmut's strange reaction, so first he needed to decide if Helmut agreed with this theory. Just as they looked up, their eyes met, both flushed red in just a few seconds. This romantic atmosphere was quickly broken by Arya's gruffness. Asked like that, Helmut blew his fuse. What's wrong with you? I don't want to explain again. Don't just zone out like that. Ah, sorry, I was sincere. You don't have to interrogate me anymore. Looks like you're losing focus. Want to take a break? That'd be better. Allowed to rest. Helmut covered his face, full of questions. Have I studied too much? Arya wasn't much better. She grabbed the book to hide her flushed, embarrassed face. The next day, at the training ground, Andrew couldn't hide his curiosity. He cautiously asked him, Helmut, I heard you just bet with Asuka? Asked like that, he was confused. He saw that reaction and kindly explained, everyone already knows? Meaning it was a battle for the top spot. I'm sure other swordsmanship classes know too. Not to mention if Arya is involved too, how could I not know? And it doesn't stop there. Darian even confidently asserted, this confidence was puzzling. I'm sure you'll win. Why? Without knowing the Moon Swordsman's gut feeling, I have a sense you're stronger than Asuka. Hearing this, Helmut silently sized up the person across from him. After meeting him during the transfer test, we corrected each other's stances like partners, and in class, I'm also close with him. Snapping out of that thought, he bluntly declared, the written test was the real barrier. But like you just said, I'm not planning to lose. This attitude pumped Darian up. Honestly, I really want to see Asuka lose once. I mean, nobody likes him running around acting like the boss of the world like he wants. You just chat away clueless that the person you're talking about has been standing next to you all along. Helmut noticed Asuka and went silent. Darian's words were confusing. Just then, Asuka growled threateningly. Blaming your own incompetence on me is real funny, huh? Darian backed off a bit. No, I didn't mean that. Ignoring the issue, he stepped in front of Helmut. Whatever, move aside. Hey Helmut, have you heard anything about today's class? Helmut asked back confused. Aren't we sparring? Seeing that clueless look, Asuka explained. Not exactly. It's not just sparring. No, we're fighting the freshmen. Freshmen. After announcing, he crossed his arms annoyed, guessing it was some event to hype us up before midterms. Damn, I thought I'd get to fight you. So lame. Darian, next to Xian, poured fuel on the fire. But they said we'll also have an official showdown with the freshmen after the written test. I heard there are a few pretty good ones among the freshmen this year. Huh? So what? You're saying I'll lose? No, I'm just saying. Suddenly, he remembered something. Darian's words made Asuka skeptical. But I heard there's one girl who's on a whole different level. Huh? A girl in the swordsmanship department? She really chose the department that sweats the most. This opinion stirred up Darian's irritation, but he didn't care. Clearly that girl isn't just talented, she's insanely talented. Yeah, whatever. Hope I don't have to fight her. I mean, I'd knock her out with one punch if I wanted. So you plan to beat her? Helmut said nothing, lost in his own world. The freshmen are here. Meanwhile, in a dorm room, a petite girl sat inspecting her sword intently. After some back and forth, the eagerly awaited freshman group finally appeared. After some back and forth, the freshman group everyone was waiting for showed up. Asuka and Helmut's group were already waiting in the courtyard. Looking at the freshmen, everyone couldn't hide their curiosity, chatting nonstop. So that's the freshmen, just enrolled so their spirits are high. I was like that back in the day. Helmut, however, remained silent the whole time. Just then, Darian leaned over and whispered to him, Helmut, that's the freshman I mentioned. Right after, a beautiful girl with flowing hair brushed past them. Seeing that delicate figure, Jaime and Dino were impressed. She really is as rumored. Her aura screamed, I'm a noble, obviously. Pausing a bit, Jane pointed out, but don't you think she looks like someone? At this, both glanced at Helmut. He returned their gaze. After observing Helmut for a moment, they exchanged doubtful looks. They look alike, don't they? Do you have any relatives you don't know about? Asked like that, Helmut was a bit confused. What are you talking about? After answering, the relative also felt awkward about their own words. Looking at the girl in front of Helmut raised suspicion. After some thought, Helmut denied it. Still, Dino wasn't fully convinced. No way. Why wouldn't you answer? Don't tell me it's true. Not only Helmut's group whispered, but the freshmen were also sizing up the upperclassmen. Are they commoners? Watch your mouth. They're commoners, and also our seniors. Hearing this, the black-haired guy showed open contempt. I gotta call some commoner a senior? I heard they're the top of the second years. That alone says how strong the second years are. Not stopping there, the freshmen got even more arrogant. These words obviously pissed off Asuka, but our seniors sure look good. Maybe they rank based on looks. Dino and James saw the anger on Asuka's face and got nervous, but he calmly exhaled. Right after, Asuka smiled crookedly, growling. These little calves don't know how scary the world is yet. Getting their ass kicked a bit will do them good. Seeing this, the other three didn't know what to do. Now no one knows what's gonna happen. The teacher then arrived. Both groups quickly lined up neatly, focused. As you know, today the freshmen and second years will face off. That means whoever's called will step up to fight. After explaining the rules, she gave some reminders and got to the main point. Freshmen should learn from seniors, and second years should reflect to avoid arrogance. Our class will call names. The first name was announced. The called person quickly prepared. Freshman Slot. Yes, ma'am. Hearing her name, the second years buzzed with chatter. Her name's Slot? This is going to be interesting. Helmut didn't care about any of that. He had only one thought. Looks are decided from birth. We look alike probably because of something about our birthplace. I want to ask her right away. But just as Charlotte stepped up, the second name was called, and from the second year, Asuka was called out, looking a bit surprised. At the same time, Diem and Dino next to me painfully covered their faces and groaned, their teasing attitude igniting a fire inside Asuka. I thought there was no way that could happen. But how did things turn out like this? I can't believe no girl noticed us again. Stop the chaos and shut up. After scolding my friends, Asuka looked at the teacher and loudly confirmed, but the answer hit me like a bucket of cold water. Coach, are you sure you read that right? What's wrong with the top two students fighting each other? Receiving that confirmation, I pointed at myself and spoke plainly. This straightforwardness surprised the students. But you know what kind of person I am, so why would she be ranked with me? Can't believe he's talking about himself like that. The more they spoke, the more fired up those students got. Those words successfully poked at Asuka's pride. What's up with that senior, suddenly acting all crazy, probably scared of losing to a freshman girl? Hearing that, I looked at them with a murderous glare. The teacher, not seeing me say anything, declared, if there are no more issues, get on the arena immediately. At this point, Asuka had no choice but to accept her fate. Seeing the opponent appear, Charlotte warned first, I don't expect you to go easy on me just because I'm a girl. Asuka didn't hold back either. What nonsense. I'm not about to play those annoying little games. Don't cry when you get hit. As the two prepared to fight, the teacher called the next pair. Helmut Jeffrey, you're up next. Get ready. Called by name, he carefully observed his opponent. The students whispered again as they looked at the tall figure of that guy. Rumors say that freshman is way ahead of the others. I get why that rumor exists now. After watching for a bit, Helmut gave his assessment. His aura matches that of a second-year student, but only time will prove how strong he really is. After announcing the next pair, the teacher declared the first match started. After the signal, the two slowly stepped forward. Charlotte raised her sword to challenge. Meanwhile, Asuka's move seemed more hesitant. Still, he carefully evaluated the opponent. Nice stance. Before starting, Asuka asked why she joined the swordsmanship department. Surprised but brief, Charlotte replied, to get stronger, what other reason is there? Putting that aside, she asked again, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. I'd appreciate it if you fought with all your strength, regardless of gender. Having said that, Asuka agreed immediately. If that's what you want, I'll comply. With that, he charged forward. Asuka launched an opening strike. Charlotte quickly blocked it. Not giving her a chance to counterattack, he attacked relentlessly. Charlotte's eyes full of determination, every strike made it hard for Helmut to defend. Under this storm of attacks, she was pushed back. Witnessing this, the students who had looked down on the senior froze on the spot. On the arena, Charlotte's hand gripping the sword trembled. Still, she forced a bright smile. I guess the rumors still underestimate the power of your strikes. Asuka wasn't happy with the compliment at all. Oh yeah, I'm not even warmed up yet. I'll see how long you can hold on, so you better watch out. Warned like that, she changed her sword grip. This shift caught Helmut's attention. After switching stance, Charlotte warned, "Sorry to say this, but from now on, I won't be an easy opponent." Even though she said that, the one fighting her was Asuka. The top second-year student of Greta Academy's swordsmanship department, his sword style could be summed up in 2 words: fast and unpredictable. The reason for this title is that for classmates, his speed is hard to keep up with, and his trajectory is hard to predict. These skills obviously helped Asuka become one of the top second years in the swordsmanship department. After the opening moves, the fight got more serious, and this time, all of Asuka's attacks were blocked by Charlotte. Because of this, he wasn't frustrated but very surprised. Her concentration is really good. I haven't gone all out, but she can still keep up and block perfectly. Asuka then praised, but she wasn't happy and became more cautious. At least her movements showed she had formal training. He frowned, struggling internally whether to give her a chance to counterattack. After a while, Asuka made his decision. He gripped his sword tightly and rushed forward so fast Charlotte couldn't keep up. Thanks to that moment of distraction, Asuka planned the decisive strike. However, she was agile, ducking to dodge helmet, then quickly retreating. This made Asuka frown in caution. The two then entered a stalemate, neither advancing to attack first. This calmness made him a bit uneasy. That quick start was probably just a bait, right? Meanwhile, Charlotte was watching him warily. Once again, before she could do anything, Asuka landed a hit. The battle returned to the beginning, where Charlotte could only defend continuously. In this situation, she was unwilling. That expression caught Asuka's eye, and he quickly guessed. "Hey, are you aiming for a draw?" Before she could answer, he delivered a strong blow to end that thought. When the distance between them was enough, Asuka said bluntly, "I don't like stubborn people, but I hate those without pride even more." Charlotte was stunned hearing that. However, he didn't stop there. She gave up before the fight even started, just out of fear. "And you're scared of some ordinary civilian like me? Don't you feel ashamed? Your confidence before was just a show to fool everyone, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Charlotte froze on the spot. Asuka didn't stop. The harsher his words got, the heavier they hit. "If you're not aiming to win, then just stop swinging your sword and get out of here. There are plenty of others out there who want to be swordsmen way more than you." These words left the entire first-year class stunned. Helmet nodded vigorously in agreement. He was right. After being scolded like that, Charlotte hesitated. After a moment of thought, she spoke up to clear her name. "I'm just trying to learn whatever I can from everyone around me, no matter their status." But then she paused, smiling gratefully at Asuka. "You made me realize how thoughtless I really was. Thanks. It's been great fighting alongside you." With that, she gripped her sword tighter, pivoted, and shifted into a completely different stance. Pointing her sword straight at him, Charlotte taunted, "If you can help me out again." Asuka wasn't shaken by this little game. He changed his stance too, but that wouldn't change anything. Thinking that, he launched himself forward, but this time Charlotte didn't defend, she struck first. The blow caught him off guard, but with his quick reflexes, Asuka managed to dodge by tilting his head. As soon as he landed, he counterattacked, but Charlotte dodged. They kept attacking each other relentlessly, neither giving an inch. Just as Charlotte blocked a strike, she launched a counterattack. Naturally, Asuka wasn't about to back down and attacked right back. Facing this strike, she bent down with agility. Everything happened so fast he couldn't keep up. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Charlotte gave it her all and swung her sword for the finish. But Asuka had already vanished. Turns out, the moment she attacked, he jumped high. As he prepared to land, Asuka smirked mockingly and warned, "Brace yourself, or this one's gonna hurt." Everything was too fast and dangerous. Charlotte couldn't react in time. Before she could do anything, he fell on top of her, his legs resting on her shoulders. Charlotte's whole body fell backward like that. At that moment, Asuka stabbed his sword down. Sitting on top of her, Asuka looked every bit the proud victor. "Nice try, but choosing me as your opponent wasn't your fault." Those words hit hard. Charlotte froze right there. The first-year students who had initially looked down on her were left speechless by the match. As the atmosphere fell silent, the teacher raised a hand and announced, "The winner of the first match is number 52, Asuka." The result was in. Asuka glanced at the person on the ground and dropped a bombshell. I was acting normal, but honestly, I was pretty surprised too. Charlotte looked confused. Seeing her expression, he didn't hesitate to explain. "You kept up with my speed just by changing your stance. You might not be used to it yet because of lack of experience, but if you can master it." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Hold on a sec." Charlotte brushed aside any embarrassment and commented, "You're too heavy," which made Asuka burst out laughing. He quickly climbed off. She sat up, scratching her head to comfort him. "Ah, sorry about that. No, it's fine." Once they both sat properly, Charlotte smiled brightly. "Asuka, you're better than I thought." Suddenly getting a compliment from a girl, Asuka blushed. Up above, things were calm, but down on the arena floor, the second-year students were mocking hard. "Hey, you perv, you like sitting on other girls, huh? Did you see that smirk? What a freak." You bastards, if you want some, come get it. He then got into a heated argument with his friends, while Charlotte's attention suddenly shifted to something else. It turned out she was drawn to Helmut's expressionless face. Looking at him, Charlotte was stunned, and Helmut got a bit embarrassed being stared at. Realizing she was a bit rude, she nodded with a light smile as a greeting. He nodded back. Then they both headed down to the arena. The teacher immediately called for the second match. Next up, Helmut Jeffrey stepped onto the platform and got ready. As Jeffrey passed by Charlotte, he casually threw some shade. Charlotte, I didn't expect you to lose to some lowly civilian. You've dragged the honor of the first-year students down to the bottom of society. Those words didn't sit well with her. Still, Charlotte quickly calmed down and tilted her head to jab back. You'll regret holding that mindset because talent and effort don't discriminate between civilians and nobles. Jeffrey got pissed off by that. When they both stepped onto the arena floor, he stuck to his original opinion. We'll see about that. 60. Helmut recalled during sword training. Andrew once asked him. Helmut remembered during sword training. Andrew asked him, Helmut, what do you think matters more in swordsmanship? Strength or technique? Helmut was a bit stunned by the question. Then he said, I'm not sure, but if I had to choose, wouldn't strength be the top priority? After all, technique is meant to support strength. Andrew thought for a moment. Is that so? Then he shared his weakness. You see, my stamina isn't great compared to those born with strength. No matter how hard I train, it's hard to compete, so it feels a bit unfair. Helmut noticed Andrew's lack of focus and said, You're overthinking, huh? Andrew sighed. Can't you cut me some slack? Helmut, haven't you ever thought about that? It's understandable since among the second-year students, you already have the highest level of strength and technique. He glanced at him and asked, Suppose you had to fight an opponent stronger than you. What would you do? Helmut rubbed his chin, thinking, when Jeffrey stomped hard on the floor, snapping him back to the present. Helmut finally faced the situation Andrew had asked about. He was standing in front of someone with better physique and strength than himself. Jeffrey laughed and said, It's an honor to have the chance to fight you. Helmut replied politely, Same here. Jeffrey looked down at Helmut, sizing him up. Is he really just some ordinary guy as rumored? He didn't look strong enough to survive a fight. But this ordinary guy seemed more skilled now. Helmut noticed the other's gaze and had thoughts running through his head. This look was too familiar, like everyone and everything in the world obeyed him. Mrs. Chica called out to Helmut from afar. She reminded him not to go too far this time. Helmut just looked without responding. Asuka was watching with Jam and commented, It felt weird hearing someone else say what you usually hear yourself. DM said, So what? Compared to your peers, you're pretty damn good. Asuka didn't like that. I'll fight you now and think later. Mrs. Chica spoke up at that moment. Are both sides ready? The second duel began. As soon as she finished speaking, Jeffrey immediately charged, swinging his wooden sword faster than Helmut. Helmut raised his sword above his head to block, but then he had to widen his eyes, losing footing and stepping back. Each of Jeffrey's strikes almost hit Helmut's neck. Jeffrey's sword strokes were deep and wide, matching his tall, long body. The energy radiating from those strikes was no joke. It blew out toward the audience, creating a free breeze for the spectators. Asuka and Jam were amazed, but Helmut's cold expression remained unchanged. Jeffrey complimented him. You're quick and light on your feet. If you actually blocked that strike, this wooden sword would have broken. Hope you're not just dodging. As Jeffrey prepared another strike, Helmut was ready too. Got it. That's all his strength. Helmut felt bored. Damn, he'd fought so many strong opponents it was getting old. The wooden sword swung horizontally again. Helmut ducked down to dodge Jeffrey's strike. He dodged all the next moves too. The fight felt slow and unexciting to the audience. Another strike came, and he dodged again. Jeffrey got frustrated. He shouted, Stop dodging, attack! Helmut still didn't want to strike, wanting to study his opponent more. No matter how strong the strike, if it didn't hit, it was useless. Because I promised Eaton I wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Instead of waiting for him to tire out, maybe I should just end this now? Asuka and Jam stood there speechless. Others started whispering. What's he doing? So boring. He's looking down on a first-year student. Asuka glared, wondering what he was up to. Helmut still held his sword without wanting to strike once. Jeffrey was already tired, breathing hard and losing strength, he realized, rubbed the back of his neck, and said, That's the plan? Taught by a civilian, so I don't expect much. But this? Do you know how family background affects starting points? Simply put, there's an experience gap between you and me that can't be bridged. He bragged, his solid body, thanks to good genes and education. For ordinary people who can't even afford a sword, reaching my level is impossible. So you're just dodging, huh? Helmut's bored face didn't ask directly. What's the hidden insult? That he's not wasting time on me? Jeffrey confidently said, I don't know who taught you swordsmanship, but I can tell your master's level. Helmut's face darkened, but Bike shouted from over there, Jeffrey, respect your opponent. Helmut, don't get distracted. If you let emotions control your sword, one day Helmut started to catch his breath. He said, I'm not messing around with you. Then he crouched, ready to attack. Jeffrey felt caught off guard. Helmet slipped through and landed a hit on his leg. Jeffrey was pretty surprised. Helmet kept building momentum. He was behind Jeffrey like a stalking tiger, but when he struck, Jeffrey jumped to avoid it. When Jeffrey landed, Helmet didn't miss the chance and hit his thigh. Jeffrey laughed off the wooden sword hit. That attack was too weak, Helmet. Didn't even faze me. But later he staggered, losing balance on that leg, which forced him to kneel down. Jeffrey didn't understand his leg, but still tried to justify it. No matter how trained the body is, some parts will give out after multiple hits, and it still stings. Helmet spoke up, "That's the experience gap. Add another loss to your life lessons against a civilian like me." Jeffrey wanted to get up and continue. Not done yet, Helmet charged again. He slipped past Jeffrey's legs, his sword blocking and tripping him, making Jeffrey fall flat without realizing it. He refused to lose, swinging his sword up, but Helmet, with better momentum, immediately knocked it away. Jeffrey's view of his opponent changed. Helmet said, "I'm a transfer student, so I don't have much to teach you, but I hope you spend less time insulting others and more time improving yourself." "Mrs. Chica hurriedly reminded, "Helmet, enough, the duel is over." But he didn't listen, swinging his sword straight down on Jeffrey, knocking him over. The students watching showed fear on their faces. "Mrs. Chica sighed, looking at the big Jeffrey lying battered, unable to get up. 3 wooden swords flew up to the ceiling, spinning like they were dizzy. Jam's opponent immediately fell, shocking Jam himself. He smirked, mocking his opponent. "So what now, you dumbass? Chica's reminding you. Benjamin, show some respect to my sparring partner." You immediately start shaking. "Ah, yes, sorry. Then you have to help your sparring partner up." That day's match was a tradition for first-year students. First years quickly realized the gap between them and the upperclassmen. For first years, this was their shot at making a name for themselves. The outside breeze made the atmosphere feel super fresh. Someone was scooping a little water from the basin, then turning off the faucet right away. At the same time, a foot walked by. Charlotte was washing her face and saw a Helmet pass by like that, making her want to say something. Helmet looked over at her too. Charlotte quickly wiped her face clean, stammering in front of him. "Hey, Helmet," she said. He just stared at her, thinking, "Charlotte, should I just ask her?" The name engraved on the pendant was Margaret Irene. But how should I bring it up? Should I be direct? Being too eager wouldn't be good. Revealing family ties is basically like airing your dirty laundry. If they knew I had the dark seed of the Amano spirit or even noble ties, they'd definitely side with the saint instead of me. Even Eaton Kudrow. Charlotte got more and more scared as the senior kept staring silently. She worried if the scary senior who'd caused trouble with her, Jeffrey, did something to make him hate her. So Charlotte had to start the conversation. "Do you want to say something to me?" Helmet exhaled, deciding to talk. "Nothing much. I watched your sparring match. Your skills are pretty good." Charlotte was a bit embarrassed. "Really? Thanks. Helmet Sr. is pretty skilled too, right?" He was a little curious. "You know my name?" She covered her mouth, laughing. "Who in the sword department doesn't know you?" Helmet didn't seem too interested. "Oh, is that so?" Charlotte bravely confessed. "Can I spar with you someday?" Helmet froze a bit. Charlotte was awkward, but of course, if he could, he wouldn't hesitate. "I didn't mean anything by it." Helmet just reacts slowly, he said. Charlotte was startled. "Really? Thanks." She was very pretty as she said the next words. "Then I'll wait for that day." This time he was stunned, totally caught off guard. "Helmet? Huh?" Suddenly, Asuka jumped in and threw an arm around him. "Helmet, what are you doing here?" When she saw Charlotte, the demon asked. You two know each other?" She waved her hand. "No, just a coincidence." Then she left, politely smiling and saying, "Good luck." Asuka draped her arm over Helmet, already imagining tons of scenarios. "Hey, are you happy because a junior talked to you?" Helmet kept his usual expression. He denied, "No way, get your hands off me." Watching Helmet walk away, Asuka shouted, "Grump, did I piss you off or what?" Helmet shot back, "I'm nothing like you." Asuka wasn't satisfied. "What do you mean? Who do you think I am?" "Hey, don't ignore me." Early morning sunlight outside the academy made everything look more luxurious, the glass windows sparkling. Helmet was diligently writing with his pen. Then he turned to ask his roommate, "Aria." The problem is, Aria was reading a book coldly and asked, "Huh?" Helmet looked at the unusually intellectual young man, his face a bit dreamy, staring hard with eyes that clearly weren't for him. Helmet assessed after years of getting his ass kicked in training sessions in the Black Pine Forest. Now his senses were sharper. Right now, he felt a warning that danger was near. Helmet gently asked, "Is something wrong?" Aria was silent for a moment, then slammed the book shut and got serious. "Helmet, I have a question for you." Helmet felt uneasy. "Huh? What is it? Did you really choke on your drink when I asked? I heard a first-year girl from the sword department confess to you today. Is that true?" Helmet was busy wiping his face, but the guy next to him already concluded it must be true. He denied. "That's not true," Aria said. "The rumors everywhere." And she just transferred here too. You must be happy being famous and chased by juniors, huh? Helmut asked innocently. What did I do to make you mad? Arya got pissed. What? Why would I be mad? Helmut was clear. I'll say it again. That didn't happen. I just said a few things because she wanted to spar with me next time. I don't know about others, but I'm not lying to you. Arya sighed, reopened his book. All right, if that's the case, I believe you. Not every rumor is true anyway, he added. I've thought about it. Helmut, you're my roommate and my closest person. Helmut confirmed. That's right. Arya folded his book, fantasizing. I say this because you seem careless, so listen carefully. Never trust any girl who approaches you because she's probably using you as a pawn to get to me. Helmut was surprised and confused. But you don't get it. I'm not thinking that way. Arya was still confident in convincing him. No, it's definitely 100% true. You've seen some girls approach me before. The girls chasing me are smart. Some even pretended to be guys to sneak into my room. So there will definitely be some who act well enough to fool you. Helmut scratched his chin, thinking, oh, I get it now. So I should stay away from Charlotte, right? Arya panicked. Yeah. No, not exactly. I just said that because it's possible. You have to decide for yourself. Helmut comforted his roommate. You don't need to say more. If you suspect Charlotte and want me to keep my distance, just say it. I don't care either way. Arya didn't expect that. He sighed and turned away. Really? Then just go with it. I'm just warning you. Never trust any girl who chats friendly with you, because you're just a regular guy. There will definitely be people trying to get close to stab you in the back. Helmut smiled, thinking to himself. Arya was really sharp, but Helmut was the only one who didn't see it, just judging by his appearance. That's enough to win the girl's favor. Don't know why X's face looked utterly hopeless. Did some store close already? Did that make him yell out loud? Helmut kept his usual expressionless face. Asuka was totally helpless. The origin of this situation goes back a bit. That evening at the academy, most rooms had their lights off, only a few were still lit. Holding papers in hand, Arya was checking seriously. Helmut was super nervous. Asuka and Xian were even more anxious. Arya was about to speak. He raised the test paper and said, all right, these answers are acceptable. Helmut breathed a sigh of relief. The two old guys acted like they just watched their favorite soccer team score. Asuka put his arm around him. Good job, Helmut. You finally passed Arya's hellish test. Arya asked curiously, why are you guys so hyped? He raised his voice, pointing straight at Helmut. Also, don't get too cocky yet because this isn't a perfect answer. Don't forget your goal is to become the student council president. You're just at the starting line. The old guys defended Helmut, saying, cut him some slack to catch his breath. Xian was more excited than ever. He clapped his hands together. All right, everyone listen up. Since the test is almost over, I've prepared a special place where we can fight all day. Asuka was surprised. Why the sudden change? Introducing, you can't study all night without food, right? I know a place that sells amazing waffles, so I specially invite you guys there. Asuka was helpless at his foodie soul. You've been studying and eating there all this time? Xian said casually. How can anyone live without it? So, are you coming or not? No, don't regret it later. His next words only made Arya sigh, while the other two stayed expressionless, even emotionless. Don't you want a hot waffle topped with sweet strawberry cream? Arya got tricked successfully. He put the test paper back on the table. I think that sounds good. Asuka quickly asked, but is there any store still open at this hour? Xian proudly said, what do you think about the night center? That's when the streets light up. There are always restaurants open all night catering to students studying late. Helmut thought to himself, Baden City late at night? But when they arrived, Xian's favorite shop was harshly closed like this. That's the story leading to this event. Xian knelt at the shop's door, voice trembling. I've been looking forward to this day so much, Arya said. Probably not today. If it's that bad, we can come again next time, Xian cried in regret. At that time, it was just the four of them. Arya asked him, so are you going to sleep or find another place? We're already here, and Xian obviously wasn't giving up. Better eat something first, then go home. Remembering a savior, he looked up at everyone. Do you guys want some bread? There's a shop nearby. Arya immediately pushed him. All right, let's go. Lead the way. Xian looked like he just heard a confession. He kept asking, really? Wait, you really agree? Really? Then when they got there, they heard him complain. But in the end, there was no romance at all. The shop was indeed still lit. There were plenty of customers inside at this hour. Asuka was looking at the menu, feeling awkward and confused. Why is bread alone so expensive? Xian gave his opinion about his uncle. Asuka, why do you always act so poor? If you got into the academy, even as a commoner, you'd be well off. Really? He sighed. My family doesn't send anything besides tuition. Xian felt sorry. For real? Families that love each other are rare. Then he twisted the knife in the wound. But if you become the student council president, you could get a scholarship. Sorry, looks like I was expecting too much from a disciplined student, Asuka said. You want to know why I'm just a regular student? Arya looked around and commented, this place is pretty clean. Cien, acting all knowledgeable while Asuka held his head, explained to the group, most students are nobles, so of course they gotta keep it clean. Nothing weird about a restaurant not needing to open. Arya, why do you always inspect every place you step into so thoroughly? Arya shot back. Mages are super sensitive to even the tiniest speck of dust because it can mess up experiments. You're probably not as sensitive as a mage, huh? Xian yelled back. What? You don't know how sensitive spiritual magic is? Arya didn't care. Then it's probably your fault. Asuka ignored the argument and turned to Helmet, who had been silent all this time. Have you ordered yet? He answered. The restaurant lit candles brightly. After a while, the staff brought the food to their table. Here's everyone's food. Xian quickly grabbed the plate of cakes. Thanks. He even glanced at Asuka to check. Of course the basic dishes are the best. What did you guys order? Asuka replied. I'm basic too. The server then placed a huge hamburger on the table. This is the super special dish from the Grera swordsmanship department. Xian and Arya blinked in surprise. Helmet couldn't imagine his order looking like this. Asuka burst out laughing. What the hell did you order? Planning to eat until bedtime? He didn't know either. They said it was for the swordsmanship department. Arya asked, do people in the swordsmanship department eat 5 times more than other departments? Xian, pretending to know and a little hungry, whispered, it's a business gimmick to give a challenge vibe. What are you gonna do? Helmet, if it's too much, wanna split it? Please, how much meat is in here? Someone stopped him from helping the guy. Put it down. Before they could dig in, someone came over to greet them. Hello, seniors. Charlotte's face lit up like a flower. Do you wanna split it? Please, there's so much meat in here. Someone even stopped him. Put it down. Before they could start eating, someone came over to greet. Hello, seniors. Charlotte's face lit up like a flower. Helmet recognized the speaker. Charlotte. He didn't remember the shy person standing behind her. The muscular guy politely bowed. My name is Jeffrey. Great to see you again, senior. Slot's been all happy since earlier, but I guess everyone came here for the swordsmanship department's special dish. We came here to eat that too. Asuka asked again. Both of you? Jeffrey just spilled the truth. Yeah, he wanted to bet with me. Asuka stitched this up. Why would you bet with a big guy like that? Aren't you ashamed? Slot immediately snapped back with attitude. Wait a minute. Senior Asuka, are you underestimating me? He quickly got startled. No way. Slot continued to prove herself. I'm from the swordsmanship department and I can finish that dish. Didn't you know? The more I train, the more I gotta eat. Senior Helmet, you believe that too, right? Helmet froze for a solid 5 seconds like that, while Xian sitting across grabbed his knife and fork, eyeing Helmet's plate. Helmut reacted fast, smacking Xian's hand once to kill the idea and answered her. Of course. Slot had an idea. Since we're here, why don't we all sit together? Seeing Arya suddenly stand up from the table after hearing that made Asuka and Xian both confused. He stood right in front of her, staring hard. Helmet knew his roommate was jealous of the girl again. Arya asked her, Are you Slot? Slot got a bit awkward, stammering, Yeah. His tone wasn't friendly at all, saying, I'm Arya. You know that, right? The next morning at school, sunlight flooded the space. Through the window of a room, the sound of clashing echoed. Everyone's faces were focused, watching the ongoing scene. On the arena floor, Helmet and Slot were sparring. 2 wooden swords clashed fiercely. As soon as they hit, he pushed away the sword pressed close, causing her to lose balance in surprise. Quick to seize the chance, Helmet didn't give her a moment to rest. He swung his sword so fast it left an afterimage. Seeing the sword tip aimed straight at her pupil, Slot broke out in cold sweat. She gritted her teeth. At the last second, Slot reacted just in time, dodging Helmet's deadly strike. The wooden sword sliced through her long hair. Not willing to lose, Slot found a breakthrough, grabbing the sword's hilt to stab upward. Right then, Helmet lowered his gaze, seeing the sword near his wrist. He spun around, delivering a kick straight to Slot's hand, making the sword fly out. The sword hit the ground behind the judge's table, and the winner was clear. Grabbing her trembling wrist from the strong impact, Slot whimpered, I lost. Seeing the outcome laid out, Pachika and Jan exchanged glances, seemingly agreeing on something, then nodded. When Pachika spoke, Slot was struggling to stand. Good fight. Wait, while the scoring is being finalized. Yes, ma'am. After answering her, Helmet glanced at Slot's limping figure behind him. For a moment, he fell into memories. That night, the warm yellow light filled the house. Arya, wearing a white cloak, stood before Slot and introduced herself. I'm Arya. You know who I am, right? Suddenly being approached by a famous person, she was visibly flustered. Huh? Yeah, of course. Everyone at the academy knows you're the top student in the magic department. It's really an honor to meet you. Arya frowned suspiciously and asked, Is that so? Helmet sat nearby, silently observing. Meanwhile, Slot still looked embarrassed, covering her face. Her cheeks were flushed pink with shyness. What's wrong with me? Xian was eating, chewing something, talking to Asuka, who looked annoyed. I just realized, as long as Eri is with us, who among us will get a girlfriend? Helmut's face remained expressionless, quietly observing. The one being judged subtly glanced back. When their eyes met, Arya immediately looked away, as if trying to read something off him, and he silently paid attention. In his slightly blurry eyes, finally back to reality, Helmut concluded that based on her reaction, Arya was ultimately honest. In a flash, Slot's image appeared in his mind. To start guessing, aside from looking alike, there's no proof we share blood, so instead of rushing and revealing personal info, it's wiser to keep distance from her from now on. Helmut's face showed no expression as he looked ahead at Darien, and becoming stronger now was his top priority. Seemingly having found his goal, Helmut's eyes flashed determination, the kind of strength to overcome any trouble ahead. Outside, the long hallway was empty. Inside the room, Asuka was bored, sitting on a chair, leaning it back, gently rocking, eyes drifting up to the ceiling. Now, Asuka's face showed dark streaks. He muttered while grinding his teeth. That's right, just half a semester. I only need to avoid suspension for the next half semester. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Helmut's voice startled Asuka so much he nearly lost his cool. What do you gain if you're not suspended? Ah, you scared me. At least make some noise so others know you're there. Asuka calmed down, turned around, draped his arm over the chair, looking at the guy who scared him for an explanation. I was just talking to myself, don't mind it. Right, your match was against Slot, right? What did you think about that fight? Considering you had to spend a lot of time, it probably wasn't as easy as I said. Helmut listened to Asuka talk, his expression blank but showing doubt. Not really, the match ended pretty quickly. We were late because the coach kept nagging me not to finish it too fast. Hearing that annoying tone, Asuka burst out, You damn nuisance, are you trying to be like your roommate or what? Not wanting to talk about himself anymore, he quickly changed the subject. Judging by how calm he was, it seemed like his practice session went really well. Hearing that, Asuka smugly said, Of course it was perfect. If you don't want to be on Alea's bad side, you better prepare well for the theory test. But who would have thought the very person he just mentioned suddenly appeared behind him and said, He's right. This made Asuka jump in surprise again. Ah, damn it. You scared the hell out of me again. What's your problem, you two? Did you secretly sign up for the assassination department or something? Ignoring the loud yelling, Alea looked at Helmut. Helmut, your test tomorrow is about understanding magic, right? He quietly replied, Yeah. Getting the answer, Alea immediately said his plan. I'm gonna do one last check. He opened his book. Helmut actually took out his book. He hesitated and asked, What about your test? Alea frowned, clearly impatient. I've been prepared for a long time. You should worry about yourself. Only then can you help me. Asuka suddenly felt something was off, his eyes searching Alea. Where are you coming from? Why are you here alone? How should I know? Probably busy studying for the test to help you, huh? No responsibility at all. Watching Asuka and Alea argue back and forth, Helmut suddenly fell into deep thought. He tossed the noisy troublemaker behind him. Alea coldly stared at Helmut, scolding, What are you doing? Hurry up and get your book out. I don't have much time. Snapped back to reality by Alea's voice, he quickly answered, Ah, right. Alea asked suspiciously, What's up? While rifling through Helmut's stuff, he replied, Nothing, just thinking. You hate running 100 laps around the field that much? Like it was obvious. Alea sighed. Why would I like it? I hate losing bets way more. And most importantly, I'm worried some unexpected factor might show up. He shared his idea with him. So I just want to be extra sure. Being top of the class isn't so bad for you, right? Enough talk. Open your book. Asuka sat happily watching Helmut zoning out. But you're so harsh. Good luck, Helmut. Beating me in the theory test won't be easy. This annoying Asuka still hasn't left. Alea glared at him with fishy eyes. Hey, you're messing up his study time. Why don't you just go outside? You're being kicked out like a stray dog. Asuka protested. Huh? Why should I? Did you rent the whole room or something? Again, Helmut slightly moved the book in his hands, his confused face clear, as Asuka and Alea started another verbal fight. We can't just reveal our strategies to the enemy before the battle, right? If you don't like it, why don't both of you leave? You're the one with the problem. Do you want to leave on your own, or should I throw you out? Go ahead if you can. Helmut's mind was slowly overwhelmed with helplessness. He closed his eyes to think. Looks like training is going to be tough for a while. Study time passed. The desk was covered with tests marked in red. Helmut kept doing problems, his hands used to wielding a sword, now writing swiftly on paper. Finally, he handed his solved problems to Alea for checking. Getting a nod, Helmut exhaled deeply. The notebook was now filled with notes. Helmut continued studying. The sound of pens scratching on paper echoed throughout the room. And finally, the inevitable happened. The sunlight today was brilliant. In the lecture hall, top students sat neatly looking up at the podium. They sat silently, waiting for the instructor to announce the test. You will have 2 hours for this exam. You may begin now. After the applause, everyone started working hard. Helmet was no exception. He read through the questions on the paper, then suddenly paused at one. Lifting his pen, Helmet focused. You have accidentally acquired a forbidden dark magic. He read on. If you lose this power, you will perish. Describe what you would do in this situation. A familiar scene, the toy still as pure as ever. At that window, also in that empty hallway, Alea sat at a desk, one hand propping his chin, the other elegantly flipping through a book, the outside light highlighting his white hair. How's the test going? Just entering the room, Alea suddenly asked like that. Helmet hesitated a bit. Like a robot, his body stiff as he closed the door. It felt like he was taking a test. Not too bad. Most questions were like Alea's explanations, but one was pretty unique. Catching the main point in Helmet's words, Alea looked up at him. Unique how? Helmet thought for a moment, then repeated the question. You accidentally obtained forbidden dark power. If you lose this power, you will perish. Helmet pulled out a chair and sat opposite Alea. In that case, what would you do? Hearing the full question, Alea pondered. Dark power. Alea looked straight into his eyes, reassuring. That professor always throws questions like this, but if you answer seriously, he won't fault you. Pausing briefly, Alea asked, What did you write? Hearing that, Helmet's lips pressed tightly. Then a dark, ominous aura radiated from him, filling the room. His pupils glinted coldly. Answering word by word, I will hold on to that dark power. I will survive, resist it, and control it. Shaken by him, Alea suddenly turned away. Vojiak didn't want to look into those dark eyes anymore. For real? Not bad. At least Professor Luxen won't think badly of that. Helmet paused, then asked a question. So, how am I supposed to answer that? Arya wiped the sweat off his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. Finally, he put on a calm face and reached up to stroke his sharp chin. According to the writing manual, you usually go to the temple to find the answer. Since the temple governs dark powers and the nobles probably can't write anything else, that's the usual thing. Watching Helmet's serious expression, Arya leaned back in his chair. But I'd answer pretty much the same way. Thinking about it, he frowned, even though that meant becoming an enemy of the Holy Temple. Hearing the deeper reason, Helmet was a bit stunned. Not fully understanding the situation, Helmet repeated that the temple was the enemy. Unlike his vague expression, Arya was completely calm. Think about it. The Lumen Temple is ruthless to dark forces, and if you confess voluntarily, it's basically walking straight into a death trap. Helmet was silent, still hearing Arya's calm voice in his ear. So, surviving and learning to control it is the smartest move. After explaining Helmet's doubts, Arya returned to the main point. Yeah, it's not bad. If nothing happens, you'll probably rank high on the class exam. But it's best not to carelessly mention this anywhere. The Academy might prioritize studies over faith, but outside, you'd be accused of heresy immediately. Understanding Arya's warning, Helmet closed his eyes and nodded. All right. Helmet looked out the window flooded with sunlight. I get it now. On midterm results day, birds soar freely in the sky above Greta Academy. The exam results are posted publicly in the school's central plaza. Students crowd around, jostling to find their names. This obviously sparks fierce competition among the nobles who value honor. Some cheer over high scores. Others scream helplessly or hide their faces in shame over terrible grades. Today, Helmet was mixed in the crowd, and he couldn't help but admire the scene. This is a brilliant setup. After observing the surroundings, Helmet finally looked for Arya. This is the magic department's scoreboard. Where's Arya? The board was packed with names. Finally, the name he wanted was right at the top with a perfect score. Just below was Xian with a score that would make him proud. Helmet showed no expression, not surprised. Thinking that Xian was here too, Helmet scanned the crowd for him. Xian studies hard, but this wasn't his first time, so he was probably calmer than Helmet expected. No, that thought was totally opposite to Xian's extremely shocked face. Helmet spotted him in the crowd. Ah, he just bombed it. Overcoming the shock of bombing, Xian finally snapped and screamed loudly. It's ridiculous! Arya suddenly appeared behind him, which was weird. What's reasonable? He's so used to Arya popping up out of nowhere. Xian ignored the natural startle reaction. Right now, only one thing was on his mind. He placed his hand on his conscience and asked himself, what did you do? Xian couldn't understand. And he was so upset he flailed his arms and legs to express himself more honestly. Understanding spirit is a new subject this term. Although I just learned some basics recently, I'm sure I'll still top the class. Suddenly, a hand landed on Xian's shoulder. It was Arya. He turned to face him, then confidently dropped words like salt rubbed straight into Xian's fragile heart. Xian, 3 months is enough time for me to master any subject at this academy. Thunder boomed in Xian's mind. He froze like a statue, standing dumbfounded. Having hit Xian hard, Arya was extremely satisfied, expressionless, standing in the crowd as they started to gather and congratulate him. Area is always perfect. A true friend. Helmet approached silent Xian, hearing the muttered sounds from the gloomy figure. Yeah, maybe I underestimated you. Forgot one thing for a moment. Xian quickly regained his spirit, but the game wasn't over yet. In this bet, at least there will be fire. No way I'm losing. Xian turned around, but before he could finish, the scoreboard slammed in his face. The line saying Helmet ranked first, with Asuka clearly in second place. Now Xian felt like he fell into a deep abyss, screaming in frustration. Why? Helmet hadn't yet seen the expression on the face behind Xian as he collapsed. Helmet's eyes flashed with light. The wind joined the celebration, gently stirring his hair. Arya struggled to escape the sycophants and looked over at Helmet standing frozen there. He smiled softly. You did it. Congrats. Not a sarcastic jab like usual, but a genuine congratulations from Arya's heart. Helmet's lips, usually straight as a line, rarely curved up. He hummed, and Asuka had just arrived. He scratched his head in frustration at the results. What the heck? Just 1 point difference. Why is it always so close? So humiliating. Arya was surprised. He's not mad like I thought. Immediately, Helmet snapped back in a very gruff tone. Of course I'm pissed. Basically, Asuka had a more relaxed mindset, but still better than letting someone else snag first place. But the competitive streak was deep in his blood. He angrily pointed at Helmet and declared clearly, next time, get ready to fight. I'm not losing to you again. That will be a real test of our skills. No one's allowed to help with that exam. Suddenly, Asuka's sleeve was grabbed. He glanced at La X, who was loudly dragging himself over to confront him. Traitor, you purposely lost to get me punished. I trusted you. Suddenly got screwed over. Asuka exploded, pushing the hated face away. What? Me? Do I look like that kind of person? You're the one who confidently placed the bet. If you lose, then you just got to accept it. Speaking of this, Xian looked at the winner with watery eyes, dropping his tiny pride to beg. Area Helmet, please cut me some slack. I'm begging you. 100 laps around the field is way too much. I'll leave right after. Helmet, confused, replied, 100 laps? You're not leaving anytime soon. That was met with Xian's scream. Don't think everyone's as tough as you. Seeing no hope in this superhuman, Xian weakly turned to Arya to plead. Arya, your stamina's about the same as mine, so you get it, right? Can you cut it down to 50 laps? Surprised to see this side of Xian, Arya was momentarily stunned. Then, those pretty lips curled into a fierce smile. Crushing Xian's hopes directly, Arya stepped closer. No way. Each word from Arya's beautiful mouth sounded like a hellish echo straight into Xian's ears, like the guy who always complained about his fat belly from too many late-night snacks. Serves him right. Xian completely broke down. He collapsed, breathless, as the lights dimmed and the moon rose high. His heavy breathing echoed from the field. His face was pale, drenched in sweat, but no one cared anymore. He just gritted his teeth and kept running. From above, the heartless crowd looked down on the spacious grounds of this noble school. On the training field, everyone swung their wooden swords, while the teacher stood nearby watching strictly. At break time, DM turned to the gang and started chatting. Hey, did you hear? Next week our class is camping in the forest. As soon as DM finished Andre, Asuka and Helmet all focused on him. Andrew's curious. Camping in the forest? I've never been camping before. What about you guys? DM sighed at his clueless face. Huh? You've never gone? Then you have zero experience. Hearing Jam's advice, Asuka and Andre both went pale, but everything else was fine. But remember to check the ground carefully before pitching your tent, because if you dig with your hands, you might hit someone else's buried poop. DM rambled on. That's why a camping mat is essential, and forests can be nasty. So if you don't want your face to swell up, don't stick your head out of your sleeping bag at night. Ignoring what he said, Asuka nudged Helmet and whispered, Hey Helmet, you used to be a mercenary, right? Was camping on the mountain like this for you? Helmet looked a bit surprised. You've never been camping either? Asuka said. I've camped along roads with my group, but never up a mountain. He glanced indifferently and replied, But I don't think it's that serious. Burning incense can keep mosquitoes away, and the campfire too. Helmet hummed for a bit, then bluntly said, You can tell just by looking. His calm attitude relieved Asuka. Thanks, I'm even more worried now, but hearing that makes me feel a bit better. Thinking about sneaking through the wild forest, Asuka rested his chin in his hand. Poop's one thing, but I hate bugs. I'll probably have to buy some mosquito repellent first. Hey Helmet, want to go shopping together this weekend? After thinking it over, he made up his mind. Probably. And so the shopping date between Asuka and Helmet arrived. The sky was clear and sunny that day. The bustling street was crowded and lively. The sounds of trading and chatting filled the air. Shops had customers coming and going non-stop. Finally, Helmet and Asuka reached their destination. Asuka looked worn out at the scene. We're here. What should we buy first? Then he turned to the fresh-faced Xian standing next to Helmut. Why are you tagging along with me? Xian, named, didn't look embarrassed but grinned foolishly. Do we even have to ask? It's normal. I want to buy that stuff too. After being silent for a while, Helmet spoke up, hitting Xian's weak spot. No more sore back, aching knees, or numb hands after running 100 laps? Xian stiffened, sweat streaming down. Yeah, of course. Healing magic works great. A few days and it's all gone. Thinking back to the night Xian had to run 100 laps for the bet, he knew well that half that day, Xian used his shadow soul as a substitute, but Helmet decided to let it slide. Running a few dozen laps was already impressive. No more arguing. Asuka clapped loudly to get their attention. All right, first let's buy insect repellent. Asuka and Helmet took a lap, and he pointed at a candle displayed over there. What about this bug-repelling candle? Should we get it? Not yet. Helmet casually pointed out its pros and cons. Sounds good, but bugs still bother you while eating. Spray repellent's less toxic and better. Then he pointed to the lantern Asuka just picked up. Also, a lantern for light. It's darker on the mountain than you think, but too bright attracts predators. Get something just bright enough to see. Hearing Helmet, Asuka was a bit speechless. He glanced at Helmet's usual indifferent expression and admired. You think this through more than I expected. Helmet didn't care about the compliment. Grabbing a different lantern, he said. Better than getting into trouble later, right? Seeming to agree, Asuka held up the lantern he was carrying and stared at it. True, but if you drop this while sleeping, wouldn't it start a forest fire? Xian, who had disappeared for a while, suddenly interrupted Helmet and Asuka's debate, making them turn their attention. So should we buy one of these? He smiled and held up a roll of paper, explaining its name and use. A magic scroll to extinguish forest fires. It creates a vacuum environment to put out flames. Looking cool, right? Asuka heard that cocky talk and immediately asked, What? That thing's real? If you use that on a person, wouldn't they suffocate or something? He heard that and his face darkened with suspicion. Nah, who'd actually think about using it on people? No way. I'm not about to become an accomplice in dealing with people like that. Helmet stood behind, watching Xian and Helmet excitedly chatting. Look at this. This grill thing looks perfect for cooking meat or veggies, right? It's light and easy to carry, too. Oh, sounds good. Maybe we should buy one, right? Helmet, the magic class student, understood. Only now did Helmet put on a puzzled face, squinting with question marks. Who is she, anyway? He didn't want to waste time hanging around here either. Better to split up and get the stuff we need. Helmet turned to Asuka and said, I'm gonna grab some gloves. You guys keep picking out what you need. All right, go ahead. On the way, Helmet drifted into his own thoughts, running outside Baden. He couldn't come here feeling relaxed or normal. Watching his shadow stretch endlessly, he fell silent. He didn't think the Black Eagle Guild would attack both students and teachers at the academy at the same time, but since it happened before, he couldn't be totally off guard. At least he had to stay alert. Turning into a narrow alley, Helmet glanced around, tired of always having to be on guard against them. Once he got strong enough, he'd deal with this problem before they could make a move. Suddenly, he spotted a shiny black pot, a cotton candy machine. The vendor was skillfully spinning sugar onto a stick. After finishing one, the vendor held it up and called out, Cotton candy here. Who wants some? Try Benen's unique white treat. From nearby, Teresa heard the call and walked over. The vendor quickly handed her the fluffy cotton candy and said politely, Thank you. He stood there, lost in thought. The cotton candy looked fluffy like clouds. If it's a palate cleanser, it should be edible. He twirled the stick of cotton candy he just bought in his hand. She moved closer to Helmet and started chatting. Looks tempting, right? They say it's made by melting sugar and spinning it into thin strands around a stick. These simple skills seem more magical than actual magic. A strand of golden hair brushed past Helmet's eyes. He glanced at the pretty face intently, staring at the cotton candy, then saw those ruby-red eyes looking back at him. Right? Helmet, the magic class student, understood. Only now did Helmet put on a puzzled face, squinting with question marks. Who are you? She seemed to have predicted his reaction. Teresa just laughed it off. What? You don't know me? We were in the same magic class. You don't seem to care much about others. She smiled, introduced herself, and got straight to the point. Intro time? I'm Teresa, 3rd year in the magic department. I'm kinda interested in you. You free? Helmet fell silent for a few seconds, then a flash of Alea's warning popped into his mind. Never trust women who approach you. They're just trying to trick you. Immediately, Helmet turned and started to walk away without hesitation. No, I'm busy. Leaving. Teresa was shocked and quickly reached out to stop him. Hey, that's cold. Come on, just talk to me for a bit. He shot her an annoyed glance. If you're interested in Alea, why don't you talk to her directly? Teresa froze, then laughed helplessly. What? Alea? Looks like you get into this kind of situation a lot. Don't worry, I'm not like that. I'm only interested in you. What she meant was that the situations he often faced were women approaching Helmet, but really aiming for Alea. Teresa reached out to touch him. Suddenly, a slender hand blocked her in front of Helmet's chest, breaking her approach. The hand belonged to Alea. Helmet stared in surprise. Alea's face was icy, cold. She turned her head slightly and asked him, Helmet, what are you doing here? Teresa interrupted, wasn't angry, and naturally withdrew her hand. Oh, Alea, what a coincidence. Didn't expect to see you here. Alea frowned, her gaze cold and unfriendly as she sized up the girl. Then, recognizing her, Alea's guard lowered a bit. Teresa, a senior student and top of her class. What a coincidence to meet here. Teresa laughed and waved her hand. No need to be so cautious. I just wanted to talk to your roommate. When Alea took off her hood and cloak, her sharp features immediately caught Teresa's eyes. You, what do you want to say to me? Caught off guard by Alea's beauty, Teresa froze, her cheeks flushing pink. Realizing her awkwardness, she shyly scratched her cheek to change the subject. Nothing? Is it me? Yeah, maybe. Not letting her stammer long, Alea cut in. Got it. One moment calm, the next Alea grabbed Helmut's sleeve and pulled him away. Let's go. Helmut saw them about to leave. Teresa called out, Hey, wait! Looking around, everywhere was packed with people. Alea pulled Helmut away from Teresa but still held tightly onto his sleeve. As they walked, Alea scolded, Did you just ignore what I said? Why are you just standing there? She's got bad intentions. Helmut followed behind, calmly defending himself. I was trying to ignore her, but ignoring a senior like that is kinda rude. Alea snorted, her tone extremely annoyed. Looks like I'm too strict. If you don't like something, just say it. If you were more decisive, I wouldn't be in this mess. He paused, confused. If you find it annoying, just ignore it. Alea's tone snapped back even sharper. What? You think I almost said something dumb? He calmed down, exhaling sharply. Let's talk about it later. Suddenly remembering something, Alea frowned and asked, Where are Xian and Asuka? Helmut's face froze when he heard the question. How should I know? He replied firmly. There's no way you came here alone, he hinted. It seemed they had just recently had enough of Helmut. Alea said helplessly. All right. It's better if we stick together like this for safety. Now, lead me to them quickly. He pressed his lips, staring at Alea, then finally dragged himself along, walking side by side with her. She didn't even know if she felt annoyed or not. People are unpredictable. When they want something, they want it badly. Following the old path, Helmut led Alea back to that previous shop. As soon as they stepped in, Alea froze, seeing Xian and Asuka loaded down with stuff. Sis had all kinds of things hanging all over her. Seeing Alea's annoyed face, Helmut kept asking questions silently. Finally, night had fallen. Under the flickering moonlight and street lamps, the late-night space was illuminated. After clearing out the pile of stuff, Asuka smiled, satisfied. All right, with this thorough prep, the camping trip won't have any problems. Only now did they realize the issue. Xian looked down at the pile of bags he was carrying. Looks like we overbought. Not sure if we can fit all this on the wagon. Asuka didn't care, humming as she walked. Well, just cram it in wherever there's space left. Helmut walked behind, silently smiling, listening to the two continue their cat and mouse banter. It's because you blow money all the time that you're always broke. What? No way. Have you ever spent my money to say that? Suddenly, a dense aura of energy appeared. Helmut was shocked and immediately went on alert, spinning toward the source. But behind him was just an empty road with no one around. Only the four of them were on the way back. Still full of doubt, Helmut withdrew his gaze since he saw nothing unusual. He turned and walked with the other three. Although Helmut always carefully scanned his surroundings, at that moment he didn't realize. Helmut strolled along. The quiet space made their footsteps echo loudly. But right after they left, a shadow appeared on the wooden chair behind him. Gradually, it formed into a figure full of dark energy, signaling that these were the last moments he would spend as a student at the academy. And this time was about to end. In the quiet space, inside a room, silver moonlight slipped through the window frame, casting a long silver beam inside. A lit candle flickered. With a rustle, someone entered and knelt in salute. Two people stepped in, still kneeling, facing a pitch-black cave door where nothing inside could be seen. Silent Tan was one of those two. He bowed his head to report, I am the head of this branch. I have successfully gathered the information, sir. Inside the door was still empty, only a faint, bone-like mist spilling out, and Tan was speechless, fear briefly flashing on his face. Then a powerful foot stepped out, surrounded by flickering death energy, gradually forming into a man, stunning the other two in the room, and Tan glanced nervously, his scalp tingling. The man wore a hooded hat, his deep voice carrying a deadly tone. I'm listening, continue. Speak. And Tan fearfully lowered his gaze. Understood. Sweat poured down his body. It turned out this was one of the elite forces of the Black Hawk. The figure slowly turned, revealing a grotesque clown face, the drugged assassin clown. And Tan suppressed his fear, pulling out a stack of documents from his jacket pocket. They contained information about Helmut, as I mentioned earlier. There's a kid at the academy who's really tough to deal with. For more details about him, sir, please review these documents. Feo took the papers, carefully flipping through each page. After reviewing, he looked suspiciously at Anton, kneeling respectfully. A level 2 mercenary group took out 2 members of the assassin team. currently a second-year student at Greta Academy. Is there any teacher at the academy skilled enough to train a kid like this? Anton answered cautiously. At his current level, he doesn't even need the academy anymore. Previously, he was hired by Eton CDO, a noble from Baden. Feo immediately raised his question. What's the past of that mercenary group? Did you find anything? Afraid of blame, Anton quickly lowered his head as much as possible. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any information. All I know is that the mercenary group accidentally met the kid during a mission and started cooperating from there. His movements are very mysterious. Feo pondered for a moment, then slowly dragged his sharp finger across the paper he held, thinking deeply. No mother, no master, no identity. He has the skills of a first-class mercenary and is currently studying at that academy. Anton sneakily glanced at him. Feo was suspicious. I've never met anyone this suspicious before. Anton frowned, his dull, gloomy eyes flashing with caution. Does this mean we're getting close to someone we shouldn't approach? Seemingly irritated by this, Feo forcefully stabbed through the stack of papers in his hand. He growled darkly. Does he have skills on par with us that we're afraid to approach? No one knows about us, and our work disappears along with the bodies of all targets, as if they never existed in this world. Overwhelmed by Helmut's intimidating aura, Anton nervously watched him deliver his verdict. This guy seems pretty tough to deal with. Fez pulled his finger out from the stack of papers it had pierced. The lines of information and images of Helmut crumpled under his force. Looks like I'll have to handle this personally this time. On the day of departure, the blazing sunlight shone down from directly overhead. The group lined up one by one with horses in front of the school gate. The liquor bottle in hand sparkled under the sunlight, gleaming brightly. Len looked down at the bottle like it was his lover, handling it gently. Mourinho wine, 32 years old, very rare and delicious. After finishing his words, he turned around with a resolute gaze and strode forward. I'll share this with the other trainers to show my gratitude, no matter that my student is struggling behind. No, please, teacher. You don't know how much I had to save up to buy this. Hearing that, Len put on a serious face, totally reasonable. This liquor is for the training camp, not a camping trip. Didn't we already tell you all that if you bring items useless for training, we'll confiscate them? We can't just stand by and watch this precious liquor get taken by your own teacher. Wesley immediately pointed at Asuka, who was carrying a mountain of stuff on his shoulder. Teacher, it looks like he's going to live in the forest or something. Why bring so much gear for training? Betrayed by his classmates, Asuka pouted. Hey, all of this is stuff I actually need. And also turned to Asuka to advise. You need to prepare only what you can use within 10 minutes. You can't load all this onto a horse. Seriously being watched, Asuka jumped in surprise. No way, I really need all this stuff. The teacher immediately dismissed that idea. The lighter the luggage, the better for camping. Asuka lost all energy, unwilling to leave any item behind, just feeling awkward. So what should I leave now? The commotion caught Helmut's attention nearby. Soon after, he lost interest and looked elsewhere. The group mounted their horses and gradually rode out of the school gate. On the second day morning of the week, the sun was just beginning to rise. The outdoor camping class at the academy had begun. Quickly, tall trees appeared in the distance, clearly reaching the forest area. The clatter of horse hooves echoed. All the students followed orderly without causing any chaos. Being used to riding horses, Helmut had no worries about this field trip. It had been a while since he left Baden. If I go exploring the forest now after all this time, I wonder if anything's changed. Asuka rode alongside him, observing from head to toe and realized Helmut hadn't brought a single thing. Asuka laughed mockingly, pulling Helmut out of his thoughts. Ha ha, since your employer is a noble, your horse must be a fine steed, huh? What breed is it anyway? To him, all horses looked the same. Helmut replied casually, I don't know. Your 3 horses don't look that bad either. Asuka sneered. What do you mean? Just by looking, you can tell the value of these 2 horses is different. I'm not arguing with someone as indifferent as Helmut anymore. Asuka looked at him curiously. So what's its name? Unexpectedly, Helmut's answer caught him off guard. Name? I don't know. Do I have to name it? Asuka immediately scolded him. What? You haven't named it yet? That's so careless. Then Luyan Tuyan started lecturing on behalf of the horse. Horses are our partners. They stay with us for a long time, so we usually name them. Why not take this chance to name it now? Helmut rubbed his aching head. What? You can't just come up with a name like that. Seeing this, Asuka proposed an idea. You can just pick whatever comes to your mind first as its name. Helmut fell silent, staring at its shiny blue mane. A thought suddenly sparked in his head. Then he said a name that made Asuka furious to the point of darkening. Asuka, how could you use that name? He immediately objected. That's my name. Do you think I look like a horse or something? That's not okay. Helmut was confused. It's just a name. Why are you scared? Asuka was speechless. Naming a horse after a person you ride isn't a good idea. He snorted and turned away. I don't see what's wrong with it. which made Asuka scream in anger. What? You think I look like a horse or what? We've been riding all day, from dawn till dusk. Finally, the group reached an open field where horses and riders could rest. As soon as Chika got off his horse, he took charge and instructed, "Everyone pay attention. Since we've arrived at the camping area, we'll rest for a bit, then I'll announce the schedule. Keep your personal belongings safe and release your horses." Helmut and Asuka also dismounted. He was still as relaxed as ever, but unlike him, Asuka was out of breath and exhausted. Riding all day just to get to the camping area. How much longer do we have to ride? Helmut didn't answer. He observed the surroundings out of habit and then bent down, counting on his fingers to plan the schedule. From what I heard at departure, the first day is for resting and having an outdoor barbecue. The second day will have a hunting competition, and almost the entire third day is for group activities. Thinking about it, Helmut frowned in thought. Luckily, on the way here, I didn't sense anything strange at all. But he was still lost in thought, completely unaware that Asuka had been watching him this whole time. If someone was targeting him, then the third day of group activities would probably be the perfect opportunity. But from now until then, I'll just be careful and stay on guard. Asuka suddenly called out, "Hey, Helmut," and he reacted quickly. What? So Asuka's been paying attention all along and finally spoke up. "Where's your horse?" Helmut was stunned, his eyes slowly drifting to the reins in his hand. The reins were still there, but the horse was gone. Seeing Helmut hadn't responded, Asuka thought he hadn't heard clearly. "Hey, Helmut, where's your horse?" Helmut's mood was at rock bottom. The reins in his hand drooped, and only then did he notice the clean cut across them. Helmut immediately guessed the reins had been sliced with something sharp. He was dumbfounded. Asuka stood nearby, eyes scanning the area. No way. I was holding the reins tight. How could they be cut so easily? The unexpected situation made Helmut feel the danger. No, the problem was he hadn't even realized he'd lost his horse. Finally, after looking around for a while, Asuka spotted Helmut's missing horse. "Ah, looks like your horse is over there. You gotta be more careful." He looked where Asuka was pointing. Not far off, the horse was standing, lazily kicking at some grass. Helmut froze. Then instead of rushing over, he turned to Asuka and asked to borrow something. "Asuka, can I borrow your sword?" "Sword?" Just a moment later, he got the sword from Asuka's place. Helmut carefully approached the horse, sword in hand, ready to strike. Any sudden noise, and he wouldn't hesitate to slash. As he got closer to the horse, he looked around even more cautiously. Still no sign of anything strange, which felt weird he couldn't sense anyone else nearby. Why? Suddenly, his instincts kicked in. Helmut looked down at the ground near his foot and saw a trap hidden neatly under the thick grass. The distance was dangerously close. If he took another step, his leg probably wouldn't make it through this camping trip intact. A cold shiver ran through him. He gritted his teeth. One trap, hidden so well it was almost invisible. This camping activity was strictly no hunting allowed. Looking at the open animal trap, like a bear's jaws ready to snap on some unlucky prey, it had to have a purpose, a warning. Yeah, this was definitely a warning. The chilling sense of death creeping behind Helmut's neck made his body stiffen. The trap silently warned that he was the prey, but the stronger the opponent, the more pumped he got. A smirk clearly spread across Helmut's lips. "I'm not scared of danger." He still hadn't gotten close to the horse. He stood back and called out, "Hey, why? Since you're a white horse, I'll just call you Why. Why? Come here." The horse, newly named by its owner Helmut, ignoring hunger, kept enjoying its tasty snack. But how could a horse understand human speech? Helmut still hadn't realized this. Still talking to himself. It still doesn't get it. Seeing it just standing there eating without a care, it's probably safe. He stepped forward to pet it. "No matter who tries to block my way, I'll take care of you immediately." The forest's darkness gently covered part of Helmut's face, but you could still see the excitement shining there, hoping this would be a worthy opponent. Back at the campsite, the tents and campfire were already set up. En stepped into the center, loudly calling out, "Everyone gather up. Before dinner, we have a few announcements." Quickly, the students gathered neatly in groups in front of Len. He spoke while holding up a communication orb. "From now until the end of the activity, keep unnecessary actions to a minimum. Each group leader will be given a communication orb to stay connected with the instructors and report immediately if any issues arise." The orbs were distributed to each group leader. They carefully placed them on thick cloths to avoid damage. Holding the orb, Helmut watched closely when a voice caught his attention. "Hey, Helmut. Besides Asuka, I've already gathered the team members, just waiting on the group leader. You're the leader, right? Let's get started." Except for Asuka, Helmut looked at the 3 people on this side, then the 2 on the other side. He blanked for a moment, then dropped a sharp comment. "Too many strangers." Obviously a line that could stir up some serious resentment. Qua cursing. "You should have seen us when we formed the group, right?" Wesley, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, clearly annoyed. "Exactly." Andrew sensed the tension and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Okay, let's introduce ourselves now. If we're in the same group, it means fate brought us together. So let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Andro. The four strangers in Helmut's eyes took turns saying their names from left to right. I'm Men, Basin, Wesley, Dino. Helmut nodded, then turned to the bright red-haired guy who hadn't introduced himself and asked, "And you?" Oh man. This question from him made Jam want to puke blood. He pointed at himself, annoyed. Jam, my name's Jam. We've talked before. Please remember. Helmut crossed his arms and replied coldly, "Yeah, all right." Jam was at a loss for words. Diem urged him, and Asuka standing nearby. "You guys introduce yourselves too." This made Asuka surprised. "We have to?" Thought everyone already knew. "All right. Couples too," Diem sighed coldly, explaining. Second year doesn't know you." Helmut thought introducing himself was pointless. He turned and cut Jam off. "Sorry, but everyone get dinner ready first. I want to report a few things to the instructor." Asuka was full of question marks. "Report about what?" Helmut explained. "When I was leading the horse back, I saw a trap that was still open." Hearing that, Asuka was extremely confused. "What? A trap? But isn't hunting forbidden during camping?" Helmut put on a serious face. "You really gotta ask that? That's why I wanted to report it." Seeing this was serious, Asuka wanted to follow Helmut to check it out. "You seem really worried about it, huh? Why? I want to see it too." Helmut nodded. "All right." But their actions made the rest of the team think they were just trying to dodge dinner prep. The white above shone brighter and brighter, the gentle silver light illuminating the quiet forest. The lush green grass was where the animal trap had been set, but now it was empty. Bachika knelt down on one knee to inspect, seeing nothing unusual. She asked Helmut skeptically, "So you're saying there was a trap set here?" Bachika looked at him. "Are you sure it was a trap?" Helmut was confident in what he saw. "Yeah, I'm sure. I almost stepped on it." She stood up, dusting off her clothes but found no evidence. "So, there was nothing here. Be more careful if there are other traps." He didn't try to prove what he saw, just nodded. Asuka, much like Pachika, also questioned Helmut. "Are you sure there was a trap here before?" Helmut ignored Asuka, staring thoughtfully at the grass in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. The grass was clearly flattened. Something had definitely been placed there, but the trap was gone. Indeed, there was an unusual dip in the lush grass. Helmut continued to speculate, like evidence had been removed. Whoever did it could remove it instantly, meaning they were watching him very closely. Taking his eyes off the grass, Helmut thought back to when he learned hunting from Ilaga in the root forest before. He had realized a few things. Humans have the ability to outlast prey stronger than themselves. In Helmut's imagination, a person holding a homemade spear was hiding behind a big tree, watching a wild wolf stalking its prey. This was persistence. Then the person seized the moment, holding a torch in one hand and a spear in the other, charging forward. Human endurance was truly unique and suited to slowly wear down and then take down prey. Obviously, the wild wolf collapsed. The person stuck the spear into it, standing on top with a proud, victorious pose. They achieved their goal when the prey collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing Asuka walk away, Helmut immediately followed behind. He smiled confidently at his own theory. That guy was definitely formidable, but it seemed he still didn't fully understand him. If he wanted to scare me, he picked the wrong person. Helmut put both hands in his pockets, walking and thinking. Beside him, Asuka was brushing aside tall grass over her thighs. "Now we're in the wild. Nothing can threaten us." M saw the two had returned, still holding the tongs, and called out loudly, "Helmut, Asuka, why are you guys taking so long? We were so hungry we grilled some meat." Looking at his confident face, totally different from the blackened product on the plate, Helmut and Asuka looked like they'd turned to stone at the sight of that so-called meat. "What is that?" The full moon hung bright in the dark night. Below it was a plate of grilled meat, rare inside but cooked on the outside, looking delicious. Men and Bane gaped, eyes sparkling at the tasty plate. Dino quickly skewered a piece and tasted it. "Wow, this is so good." The grilled meat was just right, and Bane next to him quickly popped a piece in his mouth. The burnt piece from earlier was no comparison. Asuka, who no one expected, was the one grilling the meat, flipping it constantly with both hands on the grill. "Seriously, how do you guys not know how to grill meat? Probably never cooked for themselves at home." Bane and Dino ignored Asuka's nagging, looking at him with satisfied faces. "Thanks, Asuka. People from humble backgrounds really are good at stuff like this." His mouth twitched slightly, hearing those noble guys say that. Asuka immediately threatened, "You want to eat charcoal again? Well, if you guys like it, fine." They raised their hands in surrender. Laughter and voices rang out. Helmut, standing far away, obviously didn't want to join in, quietly holding a fork with meat. Wesley now looked mysterious, whispering to his teammates, "Oh, come on. Don't be like that, man. Look what I brought." Then he showed a bottle of Tada liquor. DM looked at it and blurted out, "That's Hennessy, right? How did you bring it without getting caught?" Wesley chuckled smugly. "I've got my own ways." Then he revealed his secret, holding a cloak and putting the bottle in and out of it. "I used a cloak with magic inscription. Even the trainers didn't notice." Dino gasped in amazement. "Impressive. Where'd you get that cloak?" DM sitting opposite was at a loss. You came all this way just to get drunk in front of the trainers? Wesley replied reasonably. We're having a barbecue, and booze is a must. Boss squinted and looked at Wesley. But you only brought one bottle? Like hitting a sore spot, he scolded. Hey, even if it's just one bottle, you should be grateful. Bringing too much will get you caught later. Then he turned back to the party. Wesley held up the fake bottle. The trainers will probably patrol soon to confiscate stuff like this, so let's wait until after that to drink. You're right. The campfire flickered. Bachika appeared suddenly like a ghost, holding 3 bottles swinging in her hands. Obviously, before coming to Helmut's group's tent, Bachika had raided the other groups. She looked at Wesley, the sneaky bastard, and asked, Is it true you guys didn't bring a single bottle? But if none of you brought any booze, that's kinda suspicious. Wesley lied without blinking. We're not lying, coach. We didn't bring any alcohol. Since Helmut and Asuka are on our team, we wouldn't dare do that. Dino stood beside him, eyes wide, staring at Pachika. So how many bottles did they confiscate anyway? Seeing those two looked a bit sketchy, she turned to Helmut. Helmut, are you sure they're not hiding anything? He answered with a blank face. Yes. Pachika stared at Helmut for a while, trying to catch any weird flicker on his face, but found nothing. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, All right, you're the captain, so you're responsible for your team's behavior. Make sure you keep them in check. With that, Pachika finally let Helmut's group go and walked away. You guys keep eating dinner. I'm off. Yes, coach. Have a good evening. Once Pachika's back was out of sight, Wesley and Dino sneaked a glance at each other. Looks like we pulled it off. Yeah, now was the moment. All 6 of them, each holding a glass, raised them high and cheered to finish their drinks. DM took a big gulp, and immediately the alcohol spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yeah, this stuff's strong. Wesley, like a seasoned drinker, advised, Just take it slow. You're not going down that easy. Unlike the rest of the team enjoying themselves, Helmut sat silently, zoning out. Andrew noticed and asked, What's up, Helmut? Don't you like the taste? He denied it? No, it wasn't the taste. Asuka glanced at Helmut and guessed what he was thinking. Don't tell me you're still hung up on that trap from before. Hey, don't stress too much. Just enjoy tonight. DM cheered enthusiastically. Yeah, probably some hunters around lately, but our teacher must have taken down that trap. Everyone around is backing that up. You're the best second-year student. No need to be scared, right? Exactly. If I had your skills, nothing in this world would scare me. DM smirked. You guys haven't even seen it in action yet, huh? His skills are even stronger than the rumors. Asuka pouted. Why are you the one so proud of that? Dino burst out laughing. Even Asuka can't beat him, so we don't even need to see it. Suddenly remembering something, DM turned to Helmut. Hey, Helmut. You're from the city, right? Where'd you learn swordsmanship? He calmly corrected the misinformation. No. I grew up in the forest. I learned swordsmanship from my master. Ba Xin let out an impressed whistle. Your master likes to stay anonymous, huh? Looks like he's pretty powerful, too. Mise joined in. Can you introduce us to your master? Helmut coldly refused. No, he's no longer in this world. As soon as he said that, the lively atmosphere instantly turned quiet. Ba Xin felt awkward. Ah, sorry. DM stopped joking around. Helmut forced a smile. But his disciple is the best student at the Greta Sword Academy. He must be proud. Hearing this, a rare smile appeared at the corner of Helmut's thin lips. Maybe so. Men and Bane didn't know what to say either. Seeing the usually cold Helmut show a happy expression, they couldn't help but laugh along. Quickly, they didn't want to kill the cheerful vibe, so they perked up. Come on, don't be down. Let's keep drinking. Before the coach finds out, let's finish these fast. Here, want another drink? Helmut happily looked at them, sipping from his glass. Looks like it's real. Drinking together can make people bond fast. Knowing this is good. Maybe I can use this trick in the future. By midnight, only the bright moon remained in the dark sky. On the table, knives and forks, empty bottles, were scattered messily. Wesley was already sound asleep, drooling. Dino nearby also drifted into sweet dreams. While others propped up chairs or tables to sleep, Helmut just sprawled out flat on the ground. The only one still awake was Helmut. Seeing everyone passed out, he stood up. Asuka, slightly drunk, noticed and asked, Helmut, where are you going? He replied casually. Just going to the bathroom. Okay, don't go too far. Helmut headed alone into the dense forest, still carrying Asuka's sword on his hip that he hadn't returned yet. As he walked, Helmut observed his surroundings. Good! Looks like I figured out how to use the pouch to neutralize the trap's effect. The rustling sound of shoe soles against grass echoed. Helmut thought, maybe he's still watching me. He glared and looked up vaguely in one direction. I'm alone now. Are you gonna show up and attack me or what? Helmut walked into a clearing not covered by trees, where the moonlight immediately shone on him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air nature gave him. The wind gently brushed through his hair like a caress. The peaceful scene shattered when Helmut opened his eyes, his sharp gaze and the sly curve of his mouth too wicked. He's cautious. I hope you are too. Now he's in the dark, I'm in the light. Not sure when he'll strike, so I'll block him before he moves. Helmet turned to head back to camp when suddenly a small wooden house appeared, peeking behind thick trees. Helmet pondered, a small cabin? Probably where the camp manager lives. Normally, Helmet wouldn't care and just leave, but then he noticed something, looking at the tightly shut window, with an extra wooden frame blocking it diagonally. Helmet approached the wooden house, raised his hand to knock, then pulled it back, silently waiting for a response. Suddenly inside the wooden house, a candle flickered to life, the light from the faint flame reflecting through the window. The closed door slowly opened, revealing an elderly man. Surprised that someone would visit at this hour. Who comes at this time? Looking at Helmet standing there, the old man scanned him from head to toe, noticed his uniform, then slowly said, "Ah, you're a student from the Swordsmanship Institute. Greetings. Actually, I have something to ask you." Helmet didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Earlier, I found a trap over there. I'm worried someone might step on it and get hurt. Could you patrol more often?" This old man was Nedolos in disguise. He played the role well, with a bent body and difficulty leaning on his cane. You must be mistaken about the trap. Everyone knows setting traps in this forest is heavily punished." Helmet wasn't about to let this slide. "I'm a student of the Swordsmanship Institute, so my eyes and senses are sharp enough to recognize a trap. I'm absolutely sure I saw that trap." Nedolos snorted, furrowing his brow with a serious look. "If what you say is true, this is a big deal." Then he hurriedly tried to get rid of Helmet. "Fine. Starting tomorrow morning, I'll patrol more. It's been a while since I used my walking stick. Hee. If the trap is well hidden, it's hard to see with the naked eye." Bang! Helmet forcefully pushed in to stop him from closing the door. The two stood still, neither making a move. Helmet's face darkened, staring coldly at him. "But I haven't explained what kind of trap it is yet." Nedolos smiled. His hood and cloak covered most of his ugly, bent face. Sure enough, Helmet and Nedolos stayed frozen in place, not moving an inch. He coldly tore open the hole for him to fall into. "But I still haven't said what kind of trap it is." Nedolos's pupils flashed red, a murderous gleam flickering in his eyes. Then he played dumb. "Oh, so it's not that kind of trap? Usually, only bear traps are set here. Can you tell me what kind of trap it is?" Helmet didn't rush to answer. He lowered his gaze. The old man's mouth curled into a smile, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the walking stick to support his frail body. After looking a bit longer, Helmet didn't see anything unusual. He closed his eyes and asked, "You're right, because you haven't seen it with your own eyes, and I didn't explain well." He bowed slightly. "You were right to warn about hidden traps." Nedolos chuckled. "Leave it to me." Just as he was about to close the door again, Helmet suddenly stopped him. "Oh, just something I've been wondering since the start of this trip. I heard every year the swordsmanship department holds a group activity for a hunting contest here. What's so special about this forest?" Nedolos put one hand behind his bent back, the other holding the door handle, waiting for Helmet to finish before quickly shutting the door. "The hunting contest is held in the northern mountain range of the camp, and the group activities are spread across 12 locations around. Since it happens every year, unless there's a reason to change, it stays the same." Hearing the answer, Helmet nodded. It was late now. Bothering others at midnight wasn't polite. He said a word, "Thank you, sir." Then he turned and left, but his eyes still glanced back at the wooden house. "What's so special about this forest?" Nedolos placed one hand behind his hunched back, the other gripping the door handle, waiting for my answer before he immediately shut it. "The hunting contest is held in the northern mountain range of the camp, and group activities are divided evenly into 12 locations around. Since it's held every year, unless there's a reason to change, it stays the same." After hearing the answer, he nodded. It was late. Bothering others at midnight wouldn't be right. He said a word, "Thank you," then turned to leave, but his eyes still glanced toward the wooden house. Too many unexplained oddities, but there's no reason for him to stay any longer. That old man. Behind the wooden door, the light was still on. Helmet pondered that he couldn't sense any scent from him. He really was the manager of this campsite. The next second, Helmet's eyes widened, pupils shrinking, a classic sign of high alert, but his gut still pointed to that guy. What should I do? Maybe if threatened, he'd spill the beans. Helmet's hand lightly touched the sword sheath. He was thinking about taking him out. Better to be wrong than miss a threat. But right now, Helmet wasn't alone. There were still all the trainees behind him. He had to drop that idea. Acting on his own wasn't smart since he wasn't the only one here. Helmet headed back the way he came, quickly catching a flickering firelight on his body. I just need to attack head-on when he shows his true colors. He can't hide forever. Unexpectedly, while he was thinking, Pachika appeared right in front of him, having just taken down the team members. Look, Wesley and Asuka's faces were swollen up. "Ugh, please spare us." Helmet froze. Meanwhile, Pachika's expression was like a wrathful goddess staring him down, her lion-like roar echoing through the night. "Helmet, what's going on here?" Cut to the next scene. The next morning, everyone woke up and gathered in full formation under the blazing sun. The trainees were sweating buckets. Even Wei, sitting in the shade, felt the heat, fanning himself like a windmill. Unlike the others, Helmut was extremely calm, like this scorching weather didn't faze him, holding a bow in his hand. He scanned all the trainees once before speaking up. Looks like everyone's here. I'll introduce the hunting contest now. He spoke clearly and loudly. No long speeches. The most important thing is to stay alert and keep yourselves safe. Don't shoot arrows recklessly. Make sure your targets are confirmed. While he spoke, Bake glanced anxiously at W, who looked like he was about to pass out from the heat, ready to step in if anyone got hurt. You'll go in pairs. If anyone gets injured, your teammate must report immediately to Professor W using the communication crystal. He continued his briefing with a serious face. You'll be equipped with bows, maps, and food before the contest starts. Also, you can use your own bows. Len's announcement of the contest rules made the trainees burst with excitement. Rankings would be decided based on your results. Prizes would be awarded afterward. Give it your all. After finishing, Men raised his hand to ask, Sir, does the person who hunts the most beasts win? He pointed at himself, nodding, asking if that was right. If you think you can rank high just by hunting a lot, forget it. Len mercilessly shattered their dreams, leaving the trainees stunned. He explained that each prey has a different value. For example, foxes are worth more points than rabbits, and bears are worth more than foxes. The rarity of the animal also increases its value. Done. Len folded his arms and gave the final reminder. If there are no more questions, let's begin. The contest will last until 5 in the afternoon. It gets dark faster in the forest. Remember to keep track of time. Asuka sighed in relief, taking it easy. No matter what, I'm gonna win. He smirked with a provocative smile, casually resting his hand on Helmut's shoulder, declaring, We're definitely winning. Seeing these two team up, Wesley and Basin immediately felt unfair. Asuka, the class leader, teaming up with someone else. Where's the fairness in that, Professor? I think it's kinda unfair, but since we got to pick our own teams, the teacher didn't intervene. They complained weakly. But Asuka was super provocative, turning to Helmut. If you guys think it's unfair, just use your powers to beat us. If you don't want to deal with trouble, then stay out of our way. The other two could only fume, but couldn't do anything. The sky was still bright and blazing as ever. Asuka raised his index finger. Hey, Helmut, you know if we team up, our squad will be the strongest in the whole department. Asuka was smug, meaning first and second place would be ours. What do you think? Should we fight for first place? Helmut wasn't as childish as Asuka. He had his own thoughts. Thankful there weren't many people with them. But if the Black Eagle attacks, he'd have to push Asuka aside to avoid dragging him into trouble. Seeing Helmut not going along with him, Asuka stopped being cocky. Just wandering around like this isn't the way. He trailed closely behind Helmut, whining. You know any good spots? You're really good at this stuff. Why should I tell you? Suddenly Helmut had an idea. Seeing Asuka cling on relentlessly, he glanced back and thought he could get rid of him sooner by giving him some prey. Thinking about this made him more excited. All right, follow me. Asuka, clueless, happily agreed. That's more like it. Show me the way. Who knows how far they went? A clear, babbling stream appeared. Oh, not just a stream, this was the base of a waterfall. The natural beauty and the roaring sound of the falls. Helmut and Asuka peeked out from behind some bushes. Helmut explained, Where there's water, there are probably lots of animals. Waiting for prey to come drink makes hunting easier. Asuka disagreed. If we just wait, who knows when they'll show up? Isn't it faster to go find them? Helmut pointed out. If we move, the prey might notice and run away. He glanced at hot-headed Asuka. Hunting requires patience. You should use this chance to get used to it. I'm already very patient. Helmut shared what he noticed. When I walked here, I saw fresh claw marks on a tree. There must be wild animals nearby. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished, a wild animal appeared near the stream. The prey might notice and run away. He glanced at the hot-headed Asuka. Hunting requires patience. You should use this chance to get familiar. I've been very patient. Helmut said what he noticed. When I walked here, I saw fresh claw marks on the tree. There must be wild animals nearby. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a wild animal appeared near the stream. It was a brown bear that had just caught a fish to eat. It seemed to sense the presence of another creature. It lifted its head cautiously. Helmut gently raised his bow, his other hand reaching back to grab an arrow. It showed up earlier than I thought. Asuka was excited. That bear's pretty big. Let's take it down. Count to 3, then we shoot together. You ready, Helmut? Both of them raised their bows, pulling the strings tight, aiming. Asuka started the countdown. 1. Helmut hesitated for a moment, forgetting one thing. Wait, what if hunting triggers his dark energy to react? Whatever. The bowstring was already drawn. No time to hesitate. Asuka counted down to 3, and 2 arrows flew from Asuka and Helmut. One arrow pierced the bear's bicep. The other sadly missed and hit the ground. The bear bled, roaring loudly through the forest. It screamed in pain and looked at its prey fleeing. Asuka jumped back. Ah, it got away. What's wrong, Helmet? We should have caught it. No way I'm letting prey slip right in front of me. Asuka jumped out, shouting, "Stop right there!" 2 arrows from him shot straight at the bear, but both missed. Not discouraged, Asuka grabbed another arrow. This time, he infused his magic into the arrow, and it flew straight, piercing deep into the bear. It let out a terrified roar and collapsed. Asuka landed on the ground at the same time. He clenched his fists and cheered. "Haha, got it." Unexpectedly, the bear that had just fallen let out another roar. This time the roar echoed through the whole forest. Asuka froze. Helmet came out of the bushes and approached him. "Asuka, wait. Yeah, hold on. Is that the sound of bears?" Helmet didn't rush to conclusions, just looked up at the dense forest ahead. Only then did Helmet realize what it was, and was stunned. He hurried toward the source of the sound, not forgetting to shout back, "No, that's not a bear sound. You handle the prey. I'll go alone." Taken aback by Helmet's sudden move, Asuka stood dumbfounded, only able to call out, "Huh? What? Wait, Helmet." Helmet's face was serious, his speed increasing. Could it be that a large branch in front of him suddenly, a gust of wind whooshed past, shaking the branch and scattering leaves everywhere? It darted swiftly from branch to branch. Finally, it landed on a yellow-leafed tree, and that gust of wind was Helmut. Because the movement was so fast, it left only a blur like a whirlwind, planning to keep patrolling. But what caught his eye below was the familiar blonde head, and someone else was lying sprawled next to him. Helmut lowered his stance, focusing on the other person's condition. Darien had no idea Helmet was nearby. He trembled, holding the orb in his hands. "How the hell do you even use this thing?" "I can't activate the communication crystal." Suddenly, Helmet jumped down behind Darien not far away. Darien's tense state meant even a small noise made him shout out loud. Turning sharply to see Helmet, he slowly relaxed. "Helmet, what are you doing here?" Helmet stepped closer. Helmet also realized why the other guy was lying on the ground. It was Bane, caught in a bear trap clamped tight on his calf. The pain made Bane tremble violently. Helmet was shocked. That trap. Darien looked at Bane's condition fearfully. Then he looked to Helmet for help. "Helmet, help him get out of that trap." Helmet obviously refused. While explaining, he pulled out his quiver to free his hands. "No way. If I just yank it out, he'll lose a lot of blood. Let me handle it. You wait here." Helmet went straight through some bushes, carefully feeling around. Very quickly, he found what he was looking for. He grabbed it, popped it into his mouth, and chewed fiercely. After a while, the taste was a bit off. Helmet spat it out, then stepped on a nearby plant that looked similar to the one before. He chewed that one too. This time it seemed right. He didn't forget to pick up 2 stones, then headed back with those items. Darien anxiously waited and saw Helmet return holding those strange things. He asked curiously, "Dude, what's that for?" Helmet didn't answer him. He took out his water bottle and poured water over the 2 stones to clean them. Kneeling on one knee, he handed Darien the water bottle. Then he placed 1 stone on the ground and put the plant he just picked on top, crushing the other stone in his hand. Watching Helmet's whole process, Darien stood there wide-eyed, frozen like a statue. When Helmet finished, he looked at Darien still standing dumbfounded and asked, "You're close with Bane, right?" Seeing Helmet start a conversation, Darien quickly replied, "Yeah, why? Why are you asking?" Without explaining, Helmet tore open Darien's outer cloak, making him wince and clutch the ripped spot, speechless. Ignoring Darien, Helmet continued his rescue work. He tied the torn fabric tightly about 2 centimeters from the wound's edge, then he reached for an arrow. Only now did Helmet explain his plan to the regretful Darien. "I'm going to break the trap to save him. You hold him still, don't let him move." "Ah, okay, got it." Helmet infused magic into the arrow, then swung it straight into the bear trap. A sharp metallic clang rang out. At the same time, Helmet's pupils contracted slightly. He grabbed the wobbling trap that dropped some parts and examined it closely. Bane, affected by the impact, was now pale and in intense pain. Darien caught him, unable to watch and shut his eyes tight. With a swift sound, the bear trap flew off along Helmet's arc. He took the crushed grass, dabbed a little on his fingertips. Helmet rolled up Bane's pant leg, then applied the crushed grass into the wound. The pain made Bane cry out in his throat. His whole body trembled. Darien had no idea where Helmet got that wild grass or why he was putting it on Bane's wound. He stared at Helmet silently the whole time. Helmet sensed Darien's gaze. He slowly explained, "This leaf stops bleeding really well. This amount should hold him until I get back to camp." Seeing Darien still frozen, he reminded him, "Now hurry and contact Professor Dway." Darien was stunned, quickly grabbed the crystal orb. "Oh, right, almost forgot." Bane's face still looked bad. He kept clenching his teeth to hold back groans. Helmet observed Bane's expression silently. He glanced at the trap he had thrown earlier, the sharp iron teeth still stained with Bane's blood. Honestly, he was prepared for something worse. But for that bastard, this was just a game. Looking at the scattered parts, Helmet concluded the trap was intentionally loose, otherwise Bane's leg would have been ruined. Thinking this, he sighed deeply. This trap wasn't aimed at him, but these noble brats are careless, giving him a headache. What to do now? At that moment, Helmet heard a noise behind him and suddenly remembered something. Right. Asuka was still alone. Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, a hand reached out from the forest. It was Asuka, whom he had completely forgotten, looking utterly exhausted and struggling. So frustrated, Asuka screamed wildly. "Hey Helmet, don't you know what teammates are? How can you just leave like that? At least explain before you go." Helmet sighed in relief, seeing Asuka was okay, but Asuka's eyes were watery. He angrily shot back. "I was going slow and you just ran ahead?" After venting, Asuka noticed Darien was here too. Seeing Darien's even worse state, he asked, confused, "Why do you look so wrecked?" Darien didn't know what to say. He put the crystal orb away and reported to Helmet. "I've contacted the professor. She'll be here soon. Everything's been handled properly." Darien finally relaxed. "Helmet, you're really good." Staying calm in this situation, I was freaking out, didn't know what to do. Helmet didn't think it was anything extraordinary. I simply replied, "I've been through this before. You can't just brush it off like you do. This is a matter of life and death." Helmet bowed his head in gratitude. "Thanks for saving my dad." "Helmet, I swear on my noble honor, I will never forget what you did today." Suddenly getting such a formal thank you, Helmet was stunned, wearing a goofy expression as he looked at Wesley. Then he calmly explained, "It wasn't me. Professor W is the one who will save Bane. He needs to be checked immediately, or the infection will get worse." Wesley stammered. "You're right." Helmet stood up, obviously still a bit embarrassed but not showing it. "Thanks, huh? That's the first time I've heard that since coming to the academy." The sky above was still clear, the hot sunlight shining straight down onto the dense forest below. An old hand was casting healing magic on Bane's wound. Obviously, Dway had come in response to Wesley's call for help. After finishing treatment, he praised, "You all did a great job with the first aid, so I didn't have to do much." Hearing this from Dway, Wesley exhaled deeply, clutching his weak heart to soothe it. Ba Chica also came with Dway. She knew who made this trap, so she smiled at Helmet. "Good job, Helmet." Ba Chica also noticed the trap hidden at the tree root. "Turns out there really was a trap like you said, meaning someone deliberately set it here. I'll send a complaint letter to the area manager." After praising and noting everything, she finally turned to Wesley to question him. "Wesley, do you know why your dad stepped on the trap?" He immediately replied, "Ah, yes." Wesley pointed in a direction. He saw something over there, ran toward it, stepped on the trap, and started yelling. "I don't know what made him run there so fast either." Bachika nodded. She started giving orders. "With Bane's condition, it's hard to keep hunting. Let's take him back to camp first." "I'll give you a hand, Wesley." "Yes." After instructing Wesley, she turned to the two young men and said to Helmet and Asuka, "You two keep hunting. Be careful, there are probably more traps." Asuka confidently replied, "Heh, don't worry. We'll definitely bring back plenty of prey. No need to worry too much since Asuka had Helmet with him." Ba Chica then turned away. "All right, see you guys later." "Yes." After the dad left, Asuka talked to Helmet about earlier. "I caught the bear just now, so it's mine, right?" Helmet answered confidently. "Feel free, I won't fight you for it. I'll hunt on my own and head back first." Asuka was surprised. "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of stepping on traps?" Helmet glanced at him. "I won't fall for traps like that. If I'm still here, someone else will definitely get caught." Realizing something was off, Asuka was shocked. Since Helmet already knew the reason, Asuka didn't argue further. "Goodbye, Helmet. I'm heading out first. Don't push yourself too hard. Hunt whatever you can and then come back." "Yeah." Helmet stared intently, waiting until Asuka's back disappeared before dashing off like the wind. Determination flashed in Helmet's eyes. "Lucky, this is my chance." If he had controlled the situation like this from the start, he might still be nearby. His vision darkened ahead. He had to focus. Time to find his hiding spot and enhance my senses to search around. Without hesitation, Helmet entered a trance-like state, magical energy weaving around him. Suddenly, a deadly beam flew toward him. He opened his eyes wide, sensing danger. Right at his neck was a fishing line. Drawing his magic-imbued bow, he sliced the line in half. The taut line snapped, wildly whipping back and hitting two trees behind him. Amid the blurred forest from his swift movement, Helmet's body tilted sharply to the side, sliding across the ground. His cloak and hair whipped wildly in the wind, leaving a thick cloud of dust behind. Then he stood up, looking at the two sturdy trees deeply cut by the fishing lines. Helmet frowned. "It's a trap." The nearly transparent thin line had cut nearly halfway through the thick tree trunks. Helmet stood frozen, staring at the deeply cut trees. He squinted carefully. The fishing line floated in the cool breeze, glinting as light hit it. Helmet approached and grabbed the line. He suddenly recalled the earlier path, slightly panicked. Luckily, Bane didn't step on this trap, or he would have been seriously injured. Thinking about how carefully the enemy set these traps, Helmet carefully scanned the surroundings. There might be other mechanisms, but none were visible nearby. Looking around, he finally saw it. Not far away, a black shadow moved behind the trees, a deer. It was tightly bound by fishing lines on all four limbs, struggling but unable to escape. Helmet realized this was bait. Bane could have fallen for this trick too. Even while hunting the one targeting him, he didn't forget the contest he was in. Helmet reached for an arrow on his back. "I'll just take this deer then." He knocked the arrow, drew the silver string tight, and aimed at the unlucky deer. A twang, then the scene shifted. The contest was nearing its end. All the students had gathered at the starting point with their hunted prey. All the unlucky animals lay flat on a tarp. Next to them were the names of each student, obviously their trophies. Most were rabbits or foxes, mostly small game, but when their eyes landed on one name, the massive brown bear carcass shocked them. Chica was holding the list. She was a bit stunned. Helmet and a few other trainees showed almost the same expression. I was shocked. Even though the truth was right in front of me, I just couldn't believe it. For real? Did Asuka really hunt that bear? Is there actually a bear in this forest? Everyone's words of praise mixed with surprise made Asuka puff up with pride. Suddenly, remembering who Asuka's teammates were, Helmet looked at him with suspicion. Helmet put on a serious face, sitting by the fire and quietly comforting someone. Unless you're someone like Arya, the personal gym membership prize is pretty valuable. He should have hunted something bigger, but no, Helmet only hunted a deer. Len walked over to Helmet, assessed. Deer, huh? Deer meat really is delicious. After circling around and gathering results, Len stopped in one spot. He announced, "All right, everyone, gather up. I've evaluated your hunting results. Good job. Before I announce the winner, I'll reveal the prizes." Then he looked at the table filled with items and introduced each prize according to rank. 5th place would get 10 meal tickets for the academy. 4th place would receive a fancy pen and ink set. The trainees' eyes lit up more and more as the prizes were announced one by one. 3rd place would get 10 discount vouchers for the academy bookstore. The runner-up would receive a discount voucher for the personal gym. And the prize everyone was waiting for came next. Turning around with a sly smile, the champion will get all the prizes I just mentioned. Looking at the separate table piled high with the champion's rewards, it sparkled like it had a bling effect in the trainee's eyes. Asuka grinned smugly, secretly thinking his catch would win 1st place. He casually put his arm around Helmet's shoulder and whispered, "Ah, I don't think I need the pen and ink. You want it? If so, it's yours." Not keeping them waiting long, Len lowered his eyes to the paper and began announcing. "All right, now I'll announce the winner. 5th place." After a morning full of activity, night fell, and the whole forest fell silent. From above, you could see their campsite nestled among endless trees. The flickering firelight glowed, next to the carcasses of the animals they hunted earlier that morning. Helmet wore a serious expression, sitting by the fire and silently comforting someone. Unless you're someone like Arya, the personal gym prize is pretty valuable. Even if it's only for a week, it's still a lot for a hunting contest prize. Honestly, this wasn't really comforting Cam. Helmet used these words to mock Asuka, who was slumped over there, so no need to be disappointed. Runner-up Asuka. Frustrated, unfair, hurt, and shocked, these words summed up Asuka's state right now. Why? I caught a bear, a big bear. It's totally ridiculous that I only got 2nd place. What could be better than this? Andrew chuckled. But the white fox Brooke hunted definitely deserved the championship. Hearing that, Dino couldn't help but recall the scene when Brooke presented the item to the professor. Even the teachers exclaimed, "How did he manage to hunt a creature like that?" And Dino was impressed. At first, I even thought it was a legendary creature. Seeing Asuka so down, Helmet, rarely showing sympathy, comforted. "Asuka, didn't you want the personal gym? Besides, the gym is more useful than a pen and ink set." Asuka was disappointed but gave up. After all, it was just 2nd place. He glanced at Helmet, who was still calm. "Oh, right. You got a prize too, didn't you?" "Helmet, 10 meal tickets for the academy." Hearing Helmet's prize, Asuka shrugged. Not bad. The contest was over. Now it was time for the hungry class to cheer for whoever had the most meat. "But thanks to Asuka, we get to eat bear meat." Asuka nodded. "Yeah, I'm pretty tired too, so let those who didn't catch anything handle the meat." After some joking around, the mood in Helmet's team suddenly grew somber. Dino slowly took his eyes off the fire and said in a low voice, "It's lonely. 3 of them couldn't join us." After that, no one spoke anymore. Even Helmet was like that. He just stared at the fire, lost in his own world outside Basin. 2 others couldn't continue a few minutes after Bane was carried back to camp by Wesley. According to the report, Chica was responsible for guiding Wesley carrying Bane home. Suddenly, the bridge he was crossing collapsed, injuring him. There was also Mien. M got caught in a trap while hunting and broke his leg falling into a deep pit, so he was immediately taken back to the academy for proper treatment. All these events left only 5 people to participate and complete today's challenge. Dino was downcast. That's unlucky. Why does only our group get hit with bad luck? Andre agreed. The coach had already asked if the group needed to be changed. Helmet, you know the real reason here. He thought to himself, this probably wasn't a coincidence. It seemed certain someone was targeting each of them one by one. Judging by that person's actions and personality, he was pretty ruthless. He hesitated, biting his thin lips, wondering whether to tell everyone about this situation. Who says nobles don't have friendships? Dino sadly pondered. They're probably fine now. Asuka was different. After all, he wasn't that close to those 2 or 3 others. They're probably relaxing and snoring away in the academy dorms now. Meanwhile, we're still struggling to sleep and snore out here in the wild, just waiting for this activity to end quickly. Dino and Jam were left speechless, mouths wide open, as Asuka casually spoke with a teary tone. Does this person even have a heart? No words left for Asuka. Andre leaned on his hand, bored out of his mind. Tomorrow's the group activity. Hope there won't be any more traps. Diem just muttered an without the coach watching. It's lucky we can still get back safe. Helmet just sat quietly, watching them talk. Seeing everyone's spirits lifted, the words he was about to say caught in his throat. Better to stay silent. Speaking up would only make them worry more. He looked up at the sky, clouds, and moon, but it's all good. Helmet still heard the chatter about tomorrow's trip buzzing in his ears. We should get some sleep to be ready for tomorrow's activity. If we stick together, we'll be safe. And morning came fast. Today's group quickly gathered at another spot not far from the campsite. Each team captain got a map. Helmet checked it out, then pointed to the single red mark. That's where we're headed. It'll take about 4 hours to get there. After the briefing, he rolled up the map tight in his hand, holding the reins with the other, while the others mounted their horses. All right, let's roll. The dawn sun rose from the horizon, spreading its brilliant light across Snowy Mountain's peak. The whole space was bathed in warm golden glow, clouds drifting lazily over the rolling hills. In this vast nature, all sounds seemed swallowed by the calm, leaving only light, wind, and a stillness like time itself had stopped. Down below that majestic view, Diem seemed to spot something and called out to Helmet, the team captain. Come check this out. Asuka, riding beside him, also noticed. Looking toward the fork, there was a path leading to a clear spring pond. He suggested the spot to Helmet, saying it's a good place to rest. With water nearby, hard to find a spot like this in the wild. Helmet wasn't convinced yet. Quickly jumped off his horse, walked straight to the clear spring, cupped his hand to scoop water. He drank a sip, luckily. The water was pure, no contamination. That'd be dangerous if it happened during an escort mission. Asuka saw Helmet's action and threw out a sarcastic comment that left him speechless. What's up, thirsty that bad? Unlike Asuka the blockhead, Diem kinda got what Helmet was doing. He kept persuading, let's take a break here for a bit. We're moving fast. We might even get there in less than 4 hours, and we've got enough food from yesterday. Just gather some wood to make a fire. Dino stretched and groaned. Ugh, my back. Helmet pressed his lips. Everyone was waiting on his call. Finally, the team decided to camp here temporarily. A small tent and campfire were quickly set up. The 5 of them circled around, but the atmosphere was dead silent, faces all gloomy with zero excitement. Helmet took in everyone's expressions, sighed. They all looked so down. Understandable though, since 3 teammates had to return to the academy injured, sitting here wasn't solving anything. Helmet stood up, looking for an excuse to leave. Where you going? The fire's dying. I'm going to find more wood. Asuka jumped up like he found a straw, following Helmet closely. I'm coming too. It's exhausting staying with these guys. Helmet rolled his eyes, watching Asuka act carefree. Yeah, real annoying. Since night falls fast in the forest, Asuka bent down to pick up sticks, holding a bundle in his hands, then raised it to ask Helmet, is this enough? Helmet glanced and said, trying, but not really. Wet wood's hard to burn. Asuka grumbled. Wood's wood, but yeah, wet wood's tough. He kept searching. Maybe it's harder to see because it's dark. If we were in Baden, I'd definitely need sunglasses. Helmut stayed silent, ignoring him. Asuka got annoyed by Helmet ignoring him. Hey, at least say something, Helmet snapped. Better find the right wood. You're so clueless. Fed up. And with Helmet refusing to talk, Asuka started singing right there, drinking straight from the mountain water. We're going camping, eating, resting, then hitting the road. Helmet couldn't stand this anymore. Coldly said, Asuka, you scared me. Can't even sing? Helmet didn't reply, just shoved the whole bundle of wood he collected into Asuka's arms. He glanced sideways, grabbed it, then turned forward to walk. Asuka was confused. Why are you telling me to go ahead? Where are you going? Got something important to do right now. Yeah, Asuka snorted, waved it off, clearly not pushing further. All right, just don't make a fuss. No wonder he's been so quiet. As Asuka left, Helmet raised his guard even higher. Now only the dark forest surrounded him, moonlight occasionally shining through gaps in the big tree branches. Silver beams lit up the wild grass growing thick at the tree bases. In this peaceful scene, the sound of carving echoed non-stop. Helmet followed the noise, finally stopping. Half his face was swallowed by shadow. He looked at the other person grimly. Looks like you're satisfied with your prep, huh? Helmet kept a safe distance from the other guy, none other than Theo. He gripped his sword handle tightly. Theo saw his main guy arrive, didn't make any moves, just stopped what he was doing. Thanks. A smooth start. I appreciate you accepting the invite. And yet, he was super formal. Already had a seat ready for Helmet. We've got a lot to talk about. Now sit down. He also noticed there was a tree stump leveled beside him, so he plopped his ass down. The two were now face to face. Fiso's face was still hidden behind that clown mask. Impossible to tell what he was thinking. Right now, I'm feeling great because I finally get to meet you. Looking at Helmet's handsome face, he nodded in approval. But of course, I've been watching your face all this time, the feeling of meeting the predator who's targeting me for the first time. Helmet didn't even bother to care about the threatening undertone in his words. You're playing a risky game. Your mask is weird, like you're not confident in your own face. Helmet's words made Feso pause for a few seconds, then he acted like it was nothing. Helmet, you're very different from what others say. He raised a sharp wooden spike he carved, pointing it at him menacingly. Most people who realize they're being hunted would run away immediately. But you dare bare your fangs at me, constantly tracking my position. This attitude's like you're the real predator. Helmet stayed silent, showing no fear, just sitting there waiting for him to continue. Feso put his hands in his pockets, fumbling for something. The reason I showed myself is to give you one last chance. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly threw something. It shot straight between Helmet's legs. Helmet instinctively grabbed the hilt of his sword, but in front of him was just a wriggling grub. Feso was clearly pleased with Helmet's reaction, raising a finger to point at him and introduce himself. Ah, I'm one of the elite forces directly commanded by Blackhawk, the dark clown of Hawkeye. His tone was extremely arrogant. I have the right to recruit talented people into Blackhawk. If you want to join, swallow this grub. He called it recruitment, but it sounded more like a forced conscription. He continued, if you don't take the medicine we provide, it will gnaw away your internal organs. But don't worry, no side effects if you refuse. Feso ended with a warning. Then my subordinates will gladly take care of all your friends. Think carefully. Helmet was silent for a few seconds, then frowned and replied, Lies, you're not the type to use others recklessly. Hearing that, Feso's mood shifted slightly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He obviously didn't want to reveal any info, continuing to ask, is it okay to recklessly deal with nobles like this? Some nobles are important and should be handled early. Don't worry. Helmet was silent, implying he meant the three, Wesley, Men, and Basin. Feso cut him off, pointing to his temple. Don't overthink it. Helmet, you have no other choice but to accept my offer. The grub kept wriggling on the ground. Helmet lowered his gaze to it like it was filth, his eyes flashing cold light, then slowly closed them. Everyone thought he'd surrendered, but Helmet spoke again, catching Feso's attention. You said we have a lot in common before. The grub on the ground flipped over after wriggling for a bit, but hadn't crawled far before a heavy stomp smashed it into a mushy mess. Helmet turned, sheathing his sword, the killing intent spreading from his eyes. So it seems you haven't studied me well enough. With that, Helmet dashed like lightning toward the stunned Feso. He wasn't easy prey either, swinging his arm without hesitation. The sharpened wooden stake Feso had prepared flew straight into a hidden mechanism in a tree trunk. Immediately, hundreds of fishing lines shot up from the ground, left and right. Obviously, he'd set many traps. Like a spider web, they intertwined to block Helmet's path, but he didn't hesitate, rushing forward and swinging his sword. With a single slash, all the lines were skillfully cut into pieces by Helmet. With nothing blocking him, he kicked off the air, facing Feso head-on. By now, Feso no longer dared to sit there calmly. Helmet's eyes widened. Every word he spoke sent chills down the spine. Everything would end if I finished you off right here, right? He increased the force of his slash, cutting Feso in half. But Feso was like a death spirit that dispersed to both sides along Helmet's clean strike, leaving him stunned, while Feso calmly reformed not far from Helmet. He glanced at where Feso stood. Feso leisurely raised a sharp dagger to the fishing line. You wasted your only chance. You won't survive leaving this forest. He applied more force, and the line snapped in two. That was the hidden mechanism to trigger the trap. Hundreds of hidden weapons rained down from above Helmet's head. Helmet looked up in shock. Meanwhile, at Helmet's temporary camp, dishes were set on the wooden table. Suddenly, a violent tremor made everything shift. Dien jumped in alarm, sitting still. Seeing the glass stop shaking, he turned to ask the others, Did you guys hear something? Could it be a landslide? Asuka wasn't sure, but it wasn't raining, so how could there be a landslide? Andre chimed in. Where's Helmet? Why hasn't he come back yet? Asuka didn't care much. tossing another dry branch into the fire to keep it going. Seems like he went to clear his head. Nothing could harm him, right? Just then, Dino returned, carrying a bunch of dry grass. Dien was surprised and asked, "Weren't you supposed to feed the horses? Why bring grass back?" But Dino's next words confused everyone even more. "Hey guys, are the horse ties somewhere else? I didn't see any." Dim Mew replied, "No, we didn't touch the horses," Dino asked urgently. "But there weren't any horses there. How could that be?" When the group arrived at the hitching post, only the cut rope remained. Asuka and Dim were stunned to see no horses in sight. Dim stammered, "Could the rope have come loose?" Asuka couldn't believe her eyes either. How could 5 horses vanish without a sound, without a trace? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the darkness, making all 4 jump. Dim and Asuka stood closest to the sound source. Both slowly turned their heads, nerves stretched to the breaking point. Sure enough, a shadowy figure gradually emerged from the darkness. They held their breath, waiting for the figure to step into the moonlight. It was Helmut. His whole body looked battered and wild, breathing raggedly, clearly a look none of them had ever seen before. Asuka recognized him as their captain, who had disappeared for hours, and shouted, "Helmut, you scared me." Andrew, unlike Asuka, the blockhead, remembered something more important and asked urgently, "Hey, have you seen our horses? Wait, why do you look so wrecked?" Helmut hadn't answered anyone yet, just looked around. "Are all of you here?" Seeing his random question, Dim stuttered, Yeah, what's going on?" Seeing the worried faces of his team, Helmut hesitated, thinking maybe it was better to tell them the truth. Finally, he decided to share the truth, so at least knowing there's danger, they'd be more alert. "Let's gather for a bit. I have something to say." Back at the campfire, the group stopped. The fire still burned because they'd added dry wood in time. A tense atmosphere hung over the team, everyone looking serious. Dim thought for a moment, unconsciously stroking his sharp chin. "So basically, you took care of the Black Eagle, and now they've sent an assassin to take out all of us and our friends who were sent back to the academy." Helmut nodded. "Exactly." Andrew was shocked. His whole body froze in fear, unable to believe it. "So that's why they were injured and returned to the academy." Dim trembled. He was the one reacting the most. Wait, but why us? We didn't do anything to draw the Black Eagle's attention. Why do we have to leave just because of your problem?" Immediately, Asuka slammed a hard slap on Jam's neck from behind. "Shut up, you idiot! We don't even know for sure if we're being targeted yet." After schooling Jam, Asuka's serious expression guessed maybe Sapbat still held a grudge against him. Helmut quickly dismissed that. "No, I don't think that's it." Finally, Helmut revealed his true identity to everyone. "I used to be a mercenary before joining the academy and took out some members of the Black Eagle. Maybe that's why they tracked me here." Thinking back to when he was alone, one hand holding a bow, the other a sword, taking down 3 Black Eagle guys at once, he had been pretty ruthless. Unexpectedly, Helmut's casual words stunned the group. Dim seemed unable to believe what he heard, quickly asking, "You took out Black Eagle members? Really? How many did you take down for them to follow you like this?" Helmut closed his eyes. "Not as many as you think, just some low-tier mercs." Carried away by Jay, Helmut almost went off topic, but his reason quickly came back. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. But what's normal for me is like a superhero Gao saving the world." Everyone's faces lit up. The group buzzed excitedly. "So you took out more than I thought. You've got real combat experience. No wonder you're better than us." Seeing them regain spirit just from a past story, Helmut thought, yeah, they'll become warriors too. And Jay's words earlier clearly caught Helmut's attention. "Yeah, like you said, you don't have to bear this because of me. So whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for everything." Contrary to Helmut's calm, Andrew disagreed. "You plan to face that assassin alone? Are you sure that's wise? Or should we report this to the trainer first?" Dim agreed too, looking at Asuka. "Asuka, you're the one with the communication crystal, right? Use it now." Most agreed with this. Asuka reached into his pocket, fumbling. Let me see." What a surprise! When he pulled his hand out, only 2 white cloth scraps sewn inside his pants pocket showed nothing else. Asuka froze, stiffly smiling. Heh, it's gone." Losing the communication crystal was like cutting off the team's lifeline. Dino and James took turns mocking him. "What? Are you crazy? It's gone. So what do we do now?" Asuka innocently wanted to leave. "Did you lose it on purpose? Maybe the assassin took it. We don't even know when he stole the horses." Andre, the second quietest after Helmut, looked to Helmut for guidance. "So what do we do now?" "Get out of here as fast as possible." This problem was tricky for him too. He might have set traps around here. Better not to go too deep into the darkness. It's hard to spot if perfectly hidden. After saying that, Helmut fell silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then he looked around and said, "Here's the plan. We leave at dawn. Even without horses, we can reach the trainer's place within 12 hours. Clearly with someone as sneaky as Fio." Of course, Helmut wasn't about to let us off that easy. He carefully pointed out Feizo's weak spots to his team so they'd be clear, but obviously, he wouldn't let us walk away without a fight. He also avoided facing me head-on. He knew if we fought fair and square, he couldn't beat me. At that, Helmut's face darkened. I'll watch the rear. He won't dare attack us recklessly. If he shows up and attacks, I'll take him down. Everyone's faces tensed up after hearing Helmut's plan, fully understanding the situation. If we don't follow his lead, their little lives probably won't make it through this camping trip. All right, got it. Helmut had nothing more to add. Standing up, he reminded us, okay, so we gotta start conserving energy right now. Moving and staying alert for 12 straight hours without rest is gonna be tough. Almost forgot about food. Do we still have enough? We gotta keep an eye on the supplies, too. No one added more firewood. The only flame replacing the moonlight was slowly dying down, but the flickering fire still lit up a certain area around their campsite. With a rustle, someone pulled back the tent flap and stepped out. It was DM and Dino. As soon as they stepped out, they noticed something. None other than Helmut. He sat hunched by the tent, clutching his sleepless sword, fully on guard duty. Helmut suddenly looked at the two. Why are you up already? Dino stretched and answered. We decided to take shifts sleeping, one person at a time. It's better to have more people watching than just one. Helmut disagreed. Don't waste energy. You need to save some for tomorrow too. DM smiled. Hey Helmut, we're warriors too. I can't just rely on others to protect me. That alone goes against a warrior's dignity. He looked at Helmut worriedly. Are you sure you don't want to sleep? Helmut bluntly replied. I can go 3 days without sleep. DM was speechless. He could tell the mood was getting heavier, so DM kept trying to break the tension. That assassin must be scared of you, Helmut. They still haven't dared to show themselves. But Helmut didn't get DM's worries. He seriously warned, don't let your guard down because of that. He's not the type to lose his prey easily. DM was so frustrated it was funny. Yeah, I know, it's just too quiet. While talking, DM suddenly noticed the silence around them. He looked down at where Helmut was sitting and saw him signaling for silence. Dino and James tensed up immediately, their breaths caught. In the dark, near the gloomy forest edge, the rustling sound of wild grass grew louder. All three took defensive stances with swords, eyes fixed on that direction. Helmut waved his hand, signaling James and Dino not to act hastily. Then the scene gradually appeared. A brown horse's rear was moving. It was calmly chewing on some grass. DM was surprised to see it. Hey, that's my horse. Suddenly, a familiar aura made Helmut alert. He immediately turned and shouted, Gee, Dino, run fast. But it was too late. Feizo had somehow already dangled his whole body down. His messy red hair hung in front of Dino, who stood frozen. He reached out, 10 sharp fingers aiming for Dino's neck. Dino slowly looked up. What hit his eyes were 2 demonic hands reaching out. Helmut shielded Jay behind him, stunned, watching Fei's next move. He quickly grabbed Dino's collar, lifted him up. His other hand threw a bunch of bombs toward Helmut. Alongside the bomb explosions came Dino's screams. The scene replayed in their minds. When the bombs were thrown straight at the two, Helmut shouted Dino's name, Dino. The explosions created thick smoke. Vision was completely blocked. When the dust settled, he struggled to open his eyes. Obviously, the loud noise fully woke the others. Asuka called out from the tent, The dust's drifting here too, so cover your nose. What was that? Why is there so much smoke? Vision blurred. Duyen's hands started trembling. He clutched his head tightly. Screams mixed with fear and pain escaped. Helmut stayed calm. He'd seen this kind of situation many times before. DM stayed composed. It's just smoke bombs. We don't know when he'll strike again, so stay alert. Even as a warrior, seeing friends captured right before his eyes, he couldn't help but panic. Dino had been taken by that guy. Helmut patiently reassured, I saw he was still conscious when captured. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it from the start. He gently placed a hand on DM's back to comfort him. Dino's not going to give up his life that easily. If you don't want to go, we have to stick together, DM gasped. Sweat poured down like rain. Asuka and Andrew ran over from the tent. What happened? Where's Dino? Hand Jay over to Andrew. Helmut silently looked at the still panicked boy. This is bad. He knows how to mess with people's minds, and he's got way more experience than us. After confirming no one was hurt, Asuka finally remembered to watch their surroundings. Where did he disappear to? The boy stammered. I don't know. Maybe he's still nearby. James's legs were still weak. He clung to Andrew. What do we do now? We can't leave Dino alone. Knowing that, Andrew didn't know what to do either. But how do we find Dino? DM challenged. You planning to run away? Seeing Andrew silent, he looked at Helmut in disbelief. Helmut, you're not gonna leave Dino behind, right? Helmut shook his head. Now's not the time. He frowned, calculating that if they stuck together, they'd be trapped in the palm of that guy's hand. But if I go rescue Dino alone, it'll be hard to keep an eye on the others. When Darian heard Helmut say that, he completely broke down. Damn it. Why does this have to happen to us? Then, he spun around and grabbed Helmut by the collar. Darian's tone was full of bitter resentment. Helmet, all of this is your fault. If you even think about leaving him behind, I swear I will. Andre saw the tension and quickly rushed over to mediate. Hey, this isn't the time to blame Helmet. Calm down and think it through. Helmet pulled back his emotions, didn't push Darian away, just looked at him coldly and spoke each word clearly. Of course, I won't abandon Dino, but I also don't want to risk everyone else's lives just to save one person. Helmet's words sent a chill down James' spine. What I can do now is make sure you all survive. Darian angrily raised his hand, about to punch him. So you want to leave Dino behind, huh? Andre stood behind Darian, struggling to hold him back. Calm down, you're going too far. Pulling Darian away, Helmet calmly reached out and fixed his collar. Hand Jay over to Asuka to take back to the tent. Andrew carefully approached Helmet. This really is a bad situation. You okay, Helmet? Yeah, what James said isn't entirely wrong. Andre sincerely shared his opinion. Helmet, it's not that I don't agree with you, but I feel the same way. No matter what, we can't just leave Dino behind. He spoke calmly. Once we've all cooled down, let's talk this through. We'll find a way if we discuss it together. Helmet sighed deeply, feeling there was no other way. The night was still there. The moon hung quietly overhead, and the fire flickered brightly. Helmet stood frozen, staring intently at the flames. After calming down, Darian stepped up to Helmet, stammering. Then pushing past his awkwardness, Darian sincerely bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Helmet. I was too scared and lost my mind. Helmet didn't respond to the apology, just stood up. He turned and looked straight at the three of them. Now, I want to ask you a few things. His gaze was cold as he looked at them. In this situation, we have no idea where Dino is and can't guarantee that everyone will survive and come back after finding him. Honestly, I think survival is almost impossible. At this life or death moment, Helmet looked at James suspiciously. You still think we can't leave Dino behind? Darian placed his hand on his chest and spoke earnestly. Dino and I have been friends since we were kids. I can't just leave him alone here. Andrew and Asuka felt the same. I agree too. Leaving a teammate behind in danger is shameful. Even though I'm not close with him, I can't just run away. Helmet silently stared at the three of them for a few seconds, then finally relented. All right, the decision's made then, he announced, seriously. From now on, there's no time to sleep. We have to figure out how to defeat the assassin and save Dino. As he spoke, Helmet's eyes flashed with terror. He reacted extremely fast, drawing his sword from its sheath just as a hidden weapon flew toward him. The thing spun wildly in the air from Helmet's force, then slammed hard into the ground. Only then did they realize it was an arrow. Andrew blurted out, What? What was that? Asuka quickly snapped back to focus and pointed, There's something tied to the arrowhead. As the dust settled, a cloth pouch tied to the arrow appeared. Helmet curiously picked it up and carefully opened it to see what was inside. Andrew leaned in to look too, then his face went pale. Inside the pouch was a severed human finger. Andrew stammered in horror. That's a human finger? Helmet looked away, unable to tell if it was Dino's finger or not. Darian shivered all over. How could anyone know? But in this situation, it was obvious Darian was thinking the worst. His whole body stiffened. Could it be that Dino was? Helmet cut him off, grabbing the pouch's string and tightening it. Not yet. This finger was cut while still bleeding. At least we can confirm he was alive when it was severed. Helmet frowned. And maybe the assassin isn't ready to deal with us yet. Andrew was silent for a moment, his eyes uncontrollably watching the pouch holding his friend's finger. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual poking out from one corner. He shouted, Wait, Helmet, look closely. There's something else inside the pouch. Helmet immediately reached in and pulled out a map, with a note written on it. If you want to save your friend, come alone to the marked location before sunrise. Helmet bent down, staring intently at the map on the table. Andre stroked his chin thoughtfully. Where is that? On the cliff? Darian looked at the spot, feeling it was somewhat familiar. I passed by a few places on the way here. Let me check. The map was quickly handed to him. Asuka stood beside him, peeking over his shoulder. Darian pointed on the map. This is the big rocky hill. How far is it? Helmet immediately answered. If we run, about 15 minutes. Asuka's mouth dropped open. Wait, run? Are you serious? Yeah. Andrew stayed in his previous position. What do you think he's planning? Asuka asked calmly. It's obvious. He wants to separate Helmet from us. Darian looked at Helmet determinedly. Helmet, don't listen to him. We can go together to save Dino and take down that assassin. Unexpectedly, Andre, usually the voice of reason, opposed this time. Wait, if we act recklessly, Dino might be in even more danger. It's better to follow his instructions for now. He slammed one hand on the table, because that was our only choice. Helmet will go alone to rescue Dino, and we have to wait until he comes back. Helmet obviously had no problem with that. His eyes flicked over the three faces before him. Me going alone is fine, but the assassin will definitely target you guys first. Asuka sighed, crossing her arms over her chest. We just gotta wait for 30 minutes until you get back, right? Then the three of us will be enough. Honestly, I wanted to face him head-on too, but what could I do? He said mysteriously. Then he added, besides, I just came up with this plan. Suddenly, a blockhead like Asuka having a plan shocked Helmut, Andrew, and James. A silent night sky appeared, a bright full moon hanging suspended against the deep blue backdrop. The moon's gentle light filtered through thick tree branches, creating a peaceful, almost eerie scene. Suddenly, the night was ripped apart. The wind howled fiercely through the quiet forest, rushing like something moving at breakneck speed. It swept through the space like a tornado, shaking the treetops with its fierce gusts. And all that action came from Helmut. He jumped out from the forest, stepping onto the cracked, barren ground where no one else was but Dino, lying there alone. Helmut's cold, sharp eyes dropped down from above. His uniform was neat, sword sheathed at his side, his serious gaze and hair blowing in the wind. Dino seemed unconscious. When Helmut landed with a thud, normally he'd be on high alert. His pale purple eyes calmly glanced left. To the left was just a wasteland. Helmut frowned, looking right, where there was a deep cliff. He lightly placed his hand on his sword hilt but guessed it wasn't there. He had to get Dino back fast. Step by careful step, he approached Dino. He gently shook Dino's shoulder, thinking Dino was just asleep. A slight smile appeared on Helmut's lips. Looks like you're enjoying yourself too much. Hey Dino, you awake? No time to waste. Not done yet. Helmut's eyes narrowed. A pale face with red-ringed eyes suddenly caught his attention. Helmut gritted his teeth and stepped back. Of course, Dino was no longer Dino. He sprang up, growling. Dino roared, his whole body swelling, his tight clothes flying apart. Helmut blinked and was already 3 feet away from Dino, defenseless. Helmut stared in shock at the incoming energy. This was magic power. Big trouble. Didn't expect him to use this method. A vortex of death energy appeared, like a greedy black hole sucking everything in. Magic power is pure chaos incarnate. If unrefined and uncontrolled magic power invades a normal body, because of that, if forcibly entered, into a human with pure energy already inside, the pure human energy and magic power will clash endlessly until one is destroyed. This causes extreme discomfort, and when the pure energy runs out, the human body stops functioning. That's what happened to Dino now. A monstrous leg, unlike a human's, appeared before Helmut. Dino, now 3 times his normal size, with glowing red eyes, stared at Helmut like prey. Helmut got into stance again, hand on his sword hilt. Dino had completely lost his mind. His human consciousness gone, he had truly turned into a demon. The next second, Dino lunged at Helmut. Moving too fast, Helmut only managed to draw his sword to block the attack, unable to retreat in time. The power gap was huge. Demon Dino struck Helmut with enough force to send him flying. Not letting up for a second, Dino pressed hard on the off-balance Helmut, throwing another punch at the captain. Bam! The ground and rocks shattered into pieces, dust flying into the air. Obviously, Helmut dodged the blow. He used the momentum to leap high and land not far away. Helmut pressed his lips, looking at what used to be his teammate. Though a lot of magic power had invaded him, Dino was still just a corrupted monster. Taking him down wouldn't be too hard. Glancing at the familiar face, Helmut hesitated a bit. But Dino was different now. No consciousness left, only rage and destruction. That roar just now made the dark seed in Helmut's heart ache slightly. He furrowed his brows, staring blankly at his own chest, rising and falling, then slowly shifted his gaze to Dino standing among the wreckage. That face had never lost its ferocity, a soulless, terrifying expression. Helmut placed his hand over his chest, right on his heart. He nervously looked up at Dino. The dark seed, long dormant, finally reacted to the pure magic power. His foot slammed down hard again, cracking the dry earth beneath. Dino charged straight at Helmut. Dino's moves were so fast they left afterimages. Helmut wasn't backing down either. He quickly countered Dino's attacks. Punches and sword strikes clashed continuously. Finally, Dino put all his strength into one last punch. The fist came close to Helmut's face, almost landing a hit. But no. Helmut simply tilted his head aside, and the punch smashed into the rock wall behind him. Just one punch, its force spreading across the rock surface, cracking it loudly. Then a bunch of rocks fell from above. Dino looked up dazed at Helmut, who obviously wouldn't miss this chance. Helmut swung his sword in a clean slash across Dino's calf, making him collapse on one leg, screaming in pain. Helmut was helpless against the deafening noise. "I'll get you out of here soon. Just lie there and meditate for a bit." Huge boulders hurtled toward Dino. Bloodshot veins showed in his dark eyes. Then the noise stopped, and the forest returned to its usual silence. After the shockwave, rubble kept falling, some stones rolling down the cliff. A hand appeared from the debris. Half of Dino's lower body was crushed under heavy rocks. He lay unconscious. Helmut stepped onto a rock to check the situation. He bent down, placing his hand on Dino's forehead. Helmut looked at his unconscious friend, then closed his eyes. He activated the dark seed. Because it was located in the heart, Helmut couldn't help but purse his lips tightly while activating it. The dark seed is a magic-absorbing seed. Although the magic was abundant, it was still much weaker than the magic in the primeval forest. The goal was to burn it all away. Dark energy rays from Dino's body were drawn into Helmut's palm. Gradually, Dino's body began to transform, reverting back to a normal human. Helmut didn't pull his hand away immediately. He was trying to suppress the dark energy inside Dino's body. When Helmut opened his eyes, the process was complete. He sighed in relief, his pale complexion gradually regaining vitality. Although faint, the magic power was quite large. Burning it all took time. Fesso not being here seemed like a blessing. Anyway, Dino was safe now, so they had to get out quickly. Thinking this, Helmut braced himself on his knees and stood up. He carefully pulled Dino's arms and dragged him out of the rubble. "Dino, I have to get you out. Hang in there. It's urgent. We have to move fast." Before he could finish, a loud noise shook the earth and sky. Helmut looked up. The ground around was crumbling. He jumped back in shock. Because of the earlier clash, the ground had collapsed. The massive cliff that once stood there had completely fallen due to human impact. Just like Helmut's dangerous situation, over here it was quieter but still tense. The sword was gripped tightly in hand. Asuka, Diem, and Andre stood back to back, not daring to move for a moment. Diem nervously asked, "What time is it now?" "Don't know. Damn it. But forget about Helmut for now. Don't expect much." Asuka tensed up, not letting his guard down just because nothing had happened here so far. "Our fun is just getting started." Then the main character they'd been waiting for finally appeared. Fesso held a strangely shaped knife in his hand, hesitating as he stepped out of the shadows, heading toward Asuka for a face-to-face confrontation. Fesso's clown mask now looked like a demon. Diem stood behind Asuka. He glanced nervously and stammered, "He's the one who cornered Dino." Asuka, though usually confident, now looked no different than Jaime. Hey, don't turn around. Keep looking forward. Don't mess up the plan I came up with." Asuka bit his lip, tense, recalling the conversation Helmut had before leaving. His invisibility skill was formidable. The four of them huddled to discuss. A normal person probably wouldn't detect him. "So, are you sure we can handle him?" Helmut wasn't sure, but that didn't mean he'd just lie down and die. He grabbed a stick and drew a simple diagram on the ground. "Then we use this formation. If you keep the surrounding area as open as possible and watch all three directions, we can defeat him." At that moment, Helmut's eyes flashed with killing intent. When the time came, Asuka did exactly as he said. Back to the present, Asuka watched Fesso's every step anxiously. He wasn't afraid of being outnumbered 3-1. He casually held up his hand and counted. 1, 2, 3. Huh. Fesso pondered. And the guy who's not here doesn't matter. These are the 4 guests left. Diem found what he said extremely confusing. The other 4 meant that this was something you did that made Asuka so mad he nearly lost it. "Please stop. Are you seriously gonna believe what the enemy says? Better just cover your ears." Seeing that, he chuckled. Hey, one of you's pretty brave. You're Asuka, and those 2 are Andre and Jaime." Then Feo bowed down, performing a simple bowing ritual. "Noble scum, allow me to introduce myself. Anyway, you don't know who I am. I'm Feo, a ruthless assassin. You've made the mistake of befriending the wrong person. I'm here to hunt him down." Asuka remained unmoved, standing still. He didn't even bother to pay attention and kept stirring the pot. "Even though I said that, taking on 2 nobles at once, even if they're Black Eagles, is way too risky, and I don't like risks." Feo flicked his index finger. "So I'm gonna make you an offer." What he said next made all 3 of Asuka sweat bullets. That name wasn't noble. "If you help me hunt him down, I'll spare the rest of you." That sentence hit Andrew and Jaime right in the brain. Having achieved his goal, Feo's tone rang out evenly. "Isn't this the perfect chance to get rid of that commoner from the Sword Academy who's been a thorn in your side? I promise to keep it secret. You just cover this up and say he left on his own. I'll only inflict moderate injuries to avoid suspicion." Asuka eagerly cut Feo off. Huh? Don't tell me you guys actually believe him. Hey, don't be stupid. He's trying to trick you. If you hear me, answer me." He glanced at Jaime. Obviously, Jaime's face darkened a bit. Jaime snapped back, annoyed. "No way, Asuka." Jaime's voice caught Feo's attention. He frowned. "Actually, I've come to my senses." Asuka stared at Jaime in shock, while Andre smiled when he heard that. Diem continued, raising his sword high, taunting, "You don't know a damn thing about that assassin. No idiot would ever use their own teammate as a scapegoat in battle. We'll beat you, and all 3 of us will make it back alive." Sure enough, Diem's words made Feo grim. He lowered his center of gravity. It's my fault for trying to negotiate with these fools from the Sword Academy. I'll do as you want. This place will be your grave." Asuka watched his stance and quickly warned the other 2. "He's about to attack. Everyone be careful." The next moment, his figure turned into streams of mist and vanished. This shocked Asuka. Before his eyes, Helmut had disappeared without a trace. Diem was terrified. "He's gone." Asuka lowered his chin, but kept his eyes fixed ahead. "Focus. He's just hiding himself. Not gone for good. We have no openings for him to exploit, so we can beat him." The 3 of them raised their alertness once again. After a while, their swords started trembling. Jam and Andrew's breathing became a bit erratic. The silence only made them more tense. Why isn't he attacking? Do you guys see anything? He's waiting for us to lose focus. Don't let your guard down. Diem's temper was quick to flare. Now he was getting impatient. Damn it. He's just playing with us. But as soon as Diem relaxed a bit, Helmut appeared out of nowhere, swinging his curved blade. Diem reacted lightning fast, raising his sword to block the deadly strike. The force was so strong he had to grit his teeth to hold it off. The attack failed, and Helmut vanished again. Diem, you okay? I'm fine. I blocked his blow. Helmut's voice echoed overhead. Damn, out of the three of you, you're the weakest. He spun in the air and declared, I'll deal with you first. Andre was tense. He was about to focus his attack on Diem. Diem, wait, but we didn't expect Helmut to use a feint, hitting Andrew instead. While he was still worried about Jam, Andrew shivered. This is bad. Luckily, he managed to block the strike, but his shoulder was bleeding badly. He let out a soft groan of pain. Asuka gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down from the tension. Damn it, we got tricked. Helmut lightly tapped the ground with his toe, acting like he was just toying with bugs. Though they bragged a lot, the Swordsmanship Academy's skills were worse than he thought, so he couldn't enjoy the hunt peacefully. He raised his curved sword, the clownish smile on his face making him look even weirder. From now on, I'll strike even faster. Hope you can handle it. Saying that, Helmut immediately slashed Asuka's shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. Like that, he jumped back and forth between the three of them, playing around. Except each time he jumped, one of them bled more, adding another wound. Seeing the three still swinging their swords to defend, Helmut's speed increased even more. By now, he was like a gust of wind, impossible to defend against, but they refused to give up. The three gripped their swords tight, struggling in their current state. Finally, dawn broke. Blood dripped down, pooling on the ground. Asuka, Andre, and Jam were all exhausted. Seeing their state, Helmut laughed joyfully. Haha, now you look better. This is what I call a hunt. Though it's just a game, I'm having a blast. Blood covered Andrew's shoulder and face. Diem wasn't much better off. Of course, Asuka, who took the most hits, looked pitiful. Asuka furrowed his brows and shouted, Looks like you're really enjoying our tough situation. If you end it now, you'll regret it. Asuka returned to his usual carefree look, smirking with a taunt. Don't touch those two anymore. Let's play one-on-one. You'll see it's way more fun. Even though he was out of breath, he forced a provoking smile. With these two holding me back, I can't fight at full strength. Helmut stared silently at Asuka. Seeing no response, Asuka repeated, pointing back at Andre and Jam. Let those two behind me go. Just you and me, all right? I'll show you the most spectacular show. The more he spoke, the more confident he looked. Helmut didn't respond immediately, just thoughtful. Andrew gasped and whispered, Asuka, he's finally making a different move. You want me to let them go? That's interesting. Helmut rested the curved blade on his shoulder and asked back, But why should I listen to you? I said it before, playing with me is way more fun. If someone's behind you, you can't swing your weapon freely at me. He doubted if Asuka was really that strong. That hit Asuka's pride hard, making him furious. Ah, you always like picking on the weaker ones, huh? You haven't even seen my skills yet. Asuka kept provoking. If you like bullying the weak, then I'm out of options. But if you can't beat me, you won't get a chance to fight me. Hearing that name, Helmut's pale eyes narrowed. Finally, he jumped down from the tree. He immediately exposed Asuka's plan. Honestly, that taunt was useless. But if you're aiming at my interests, I admit you hit the mark. Helmut gave a twisted smile. I get more excited when the prey fights back, whether it's by plan or arrogance. All right, I'll give you a chance to take care of those two behind you. Achieving his goal, Asuka pressed his lips tight in tension, then shouted back, What are you waiting for, idiots? Get out of here, now! Diem crouched down, clutching his bleeding right arm, but Andre, seeing his pale face, persuaded him. Diem, if the blood keeps flowing, things will only get worse. Just listen to Asuka and patch you up first. Then Andrew helped Darian to the side, leaving Asuka alone to face Helmut. Feo stood still, not moving an inch. He waited for Asuka to start stretching. After everything was set, Asuka grabbed his sword. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. No sooner had he said that, Helmut blinked and appeared behind Asuka. He swung his curved blade toward Asuka's neck, aiming to chop his head off. But Asuka reacted just in time. He spun around, casting magic, letting the blade slash across his back. The sword lunged forward fast. Helmut was shocked. He kicked off one foot to dodge the sword's path. Asuka swung at empty air. Missing his strike, Asuka clicked his tongue in frustration. Helmut then dove down from above. Asuka raised his sword to block, but Helmut slashed at his old wound. Their speeds were quite different. Every time Asuka attacked, he missed. Helmut hovered above, looking down at the small figure below, surrounded by splattered blood on the ground. Asuka's aura shifted. Looking at him was like seeing Scott's shadow. Helmut flinched. A cut appeared on his clown mask, but luckily the mask was thick enough to protect his face inside. He landed, eyeing the blue energy enveloping Asuka. Helmut gritted his teeth. His swordsmanship had changed, and there was no intel about this. So it wasn't arrogance, but a real plan? No more underestimating. He seriously launched an attack, his speed much faster now, making Asuka unable to block in time. They clashed repeatedly, each time Asuka's wounds piling up. Asuka tried to steady his breathing, telling himself to focus and sharpen all his senses, just as the sword swung in a wide arc. Thinking of Charlotte's beautiful face, he resolved, this time, it will be more precise. Helmut didn't give Asuka a break. Attacking relentlessly, mercilessly slashing. Andrew sat nearby, groaning under a tree not far away, watching the fight being completely dominated by one side. They also noticed Asuka's technique had changed. It was like the swordsmanship of that first-year girl. Helmut seemed to be toying with a mouse, not finishing it off but slowly giving Asuka more cuts. Once again, he pulled back. Asuka's breathing was now erratic, but his eyes never left his enemy. Suddenly, Helmut burst out laughing, confusing Asuka. What's so funny? Why laugh all of a sudden? After laughing, his mood turned extremely good. Good. I figured out your ability. You're not just talk. Asuka, the more you're backed into a corner, the sharper your senses get. You're good, like my other prey. Helmut. Peeking through his fingers, he opened one eye. Actually, I wanted to enjoy this longer, but it's time for the main act. Helmut lowered his stance, holding two weapons wide. Asuka, I really appreciate you, so now take a break. Asuka, of course, refused to lose, his aura flaring up fiercely. What nonsense are you spouting? Who said I'm leaving because of you? But then, the blade was already pressing against his neck. Just a finger joint away, it would slice that weak spot. Helmut increased the force, swinging so hard Asuka's body tilted back. The scene terrified Andrew and Jam. Their pupils shrank. But no, Asuka's magic hadn't faded. It was still radiating. Asuka quickly raised his wrist to block, letting the blade cut deep into his wrist. Helmut was startled. He managed to block it, apparently focusing all his strength on his arm to stop the blow, but it wouldn't last long, because the dark energy on the blade was slowly seeping into Asuka's body. He ignored that and turned to call out to Theo. Hey, Black Eagle Clown, seeing you look at me I'm laughing sarcastically. Have you learned how to grit your teeth and endure pain yet? Helmut silently stared at him, his whole face covered by Asuka's magic. Remembering last night, the plan Asuka proposed was revealed. Earlier, when we restocked the city supplies, I bought a magic scroll. He raised the scroll and dropped it, something that activates when torn. Asuka wrapped it around his arm. If I can lure the opponent, there will be a moment he wants to finish us off. At that time, I'll make him attack the arm with the scroll. Back to the present, the two stood still, not moving, and that moment would be the perfect chance to counterattack. Water sprayed from Helmut's mask. Asuka raised his other hand, slashing his sword straight at Helmut's body. Obviously, Helmut raised his hand to block. Asuka was fighting Helmut. Helmut was cut deeply on his arm by Asuka's sword. He gritted his teeth, thinking, leaving isn't enough damage, and in this surprise situation, he could still defend against my move. The sword was still stuck in his arm, but Helmut kicked him flying far away. With a thud, Asuka tumbled several times on the ground, blood pouring from Helmut's arm. Helmut collapsed, coughing. Cough, cough, he shouted. You damn monkeys dare. A sphere rolled on the ground. Asuka looked at the rolling sphere, wondering, what's that? Is that a communication orb? No way, I clearly destroyed all of them, right? He panicked, grinding his teeth. Helmut. He discovered where the orb came from. He looked at the open pouch on Asuka's hip. The other guy's back pouch had left it there. Asuka picked up the orb and shouted into it, Professor, help us. That killer is trying to take us all out. Helmut threw his dagger at the orb. Don't even think about calling for help. The orb in Asuka's hand shattered. The voice inside still asked about the situation here. Is that Asuka? What's going on over there? He gasped. He mocked Helmut. You still got the energy to lie face down there? As soon as Professor Dway teleports, the professors will be here immediately. You get it? He clenched his fist against the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward, shouting, Before they arrive, I have to take your life. He froze for a few seconds. The forest was silent. He was rushing deep into the woods without looking back, thinking to himself about the suffocating, evil aura. That guy had turned back. Something shot down fast from the sky, but he dodged just in time, leaping far away. The impact shattered rocks and dirt, dust flying everywhere. Helmut panicked as he saw a figure slowly emerging from the smoke and dust. Helmut was holding the unconscious Dino, turning to run deeper into the forest. He thought this was too much. He couldn't handle it. The plan had failed. But Andre, standing low beside Syria, leaning against a tree, asked, He's gone. He ran away? Syria spoke up. Dino, we made it, Helmut. He said, Yeah, at least that much. Everyone looks like hell. Asuka shouted angrily. Hey, Helmut, you said 30 minutes. If you were any later, we'd be dead. He replied calmly. Sorry, I tried to get back as soon as I could, but ran into some trouble. Dino was laid down, still unconscious, but everyone had done their best. Hearing that, the three of them relaxed a bit. Andrew suddenly spoke. "Oh, I just found the calm orb and called the professor. They should be here soon," he instructed them. "All right, you guys take Dino here. I'll go settle the score with that guy." Deep in the forest, Fezio was rushing fast. He was frustrated, having only recovered a single dagger. That helmet would never give up here. He would definitely chase after me, but that was your mistake. This place is a forest full of traps I set myself. Though I have to retreat reluctantly, at least I have to kill you before leaving. A purple light streaked by, an arrow aimed straight at his back. He sensed something strange, turned to look, and managed to block it. The thing shattered into pieces. A figure was drawing a bow from a tree branch. Helmet was holding the bow, radiating fierce energy. He was knocked to the ground with a grunt. Smashing him down, he rolled a few times on the dirt. From the tree, he called down, "Congrats. You're the first to trigger the Black Eagle's trap and still survive." Helmet coughed up blood, stammering in disbelief. "How did you get past all those traps to get here?" He calmly replied, "Who knows? Haven't you never triggered my traps before?" He realized something. Could it be he had already destroyed all those traps? Seizing the moment when Helmet was distracted, he shot an arrow at him, but Helmet dodged the attack, and a fast-moving spear shot out, piercing the ground and cracking it. Helmet wondered, "That spear is fast. Did you use this on the other 5 too? Pushing me into a corner like this is impressive, but that toy won't hurt me." He continued drawing his bow, watching his prey struggle in despair, enjoying it. The killing intent radiated from him. "Too bad, but I'm not interested in playing with you like that." He jumped down from the tree, landing on the ground. Helmet stood motionless in the forest, only the rustling leaves breaking the silence. Thoughts flashed through the quiet night. "You're confident chasing me, but you're wrong. Helmet, can you dodge my attacks deep in the forest?" Something zipped past behind Helmet. Black Feijo attacked from behind, swinging his sword. He thought to himself, "Got you." Helmet quickly sensed the attack from behind, turned and raised his sword high. Feijo was startled and panicked. Helmet swung down, but Feijo rolled away in time to avoid the strike. He got up, thinking, "How do you know?" The killing intent radiated from Helmet, who turned to face him as he charged again. "No problem. You seem lucky this time, but I'm just getting started." Feijo wildly slashed at the surrounding trees, causing leaves to fall in heaps. Darkness and shadows obscured vision, and the rustling leaves made noise. With limited sight and hearing, catching me at this speed is impossible. Helmet guessed his plan, so while Feizo was cocky, he swung his sword to scatter the leaves. Feizo couldn't believe it, thinking, "What?" He jumped to avoid Helmet's downward strike. Still in disbelief, he thought, "No way. It can't be a coincidence. No one can see through my stealth." Helmet continued to gather his energy, closing his eyes tightly. Feizo hadn't given up and kept charging. "No way," Helmet thought. "No matter how good your stealth is, you can't hide your killing intent every time you strike." Feizo realized Helmet could sense killing intent, immediately pinpoint his direction and react instantly. Handling a madman who survived countless traps and still fought like this, he was no longer human. Seeing him stop attacking, Helmut asked, "What's wrong? Out of tricks? Now it's my turn." The sword in his hand gleamed with purple light. Seeing that, Feizo thought the battle aura was spreading. "You've got some skills, huh?" "I'm bleeding too much. Almost exhausted. It'd be dangerous to use stealth again. But the aura won't last long." Waiting until he was drained, Feizo teleported behind a tree. Helmut stomped the ground, making it sink. He charged and sliced the tree Feizo was hiding behind in half. Too surprised to dodge, Feizo cursed, "You crazy." A clearing lit up in the forest. Smoke billowed. The tree fell over, and he collapsed, blood pouring out. Helmut grimaced and said, "You lost your weapon. What else do you got?" He sneered, mocking him. "Heh, heh, what else? Only one answer left. I surrender." He raised his hand in submission. Helmut just scowled silently, then suddenly kicked him. He fell backward, struggling to fight back. "Is this how the Sword Academy teaches you to deal with foot soldiers?" Helmut said, "Who cares? This isn't a competition," then raised his foot again. This time his leg snapped in two. He could only groan. Helmut threatened, "Don't even think about running." He scrambled up, begging, "If you spare me, I'll never tail you again. I'll talk to Black Eagle and make sure no one chases you. How can I trust you? Just deal with you, and those chasing me will stop." "That's the better choice. Think carefully, Helmut. I'm just one member of Black Eagle. If I don't come back next time, there won't be just one person after you. You think you can survive protecting those around you like today?" Helmut silently stepped closer, stomped hard, pinning his wrist to the ground. This time 3 fingers were severed. The sword pierced through his hand, stuck into the ground. Helmut scowled in response. "You seem confused. Let me make it clear. You're leaving here, and those who come after you, I'll handle myself. That's your fate. If there's nothing else, leave." He calmly raised the sword straight down. He screamed in fear. "Wait!" A strange voice sounded. "Can you stop?" A young swordsman wearing a black cloak spoke from behind. Helmut turned to the voice. The old man in a black cloak with a creepy smile said, "You know, losing this friend of yours would cause us a lot of trouble." Helmet was about to finish off Faye when a noise behind made him turn alert. Nadolos stepped forward, extending a hand to negotiate. "I have something to ask. Can you stop?" Helmet glanced sharply, wary. "Who's this? I can't sense any presence. Even though I'm looking right at him, I can't tell how strong he is." Fiso painfully tried to call Nadolos. Sir Talent. Helmet now recognized who he was. "I get it. So this is the head of Black Eagle." Nadolos stood under the mysterious moonlight, his covered face radiating dark, murderous intent. He continued standing behind Helmet, negotiating. "Of course, I'm not asking you to release him unconditionally, but if you spare him, I'll definitely compensate you fairly." Helmet turned decisively to refuse. "No, this guy has to pay. Taking him out is the only choice that benefits me." Nadolos then revealed his mouth and nose. He looked regretful and said, "Then that's a problem. Black Eagle's been short on manpower lately. I can't afford to lose someone as skilled as him." Helmet stepped forward to deal with Faye, but Nadolos spoke up with an offer. "I can only pay you a fair sum or give you information. Is that okay?" Helmet hesitated slightly, hearing this. Tran-Tru glanced around at Nadolos, shrouded in dark, murderous aura. Helmet hesitated, thinking, "This guy's pretty strong, and I'm not in my best shape, so I don't stand a chance winning against him." He carefully considered the consequences later. Plus, if I take out Pasu, the Dark Seed will react violently. He seemed not to like fighting, so continuing this battle doesn't seem like a good idea. Nadolos noticed his pause and continued. "Of course, as head of Black Eagle, I guarantee to stop chasing you and refuse any other commissions related to you." Helmet listened intently. "What do you mean? Sounds not bad, right?" Then he didn't hesitate to stomp hard on Fei Zhou's hand, which trembled in pain. "Helmet, take a look at him." Then he turned and made his demand to Nadolos. "I want both money and information." Nadolos then reached into his sleeve and pulled something out. "You're pretty greedy, huh? Fine, I'll give you what you want." A large bag of money was thrown on the ground, about 300,000 there. "You can check if you want." Helmet looked at the bag at his feet, then drew his sword to open the bag and check the money inside. Nautilus continued following his lead. "As for the information, I'll give you one piece you want." Helmet immediately showed dissatisfaction. "No way, it's just one piece. You only got Faye threatening me, at least 5 pieces to cover this guy's life." Nautilus' eyes glowed red, sharply staring at Helmet. He said irritably, "Is that so? I figured you'd say that." Nautilus didn't hold back his judgment on him. "I've traded information for many years and met many clients. Just by looking at your face, I can easily tell who needs a lot of info, and you have that face." Helmet tensed hearing this, realizing something. Nautilus raised his hand to propose. "However, I have my conditions too." He held up 5 fingers, indicating he'd give Helmet 5 pieces of info. "We'll provide you 5 pieces, including him and me, no more. This is already a loss. I can't lose more." Helmet frowned, glaring at Nadolos. He then turned back, pointing his sword down at Fei Zhou, asking, "Where did you hide the horses you stole from us?" He obediently answered, "From here going east, there's a big cave. All the horses are locked up there." Helmet continued questioning him. "Is the Black Eagle group targeting me to get revenge for what I did to you?" Fei Zhou didn't resist and answered fully. "Black Eagle operates separately. Even if they follow the group, it's just to avoid gossip. If I leave, some will be happy, but there's no comradeship here." Helmet stared at him, the sword inching closer to Fei Zhou's face. He backed away in fear. Suddenly, Helmet decisively slashed off his mask. "Wait, you're..." The ugly, scarred, panicked face of Feso was revealed. Helmet looked down at him with obvious disgust, then turned away, leaving his trembling face behind. "You're better off wearing that mask." Helmet shifted his focus to Nadolos, the father. "What just happened is something I didn't want to know, so it doesn't count. I still have 3 questions left. What information can you provide me?" He reached into his cloak to grab something. Nadolos pulled out a communication orb. Holding the orb, he spoke to Helmet. "Since you've used this before, you probably recognize it. This is a secret communication crystal. It's only used to contact the leader of the Black Hawk. Whenever you need info, use this to reach us. For the next 3 questions, even state secrets will be shared without charging a dime." Helmet listened intently as he spoke. "However, this crystal orb only works for 10 years. After that, we don't have to provide you with information anymore." He pointed his sword suspiciously at Nautilus, making a demand. "That cloak of yours is enchanted to hide your aura, right? If I hold the orb, I might get detected, so hand over that cloak." He chuckled lightly and obeyed Helmet, removing the cloak. Nautilus tossed his cloak to him. The cloak flew straight into Helmet's face, but he didn't get mad, just looked at Nautilus with a faint smile. An old man with wrinkled skin and silver hair appeared. Helmet held the cloak, a bit surprised. "The camp manager really didn't expect you to disguise yourself as him." Nautilus didn't hesitate to strip off the disguise. "Disguises are my specialty, so you shouldn't be surprised. I revealed my real face to build trust with you." Nadolos' true face showed a young man with blazing red eyes. Helmet turned to look at Fesso, who hurriedly put his mask back on. Helmet grabbed his collar, yanked him up hard, and as expected, threw him flying toward Nadolos. Nadolos caught Fesso upside down. Helmet warned fiercely while catching him. "If I see you again, I'll deal with you for real." Nadolos looked at him, lips curling slightly. "Thanks. Bow. Look, your condition is critical. We have to head back and treat your wounds immediately." Helmet turned away but didn't forget to cautiously glance back as he slowly stepped into the forest. Nadolos suddenly asked something that made him stop. Wait. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty curious about something. Seeing Helmet stop, he continued. "From your actions and attitude, it seems like you don't hesitate to take lives, but before swinging your sword, you hesitate quite often. Are you a good person, or am I just overthinking? Sometimes you need to swing without hesitation." Hearing this, Helmet glanced back. He turned and asked, "Is that advice?" Nadolos forced a smile, seeming to say yes. "If it bothers you, I apologize." Helmet replied teasingly, "You're not entirely wrong, but right now I'm a swordsmanship student at Greta Academy." Nadolos helped Fesso in his arms and said with a smile, "So, because you're a student, you don't finish people off? You're funny." Then the two of them disappeared. "Then I'll wait for your call when you need me." Helmet only felt a gust of wind after they vanished. Lightning struck 81 times. The sound of horses galloping echoed through the forest. Nadolos and Fesso rode off like lightning. Fesso sat behind, annoyed, saying, "You embarrassed me, Talent. Not only did you save someone like me, but you also gave him money, clothes, and information." Nadolos didn't turn back and replied, "You think I went too far to save your life?" Fesso hugged him tightly, explaining, "No, from now on I'll do my best to repay you for today's kindness, but next time I'll deal with him properly and repeat what you did to him today." Nadolos just chuckled softly, then said to snap him back to reality, "Fio, do you think you almost succeeded in defeating him today?" Riding, Nadolos calmly said, "From what I see, it doesn't look like it. The Black Hawk won't touch anything related to Helmet." Fesso got fired up and argued, "Talent, if I'm not strong enough, we can recruit more people. If we fully use the Black Hawk's power, this could work. We need to uproot the weed before it becomes a bigger threat." Nadolos laughed loudly, not letting those words get to him. "I bet when he took your mask off, you felt pretty humiliated. I never thought you'd say something so stupid," he smirked, talking about future consequences. "And if I used the full power of the Black Hawk on him, maybe I'd kill him. But have you thought about how many people and resources I'd have to spend on that? While other plans wouldn't work. This isn't a threat worth sacrificing so much just to eliminate. Didn't he already order not to harm your life?" He flinched when he heard Nadolos say that. The determined figure of Helmet appeared in his words. "Maybe he's ruthless to enemies, but he's not the type to abandon his teammates. If you have a good relationship with him, it's more beneficial than making enemies. Don't start trouble, that's my judgment." Nadolos didn't want to argue further and ended the conversation. "Fio, you still have a lot to do, so focus on recovering before I return." Fesso obediently replied, "Got it." Nadolos looked straight ahead and firmly said, "Helmet really is a monster from every angle." In the forest near Helmet, the sound of running footsteps echoed. Len and Pachika rushed out worried. "Helmet, are you okay? Are you hurt?" He looked away as he answered, "I'm fine." Helmet glanced toward their teammates, Andrew, Asuka, and James. Everyone was covered in wounds. Elsewhere, Dway was treating Dino. Len angrily shouted, "You were alone, so why did you risk chasing after that savage?" He calmly replied, "Nothing happened, but he was so fast I lost him." He continued lecturing, "That's not what I meant. If something had happened, Helmet cut him off before he could finish. But nothing did, so you don't need to worry." Len gave up. "Man, I was sweating bullets," sighing after it was over. Helmet moved behind him to ask about Dino. "Dino, how is he?" W turned to him and said, "Helmet, you're back?" He explained Dino's current condition. "As you saw, his finger was reattached, and I fully treated him, but there's still traces of dark energy on him. There's nothing I can do about that." Dino lay there, eyes shut tight. Deuce sat beside him and asked Helmet, "They told me you saved Dino. What happened? Can you explain?" Helmet awkwardly looked away and said, "I don't know either." Suddenly, Dino turned into a monster and went berserk. Then at some point, he collapsed as if completely drained. Alan stepped forward, surprised. "Dark energy is real?" Dew tried to find a solution. "Someone injected with dark energy won't survive because their veins burn out after going crazy for a while. Maybe because he only got a small dose, he managed to purge it. His life is still strong. If he goes to the temple to cleanse the remaining energy, he'll recover faster." Dino looked uncomfortable, grimacing. The three chicas covered their faces in regret. Who would have thought they'd send assassins to the camp like this? "I should have been more alert when I heard about the trap. This happened because we slipped up, and I apologize to you all." Helmet muttered thoughtfully to himself. Thinking it over, everyone got caught in danger because of me being here. He continued his thoughts. "At first, I kinda liked having strong enemies lurking around." Helmet looked at his hand. thinking about past foes, but when a sword was pointed at my friends, it was different. The moment I returned to camp after saving Dino and saw them collapsed on the floor, a fierce anger flared inside me. He clenched his fist, wondering if he was changing after joining the academy. He ended his thoughts by suddenly calling someone over. Here, over here. Helmet's eyes widened toward the direction as a person in a white cloak approached, making him unconsciously gape. It was Arya. He stepped forward and pulled his hood down. On immediately recognized him. You're Arya from the Magic Institute. What are you doing here? Arya bowed politely and replied, Professor W wanted me to come quickly. So, what do you need me to do now? He nodded shyly. Ah, I see. Then he pointed at Helmet and said, All right. Helmet just got here and hasn't been treated yet, so focus on him first. Arya agreed without hesitation. Of course. Helmet whispered to him. Arya rolled up his sleeve to prepare treatment. He sat over there and rolled up his sleeve first. He started treating the wound on Helmet's arm. Arya saw the injury and said, This looks worse than I thought. If you got hurt this bad, you must have been in a brutal fight. Helmet kept his eyes on him. He looked at his arm and recounted the past to Arya. Arya, when you taught me about ethics before, you said that saving someone in danger is a virtuous act. Helmet continued sharing with him. Humans always live in fear and danger, but if I can't save them, I'll be tormented forever. Hearing him, Arya looked up thoughtfully. He turned to look back at Helmet's teammates. Though wounded, they were still laughing and chatting happily. Arya didn't stop treating. He said, Is that why you feel guilty? Everyone's alive and well, Helmet replied. But they almost died because of me, and I'm not sure I can protect all of them next time. He placed a hand on his chest and hesitated. I'm still not strong enough. Arya looked up again. He tried to comfort him with sincere words. Didn't you think helping others is just like charity? Help exists because there's someone who needs it, so you can help whoever you want. Helmet asked uncertainly, Help? Arya didn't hesitate to explain. Yeah, humans survive by cooperating with others. Everyone has limits and can't do everything alone, even if not many can help you back. He glanced at Helmet's teammates who were happily surviving and said, Think about what roles they played in keeping you alive today. You probably did most to help them, but you don't know it. Maybe in the future they'll help you. Helmet sadly asked, They almost died because of me, so why don't they hate me? Arya lost patience, annoyed, pushed his hand away, leaving Helmet stunned. Enough. Once you're healed, if you're that curious, why not ask them yourself? I'm going to talk to Professor W now. He looked at the teammates, who seemed to sense it and looked back. Then they hesitated and called, Helmet. Helmet stepped forward to apologize to everyone. Sorry, because of me you guys were in danger. Andre was startled but waved it off. No, Helmet, don't blame yourself. After all, we're all still alive. Ah, Andre shyly said to him, Thanks to you, I realized how weak and unprepared we are for the outside world. He reached out silently, smiling at Helmet. This kind of thing probably won't happen again in our swordsman lives. Shouldn't I say I'm lucky to have survived because of you? Turning to him, he gently said, Thanks to you, my goal became clearer. I want to thank you for that. Helmet paused slightly hearing those words. Asuka raised his bandaged hand and asked, Hey Helmet, have you called out that assassin's name yet? He honestly replied, No luck, but I'm sure he won't dare show up in front of us again. Asuka pointed at Helmut, proudly saying, By the way, you know you can fight him comfortably because I already injured his hand, right? As he said that, he thought to himself, just saying that to ease his guilt for causing this mess. Helmet looked at someone's hand about to be raised. That's true. Someone wants to shake your hand. Oh, it's Jay. He shyly extended his hand to Helmet. Helmet froze for a moment. They shook hands as the dawn broke. Diem looked down at his hand and said, I heard Dino was injected with dark energy and went crazy. Aren't you a little ashamed to take responsibility? Honestly, I thought this time I was done for. Even if you tried to save me, everyone heard me insist on not leaving anyone behind. I caused this dangerous situation, and honestly, I regret it a lot. Helmet still held Diem's hand tightly. He was stunned hearing the comforting words. But you really helped all of us. Because of that, no one left. Diem's determined eyes looked straight at him. He confirmed, I won't forget this debt. Helmet, if one day you need my help, I won't hesitate to come to you. Helmet awkwardly denied. No way. Everyone survived on their own. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Wesley's memory of bowing in gratitude appeared. Thank you, Helmet. I swear on my honor I won't forget today. Then came Alea's hesitant question. Don't you think helping is just like charity? Along with the image of Master N's sternly teaching, noble or commoner, strong or weak, we're all equal. Countless thoughts surfaced in that handshake. If I keep it in my head, one day I'll find the answer. Helmet realized he had misunderstood before, instead of using power to oppress others. The sight of the three friends made him realize unity is what matters, connecting by holding hands and standing shoulder to shoulder, the power of trust and helping others. Helmet enlightened, wide-eyed looking at Jam. The image of two people under the dawn reflected Helmet's own handshake from before. That's the true power of humanity. Diem withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, smiling. Oh, besides that, after almost dying once, I think I've improved a bit. Now training with the kid at the Sword Academy feels like child's play. Asuka looked at him disdainfully. You mean you just made a big achievement because you got beaten to a pulp? Diem retorted. Exactly, but what does it mean to teammates and surviving life or death moments? Still, being alive is good. The morning sunlight shone on everyone's smiles. Helmet looked at his hand thoughtfully. He stood gazing at the palm that once held a sword fiercely. The sun was fully up on a clear morning in the forest. Helmet sat on a rock staring into the distance. Suddenly a voice called out. It was Arya. He approached from behind and asked, I'm going back with Professor Dway using teleportation magic. Do you want to come? Since you witnessed this, you have enough reason to return early. Helmet silently thought for a moment. He smiled softly, deciding to decline, saying, It's okay. I'll return with the hunting team. Arya looked surprised at him. He didn't push and turned away. All right then, see you at the academy, Helmet replied. Yeah. Arya blushed shyly from being rejected. What did he say to you? Helmet walked toward his friends. He answered, he asked if I wanted to return early by magic. His friend jealously asked, What? Why just you? Is he playing favorites with his roommate? So what did you decide? Helmet straightforwardly refused. The three happily teased him. Of course, that's how it should be. Finally, everything ended peacefully. The stormy camping trip was over, and sunlight filtered through the canopy of Petica Forest. For some reason, I felt more renewed than usual. But who knew this feeling would fade so fast? I never thought sunlight could become so annoying. A kingdom bathed in blinding sunlight appeared, a place surrounded by sand. Someone's footsteps stopped before the kingdom gate. The wind blew sand swirling wildly. The person slowly pulled down their cloak hood. This was where he was born and raised. At that moment, he looked up at the gate and whispered, The 82 Triad Kingdom. The peaceful sunlight shone on the academy. Outside the quiet hallway, only morning light streamed in. After the camping events ended, a week passed in the blink of an eye. The city gate slowly opened. Everyone at the academy looked out and shouted, Look who's here! Dino, you're back? Dino shyly scratched his head, accepting the welcome. Wow, you guys sure are warm welcoming me. I didn't know what to do. Questions came fast and furious. He didn't know how to answer. I heard you were kidnapped by an assassin. Is that true? That's embarrassing. Were you really kidnapped? I heard your team worked really hard to save you. You should be grateful for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Dino immediately darkened. The guy who spoke suddenly got hit hard. Asuka hit him and, still angry, said, You idiots, listen to how you talk without thinking. Try getting kidnapped and coming back yourself. The one who got hit asked in surprise, Did Asuka just defend Dino? Someone replied, Am I dreaming? Is this some kind of brotherhood thing? Asuka got fired up and shot back, Who cares about soldiers? You guys started it first. DM stepped forward, arms crossed, asking, But in the end, wasn't Helmet the one who chased the assassin away? Asuka snapped back, not convinced. What? I was the one who stabbed him. Why do you get credit just for chasing him off? DM kept provoking. The assassin ran because he was scared of Helmet, right? Then Helmet did all the work. Asuka, you should be grateful for life. Asuka gritted her teeth, furious. Andre suddenly remembered Helmet and asked, Why are we just now remembering Helmet? Wesley answered, He's probably in the personal training room. He's always been diligent, but after that camping trip, he seems even more dedicated. In a room with the door tightly shut, a strange purple light glowed from Helmet's hands. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to feel some kind of power. Helmet opened his eyes slightly, thinking, It's grown stronger, the seed of darkness. His body was enveloped in that purple light. Helmet slowly stood up, eyes half open, maybe because he absorbed a large amount of otherworldly energy, but at the same time, he could feel his V energy increasing. He drew his sword, determination reflected in his gaze on the blade. He thought about fighting strong opponents, expending and recovering large amounts of V, gaining new experience and emotions, the complex cycle that made him stronger. Helmet looked at the sword, radiating energy, and thought, I don't know how strong I've gotten, but I hope I get a chance to test it out. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Helmet stepped out to open it. Professor Patrick, what brings you here? Patrick said. I knew I'd find you here, Helmet. Professor Seria is looking for you. Go to his room. Helmet was a bit surprised and asked, Professor Seria? He wondered what this sudden matter was about. Outside, the academy was quiet. Seria warmly offered tea. You're here, Helmet. Come sit. He asked kindly about Helmet's condition. So, how's your body? Feeling okay? Helmet replied, Yeah, the wounds were nothing serious. Seria chuckled and said, You might be the only one in the academy who can face a top-tier assassin and come back with just minor injuries. He lowered his voice. If Darien knew, he'd be proud of you. Hearing that, Helmet didn't know what to say. Darian's stern image flashed through his mind. If I lost, he'd scold me. He'd probably praise me if I won. Syria got straight to the point. The reason I called you here is that he asked about your upcoming plans. As you know, the final exams are over and the break is starting. I'm curious if you have any plans for the vacation? Helmut picked up the teacup and slowly said, Yeah, I plan to travel while working as a mercenary. Mercenaries gotta travel. Syria hesitated and asked, You don't have a specific destination yet? Helmut answered, No. Syria quickly tried to keep him from leaving, thinking he might want to go. I'm just asking, you're not planning to leave the academy, right? If you do, I can't stop you. But at your age, I think there's still a lot for you to learn here. Helmut calmly replied, I think I still have a lot to learn too. If I plan to leave, I'll notify you first, so don't worry. Syria sighed in relief. That's a relief. He bowed his head and thought, I learned a lot during the camping trip. Syria cut off Helmut's thoughts with a wave of his hand. If you have any trouble with training, let me know. Honestly, I'm just asking because I'm worried no one here can teach you swordsmanship. I just remembered something, only now thinking about it. Helmut spoke comfortably, sharing his guess. Recently, because of a certain event, I feel like I've reached a new level. I'm thinking it'd be great to get a chance to test my power. Syria's face lit up. Really? That's good news. He bent down to grab something. Actually, I have another question that might help you. Helmut looked on curiously and asked, What is it? Syria pulled out 2 sheets of paper and asked, Have you heard of the 3 Hours Kingdom? Helmut vaguely repeated, 3 Hours Kingdom? He replied, That's right. He silently listened as Syria spoke about that kingdom. Your master is from there, where Darian Diaper was born and raised. He handed Helmut the papers. There's a martial arts tournament happening there during the break, with many excellent swordsmen, so it's a good place to test your skills. Helmut murmured, Martial arts tournament. Syria nodded. Exactly. But Helmut immediately caught the implied meaning. If someone recognizes me using the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, it'd be trouble. Syria agreed. Exactly. Darian's imposing shadow echoed in Syria's words. When I first met you, you said you couldn't reveal to anyone that you're the Sword Saint's disciple. To the people of the 3 Hours Kingdom, Sword Saint Darian is a symbol of pride. If you use his swordsmanship, someone will notice. If others don't recognize it, then the Knights of the Panma Brigade, led by Darian, will. Helmut was stunned hearing this, picturing the scenario. Then he seriously thought, the Panma Brigade. Syria offered the most reasonable solution. If you enter the tournament, you can only use ordinary swordsmanship. But even ordinary swordsmanship is excellent, so with your skill, it shouldn't be difficult. Helmut pointed to his face, showing he understood. I'll think it over, and if possible, I'll find a way to cover my face too. I don't want to end up being chased by anyone. Syria understood his concern. I get it. You were just chased by the Black Hawk, he worriedly asked. But you're sure everything's okay with the Black Hawk, right? The god understood his hesitation. I get it. Because you were just chased by the Black Eagle, he asked worriedly. But you're sure everything's still okay with the Black Eagle, right? It's not that I don't believe you when you say Helmut won't chase us anymore, but I'm worried Helmut won't keep his promise. Helmut confidently said, Don't worry about that. I have solid proof. Wai sighed and changed the subject. All right, take good care of yourself and think about the competition. You planning to hit the training grounds? Helmut, still holding the paper, slowly stood up. No, I have to go to class to hear the announcement about the final exam. He just remembered now. I get it, so it's today, right? He gently encouraged him. Helmut, I think you won't have any trouble. But you better be pissed off at those professors making the tests. Helmut hesitated, looking up at the sky. Outside, the sunlight brightly illuminated the entire academy. En folded his arms with a serious face and announced, So this final practical exam is to test your proficiency in fighting monsters. The students widened their eyes in surprise. Helmut also found it confusing. Monsters? Seriously. The whole room fell silent for a moment. Andrew suddenly shouted, Monsters? En quickly announced the competition rules with a total of 10 levels. Each person will take turns entering the test area and completing the exam. You can quit halfway, but of course, the higher the level, the higher the score. After what happened with Dino, I'm sure all of you realize this. Darkness is never far from us. Everyone was tense, not daring to say a word. Helmut calmly listened to him. Even now, monsters still live in the forest, and encounters with humans are not rare. Len pointed his finger to signal this is the only chance, seriously saying, As swordsmen, you will have to face them at least once in your life. Originally, this was an exam for upperclassmen, but after what happened during the camping trip, we decided to prepare you all earlier. Andrew volunteered, raising his hand to ask, So what kind of monsters will we be fighting? Anne didn't want to reveal but reassured the students. It's a secret, but don't worry too much. You'll be fighting magical illusions of monsters, so you won't get hurt. Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. I thought they were bringing in real beasts. That's scary. Asuka crossed her arms, boasting, If it's just illusions, I can take them down without holding back. On lowered his face with a sneer. He made a scary, gloomy expression and said, even the upperclassmen, those who take this exam every year, were initially more confident than you all. I hope you all try your best and go as far as possible. Andrew and Jam hesitated a bit. Helmet whispered, monsters? Fierce monsters like snakes and tigers appeared in his mind. I suspect the students will unleash something like Alaga or Maho. Also, a bit excited. I'm used to fighting monsters already. Asuka turned and cut off his thoughts. Hey Helmet, did you do well on the written test? Helmet calmly replied. Just like before. Asuka got a bit annoyed and turned away. Then this practical exam is what really matters. I told you last time, give it your all in the finals. Helmet silently looked at him without saying anything. Asuka pointed at himself. I'm challenging you. I plan to go straight to the final level. So don't quit halfway, and then blame yourself for losing face. Helmet looked at him confused. Helmet was like a cold splash of water on Asuka's face. It felt like he just said exactly what I was about to say. Asuka was so embarrassed he got angry and yelled. This kid is starting to talk more and more like Ari. Fine, just wait and see if I can get through all 10 levels. Seriously, the competition officially began. Contestant number 15, Asuka. The final level was completed. Level 7. Asuka was shocked, his whole body trembling as he collapsed. He knelt before Helmet. The wind blowing was not as cold as his heart. Just as Helmet was about to say something, Asuka suddenly shouted, no way! This is ridiculous! What kind of test is this? Don't talk about swordsmen. Even the high priest hasn't faced anything like this. Asuka pointed at the miserable students behind him. Look, no one except me could pass level 5. Are you sure this is a properly designed test? Helmet still calmly said, you don't have to pass all the levels to pass. Isn't that fine? Asuka was about to explode. That's not the point. Finally, it was Helmet's turn. Contestant number 16, Helmet gladly stepped into the test area. Asuka was too fed up to explain further. You'll understand faster once you see it. You have to reach level 8 no matter what, then you'll get why I ran out. Helmet was a bit puzzled, thinking, what exactly did he see? The gate slowly opened. Helmet entered the empty room. Helmet heard someone calling him, sitting high up waving, we meet again, this is our first meeting since the camping trip, right? Helmet politely greeted the professor, who happily chatted with him. I still remember you. I don't usually interact much with swordsmanship students, but I remember you clearly. You wrote an interesting answer in the magic theory test. Helmet silently listened. He placed his hand on a sphere that emitted strange energy, after only reading logical answers from magic students. Your feedback was truly fresh. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to your performance in this practical test. His face gradually became excited. The sphere glowed stronger and stronger. Can you show me your determination to face the dark power once again? Helmet began drawing his sword. He decisively drew his sword and asked him, so I just have to do what I always do? A green light burst in front of him. The test began. A fierce rabbit monster charged out. Level 1. The piglet rabbit monster charged straight at him without hesitation. He swung once and sliced the young monster in two. Du stared in shock as he easily took down the piglet. The piglet suddenly realized, got it. So this is what it feels like facing an illusion. Du widened his eyes, speechless, thinking there wasn't even a moment of doubt. This wasn't just talent, but the result of experience on a whole different level. I want to see how far your limits go. Helmet reached level 2 without any trouble, casually chopping off the monster's head. Level 3 was a frog monster. Helmet jumped up and sliced its tongue. Next was a snake monster, which immediately lost its head when it met Helmet. Then came the wolf monster. He jumped up and stomped it down, finishing it quickly. Level 6 was a bee monster. Helmet decisively cut it in half. At level 7 was a grasshopper monster, which lost its head with just one strike. Then a strange formation appeared, white smoke billowing thickly around it. Helmet wiped sweat from his brow, ready for the next level. Next was level 8, where Asuka had given up. What exactly did he see? The formation glowed faintly, and a giant centipede shot out, flying higher than his head. It violently raised its sharp iron claw toward Helmet. He looked at it heavily, analyzing. Got it. If this was the first time he'd seen something like this, no wonder Asuka couldn't handle it and ran off. But it struck like lightning, attacking fast. He hit its body with such force, the floor cracked and shattered everywhere. The centipede's head slammed into the ground, breaking tiles and kicking up dust all over the room. Helmet immediately climbed onto its body. He readied his sword as expected, delivering a ruthless strike. One cut after another sliced straight through its body. Like finishing a show, the centipede's body was torn apart, chunks of flesh falling down. Du was genuinely shocked by the scene. Helmet slowly landed. Thinking about it, it wasn't as bad as Na-Ho. Taking 84 hits, the match ended. Helmet lowered himself to the ground, a blazing red light shining. The level 10 monster was defeated, successfully passing the final test. Well done. Helmet slowly closed his eyes as Thu Kiem walked away. After finishing the test, he froze, feeling suffocated and nauseous. Even though it was just a test, the monsters on the 10th floor gave him the vibe of judges full of malice. Du opened the door and stepped in. He praised Helmut for doing well earlier. Due kept admiring him repeatedly. I have to admit, that was an incredibly impressive achievement. Since this test began, only a few people have managed to pass level 10. Of course, you're the first second-year student to succeed, so you should be proud. Helmut was a bit embarrassed. I understand. He mentioned the reward for passing the final level. Maybe you hadn't heard before, but any student who passes the new level receives a reward recognizing their achievement, a unique artifact made just for them. Helmut was a little surprised and asked, "Is that for real? This is the first time I've heard about it." Du explained it's something he chooses himself. If there's an artifact you want, just tell me. Helmut focused on thinking, and Du reminded him, "If you don't think of anything now, you can tell me later in the lab. I'll make it exactly as you request. Looks like you've already thought of what you want." Helmut gestured with his hands. "So, can the artifact have the ability to change appearance, like face or hair?" Du was a bit surprised by the request. "That's simple enough. But are you sure that's all you want? Your request is more modest than I expected." Helmut explained why. "Yes. I just don't want to deal with annoying situations when I go outside." Du immediately understood. "Ah, I get it now. You've been through a lot lately." Du didn't hesitate to agree to his request. "I understand. I'll call you when I finish making the artifact you asked for." Helmut was about to thank him. "Yes, thank you." Suddenly, the ground shook like an earthquake. Both tensed up and looked up. Du guessed the tremor came from the magic department's testing room next door. Over there, a hand emitted a faint mystical power. Everyone in the room panicked as the terrifying force sent objects flying everywhere. The energy burst violently, causing a blinding explosion that seemed to shatter the ground. It was Arya. His face turned cruel, eyes like he wanted to tear everything apart. Du stepped in, saw the wreckage, and shouted angrily, "Arya, how many times have I told you not to destroy the arena?" Arya glanced over coldly. The teacher made such a test and then expected students to meet his ridiculous demands. He hesitated but blamed himself. This kid really has no manners, talking to the professor like that and getting away with it. Helmut looked thoughtfully at Arya. Arya suddenly faced him. He jumped down onto the ruined ground. Without a word, he brushed past Helmut. Heading to the door, Arya didn't look back but said to Due, "What? You're saying you passed all 10 levels, right? I'll go think about the artifact and tell you later. So don't forget." Du was helpless. That kid. He shook his head in frustration. If she wasn't the top of the class, I'd have gone back to the regular academy by now. Asuka was so shocked his face turned pale, passing all 10 levels. He bowed his head, in respect to Helmut. Pretty tough. All right, first place goes to you. So how was the level 10 monster? Helmut calmly recounted. It was tough, but manageable. However, it seemed the test's purpose was to help students overcome fear. Asuka asked suspiciously, "Fear? What scared you so bad you were shaking?" Helmut hesitated a bit, then stiffly said, "Hundreds of giant centipedes crawling all over, merging and splitting apart." Asuka didn't know what to say after hearing that. Asuka asked incredulously, "Are you out of your mind or what?" She wasn't scary, but I felt pretty nauseous. Cien glanced at him briefly. Cien picked up a glass of water and drank it with satisfaction. He closed his eyes, pleased. Luckily, this time we didn't bet on anything. Charlotte came over smiling and greeted them. "Helmut, congrats on being the first second-year student to pass the M trial." Helmut looked confused and said, "Rumors spread fast. You better not tease him. Is he really that old-fashioned? Everyone in the swordsmanship department is watching you." Charlotte didn't forget to congratulate Asuka too. "By the way, congrats on passing the 8th trial." Asuka grimaced, feeling irritated as if hit in the black heart. "Are you mocking me?" She awkwardly waved her hand to explain. "No way, I'm serious. On average, people only get past the 4th trial, so passing the 8th is a huge achievement, right?" Asuka turned away, recalling what happened, then suddenly got fired up, pointing and shouting, "Let me tell you, it's not because of you. I'm a genius in applied magic. Got it?" She didn't understand and just agreed to move on. "Yeah." Then Asuka clutched his stomach in pain, grumbling as he walked off. Charlotte and Helmut looked at each other, puzzled. What do you think he meant by that? Helmut didn't know either. Not sure. They both headed out the gate. Charlotte asked, "So where are you headed now?" Senior Helmut didn't hesitate to answer. "Probably back to the dorm," she asked excitedly. "Are you planning to go home during the midterm break?" He showed no expression and said, "Nah. I'll probably just travel somewhere for a bit." Charlotte felt envious. "Travel? I'm so jealous." She casually looked ahead and added, "I wish I could travel somewhere too. Staying home feels so suffocating." Helmut glanced at her quietly without saying a word. Looking at Charlotte's innocent smile, Helmut thought, Charlotte might be connected to how I came to be. Suddenly, he spoke, surprising her. "Among the second years, you're the only one who treats me like that." Charlotte misunderstood and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. If I made you uncomfortable, I'm just Helmet cut in to explain. I never said I was uncomfortable. She scratched her head shyly, her face slightly flushed. Talking to you? Senior, I feel really comfortable. I can't explain it well, but it feels nostalgic or something. Helmet was silent, his eyes following every word. Charlotte noticed and looked away. Ah, sorry to keep you. You were about to leave, so I'll go now. Suddenly, Helmet spoke again. After the midterm break, he seemed to radiate an aura, his gaze steady. If you feel stronger than now, then I'll accept you any time. She turned back and smiled softly. Charlotte ran off, waving brightly at Helmet. You promised, okay? Helmet felt a bit uneasy, thinking if Arya found out, she'd definitely be mad at him again. At Arya's place, he handed Helmet a bracelet. Here, this is for you. Helmet hesitated as he took it. Holding it up, he asked Arya, what is this? Arya pointed and explained its function. The bracelet has a communication spell. You can use it like a crystal ball. It's something I got for passing the M trial in yesterday's test. Arya wore a similar bracelet on his wrist. Just channel your magic into it and it sends a signal to my bracelet. No need to say anything into it. Helmet didn't understand and asked again, why are you giving me your reward? He calmly explained, I planned to make it for you from the start. You're always getting into trouble, so contact me if anything happens. Helmet put the bracelet on and said, I thought you hated dealing with stuff like this. Arya got a bit impatient. So, do you want it or not? No, I'll try not to use it. Helmet replied bluntly. Arya pouted, her cheeks blushing shyly. The conversation shifted to the topic of the break. Arya, are you going home during the midterm? Ah, well, it's not that I don't want to, Helmet asked, puzzled. Why does it seem like no one at the academy likes going home? Arya wondered. Who said that? He answered. Asuka did. It had already been half a year since that terrifying camping trip. Half a year since we left Fa Forest, leaving behind all the bonds we made. Stepping into the first midterm break at the academy. Nadolos was busy writing a letter. Speaking as he wrote, I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Helmet's communication orb glowed. Nadolos's voice came through. Helmet. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. Acceptance 85. Nadolos chuckled dryly through the orb. Didn't expect to see you this fast. Helmet stood with arms crossed, silently watching the orb. Helmet. Nadolos got straight to the point. So have you decided what to ask? He didn't beat around the bush and mentioned there would be a martial arts tournament in the Bao Kingdom in about a week. Helmut continued giving the info he needed, the organizer, and the powerful figures there. I want details on major events in Bao Kingdom, the king, the royal family, and key nobles. The more info, the better. Nadolos eagerly twirled his pen. Bao Kingdom plans to join the tournament? Helmut got a bit impatient. I'm the one asking questions here. Hearing that, Nadolos apologized. Oh, sorry. He didn't quite get what Helmut meant by wanting as much info as possible. I mean things like values, personalities, and family relations. Helmut glanced and gave a vague answer, self-assessing. A rough report is fine, but if Black Eagle's intel is poor, that's on you. Nadolos was a bit surprised, eyes wide. He silently pondered. Careful, huh? You clearly say you want it, but give vague standards. You aim to exploit our weaknesses to the max without leaving any trace. Thought you were a tiger, but turns out you're just a fox inside? The orb kept glowing, and finally, Nadolos had to agree. All right, I'll prep it your way. He asked. What kind of files do you want? Helmet replied. Send it to the Mercenary Guild. I'll pick it up at 3 o'clock. Nadolos smiled lightly and gave him a secret signal. Okay, I'll get back to you once the paperwork's done. Stroking the eagle never beats the prey. That's the signal. Remember it. Helmet was about to end the orb connection when he added, uh-huh. Nadolos sincerely wished him luck. Hope you do well in the tournament. I'm rooting for you. Then Helmet cut the orb connection. He felt a bit tired, slumped at the table, mumbling, I was prepared for this, but even just talking to that guy is exhausting. He's not someone I can let my guard down around for a second. Helmet pondered deeply. The 3 o'clock kingdom? Hope it's a livable place. The 3 o'clock kingdom, where the blazing sun shines bright. Sunlight flashed across the clear blue sky. Someone's footsteps slowly crossed the sandy ground. Helmet took off his hat and coat. He was pissed off because the sunlight felt like it was burning him, making his face flush red. Turns out Helmet was disguised as Arya. He scowled, thinking it's way too hot. It's already tough here, and I haven't even entered the country yet. He tried wiping sweat, whispering it's no surprise. 1/3 of the territory is desert. Helmet kept sweating non-stop. He tried to calm himself down. Fa Forest is cool all year round. I can handle cold, but not this heat yet. Luckily, I'm not the type to get heat stroke easily. Helmet looked at himself in the mirror. The heat was one thing, but this appearance was hard to forget too. The communication artifact from Arya was given to me, and the disguise artifact was my reward from the final exam. I don't mind changing my look, but I wish it looked more like a swordsman's. He was pretty dissatisfied, tugged his hair, and thought, I look more like a beggar on the outside. Then Helmut just kept walking into the kingdom. It's free and works well, so it's probably just me being picky. Inside the kingdom, people worked busily under the scorching sun. Daily activities bustled, tavern signs appeared, doors wide open, and Helmut stormed in hurriedly. Everyone in the tavern glanced at him with some surprise. Helmut handed money to the server, tiredly requested, Please give me a cold drink. The server happily took it. Helmut sat down, exhausted from too many stops. Suddenly, some thug came over and kicked the chair. The thug's eyes stared sharply at him. The guy shamelessly provoked Helmut. You're out here alone? Look, even carrying a sword. What noble lady's sword is this? A man sneered. Don't mess with the kid. The thug rudely snatched Helmut's chair. The tavern owner, What did this young lady order? He kicked the chair away with a stern face. The thug slammed down hard on the floor. The noise echoed through the tavern, and he angrily shouted, You bastard! Then suddenly his face turned pale, fear clearly in his eyes. Helmut laughed briefly, dropping the disguise, staring at him like he wanted to deal with the guy. He returned to being Helmut, gloomily looking at the thug. It's not just hot and stuffy anymore. Now there are mosquitoes buzzing too. The tavern customers silently glanced at them. The thug awkwardly tried to stand. A man clicked his tongue, and the whole tavern burst out laughing, mocking the thug. You took a pretty hard hit. Someone happily said to the thug, That kid looks handsome but is pretty good with a sword too. The thug, embarrassed, pretended to put his arm around Helmut. I like you. Tavern owner, charge this guy's meal to me. Helmut annoyedly dodged. Get off me. It's too hot. Helmut was exhausted, about to collapse, his eyes blurry. What the hell? Everyone at 3 o'clock is like this? They're so different from the people in Baden. I'm wiped out. Can I even last till the end of the tournament? He went to a tailor's shop. The owner warmly took the cloak. You want to add cold magic to the space-expanding cloak, right? Yes, that's doable. Leave it here and I'll come back to pick it up after 3 hours. Helmut left the shop, cracked his knuckles, relieved knowing he had a place to rest and was prepared for the heat. Tomorrow's the tournament registration day, so I'll rest at the inn today. Gotta keep in good shape. Then Helmut saw something. It was the statue of Darien. He silently stared at it, unsure what he was thinking, his face serious as he focused on the statue. Sunlight shone directly on the statue's face, and he thought to himself, I think I understand where his fierce temper came from now. Dari lived in a place this hot. No wonder he was always grumpy. Let's see. I'll achieve results worthy of your reputation. The sunlight covered the majestic statue like a guardian deity for him. At the hotel where Helmut was staying, he slowly opened the door and stepped in. Suddenly, someone called out, Ah, sorry for the disturbance. Robert and the receptionist turned to look at Helmut. He wondered who it was. Robert spoke up. You're the one renting the emerald room on the 5th floor. Helmut replied. Yes, that's me. He calmly asked, Sorry, but could you move to another room? The person I'm serving has nowhere else to stay. You see. Helmut frowned sadly. Then his expression darkened, clearly angry. What? Chop 86. Robert pulled money from his jacket and handed it to Helmut. Here's compensation. I'll pay you well. You're alone, so a smaller room should be fine. Right? Helmut glared at the receptionist. The receptionist awkwardly avoided Helmut's gaze. The look was so piercing it made him sweat. Helmut thought client info wasn't something to be carelessly leaked like that. They seriously underestimated me. Helmut annoyedly turned away and refused. I paid a fair price for this room, so I'm not giving it up. Sorry, go find a room at another inn. Robert was pretty shocked to hear that and grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Hey kid, didn't I say I'd make an offer already? Helmut shot a sharp glance, eyes ready to deal with him. I've got my hand on the sword hilt. Take your hand off. Touch me again and I'll cut your wrist off. The guy turned pale, scared. Someone came down the stairs to break up the tension. Wait, don't be so rude. Robert Michael came down looking bright, smiling friendly, skillfully calming things down. Sorry, my knight acted like a savage. Robert bowed respectfully and addressed Michael. Helmut glanced at him briefly. Michael politely apologized. I apologize on his behalf for his rudeness. My body's a bit weak, so finding a comfortable room to rest is pretty tough. Helmut didn't care and turned away. If you're done talking, go find another room. Mai awkwardly tried to add something. Ah, wait, please listen to me. He raised his hand to negotiate, wanting to make a deal. Unfortunately, this is the last place we found after all this time. So since we're both having a hard time, I want to make a proposal. Michael extended his hand toward Helmut and said, Simple, I'll cover all the costs here. In exchange, how about we share this room? Robert got agitated and hurriedly interrupted. That's unacceptable. Sir Michael, sharing a room with someone of unknown background is too dangerous. Michael immediately reminded him. Robert's tone turned cold. Will you take full responsibility for the consequences of chasing an uncertain future? Or will you accept reality and keep your life? Robert lowered his head, his face visibly pale. To be clear, I don't need a dog that disobeys its master. Michael looked at him and continued. And don't worry, he's not the type to attack anyone. I have a good eye for people, right? Robert didn't dare argue and bowed obediently. Yes, Sir Michael. Helmut watched cautiously. Michael's expression changed as he turned to him. All right then. Shall we continue our conversation? Helmut looked at him, thinking, despite his appearance, maybe this guy's used to giving orders to servants. He asked, confused, do you really have to go that far? Michael stepped down toward him. Don't worry, I'll do my best not to invade your privacy. We can bring in an extra bed, and I don't toss and turn when I sleep, so I won't bother you. Or Michael smirked. You're not scared of a weakling like me, are you? Helmut sized him up and commented, yeah, forget about V or whatever mana stuff. I've never seen anyone this weak. Michael's eyes were clear, completely harmless, like he'd shatter if touched the wrong way. Does someone like this really exist? Seeing Helmut hesitate, he asked again. So, what do you think? Starting to consider it, right? Impatient, Helmut asked straight up. That's obvious. Besides money, what's the most special thing you can offer in exchange? Michael chuckled lightly. Are you testing me? Helmut stayed silent, expressionless. Michael clasped his hands behind his back and said, Bullseye. You came here to join the 3-hour martial arts tournament, right? A swordsman who's not from Bazaar wouldn't have any reason to be here at this time. He held out his hand, smiling brightly. Coincidentally, I'm here to watch the tournament. I'll be cheering for you. Having a supporter gives you extra strength, right? What do you think? Helmut froze, his mind racing, not knowing how to respond. He looked at Mai's lively expression and asked, Are you serious? He happily confirmed. Yeah, isn't that a good idea? Getting my support isn't something you get easily. You know that. Helmut covered his face, sighing in frustration. Up to you then. Michael smiled and called someone to arrange things smoothly. I knew you'd trust me. Here, add another bed to the room. The staff immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. The receptionist looked confused as Helmut approached, then suddenly got punched in the face by him. The guy flew backward. Robert and Michael's eyes went wide in surprise. Helmut shot a warning glance at the receptionist, telling him to be careful what he says next time he messes with someone. The guy held his bloody face, scared, and apologized. Sorry, man. Helmut decisively walked away. I don't like doing this, but in this country, you gotta be tough to survive. Outside the hotel, the sunlight seemed to soften a bit. Michael gently sat on the bed, crossing his legs in a formal posture, and introduced himself. Come to think of it, we haven't introduced ourselves yet, right? As you know, my name is Mai. And you're Helmut, he replied casually. Helmut. Michael didn't catch it clearly and spelled it out. He repeated once more, Hute. Helmut breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he's not used to fake names and almost messed up. Michael happily continued. All right. Helmut, how old are you? You look about my age, he answered with obvious annoyance. 16. You sure ask a lot of questions. He didn't care and kept smiling. So you're older than me? I'm only 14? Michael didn't hold back and asked. You come from a noble family, right? Helmut lost patience and didn't want to answer. Think whatever you want. Suddenly, Michael mentioned his background, which shook him a bit. A noble, a swordsman, and not from around here. Are you a student at Ba Din Academy? He looked at the 2 bracelets on Helmut's wrist, explaining it wasn't surprising. When something on your arm looks like a magical artifact, Baden is a magic academy. Nobles around this age usually study there. Helmut turned away, annoyed. So your goal is to dig up my background? Michael quickly explained. No, I'm just curious about you. He placed his hand on his chest, looking at him sincerely. It might sound weird, but I feel a strong familiarity with you. Michael pointed to himself, then back to Helmut. I wonder why I feel strange too. Maybe because we share the same vibe. You casually confide in him like a friend, but you have things I don't, like a strong body. Helmut said nothing. He opened the window curtains, shifting the topic. I'll use the wide space in front, okay? You can use it when I'm not around. Mai didn't hesitate to agree. Oh, you need a training area? Go ahead. The training ground is spacious and airy. Anyway, I don't use that wide space much, but in return, I'll occasionally watch you train. All right? He patted his hand boastfully. As you can see, I'm pretty determined, so I can easily keep up with swordsmen moving so decisively. That's also why I came to watch the tournament a bit for personal satisfaction. I won't pressure you if it makes you uncomfortable. Helmut didn't bother paying attention. It's up to you. Michael leaned on the bed, laughing mockingly. Thanks, Helmut. You're a kind person. Helmut pondered deeply. His innocent expression made it hard for him to guess this guy's true feelings. But with that personality, it's hard to say if he's honest or not. What a strange dude. The sunset faded. Night quietly fell. Mai peacefully lay asleep on the bed. Helmut sat with his back turned. A red light appeared, signaling from the communication orb. A voice spoke. Have the documents been transferred? Is the tournament prep going smoothly? Helmut snapped. That's none of your business. He lit a candle. Oh man, you don't trust me at all, huh? Nadolo slowly revealed info. If you're interested, there's a standout in this year's tournament. He's the youngest to join the Panma Knights, and rumor has it he mastered V skills before turning 18. Helmut thought silently. 18? I could have done that earlier. Not impressed? He asked Nadolos. So what? Nautilus rested his chin, continuing. He's descended from the lost holy sword Darifer. Does that interest you? Helmut's eyes widened in surprise. What? Seriously? Helmut silently held the orb. He muttered Nautilus's words again. Bloodline of Dari. Nautilus explained more precisely this time. They say he's the grandson of that day, the son of the sword saint who left Panma and was considered missing. Seems like he's still alive somewhere and left descendants. Helmut began to sit and think again. Come to think of it, I've heard that story before, that at the end of his life, he had a son. He recalled talking with Darien in the forest, but Darien said his son had left, so no descendants. Nadolos rested his chin, continuing the unfinished story. Seems that truth hasn't been officially revealed, only high-ranking Panma officials know, and it's being hidden for some reason. Helmut immediately wanted to dig deeper about that person. If the Sword Saint's son left Panma long ago, how can he prove he's the Sword Saint's grandson? Nadolos showed clear interest. Curious now, huh? He was silent for a moment, then denied it. I just want to size up my opponent first. He didn't hesitate to reveal to Helmut. Telling you won't hurt. He looks like the Sword Saint when he was young and has his father's identity. But the most important identifier is his swordsmanship. After hearing this, he paused a bit. Nadolos pointed leisurely, sharing what he knew. It's amazing. Everyone thought the Sword Saint's swordsmanship was lost when he disappeared, but it was fully inherited by a young guy from nowhere. Helmut looked at the orb in his hand, thinking, disappeared, huh? Darien's mysterious silhouette appeared in his mind. Darien never told me why he was in the Fa forest, but for some reason, in the human world, he's considered missing. If someone forced him to go to Fa and cover it up, maybe I'll pretend not to know and ask later. Helmut acted clueless, continuing to probe. The Sword Saint disappeared. What do you mean? Nadolos didn't hesitate to say. The giant scorpion embodied in his words. What? You don't know? He went to deal with the scorpion's descendants, the monster that ruled the desert long ago, then vanished. That's the story passed down. Not stopping there, Helmut wanted to dig deeper. If that's what everyone knows, then what's the secret version of that story? Nadolos glanced subtly, mentioning vague details about the story. There's a theory that the temple intervened and took him out. Makes sense. Outside the temple's reach in Panma, the Sword Saint is basically a god there. The temple, expanding its influence, sees him as a thorn in their side. Helmut silently pondered. Nautilus quickly cut off that thought. So, interested yet? I can look deeper if you want to use another chance. Helmut definitely wasn't easy to convince. No, I'm not curious like that. If you don't want to drag this out, I'll check the rest of the documents. Nadolos smiled faintly, regretful. That's a shame. This was an interesting talk. I hope you used the remaining 3 chances wisely. Then the orb disconnected. Helmut put the orb into his cloak, thinking, got it. The place where Dari disappeared is also Panma. He carefully thought it through. If the temple already sees Darien as an enemy, then there's no way they wouldn't know. Darien wouldn't let his guard down at the 3 o'clock temple. So there must be a traitor inside who stabbed Darien in the back. The image of knights appeared in Helmut's mind. Someone like the Panma knights. He unconsciously looked down at his shirt. His hand lightly touched the shirt. Helmut sighed deeply. The army is led by Darien. Darien. He hesitated, thinking of Darien's solemn figure. Would he want him to take revenge? I inherited a lot from Darien, his swordsmanship, and his way of life afterward. The sword gleamed brightly, reflecting Helmut's back. He must also hope that I will take care of the people left in this world. Helmut's expression suddenly hardened, shadowed by darkness. So Darien's revenge is no different from mine at all. That dumbass needs to know how stupid it is for a coward to think he can live comfortably forever. He put everything aside, went to bed to rest, temporarily setting that matter aside. As for Darien's nephew, he didn't think anyone else inherited Darien's swordsmanship but him. He rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling, unable to stop thinking. Darien's son might not have endured the harsh training and ran away, but it seemed that the swordsmanship was passed down to the nephew. With a heavy mind, Helmut fell asleep, curious about the nephew's real skills. The next morning at the tournament venue, the contestants lined up densely, and the audience filled the stands. Michael leisurely crossed his legs, looking down at the arena. While the contestants were still chatting, a sudden announcement came through the loudspeaker. To all spectators across 3 o'clock, welcome to the Royal Martial Arts Tournament of 3 o'clock. The matches will begin shortly. Contestants, please proceed to the tents and wait for your turn. The audience was asked to take their seats. Someone shouted from the crowd, "What's that rich kid doing here? They actually let those losers into the tournament?" Helmut stayed silent, not wanting to argue. But that guy kept taunting. "Hey, is this the contestants' waiting area? The stands are over there." Helmut looked at them expressionlessly. A girl hurried over looking for him. "Mr. Helmut, are you here? I'm here to escort you to the arena." Helmut calmly turned and walked away. Both of those guys were already sprawled miserably on the ground. Helmut told the girl, "Let's go." Seeing her surprised, he quickly made up an excuse to explain. They seem to have a crush or something. If their turn is coming up, Maybe consider adjusting the order. Under the blazing sun, the match officially started. Michael focused intently, watching for Helmet's turn. Someone approached and handed him armor. Please remove your cloak and put on the protective armor. Helmet put on the armor and stepped into the stands. The loudspeaker announced again, the preliminary matches will start now. Our first contestant is the youngest in this tournament. Helmet, Jack, brandishing a knife, took a ready stance. His opponent, the undefeated swordsman dominating the back streets of 3 o'clock. Jack, Robert stood behind Michael, explaining Jack's background. He's an enforcer for the Mola gang, a notorious gang in the 3 o'clock slums. He calls himself undefeated, but mostly bullies the weak, a real bastard. Michael scoffed, unimpressed. Nothing interesting. Jack sneered as soon as he saw Helmet, clearly looking down on him. What's a little girl doing here? I was hoping to fight someone stronger, but it turns out to be a useless brat. The loudspeaker announced the tournament rules. The match won't stop until one side surrenders or can't fight anymore. Any injuries that don't cause death are allowed. Please take note. Michael grinned smugly, teasing. You hear that? Even if I break your arms and legs, the tournament won't be responsible. Jack kept provoking relentlessly. The tournament is for seasoned fighters risking life and death. This isn't a playground for spoiled brats with pocket change. Now you know your place? Helmet didn't care at all. It's so hot. Jack stared wide-eyed. What? The blazing sun made Helmet sweat profusely. I spent 3,000 to add frost armor, so I gotta finish this fast and get my cloak back. Jack clenched his teeth in irritation. Oh yeah? Then he lunged at Helmet like lightning. Then I'll send you off early. Helmet quickly dodged the slash. His face reflected on Jack's cold blade. Helmet moved in and out of sight, forcing Jack to choose a strike. Jack froze. Blood dripped from Helmet's sword onto Jack. He collapsed. Jack's arm holding the knife dropped. Blood splattered everywhere, and he screamed in pain. The crowd gasped in the stands. Michael clenched his fists, face full of satisfaction. Helmet proudly sheathed his sword. Amid the roaring cheers, Jack was no longer able to fight. Helmet advanced to the next round with superior skills. 88-0. After the match, Michael and Helmet returned to the hotel. Michael prepared a lavish feast. He smiled brightly, congratulating. Well done. Helmet, you're really amazing. You totally deserve this support. Helmet stood silently, awkwardly staring at the food. He was a bit surprised and asked Micah, didn't you order a little too much? She casually explained, fighters need to eat a lot to stay strong, and I promise to cover your expenses, so just eat up, don't worry. Helmet was full of doubt. Better to refuse right away. If you're planning to use this to make me do something, then don't even dream about it. Helmet immediately dismissed the idea. Oh yeah? What kind of person do you think I am? This is nothing to me. You gracefully hold your soup spoon and sit down gently. And I'm not trying to make you owe me. I'm investing in a debt, meaning you can expect to pay me back. An investment means you're willing to lose something. Helmet didn't get Michael's point. If you already plan to lose it, then why bother? You slowly lift the spoon and calmly explain. With a debtor, you only get back what you gave. But with an investment, you can get back more. That's what they call high risk, high reward. Helmet replied, but I can't guarantee I'll bring you anything good. He closed his eyes to enjoy the spoonful of soup. Michael's expression didn't change a bit. Then I'll just lose my investment. But I have a feeling you'll help me a lot later on. Helmet hesitated and glanced down. Noticing that, Michael said, don't worry, I won't ask for anything unreasonable. After a brief pause, he took off his jacket and quietly sat at the table. Just eat for now. Night had fallen. The moonlight shone through the window frame. The door creaked open softly, making a cautious sound. Someone called Helmet from behind. He glanced back and then turned toward the stands where the audience watched the matches. It was Michael calling Helmet over. He smiled politely. Hey, Helmet. Michael was annoyed, thinking to himself. I told them to find out everything possible, but those Black Eagles didn't even manage to do that. At this rate, I'll be exposed throughout the whole match. He sat down and started reading page by page. The sound of pages flipping echoed in the quiet room. Helmet's eyes widened in surprise. Reading the information on Ludus, he was quite surprised to find out he was the commander of the Panma Knights, Ludus Cicero. The image of Ludus appeared strong, wearing shining armor, sword in hand leading the troops. This man had commanded the Panma Knights since Darien disappeared. Despite the burden of being the holy sword-bearer, he still managed to organize the annual monster hunts in the desert. He was considered the most suitable person for the job at the moment. Helmet looked at his portrait with curiosity, one of Darien's old comrades. Yeah, someone unfamiliar with Ether. Strange, the master never mentioned things like knight lineage or anything like that. He flipped through the pages thoughtfully, wondering how this man remembered Darien. If I get the chance, I want to talk to him. Suddenly his eyes stopped. Helmet clenched the papers tightly, realizing something. Wait, why did Darien send me to Eton instead of Ludus Cicero? The images of Eaton and Ludus blurred in his mind. When Darien was the commander, Ludus was the deputy commander, so they should have been close, right? Did he skip Ludus so I could enter the academy? No, Darien was extremely thoughtful. He would definitely have told me about Ludus to prepare for future issues. Helmet recalled Darien's words before he left. Tragedy always strikes without warning. Darien's hand rested on his head, his advice full of sincerity. Staying alert doesn't mean you won't get hit. Avoiding it doesn't mean you can escape it. But no matter the situation, don't lose yourself. Helmet silently pondered. He looked at the faces on the pages, his mind heavy with thoughts. Darien, he knew he was betrayed and abandoned right in the Fa forest. Thoughts after thoughts filled Helmet's mind. Even a high priest couldn't imprison Darien like that. But if it was someone close to him, that's a different story. The photo in his hand was clenched so tightly it wrinkled. The person Darien trusted most, the one who could betray him and gain the most. His face darkened, eyes fixed on Ludus on the page. All the evidence pointed to one conclusion. Ludus Cicero was the traitor. The evil faces of suspects appeared, but it's just my guess for now. But if it's true, I won't leave until he faces my punishment. Michael suddenly stirred, turning his back. He opened his eyes thoughtfully. The next morning, the second match continued. Helmet easily defeated his opponent, the first battle to decide who goes to the finals. He looked unmoved as the enemy rolled on the sand. The rising rookie Helmet scored another victory. The crowd kept clapping and cheering loudly. After finishing, Helmet went to retrieve his cloak, thinking if all contestants were at this level, winning wouldn't be too hard. The man holding the cloak kept praising, "Well done, Helmet. The finals will be held at this time 2 days from now." Helmet walked alone down the hallway. Since his match was the first, he had quite a bit of time. Maybe I should go back to my room and keep reading those documents. Someone called out to Helmet from behind. He glanced back briefly, then turned to the stands where the audience was watching the match. It was Michael calling Helmet over. He smiled politely. "Hello, Helmet. Hope I'm not cutting into your rest time? Since your match ended early, I wanted to watch the remaining matches with you." Helmet hesitated, looking down, wondering if it was okay for a contestant to watch. Michael reassured him. "Don't you know? There's no rule that contestants can't watch the matches." Of course, Helmet used to think writing about opponents before a match was really unfair, so they always avoided doing that. He kept looking at Helmet and said, "Yeah, well, with your skills, Helmet, I don't think you need to analyze the strengths of other opponents. But watching matches like this is pretty fun, you know?" Helmet's eyes stared straight ahead, completely silent. The match continued. Kai's name was announced over the loudspeaker as he stepped onto the arena. Next up, we have the second match. First, the famous leader of the Kendo Hall from Ba Kai. His opponent was Helmet, who watched the next contestant step out. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes when he saw that person. They slowly walked out, right as they stepped onto the arena. With sharp eyes full of determination, the youngest genius ever to join the Panma Knights, a rising star, Luker. Helmet frowned, seemingly recognizing that name. His eyes briefly scanned the opponent. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Kai, unwilling to back down, said, "Fighting a Panma Knight? What an honor." The polite reply came, "Keep your manners. The honor's mine. Fighting the leader of the Kendo Hall from Ba Kai. Please go easy on me." Without a trace of fear, he kept his calm and confident demeanor. With a serious gaze, Helmet pondered and gave his assessment. "I get it. Darien probably looks like that and is around that age. If so, I have no idea what his skills are like." Kai prepared his stance to challenge. The audience watched without daring to blink even once. The entire stand seemed to hold their breath, observing the match. Holding his sword in front of his chest ready to respond, Kai was already exhausted, thinking, just as expected, "Even though he's young, he's definitely a Panma Knight. I can't find any openings at all." Losing patience, he said, "If we keep baiting each other like this, the match will never end." Sounds like the audience is getting bored too. He's starting to show clear eagerness. "All right, then let this junior start first." Like a lightning bolt, he swung his sword straight at Kai, his gaze like a blade charging at the opponent. A quick slash, with no wasted movement. Chai, unwilling to lose, aggressively blocked the strike, his eyes like lightning. It seemed like he was underestimating me. Both charged at each other, creating a chaotic clash. Kay then froze, eyes wide in shock. The sword strike that hit him caused blood to spurt non-stop. His cold gaze looked back. Helmet in the stands opened his eyes wide in disbelief, accepting that Kai had lost the ability to fight and lay motionless on the ground. As a decisive slash was made without looking back, the match ended, leaving a shocking aftermath. The crowd buzzed with non-stop chatter. What? What just happened? Luker suddenly disappeared. Helmet opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Turning to look at the bloody Kai on the floor, he whispered, "Sorry, but I really need to win this martial arts tournament." The loudspeaker announced as he won the match. Kai was no longer able to fight, defeated in one move while advancing to the finals. Michael suddenly glanced at Helmet, who was frowning. He asked, "You don't look happy." "Helmet, does he bother you?" He explained briefly, not wanting to drag it out. "He's got real skill. a strong opponent. Mai was a bit confused. Helmut actually praised him that much? Helmut's face didn't change. Full of confidence, if I weren't here, he probably would have won. Mai raised an eyebrow, eyes full of interest, pointing at him. Ah, is that what they call a rival declaration? I like it. I like that confidence. Helmut's mind was heavy with thoughts. Darian's son clearly didn't learn swordsmanship halfway. Frankly, his skill level was better than he thought. His eyes deep in thought. If Jer had learned swordsmanship from Darian, he turned his back and left Michael dumbfounded. Go back to the dorm first. I have something to do, so I'll be late. He asked sincerely. Can I help with anything? Helmut flatly refused. No. Michael shrugged helplessly, coldly. The finals officially began amid the crowd's cheers. Helmut suddenly quickened his pace. Why am I speeding up now? Images of friends at the academy flashed in his mind. I left the primal forest and made some connections at the academy, but I never felt a sense of kinship with them. But Jer and I share one thing in common. Darian Helmut suddenly entered the waiting room, making everyone stare in surprise, and he has similar talent to mine, and also inherited Darian's swordsmanship very well. Helmut suddenly aggressively raised his sword, pointing at them. Anyway, I'll meet him in the arena, but checking out what kind of person Luca really is won't hurt. Meanwhile, the others awkwardly laughed and scratched their heads. Damn, this tournament isn't that exciting. The blue-haired guy angrily pinched his cheek. Is this rookie brat a wild card? Don't say stuff like that in public, especially in front of Bakai people, he shouted in frustration. Sorry, but it's just us here. No one else can hear. Seeing him grimace and rub his cheek, he spoke up. Looks like it's not just us. Helmut was stunned looking at them. Two people stared at him standing still there. Taking the initiative to speak. Wait, you look familiar. He suddenly remembered. Snapped his fingers, eyes bright. Your name? Helmut, I watched your match. It was the only one that impressed me. Slowly standing up, if you came to find me right after the match, is this a declaration of rivalry before the title fight? Helmut didn't understand what he was saying. Moving closer, his imposing stance overshadowed him. You two look impressed and want to be fans. He closed his eyes smugly, but sadly only the ladies can be my fans. Helmut didn't mind and asked about something else. You're Darian DFRT's nephew, right? Bragging enthusiastically, he blurted out, Yeah, I'm Darian's nephew. Realizing he'd slipped up, he quickly covered Helmut's mouth, face turning pale, sweat pouring down, signaling him to keep quiet. He didn't let go, nervously stammering. What? Who are you? How do you know that? The blue-haired guy from earlier stepped forward to ask. Is there a problem? Quickly slapping Helmut's shoulder, acting friendly. Ah, no. Looks like this guy wants to chat with me. Let's step outside for a bit. He pressed him against a statue, slamming his hand beside them. They silently stared at each other for a while, when he questioned with a troubled look, unexpectedly being cornered by a guy. Who the hell are you and where are you from? Helmut calmly asked back. Why aren't you with the DFRTs? Getting more agitated, his eyes looked like he wanted to devour him alive. Hey dude, I'm the one asking questions here. And stop bringing up the holy sword. Someone overhearing that wouldn't be good. Helmut looked at him annoyed. He sighed without changing expression. I haven't spread it around yet, so no worries. I just heard there's a successor of the holy sword and got curious, growing more impatient. No. I mean, how did you find out? Helmut replied casually. I happen to be good at gathering info. Helmut looked at him suspiciously, with a commanding aura. He asked about his identity. Who's the kid beside you? Your friend? Tense enough to sweat. Ah, yeah, this is Helmut. He's one of the tournament contestants. It'd be weird if I claimed the DFRT name right now. Helmut questioned further. But you inherited the holy sword's technique, right? Pausing a bit, realizing he knew more than expected. What? You even know about that? Well, when my dad taught me swordsmanship, he never said it was the holy sword's technique. His eyes looked thoughtful as he spoke like sharing a secret. But it's not like I'm denying I'm his descendant. I plan to officially announce it after winning the tournament. Maybe I inherited my grandfather's sword technique, but mastering it and joining the Knights Guild, that was all on me. He clenched his fists, eyes shining with determination. I just want to be recognized at the tournament for my own skills, not because of the holy sword name. Helmut's eyes widened, realizing he'd gotten a bit too excited, scratching his head awkwardly. Damn, why did I spill everything to someone I just met? Please don't tell anyone. Even at the tournament, only the commander and vice commander know. Helmut's face darkened, lost in thought. Wait, if Commander Ludus Kikero was the traitor who pulled the priest's strings to push Darian into the primeval forest, then why did he accept Jer, his nephew, into the guild? A pair of shiny iron shoes approached from somewhere. As they stared at each other, the sound of footsteps echoed. Both of them turned their heads to look, and it was Helmut Kikero. He immediately radiated authority, his gaze piercing and overwhelming the two. Helmut's imposing aura spoke up. Luca, you showed up just at the right time. Luca quickly snapped to attention, stammering nervously. Commander, what brings you here? Helmut, full of resentment, stared at him. Helmut Kikero stood there, towering, with a dignified presence. He asked Luca about his identity. "Who's the kid beside you? Your friend?" Luca was so tense he was sweating. "Ah, yes, this is Helmut. He's one of the contestants in the tournament. He's one of the finalists." Helmut glanced subtly at Helmut, politely commenting as a greeting. "Is that so? Looking so young? Quite impressive. Sorry for not recognizing you earlier, but with my position, I don't have time to watch the matches." Then he suddenly revealed Luca's secret. "Using magic to hide your identity, huh?" Helmut's expression tightened as his secret was exposed. Seeing this, Helmut patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'm not here to interrogate you. You're not the only one hiding your identity in this tournament." After saying that, he turned and walked away calmly. "I just stopped by to encourage Laka before the finals. See you there. Well, I'm off. Good luck in the remaining matches. Both of you, commanders, at least take a break inside for a bit." Helmut waved goodbye, his figure gradually disappearing. "I'll definitely come watch the final match." Luca and Helmut, one tense, the other serious, watched him leave. Helmut quietly said to Luca, "The commander seems to think highly of you." Luca closed his eyes, arms crossed, his words filled with deep appreciation. "I should be the one grateful. He was the first to acknowledge me when I arrived 3 hours ago. He also advised me to prove myself through the tournament." Helmut looked suspiciously after Helmut, pondering. Is he trying to make amends with Darian's son? Or did Luca decide not to stay with you? Turning to leave, he added a few more words. "More importantly, did you change your appearance with magic? How Darian's son looks isn't my business. Anyway, just do your best in the remaining matches and don't spread what I told you," Helmut replied competitively, making Luca frown and look back. "Sorry to disappoint you, but even if I say nothing, you'll have to wait until next year," he said calmly like a declaration. "Because I'm going to win this year." Luca smirked, sighed deeply. "What? So you really came to declare war?" After saying that, he turned away, waving goodbye to Helmut. "I'll be waiting." He silently watched him leave. Then Helmut also turned and walked away, carrying a burning determination. "I don't know what scheme you're plotting, but I won't let Jer fall into the situation you want." Ludus Cicero, at 90, returned to the hotel where he stayed. Michael was reading a book, and when he saw Helmut come back, he immediately asked Han, "Did you have a fun chat with Ludus, Jer?" He was a bit surprised that Helmut knew where he had been. Helmut quickly asked, "Were you secretly following me?" "No way." Michael laughed out loud, denying it right away. "I just guessed. You didn't deny it, so I must be right." Helmut flinched, his face twisting into a grimace. Michael closed the book, curious, asking him, "What did you talk about with him?" Helmut turned and started walking away, clearly not intending to answer. "I don't have to tell you. You're not surprised by his reaction, right?" "Yeah, I figured you'd say that." Michael suddenly brought up Helmut. "If the Pan Knights wanted to recruit you, would you agree?" Helmut glanced at him slightly as he took off his jacket, and Michael continued from before. "Why would the Panma Knights want to recruit me?" Michael closed his eyes calmly and explained, "The 3-hour tournament attracts a lot of talent, and the Knights pay close attention to it. If you win, they recruit the champion." Helmut made up an excuse to refuse. "I won't join. 3 hours is way too hot." Michael immediately cut in. "That's good news. Where I live, it's not hot at all." Seeing Michael's enthusiasm, Helmut turned his head slightly and sincerely offered to join him. "Helmut, after the tournament ends, do you want to join my side?" Faced with that offer, Helmut didn't trust his good intentions and asked back, "You want me to become your knight?" Michael kept his calm expression. "No, I want you to be my comrade. Not just a knight, but fully on my side." Helmut had no intention of agreeing. "I don't belong to anyone." Michael didn't give up quickly, trying to persuade him. "You don't have to decide right now. Just accept it and think about it later." He found it hard not to guess what Michael was thinking. What's he thinking? Helmut suddenly remembered something and stammered, "You're really good at gathering info, right?" Michael immediately got Helmut's meaning. Michael didn't hesitate to ask what he needed. "That's right. So what kind of info do you want?" Helmut hurriedly sat down, wanting to know all the necessary info about the Pan Knights. Info about the commander, the members, and what missions they're carrying out. Michael asked back, "So basically you want me to investigate their working conditions?" Helmut tilted his head to show agreement. "I need something to consider, right?" Hearing that, Michael had to agree with him. "All right, I'll investigate. Even though I'm the one who needs to consider here, I'll gather objective info, so don't worry." Not wanting the conversation to drag on, Michael gestured toward the meal. "So, shall we eat now?" His gaze on Helmut was deep, reflecting the swirling thoughts. If lucky enough, he might find out what Ludus Cicero is really thinking. The sky was clear with birds soaring. The day of the official final match began. Helmut's sharp sword was drawn. Once again, his opponent's arm was cut off, and they fell unconscious on the arena floor. The first match of the finals, Helmut with blonde hair maintained his victory. Helmut sighed, dissatisfied, looking up. "Blonde, Helmut, that name doesn't suit me at all." After the match, as he stepped down, he saw Ludus standing there with arms crossed, teasing. "You're too stiff. At least wave to the crowd." Not bothering to glance, Helmut passed by coldly as usual. He really relaxed, not caring about that attitude. Ludus calmly watched him go. What good is being tense? Aren't you the most charming guy in 3 hours now? He followed Helmut's back, taunting. Enjoy that feeling while you still can, because when you face me, you won't get to enjoy it anymore. Helmut took off his armor and put on his cloak, still busy thinking, you're the one I should be worried about. Honestly, he wanted to smack him on the back of the head. Done with everything, he turned to leave, not knowing if Michael had finished the investigation, when suddenly a call caught Helmut's attention. Wait, over here, is that him? A crowd of women rushed over, calling his name with adoring voices. Helmut, please have tea with me. Helmut stood there, stunned, unable to believe his eyes at the chaotic scene. Then he returned to the hotel. Michael was drinking tea and was a bit surprised when Helmut came over. Helmut's hair was messy, expressionless as he stood there. Michael asked, "What happened?" "Ah, you left like a ghost. The women of 3 hours are targeting me." Helmut turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to complain to Michael. "He wants to mess up my next match." Michael smiled helplessly at his deep thoughts. "Your imagination is something else. Anyone who makes it to the finals is obviously noticed," Michael mischievously explained. "And the reason you're especially popular with the ladies is probably because of your face." Helmut was confused, not understanding him. He recalled the scene at the tavern on his first day in 3 hours, which wasn't the kind of face the locals liked. Those shameless thugs sneered. Their words echoed in Helmut's head. "Can that girl swing a sword? Who is she?" Michael closed his eyes and laughed wryly. "You really don't know anything." Poor Helmut. Helmut suddenly remembered why he sought Michael. "Ah, about the last time we didn't finish talking." Michael handed a notebook to Helmut. He winked at him. "I knew you'd ask, so I came prepared." Helmut reached out and grabbed the notebook. "Quick, huh?" Arya smiled so wide you couldn't see the sun and asked him, "Have you started trusting me a bit more yet?" Helmut flipped through the pages, reading intently. "The Night Order operates based on seniority and the rank of Baron, along with a private estate. I'm not really interested in that stuff." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The evidence of Ludus's betrayal was clearly laid out on the paper. Commander Panma usually stays out of politics, but confirmed that Ludus Cicero supports the Crown Prince. Helmut carefully compiled all the information he knew, based on what he gathered from the Black Hawk. The Crown Prince is the Queen's son from another country. That guy is a devoted follower of the Dao Quang Tong and is trying to bring their temple to the 3 o'clock position. Helmut's eyes darkened. Ludus's face filled his mind. Ludus Cicero supports the Crown Prince. Helmut focused on reading every single word, not missing a thing. He naturally spoke up. "The desert monster Scorpion." Michael, who seemed to know where Helmut was stuck, explained, "Oh yeah, it's a notorious monster at 3 o'clock. That bastard was slaughtered by the Holy Sword long ago, but the offspring are still alive and being hunted." Michael shared everything he knew with him. The Panma Night Order usually carries out suppression campaigns in the desert, partly to limit the spread of the scorpions. This year, the campaign happens right after the tournament ends. Helmut's face darkened, his expression hardened like he'd been doused with cold water. He stared intently at the words in his hand. Each word stabbed deep into his mind. Helmut slowly pieced together every move in Ludus's scheme. "I get it now." Ludus Cicero never accepted Jair joining his ranks to protect him. He frowned, pondering the most likely possibilities. People will do anything to erase mistakes from the past. Maybe he wants to keep an eye on someone who might become an obstacle later. And in the end, in Ludus's plan, he chose to eliminate Jair, throwing stones from behind cover and then using the monster hunt as an excuse to take Jair out, clean up the mess, and spin it as a heroic tale. Helmut snapped the book shut. Lucky he arrived earlier before it happened. Damn lucky to be at 3 o'clock right now. Helmut stared firmly at the notebook in his hand. As long as he's at 3 o'clock, he can't let Darian's nephew share the same fate. He has to stop Ludus Cicero's evil plan at all costs. Though determined, Ludus is way stronger than him, making Helmut hesitate. But after meeting the old man face to face, he realized a few things. Ludus Cicero is very strong, so strong that Helmut wondered if he could even defeat him, if he gave it his all. He was determined to stop the tragedy no matter what. If it's come to this, maybe he needs to tell Lyr the truth and ask for his cooperation. Helmut looked up at Michael, who was casually sipping tea. Michael's eyes gleamed with pride as he looked back at him. 91% chance. The semifinal match is the next day. The announcement blared across the arena. The first semifinal to decide who goes to the final of the 3 o'clock tournament. We're starting right now. Helmut faced his opponent without a shred of fear. Helmut's opponent this round was Houghton. He smiled lightly, already in a ready stance. "Let's have a good match." Robert, as usual, announced the contestant's background to Michael from the stands. He's a first-class mercenary named Hurton. His rank is low, but he already defeated a Panma Knight. The match lasted an hour, and he glanced briefly, saying, "Still no match for Helmut, right? He's crushed opponents stronger than knights." Robert quickly responded, "Can't say for sure yet." He watched the fighters below and gave his assessment. Easy or hard, the important thing is the win. Michael didn't respond. His eyes returned to the arena. Helmut gripped his sword handle tightly, ready in stance. His gaze lifted to look at Ludus and some nobles sitting in the stands. Helmut thought quietly. The Crown Prince, the Second Prince, even the Knight Commander. Now the semi-finals, they're all slowly revealing themselves. Suddenly, Houghton called out, pulling Helmut back to reality. "Hey man, he just drew his sword." He raised an eyebrow, reminding Helmut, "You shouldn't get distracted when your opponent's right in front of you. Overconfidence can backfire." Helmut realized he'd been a bit careless, then drew his sword into position. "I didn't mean that, sorry." He casually scanned the area, silently sizing up his opponent. "First-class mercenary, huh? So this guy's on the same level as PAS?" Houghton radiated fierce energy in front of Helmut, fiery and aggressive, though his strength wasn't quite that high. Helmut carefully calculated each move to see what his opponent's first strike would be. "I got this." He dashed forward like lightning without hesitation. The force was so strong it kicked up a cloud of dust over the floor. Both raised their swords, ready to strike. Houghton easily blocked the first blow. The clash of steel rang cold. The gleam from Houghton's sword reflected into Helmut's eyes, making him instinctively squint one eye. The dazzling light from the sword drew a halo around Houghton's body. Both kept charging at each other, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, Houghton's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Helmut leapt up. His kick caused a violent shockwave. He and Houghton were thrown apart, dust swirling thick. Without missing a beat, Helmut vanished and reappeared, rushing forward again. Houghton braced himself to block. The floor shattered, sending sharp fragments flying. Quick-witted, Houghton used his strength to launch countless sharp shards at Helmut. Those shattered pieces successfully caught his attention. Without a word, Helmut closed in, coldly raising his elbow toward Darian's head. The two clashed fiercely, attacker and defender neither willing to back down. Suddenly, a loud clash echoed through the air. The audience couldn't believe their eyes, jaws dropping in shock. Arya, watching the scene, was equally surprised. Darian was clearly getting tired, wiping sweat from his hand, thinking to himself, "This guy is trickier than I thought." He recalled every clever attack move from Helmut. The guy delayed his strikes by half a beat in an unexpected way, then swung his sword precisely at that half-beat delay. Helmut stood in front of Darian, exhaling heavily, equally exhausted. Even so, he didn't neglect the fundamentals. He didn't rely on luck at all. Arya appreciatively praised him. "I thought I had prepared pretty well for this fight, but your reflexes are insane. Even if I were as young as you, I doubt I could keep up." Then he quickly regained his initial momentum, eyes blazing with determination. "If this was a mercenary mission, I'd wait for another chance to fight you. But here, I can't afford to lose face." Without wasting more time, Helmut charged straight at Darian. It turned out his sword concealed a device that made attacking easier. Those earlier words were just bragging to throw him off. Thanks to the mechanical mechanism hidden in the sword, his attack range slightly increased. Helmut's eyes shone brightly with confidence as he advanced, when suddenly a loud noise rang out. "You're on guard because you fear that half-beat delay, so you won't react fast enough if I suddenly speed up." He stared in shock as his sword snapped cleanly in two. Darian slashed and cut the sword in half. His blade glowed purple like a cold, void flame ready to strike. Darian's sword blade poised to slice Helmut's neck. Helmut stopped. Darian's terrifying strength caused a shockwave on the arena floor. He was exhausted, breathing heavily non-stop. "Get lost. I had no intention of finishing you off." Helmut stepped back, eyes wide with horror as the blade came close to his neck. That was way too close. Darian sheathed his sword. The announcer's voice declared the match over. Helmut officially advanced to the finals. Since Helmut's weapon was destroyed, the match couldn't continue. Darian, the blonde guy, moved on to the finals. Darian extended his hand to shake. Helmut gripped it tightly, like a respectful farewell after a fierce duel. "Sorry, I hate dragging things out, so I wanted to end it fast." With no hostility left, Helmut just smiled warmly in response. "No problem. Earlier, you were aiming to chop my wrist, right?" Arya spoke up. "I heard as long as you don't seriously injure him, it's fine." Helmut broke out in a cold sweat hearing that. The guy's patience was insane. Holding the broken sword in his hand, Helmut felt total respect. True genius exists. At that age, he was already that sharp. Maybe I just fought someone destined to be legendary. Darian basically threw cold water in Helmut's face. If you focused on training instead of tricks, you could be stronger. Helmut just forced a smile hearing that. "Maybe, but I'm a mercenary. In real combat, I was taught the more tricks you have, the easier it is to win." Then Helmut pointed to his chest, proudly sharing his experience. "Especially if you have average talent like me, strategy is a powerful weapon that lets you take on stronger opponents." Darian was momentarily stunned hearing that. Even facing someone strong like you, tricks are tricks. Michael sat above, suspicious and thoughtful. sensing unusual power and nightly activity. He placed his hand on his chin, slowly guessing that Darian's goal wasn't limited to the 3-hour tournament. It seemed so. So what exactly is he after? Suddenly, noise from afar caught Arya's attention. You're not allowed in this area. Damn it. That old man stopped him. Don't let him through. A panicked bodyguard rushed in. He asked what was going on. The guard barely caught his breath and explained immediately. Nothing serious, just some stranger wants to see you, Michael. Turns out it was Kevin. He rushed over, ignoring the guard's protests, eager to meet Michael. There you are. Are you Michael? I came because it's urgent, the guard angrily shouted. What a rude old man with zero manners. Arya stayed calm, handling the situation smoothly. It's fine, but before talking, can you tell me who you are and where you're from? Kevin stopped fussing and politely introduced himself. I was in such a rush I forgot. I'm a blacksmith from the 3 o'clock district. The swords supplied to Panma Knights come from my workshop. Arya smiled lightly, asking, I see, so why are you looking for me? Kevin straightforwardly stated his reason for coming. I heard the guy named Darian is close to someone called Michael, so I came here. Kevin made his request. Can I talk to him for a moment? I want to confirm if my suspicions are right. Michael curiously asked for more details. What suspicions? Kevin bluntly revealed his doubts about the sword Michael used, about its origin. Michael stared at him for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, Can you explain in detail? Cut to the second semi-final match quickly ending. The opponent's sword flew high, flipped multiple times before hitting the ground. In the second semi-final, Arya won easily, his opponent clutching his hand, trembling in pain. The final candidates for the championship were Darian and Arya. Later on, Helmut was sitting in the waiting room when someone walked in. It was Arya, cautiously pulling back the curtain on the door to peek inside. Helmut looked at the hesitant figure at the door with confusion. After a moment, he asked again, The second prince is here. Arya looked shy, turning away to avoid his gaze. Yeah, he came to encourage the finalists, but I think mainly to see me. Helmut asked without any emotion, Why would the second prince want to meet you? With a tense expression, Arya started sharing his thoughts. He knows I carry the bloodline of the Sword Saint. Maybe he thinks if he gets me, he can gain support from the Panma Knights. You need the Panma Knights' help at 3 o'clock to qualify to sit and listen to the position. Helmut vaguely understood the reason for coming all the way here to find him. Oh, that's because the current commander of the Panma Knights is the deputy to the Crown Prince. If the second prince recruits him, it could reduce the commander's influence. After hearing this, Arya became more anxious. That's right. For someone indebted to the commander like me, this meeting would be really awkward. Suddenly realizing something was off, he immediately got agitated and shouted, How do you even know he's a spy or something? Helmut didn't care about the angry guy in front of him and calmly said, I told you. I'm really sharp with information. Then he cooled down, awkwardly scratching his head and asking for a favor. Anyway, the second prince is coming now. I can't just bail. Helmut, can you tell him I'm busy or something? Suddenly, the second prince appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice icy cold. If you're busy, I'll come another time. Arya froze in fear, his face twisted and sweating non-stop. He jumped, spun around reflexively, then stood straight, stammering. No, Your Highness, I didn't mean that. The second prince laughed heartily. Don't worry. I get it. You've got a weird sense of humor. He smiled warmly. And Darian was always a strict perfectionist, so sometimes I wonder if you carry his blood. Hearing the second prince mention Darian, Helmut's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but ask, Darian, the Sword Saint, what kind of person is he? The second prince watched Helmut with interest. You want to know? Helmut, I was really impressed by your fight. You've got great skills. He went serious and said nothing more. The second prince began recounting what he knew about Darian, his eyes full of admiration as he recalled the man's figure. As for Darian, I met him a few times when we were kids, but I remember him as extremely loyal and determined. He furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting, especially about the strength he saw in Darian's eyes. I think that's the embodiment of the spirit of 3 o'clock to this day. Helmut listened intently, not missing a word. Suddenly, the second prince changed the subject and said something that made Helmut tense. You approached the Sword Saint's grandson out of curiosity about that, huh? Arya next to him was sweating too. How much have you heard? The second prince clasped his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. Since it seems like an important conversation, I didn't want to interrupt. Got any more questions, Helmut? He glanced at Helmut, with a look like he was tattling. Your Highness, don't tell this brat everything. He knows too much, like he was some kind of Sword Saint stalker. The second prince denied it. I don't think he has bad intentions, so don't worry. He rested his chin on his hand, slowly judging Helmut. A swordsman's mindset shows in how they swing, and his sword pursues power, purity, and simplicity. So it's no surprise he's curious about the Sword Saint. Helmut sighed in frustration. You're more refined than before. The second prince burst out laughing. Did you hear what he just said? Teased. Helmut just stood there, frowning in annoyance. Then the second prince suggested, "Helmut, have you considered serving under me?" He didn't hesitate and immediately refused. "No thanks, thanks." The second prince said disappointedly, "You're pretty straightforward even with a prince." He grabbed Helmut's hand, not forgetting to send his wishes. "Anyway, I hope we both have a great match in the finals. Helmut, I wish you learn a lot more about the Sword Saint right here at 3 o'clock. Then the second prince turned and squeezed his hand. "After the finals, I'll call you. We'll talk details then." Helmut was stunned and responded, "You're planning to find me again?" he asked. "Why? You don't want to?" Getting flustered, he stammered to explain. "No, Your Highness. You said you understand if I keep meeting you. Trouble will come to me and the commander." The second prince suddenly became serious. "I want to talk about your safety." Helmut didn't understand and asked, "My safety? What do you mean?" Area next to him was also quite surprised. The second prince didn't explain further and turned to leave. "For now, just know that. I'll send someone to find you quietly, so you don't have to worry about nosy people." He pulled back the curtain and said goodbye to the two of them. "All right, I'm off." Once the person left, Area sighed quietly. Helmut suddenly spoke up. "You two talk pretty comfortably, huh?" Area was a bit startled but responded, "What? Yeah, he treats others pretty erratically too." Looking ahead, he said in a low voice, "Honestly, I think he's a good person. But sometimes, depending on the situation, you can't act on impulse in front of him." Helmut quietly observed him, expressionless, and said, "You should listen to the second prince when you're shocked by what he says." "Did you hear what I just said?" Helmut said meaningfully. "No one's responsible for your life." Darian's heroic silhouette blazed behind him. It was like he suddenly appeared right here. "If I just let life sweep me away and then leave me behind, I won't be myself anymore." When I opened my eyes wide in confusion, he doubted and asked Helmut, "You know something, don't you? You're acting like this is a matter of life and death for me. I'm done beating around the bush. From now on, just do what you can. I'll do my best too." After hearing that, he swallowed hard. Helmut turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw a few jabs. "Or maybe you should just go on a date with Zamba like usual. Blow off some steam after the tournament or something." My mood exploded, and I pointed at myself, agitated. "Isn't that right? What kind of person do you think I am?" Helmut sighed thoughtfully. "Back then, Jer, I hoped you'd understand just how dangerous your situation really is." Then I went back to the hotel. Helmut tiredly opened the door and stepped inside. Michael was reading a book and quickly turned his head when he heard the door open. "Hello, Helmut. You enjoying chatting with the second prince?" Helmut was stunned, a million question marks popping in his head. Again, Helmut shook his head in frustration. "Seems like he's used to this by now. I'm not surprised anymore." "The next words better be something you think through carefully." Michael was sweating bullets but still forced a smile. Helmut pinned him down with one hand and held the sword with the other. Mai's face turned pale. "Please." Judging by his reaction, I hit the nail on the head. "Can you take your hand off? I'm having trouble breathing." Then Helmut stood up. Michael also sat up and said to him, "Why are you keeping this secret?" "But I don't plan to expose it." Michael pointed at himself and answered in a way that made Helmut reconsider sparing him. "I'll have someone deal with blacksmith Kevin. Only you and I know this secret." Helmut wondered, "You want to use this as leverage?" Mai smiled friendly and replied, "I told you, I don't want to owe Helmut anything more. It's not like I dug this up. The blacksmith came to me himself." Then he put on a very trustworthy face. "This is just a little help from me. I'm not asking you to cover up whatever you want." While Helmut was still considering, he added, "This info will never leak out, I promise." His eyes started to waver. Helmut quickly turned away. "You better keep your word." Mai's heart bloomed because he just escaped disaster and felt terrifyingly crazy. The pressure from someone who made it to the finals is no joke. He got curious again. "Speaking of which, what's your relationship with the Sword Saint?" Helmut sheathed his sword and answered, "I'm Darian's disciple." Michael admired Helmut greatly. "So the Sword Saint actually has disciples. So I'm in the middle room with the Sword Saint's disciple? Awesome. I'm powerless to think. Probably gonna be noisy for a while." Then Mai pointed up like he just had an idea. He smiled and said, "Did you learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint before or after he died?" Then the reason Helmut and the 3 hours aren't because of the tournament, but maybe. Helmut cut Michael off. He coldly advised him to start thinking about how to pretend not to know me. Michael lost his enthusiasm at that. While Helmut was adjusting his sword, Michael behind him said, "Sounds like something's about to happen." He calmly replied, "All right, I don't intend to dig deeper. I should pack up, right? Time to make a quick escape." Helmut looked at the shiny sword in front of him. He praised it while looking at it. "And I didn't even know this sword was so famous. I just thought it was good and sharp." Helmut asked again, "But if it's that famous, why hasn't anyone discovered it until now?" Mai explained so he could understand. "It's royal property, and only the royal family gets to see it. It looks pretty ordinary, so unless you're an expert, no one would recognize it. I'm not digging up this story. The blacksmith came to find me." Then he put on a very convincing face. "This is just a little help from me. I'm not letting you hide whatever you want." While Helmut was still considering, he added, This information will never leak out, I promise. His eyes began to waver. Helmut quickly turned away. You better keep your word. Mai's heart bloomed with relief from escaping disaster and a terrifying thrill. The pressure from someone who made it to the finals is no joke. He got curious again. Speaking of which, what's your relationship with the Sword Saint? Helmut sheathed his sword and replied, I'm Darian's disciple. Michael admired Helmut deeply. So the Sword Saint had disciples too. So I'm in the middle room with the Sword Saint's disciple? Awesome! He thought helplessly. Probably going to cause a ruckus soon. Then Mai pointed up as if he just had an idea. He laughed and said, Did you learn swordsmanship from the Sword Saint before or after he passed? Then maybe the reason Helmut and 3 hours aren't about the tournament, but Helmut cut Michael off. He coldly advised him to start thinking about how to pretend he doesn't know me. Michael lost his enthusiasm at that. While Helmut adjusted his sword, Michael behind him said, Sounds like something's about to happen. He replied calmly, All right, I don't intend to dig deeper. I should pack up, right? Time to make a quick escape. Helmut looked at the shiny sword in front of him. He looked at it and praised, I didn't know this sword was so famous. I just thought it was good and sharp. Helmut asked again. But if it's that famous, why hasn't anyone discovered it until now? Mai explained so he could understand. It's a royal treasure, and only the royal family gets to see it. It looks pretty ordinary, so unless you're an expert, no one would recognize it. Helmut kept reminding, just to be safe, it's best not to let the princes or the kings see it. Arya cheerfully changed the subject. How far along are you with preparing for the finals? You're really cautious around Luke Jer. But Helmut's face didn't change at all. No fear. He remembered the image from earlier and realized tomorrow would be his first duel with Luke Jer. Hopefully, the match won't end too easily. Scene shifts to a scorching desert, sand covering everything. Footsteps appear. He walks through the vast desert, then scoops up a handful of sand with his hand. He looks down and lets the sand fall to the ground. Suddenly, the spot sinks deeply. It's so deep, it looks like a massive black hole. Then he stands up, facing a giant scorpion-like monster. He reaches in and pulls out something, a transparent orb with a golden glow inside. The monster has an identical orb on its head. He raises his orb and praises it. Good. You really are smart to remember your master. He grins smugly. It's time to awaken. In the endless desert, a huge arena appears with countless participants. Inside the arena, thousands cheer eagerly for the upcoming match. The announcer's voice booms. The glorious finals of the Ba tournament. 2 counts sit in the stands. Arya is also present. The announcer continues. Who would have thought this scene would unfold? On the battlefield below are Helmut and Luke, a duel between the young genius of the Panma Knights, the future of Ba, and another mysterious prodigy. Helmut looks around and says to Luke, So I'm the villain, huh? Luke comforts him. Don't sweat it. That's just for the Ba audience. Helmut's determined gaze replies, Kinda feels like pressure, right? If you mess up after all this hype, it won't just be criticism. Luke frowns, showing annoyance. He really is an expert at making people mad. You better not beg me to split the prize money if you lose. When the signal sounds, if both fighters are ready, Luke starts focusing on the fight. Helmut keeps his unwavering determination. The match begins. He stares straight at Luke, sensing Darian's killing intent. Helmut is a bit surprised by the opponent. He smiles lightly and thinks, facing this swordsmanship, it feels so nostalgic. In the clear blue sky, a bird is flying. Michael looks up at him, puzzled. A bird? Then the bird soars away, then comes back. Helmut's steps grow steadier. He assumes a fighting stance. Luke is equally cautious. Just as they're about to clash, something falls from the sky. Luke and Helmut both look up, confused. Then suddenly someone falls to the ground. Everyone panics at what's happening. What the hell? Did someone just throw something down? Someone shouts. It's Michael, also curiously looking down. It fell from the sky. Looking closer, it's the 2 counts, visibly shocked. Helmut stares fearfully at the person in front of him. He instinctively looks up and sees the bird still circling. It's not a bird like everyone thought. It has a terrifying face, a monster. Chapter 94. Luke quickly turns around, silently thinking, a monster? Why is there a monster here? Helmut beside him suddenly shouts loudly. Hearing the noise, Luke snaps out of his shock. At the same time, Helmut from the opposite side rushes toward him. Seeing that, Luke panics and asks, What's going on? What are you thinking in a situation like this? Helmut points upward, signaling him. Luke pauses briefly, then immediately raises his hand, placing his sword against his arm guard. Helmut steps on Luke's sword and leaps high. He channels all his strength to charge at the monster that's mocking them. Helmut infuses dark energy into his sword and slashes fiercely forward, striking the monster, causing it to writhe in pain. Moments later, the monster is cut in half and falls down. Luke stares blankly at Helmut, who just coldly glances back without a word. Minutes later, the night team arrives at the arena to clean up the scene. They analyze the victim's situation. The ID card shows they're from the prosperous village in the south. Summon the knights, we're moving out. Why did the monster drop the body here? The team leader speculates. It feels like a declaration of war. Helmet listens quietly, not noticing Luke staring intently, frowning thoughtfully. That's the monster, the enemy we'll have to face from now on. Thinking that, he pushes Helmet's arm and asks, Helmet, have you fought monsters before? If not, why did you react so fast? Helmet casually replies, at least faster than you. Luke grimaces and says, you still have energy to cause trouble now? The more I know about you, the more you don't fit your looks. A moment later, he asks, do all monsters look like that? Helmet asks back, you've never encountered a monster before? Luke awkwardly answers, I just became a knight recently. How often do normal people get to see monsters? Helmet gently explains to him, they're huge but not smart enough to talk. Easier to handle than humans, so you don't need to be scared. Luke stammers, who's scared? Not me. Helmet ignores it, thinking, but if it's a smart monster, that's a different story. Suddenly, the organizer's voice announces, sorry, dear audience, due to an unfortunate accident, the finals are temporarily postponed. We ask both contestants to proceed to the waiting room. Hearing this, Luke tensely wonders, why do we have to go to the waiting room? Shortly after, when the scene has been cleared, Helmet quickly entered the waiting room. Ludus softly spoke, all right, everyone is here. Seeing him rush over, Commander, why are you here? Ludus replied, time is tight, so I'll get straight to the point. He continued, the corpse the monster brought is said to be from the people of the southern Ando region. In other words, that area has been attacked by monsters. Due to this unexpected incident, the Panma Knights will immediately go to conquer them. Ludus promptly gave orders. First, as a knight, you must join this mission. Get ready to depart. Helmet quickly responded clearly, yes, Commander. Then he turned to Helmet and said, and Helmet, unfortunately, this happened right before the finals, but the match will be postponed at least until the suppression is over. Can you wait until then? He thought to himself. I get it. He called me here just to wait for my agreement and then ask back, what if I said no? Ludus answered, the alternative is to declare the final a draw and split the prize money. No one wants that outcome, but there's no other choice. Helmet silently pondered for a moment. Then after a few seconds, he said, how about this? Helmet proposed, I'll join the monster suppression at the same time, and we'll decide the winner based on the number of monsters each of us handles. Ludus shouted in surprise, what? Ludus gently warned, suppressing monsters isn't a kid's game. Helmet nodded and replied, I know that well. I think I've proven myself by handling that flying monster earlier. Hearing that, Ludus was briefly surprised. He stroked his beard and said, I understand now. You're the one who made it to the finals of the prestigious 3-hour tournament. I was rude. Ludus then ordered, all right, both of you finish preparations by 3 o'clock and gather at the square. Helmet promptly responded. Shortly after they finished talking with Ludus, Ludus quietly asked, hey Helmet, are you really planning to join this mission? He grimaced and said, and you want to decide the winner by monster count? That gives you an advantage. Helmet calmly replied, it's not like we always run into monsters. That's fair, and I'm not joining just to win. Then he added, I'm worried about your safety. Helmet paused briefly. Then, he cheerfully asked, you think I'll get eaten by a monster? Helmet nodded. Let's say yes. A moment later, he muttered tensely, just kidding. This is what the second prince mentioned, right? I've been thinking a lot about it. It's been stuck in my head all night, so I couldn't sleep. He anxiously asked, so have you told me yet? Exactly who's trying to take me out? Helmet smiled slightly, thinking to himself, if I told him what I know now, he'd just stare at that person, and that'd be bad. At the same time, Helmet casually lied, I'm not sure who that person is, so don't fully trust anyone in the Night Squad right now. He lowered his voice, even the commander. Hearing that, he tensed up a bit and frowned. Suddenly, a loud voice called from behind, Helmet! Michael waved at the two from behind. Helmet was briefly surprised. Michael hurriedly said, I think this is the first time we've met outside. Helmet and the guy next to you must be Jer, right? Looking at them curiously, he asked, who's that, your brother? Helmet replied indifferently, just someone I know. Michael interrupted, sorry to butt in, but can I talk to him for a bit? After we're done, I'll give him back to you. Helmet answered, he's not really mine anyway, go ahead. Then he turned and walked ahead, reminding, pack up and then we'll gather at the square. Got it? Helmet responded. Michael smiled and said, you seem pretty close with him, huh? Helmet didn't answer. So, what do you want to say? Michael replied. Tonight I'm leaving the 3-hour area. This might be the last time we talk. He smiled lightly and continued, no, someday we'll meet again. So this isn't the last time. Michael asked further, you're going to help with the monster suppression, right? You've seemed interested lately, so I guess so. A moment later, he cheerfully asked, so is the reason you came here related to Helmet? What kind of person is he? Helmet replied irritably, you want to say that's all? Michael was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. You should know, 2 days ago in the southern desert of the 3-hour area, there was info that Lumen Spirit Green passed through there. Mai smiled meaningfully and asked, so you already know? Helmet turned around and replied, You too, huh? Seems like you didn't just come here to watch the tournament. Then he immediately left. I'll remember that. Waiting for 5. The next day, the troop prepared to leave the city. Soldiers fully equipped with helmets and armor. Helmut also went to battle with the soldiers. Helmut sighed, thinking he was a bit tense, not like himself at all. He didn't expect the first expedition to start so early. Nearby, someone gently touched him. The other person slipped something into his hand and said, "This is for you to stay alert." From who? The other didn't answer and immediately left. Looking at the item in his hand, it was a small piece of paper. On the back, Helmut saw him flustered, quietly watching. Crowded, Ludus shouted orders. "All troops, move out!" At the same time, the entire army marched out of the city. Under the scorching desert sun, the expedition that would change the fate of the 3-hour area began without warning. In the wild desert, the harsh sunlight beat down as the troop quickly set up tents to rest. Ludus pointed at the map and said, "The place attacked by monsters is a southern oasis village called Olor in Deezer. We've received detailed damage reports through the crystal orb," he continued. The garrison troops quickly assessed the situation and immediately supported the villagers, but the number of monsters was too overwhelming, so they retreated, saving only 1 survivor. A soldier suddenly shouted, "Are you kidding? Only 1 survivor? What about the honor of the Manhwa Knights?" Ludus spoke in a low voice. "Don't blame them too harshly. The number of monsters was huge, and one of them was a type of monster we're very familiar with." As soon as he said that, the soldiers' faces darkened. Ludus added, "The blood-red scorpion. It matured from a juvenile to an adult without us knowing." Han was startled and stammered. He questioned, "No way. So all our efforts were for nothing? You know better than anyone else, Commander. We didn't neglect the investigation." Below, Helmut was deep in thought. "If it's a scorpion, does that mean it's the monster Darien defeated?" Godric quietly spoke. "The Holy Sword faced it alone." Ludus replied, "Stop babbling, Godric. Fear won't help this mission," he said, "and this time is different. The Holy Sword is alone, but we're going together." Ludus raised his voice. "I know I'm not as reliable as Darien, but you guys make up for my shortcomings. So the current Manhwa Knights are the strongest squad." He clenched his fist, showing determination, pride as he raised his sword to protect order. Hearing this, everyone regained their spirit. Ludus continued assigning tasks. "Now, I'll assign the schedule. First, we reorganize the formation after regrouping with the knights already stationed there. Then each unit, led by a captain, will scout the entire southern region of Dare. Surely some monsters will have split from their pack." He pointed to the map. "Meanwhile, the main force I lead will head straight to Oldor to eliminate monsters and support the villagers. Once scouting is complete, units will regroup at Oldor and assist us." Ludus directed the soldiers. "Now I'll list our forces. Captains Horton, Cicero, Romeo, Haas, Karos, Zorona." The commander's voice echoed loudly in the tent. Ludus spoke firmly, and finally, with 12 people assigned, he stood up to leave. "If no one objects, we move out after resting." Suddenly, someone raised their hand and said, "I object." Helmut voiced his opinion. "I want to join the main force too." Hearing this, Han was shocked. Ludus frowned slightly. Ludus hesitated. "Helmut, you will operate with Deputy Commander Diam Anvis. The main unit carries heavy responsibilities in this campaign. I know your skills, but I can't fully trust an outsider enough to give them this task." Helmut asked back, "Before we go, do you remember our agreement that we decide the winner based on how many monsters we handle during the expedition?" He continued, "To do that, the chances must be equal. While I'm scouting around now, the main force has already started suppressing the monsters. That's unfair. At least we should be in the same unit." Han angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Kid, we're discussing an important mission and you want to hijack it for personal reasons?" Ludus stopped him. "Don't be too harsh, Hot Honorable. He's not wrong," he questioned. But as Han said, changing plans like this is difficult. "If that's your issue, can we start counting once everyone has regrouped at Oldor?" Helmut replied. "That's unfair to me. He'll be exhausted from fighting monsters earlier. What if he sees monsters right away? Why would you let a Manhwa Knight just sit there and eat cake?" Ludus ordered sternly. "Helmut, act with Diam Anvis. That's an order." Helmut frowned and said, "I have no obligation to obey that order because I'm not a Manhwa Knight." Right after he said that, the Manhwa Knights fell silent. They looked pale and scared at him. Ludus sighed, then laughed heartily. Moments later, he turned to Luke and asked, "Luke, what do you think?" Luke stammered. "Me?" Nervously, Luke replied, "I also think a fair fight is very important." Hearing this, Ludus quickly decided, "I'll let Helmut join the main force." Han angrily objected. "Commander, are you really giving up so easily to a kid's request?" Ludus calmly replied, "Horton, before being a kid, like you said, he was the one who made it to the finals of the 3-hour tournament, and letting an outsider in isn't a big deal." He held a chess piece on the map, explaining and then asking, "However, since the main force now has 13 instead of 12, the formation will be unbalanced. So, Helmut, You'll be placed on the outer edge of the main force, which makes it hard to protect you if monsters attack. Are you okay with that? Helmut nodded. I can take care of myself. Done. Ludus loudly declared, Good, meeting adjourned. Everyone rest a bit, then we start moving. Everyone responded clearly in unison. After the meeting, Helmut quickly left, thinking to himself, Ludus Cicero isn't as strong an opponent as I thought. Does he really think he's some kind of fortune teller who can handle me? Helmut turned around, sizing up the soldiers once more, but only within the Manhwa Knights. Could he clearly see the loyalty they had for Ludus Cicero was very high. If I clash with Ludus, that means turning the knights into my enemies. He told himself he needed to stay sharp, moving ahead just as Helmut cautiously leaned toward him, full of worry. At the city gate, the knight squad quickly arrived at the city. They discussed strategies and plans, then left the city to continue their journey. Everyone marched across the scorching desert, advancing toward the battlefield. The horses' hooves suddenly faltered. Ludus looked down at the scene below, puzzled. Strange. This is definitely Oldal, he said to the person beside him. But the place was just ruins with no sign of monsters. Godric whispered. They must have moved elsewhere, Ludus said quietly. Monsters don't usually change their habitat often, but they attacked Oldor and even flew to the capital 3 hours ago, so I think, maybe. Godric asked, but if that's true, isn't it likely they're hiding under the sand? Ludus nodded. That's true. He quickly ordered the entire army to maintain formation and enter Oldor. Following his command, everyone moved toward Oldr. The cavalry quietly advanced, the place stained with blood everywhere. Seeing the devastation, everyone was on high alert. Godric whispered, Too quiet. No sign of monsters. No sign of villagers either, he hurriedly told Ludus. Cancel it. I have a bad feeling about this. Let's get out of here first. Suddenly, someone from afar threw a rock at him. Godric turned around and said, What's your problem? Don't cause trouble. What? The other quickly defended. I didn't do anything. A shadow suddenly fell from above. A giant scorpion monster appeared from a building near the soldiers. A trembling soldier stammered, That's a scorpion. A huge black scorpion, with blood-red eyes, stepped forward with deadly intent. Helmut stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. It was a scorpion. A shout rang out, Get down! Ludus drew his sword. A fierce spiritual energy burst from the blade, tearing through the air, striking the monster head-on. The explosion thundered, the ground shook, and soldiers panicked, scattering in chaos. Amid the chaos, he frowned, voice booming with authority. Form up! We're getting out of here first! Behind them, a horde of furious monsters chased relentlessly. Everyone urged their horses forward, iron hooves pounding the ground with tremors. Suddenly, the ground ahead collapsed violently, horses neighed loudly, losing balance, causing Hoon to fall hard. A giant scorpion crawled step by step, its blazing red eyes locked onto the dazed man on the ground. Ludus, startled, turned his head and roared, Hoon! On horseback, he frowned, gripping the reins tightly, ready to charge, knowing if he wanted to save that guy, he'd have to jump down immediately. But just as he was about to act, Helmut's gaze froze. He glared as a figure darted past like an arrow. Without hesitation, he bravely lunged toward the pit. As he shouted, Lord Hoon bent down, his sword glowing fiercely, surrounded by a powerful spiritual aura trembling wildly. Without a moment's doubt, he swung his sword, spinning his body with momentum, stabbing straight into the giant scorpion's back. A harsh, heavy cry echoed, sweat streaming down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he said, I still can't finish it. Why is it so tough? He turned back, eyes resolute. Lord Hoon, get on your horse now. We move as a unit. The two immediately galloped like the wind, cutting through the chaos toward their comrades. Helmut coldly urged his horse from behind, eyes dark and silent, just watching until everyone was out of Oldal. Hearing this, Ludus tightened the reins, his stern voice ringing like a battle cry. The entire army turned their horses around and formed a formation. Not a single soldier panicked. Everyone's gaze grew calm, expertly controlling their mounts. In an instant, a circle of defense was formed. Let's wipe them out. Helmut frowned, eyes brooding deeply. Horton Cicero was Ludus's subordinate. Even if that guy lived, he could still become an enemy. That thought had made me hesitate earlier. He glanced at the guy riding close by, who hadn't hesitated despite knowing there was a traitor among the knights. Helmut's face darkened. Was it because he was too soft or too kind? Suddenly, under the blazing desert sun, a piercing hiss sounded as a giant snake lunged forward. But in a flash, the sword sliced through, blood splattered everywhere, monster corpses scattered around. Ludus spoke gravely. It seemed most of them were dealt with. He hadn't expected monsters to lie in ambush like this. Hoon stood nearby, face serious. Except for the others, the number of scorpions was unusually high. He leaned against a large rock to rest, thinking this problem was bigger than they thought. He sighed. sweat soaking his forehead and collar. Just then, a bottle of cold water was handed to him. Helmut said, "You look a bit exhausted." Slightly surprised, he drank and arrogantly said, "Not at all. I just feel a bit empty because this isn't as bad as I thought." He suddenly paused when Helmut spoke heavily. "Why do you save them?" Frowning slightly, "Save who?" Helmut turned to look toward the sand dunes where the battle had just settled. Not just that bastard, even knowing the whole army might turn their swords on him. His gaze unconsciously flicked toward Ludus. "Maybe," he said quietly, "but I don't hold a sword just to stand aside and watch others suffer." That sentence made him momentarily stunned. Bowing his head, he whispered, "And the truth is, Lord Hoon isn't a threat to me at all. Keep that a secret." The sky was unusually clear. He looked up, voice low but a bit anxious. "Shouldn't we contact them?" He still kept his calm. There was still some time before we regrouped. Ludus's voice was steady. No contact means everything is still under control. If it's Das and Romero's unit, handling those little freaks won't be a problem. Suddenly, a report blared out. "Commander!" A guard came running in panic, clutching a glowing communication orb. "You should see this." He handed over the orb. Das replied, "No, actually it's not." Ludus spoke calmly. "This is Commander Ludus Kozero." The orb emitted a serious tone. "I'm Hens from your outpost. Commander, is your side still okay?" His voice came from the other end. "What's going on?" Hayers stood on the wall watching the monsters gathering heavily at Ludus's fortress. Stunned for a moment, he said, "The monsters are advancing now. The ones we just dealt with aren't the only ones." He lowered his voice. "Right now, they're just gathering in front of the fortress and not attacking. Most of our forces are out hunting them, so it's hard to handle this number now." He frowned. "Are there any blood-red scorpions among them?" Hayers squinted, focusing intently. "No, they don't seem to be here." Ludus nodded, eyes serious. "Got it. I'll send reinforcements there." Hayer's eyes darkened for a moment. "Commander, the blood-red scorpions aren't here now. This might be a trap to make us retreat or split our forces." But at that moment, Hun standing behind, eyes flashing with doubt. "Can monsters really come up with such complex plans?" He handed the orb to him. "They know how to ambush us, so if they have distraction tactics, I'm not surprised." Ludus's voice was stern, eyes cold as ice. "But we won't silently retreat. We'll leave a small team here to keep scouting. The rest will return to support." Now Helmut froze. He stood with arms crossed, deep in thought. If Ludus's entire army pulls back now, we'll be completely isolated here. Helmut's eyes darkened. "You've planned this far ahead, Cicero, but I'm not an easy target to chew on." Right then, he waved his hand, voice firm. "Decisively, I'll order the units that haven't regrouped yet. Only the 5 of us here, including me, will stay. The rest should return." Ludus turned to look at the 2 young men in front, voice heavy. "Helmut, you 2 should also go back now." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere froze. He was shocked. "What?" 97. Ludus looked at the 2 young men again, serious. "Helmut, you 2 should also go back now." He and the other were stunned, speechless. Helmut clenched his fist tightly. "But Commander, He was cut off by a decisive tone. "Helmut, just follow orders." Ludus stepped forward, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. His voice deepened with a rare softness. "Don't worry. It's not that I don't trust your ability. And because I do, I'm sending you there." Ludus turned, eyes scanning everyone, ordering, "Once things here are settled, come back with the team and we'll deal with the blood-red scorpions together." He strode past Helmut. "I promise to help you avenge your grandfather." Helmut froze, body still, eyes wide watching the retreating figure. Ludus left behind a decisive and commanding presence. "When you're ready, depart." Helmut glanced over at the sun blazing down on the desert, the group moving forward, hooves pounding the ground, creating a steady rhythm. He tightened the reins. "Ludus Cicero, this might be the perfect chance to isolate me now, so why is he letting us go?" Helmut pressed his lips, eyes drooping. Thinking back, given the circumstances, Ludus is the most likely to be the traitor. But that's just my theory. He hasn't done anything suspicious yet. He shook his head. "Maybe the biggest suspect is the Crown Prince." "No, stop overthinking. The important thing now is to stay alert." Helmut's eyes sharpened, because tragedy always strikes without warning. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Hey Helmut." His eyes darkened. "You admire the Sword Saint, right? Do you think defeating the blood-red scorpions is important to avenge the Sword Saint?" He stayed silent. Helmut slowly spoke, voice low. "I carry his bloodline and inherited his sword skills, but I don't feel the urge to avenge him." The other continued, voice full of implication. "I've never even talked to the Sword Saint, so when the commander told me about revenge earlier, honestly, I was pretty disappointed." Helmut remained silent, just tightening the reins slightly. "Even the person who always told me to prove myself through skill only sees the Sword Saint through me." Helmut chuckled softly, voice deep. "Weird, huh?" He turned his head away, sounding a bit spoiled, considering he got everything from the Sword Saint. He raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile. "You tighten the reins and rush off? Talking to you makes me a bit more worried." He chased after him. Now you need to focus on surviving first. Then Helmet turned his head away, voice heavy. Come to think of it, didn't you get something when we left 3 hours ago? His eyes darkened, voice soft and hesitant. I was careless and didn't check. Where did I put it? Helmet pulled out a worn, folded piece of paper. Behind him frowned, eyes confused. A single piece of paper? The other hesitated. I can guess who sent it. He carefully unfolded the paper, studying the handwriting. Just as I thought. It's from the second prince, Helmet responded immediately, voice urgent. Let's see. He glanced over the messy writing on the paper. I hope you read this before it's too late. If you're still here, you have to leave now. Suddenly, a cold voice mixed with anger rang out ahead. Hey, don't break the formation. At that moment, a chill ran down his spine. Helmet's eyes widened, his hands gripping the reins reflexively. The sound of horses' hooves echoed ahead, dust flying thick, obscuring vision. A strange silence enveloped everything. He glanced around as if searching for something in the tense atmosphere. Helmet leaned forward, voice sharp and decisive. Everyone, halt your horses. And everyone stopped their mounts. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind struck, sweeping a soldier high into the air. The man's eyes widened in shock. This was an ambush. From all directions, a horde of giant monsters roared, surrounding them. Han Chin gritted his teeth, everyone ready to fight. His face darkened, eyes wild. A huge shadow loomed. A terrifying screech pierced the air. He stammered, lips trembling. A red scorpion. Both beasts charged simultaneously, radiating deadly intent. Seeing the danger, Han immediately shouted, What are you still doing? The voice of the commander came through urgently, sounding helpless. I can't. No response from him. He froze as two figures dashed past. The gleaming sword sliced through the scorpion's body, cutting it into 3 pieces in the blink of an eye. Helmet calmly said, I attacked first, so the points are mine, no contest. What? You're still keeping score? He stood firm beneath the giant serpent. Don't worry, I'll count your share too. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Thanks. But Helmet's gaze quickly sharpened, his breath deepening. From above, the serpent roared, opening its terrifying mouth wide, its bright red tongue flicking wildly as it lunged down, its massive head like a tower crashing into the ground, causing a devastating shockwave. Pale-faced, he screamed in horror. Helmet! In a moment that seemed hopeless, the serpent's eyes suddenly widened, its thick, tough scales marked with hundreds of deep slashes. His hand decisively swung the sword in a flurry of strikes. Helmet's eyes cold as ice. Blood splattered across his face. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, he said, This reckless bastard. Looks like I'm the one who should be worried. Nearby, the soldiers were still fighting, taking down the remaining monsters. He stepped out of the blood-soaked pit, each step crushing broken chunks of flesh and fresh red stains dripping onto the ground. Helmet slowly observed the nearby scorpion, deep in thought. The blood-red scorpion hadn't joined the fight yet, watching the other monsters that seemed less frenzied. He pressed his lips tightly, as if they were searching for something. Amid the ruined battlefield, the stench of blood and hot wind blowing through, Helmet stood tall. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered on the monster's forehead. The light swept across, reflecting off half of his face. A memory stirred. 2 days ago in the northern desert of Bon, there was a report that someone resembling a Lumen priest had crossed it. Helmet paused. That was the 98. The sun above shone with blinding light. Dim saw Ludus stop his horse and asked, Commander, did you forget something? He replied no. His aged face grew thoughtful. I just think by now they must have arrived. Clouds began gathering near the sun. On the desert, the soldiers were very sparse. The giant beasts continued to wreak havoc. Helmet turned around and saw something terrifying. He shouted loudly. Behind him, a massive tail was about to lash down. The huge, long tail swung in, quickly wrapping around him before he could react. Helmet rushed to help, but was too late. The snake coiled tightly around him in midair. Helmet lunged to slash, but it dragged him down underground, leaving him helpless. The cloaked man behind controlled these beasts, grinning. We've caught the target. Deal with the rest now. The red scorpion on his head had a jewel crystal, glowing like the sun. The giant snake tamers received the signal and readied their weapons, the sky slowly turning blood red. He stomped the sandy ground, standing before the red scorpion, smiling at Helmet. Oh, you're the last one? A poor little lamb unlucky enough to survive. Helmet was nearly exhausted, his teammates all fallen. His body was covered in the blood of those cold-blooded creatures. Helmet's legs were barely holding him up, and the enemy in front was too safe. He felt a sharp pain inside, a disturbing aura piercing straight to his heart. He thought it was the dark seed reacting to demon energy. He focused on the crystal on the scorpion's forehead and the energy radiating from the human standing beside it. It wasn't demon energy, this strange feeling. His aura seemed to be holy power. He praised Helmet. But your strength is extraordinary. You've taken down most of my monsters and still have energy left. You're young, but your skills are pretty fierce, and for some reason I sense a dark energy from you. Who are you? He obviously didn't want to answer, instead asking the more important question. Where did you take the girl? The other exhaled. You make this pointless. He raised his hand, signaling the scorpion to activate. You don't need to know, and I have no obligation to tell you. The reinforcements today must be wiped out in an unfortunate accident. Helmet stared at him, using his mind to resist the idea of sacrificing his own subordinates just to catch the girl. Ludus must fear the descendant of the Holy Sword a lot. The man no longer looked down on him. You're not just some meddler, huh? Helmet raised his sword, gripping it tightly. Don't think things will go smoothly like you did with the Holy Sword. I'll make you talk no matter what, and find the right moment to stop Ludus Cicero. He opened his mouth, then raised his hood, smirking sideways. You want to do that? But are you sure? You want to restore order? He was about to pull his hood down. The second prince already told you. Ludus is just a pawn on the chessboard. His face was fully revealed, his voice echoing. High Priest Nodolos also wants to bury the Holy Sword and eliminate his nephew. Do you realize that trying to save the Holy Sword's nephew means making Lumen your enemy? Helmet felt itchy, starting to rethink. There's a theory that the church is also trying to eliminate that person, to increase their influence. That person is nothing but a thorn in their side. He gripped his sword tighter, saying, I've changed my mind. Knowing Helmet would jump, he unleashed a mana blast. Helmet struggled, determined. I'll force you to talk and find the moment. Then I'll take you down first. That guy used his power so smoothly, grinning at me. You really have nothing left to lose, huh? The second prince might have to rethink his judgment. In the middle of the desert stood a giant banyan-shaped rock. Across from it were some smaller rocks. From beneath the ground here, an earthquake started to rise. The snake that had stolen away chose this spot to surface. Then it didn't hesitate to fling me far away. I only lost my helmet and weapon. Luckily, my armor absorbed some of the impact when I landed. While still strong, I looked up, panting hard. Familiar footsteps approached me. It was Ludus coming. He spoke, Hello at this hour. When you don't trust your commander, you get worn out worrying. Where are the other knights? As I tried to stand, he immediately asked, Can you get up? Move around a bit first. The scene was at sunset. The jagged rocks just stood there witnessing everything. Following him, Ludus now said, Your grandfather is the one I respect above all. To earn his approval, I worked for years and rose to deputy commander. When I told you to prove yourself with your skills at 3 o'clock, achieving success through effort was just a pipe dream for those who don't understand reality. I was stunned, then spoke. Commander, I have a question. Can you answer it? I don't want to believe it, not even a little, but someone warned me. Ludus showed no expression, his gaze fixed straight ahead. That person said never be alone with the commander. I tried to scream. Commander, please tell me this is a misunderstanding. Could all the trust you gave me be fake? He quietly called out. Ludus led me to the cave entrance. This was the last place I saw my grandfather before he disappeared. Shocked beyond words, he drew his sword and revealed the whole truth. Right here, I tricked the Holy Sword Darien Deer and trapped him, took everything from him, and buried him deep down. Your fate will be the same. At the cave entrance, the earth and sand rose, carving the number 99. Over here, the battle was raging fiercely. Helmet alone charged at the enemy with his sword. He was trying his best, but his small strength got knocked back every time he touched a scorpion. Helmet kept his focus, annoyingly persistent. Just getting close to that power made my heart ache. I need to pierce through that power with stronger mana, but I still can't control it steadily. The scorpion whipped its tail straight at my head. Helmet dodged immediately. The guy controlling the beast army suddenly noticed something different about him. What's wrong with that guy? It's not like he's inexperienced. At first, he charged like he wanted to take me out, but now he's useless against the Holy Shield? Like he's a monster. He studied the mana on Helmet and found a small gem inside his heart. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Then he unleashed massive magic power, forcing Helmet to fly around, unable to find a way to approach. He said, I get it. I heard some escape the church's watch and survive. No wonder Lumen brought me here to meet you. You're the one carrying the monster's seed. I'll purge you today and restore justice. In a somewhat lonely castle, the dawn sunlight gradually shone in, silently comforting. A hand picked a book from the shelf and started reading. The owner of these actions was a stunningly beautiful platinum-haired girl. Her purple eyes glanced at a spot. Where did that C-shaped ring come from, just lying on the table? She looked at it, strange thoughts running through her mind, but she quickly pushed away the unease. No news is good news. Back to the battle. The guy kept unleashing magic attacks. Helmet dodged them all, which only made him more excited. You're good at running away, huh? Helmet's gaze shifted to the scorpion beside him, thinking smartly, something's off. That scorpion attacked recklessly earlier, but now it's suddenly calm. Maybe it's controlled by the crystal stuck on its forehead, but it moves too predictably. That means the control isn't very precise. Both in attack and defense, it only follows basic commands. Also, that priest has little combat experience. His attack patterns are just as predictable. He doesn't even control the scorpion's activation properly. Helmet gripped his sword tighter. I've found the attack path. Now all I need to do is finish him. He stomped the ground to break, then dashed quickly toward him. The guy underestimated Helmet. Stupid. You really think throwing yourself at him like that gives you a chance to win? As he charged forward, he unleashed even more power. Just go back to Lumen's side. Helmet didn't even blink once. Then the scene shifted to some rocky outcrops. The sword held firmly in someone's hand was Ludus's, blazing with deadly intent. Opposite him was a guy on fire after dodging an attack. His face was wounded. Ludus gave an impressed nod. Jer straightened up and said bluntly, "Stop messing around, Captain. With your final attack, you should have taken me out already." It was hard for him to say those words. "I don't acknowledge you anymore." Ludus shifted his foot, gathering momentum to leap straight at him. Jer struggled to block the strike, finally pushing Ludus's sword away. Ludus gave a subtle compliment. "You've inherited everything well. It's like I'm seeing that guy from Spring's Edge." But the next strike came harder. A piece of Jer's armor fell off. Ludus explained, "If you were a true sword saint, you'd deflect instead of just blocking like before. You'd counterattack before I could even strike. If you were a sword saint, with these light attacks, you wouldn't get hurt." He kept stabbing him with multiple strikes, each hit accompanied by words that sounded like blaming his student. "If you were a sword saint," this time he swung higher, but lying on the ground, Ludus looked at him with contempt. What a pathetic sight. He declared he no longer needed a sword saint. Jer, down there, gripped his sword tightly, slowly standing up, watching Ludus prepare his next move, and sighed, "I still don't get it." Ludus hit him again, no better than just blocking. Their swords clashed, and finally Jer pushed Ludus's sword away, leaving a bloody scratch on his cheek. As Ludus readied another swing, Jer gathered all his strength and pushed Ludus back again, inflicting more wounds. At this moment, he looked just like his grandfather. Ludus hated him even more. He prepared to swing down again. This time, the explosion was terrifying. Flames burst out, leaving a cracked dent in the ground, and Ludus regained the upper hand. Kneeling before him, exhausted and angry, Jer asked, "What exactly do you hate?" Ludus stared down at him, raised his sword high, then answered off-topic. "Your departure will be remembered as that of a hero. You faced the Crimson Scorpion to the very end to protect everyone. That's the last kindness I offer you. With this sword, I once stabbed a sword saint from behind, and now I'm taking the life of his last heir." His power faded, blood dripping to the ground. But then a voice came through, telling Jer he wasn't the last, making Ludus freeze and turn around, only to be pushed far away by none other than Helmet. He moved with 70% shock, 10% disbelief, and 20% admiration. His feet slammed hard on the ground to break, finally safe. Helmet called out to Ludus Cicero, his short platinum hair now long and purple. "I'm Helmet." Helmet warned him it was time to end this. Ludus really got a bad omen. He stared at Helmet standing tall, still couldn't believe it. "Helmet, how did you get here?" Helmet focused straight ahead. He recalled how the beast leader had confidently laughed and cast magic at him, then retreated to Lumen's arms. Helmet kept charging. That attack shot out like a missile. The beast laughed, thinking he'd burn Helmet alive. Dust thickened like a storm, darkened by the desert sands, but a figure like a bird shot out right above him. Ludus stared in shock at that figure. Helmet's mana blazed, unharmed. How could Ludus have guessed? Impossible. That strike should have burned his heart and the dark seed inside him. Helmet knew if it hit, he was done, but if he focused all his will into the sword and pierced through, he might succeed. Of course, he had to drain all his reserves to suppress the seed. With that holy power, he could hold on for a while. He was decisive and quick-thinking enough to save himself at the last second. That moment was enough. Helmet charged straight at the scorpion, shattering the crystal on its head. He figured if it was controlled by a priest's will, the monster wouldn't be happy. The beast leader was stunned, caught off guard again and again. Helmet darted away like a god to get out of there. The scorpion, no longer controlled, attacked everything nearby, forcing him to focus on keeping it from reaching him. Helmet felt a lightning bolt surge through his chest, making him tremble the dark seed. He remembered when Ludus's grandfather trained him in swordsmanship. The old man was proud, watching his dedication. Helmet frowned, watching the fight, slowly regaining his composure, though his sword hand still trembled slightly. On the other side, Ludus was busy with the giant red scorpion. He poured all his strength into attacking it. The filthy, lowly monster vanished, replaced by that same power, flashy and fierce like a missile burning straight at the scorpion. After minutes, the beast was charred black, writhing in agony. Ludus sneered, a monster that didn't know its place, but forgot the real monster right behind him, ready to swing his sword. Helmet slashed diagonally across his back. The beast leader slowly fell, and so did the scorpion on top. Now in too much pain to dodge, the giant scorpion's body crushed him hard. Helmet looked down on him with contempt. He spilled blood on the ground, utterly defeated, left only to curse. Get lost, you low-life brat. Helmet needs to know something important right now. Spill it when and where. He still talks big like he's untouchable. Don't underestimate me, you pathetic loser. Helmet immediately shoved his sword into that stinky mouth of his. He warned, I'm pretty damn good at peeling off scales, you know? I'll start stabbing where there's the least blood, so you've got time to think. That guy doesn't even dare to scream in pain anymore. Right now, Helmet's standing here, protecting the master's grandkid. He gripped his sword tight, feeling after burning through a fat stack of cash on that camping class last time, the seed of darkness had grown a bit, and so had the cash stash. This time, the situation's similar but shorter, and I burned through even more cash. The result? My body's struggling to hold all the regenerated cash. Of course, this is just temporary, but in this state, I can face off against Ludus Casero. Ludus slowly stepped out of the wreckage, eager to hear the story from him. How are you still alive? Helmet gave a casual answer. Who'd think someone like me would actually survive like a sword saint, huh? He stared hard at Helmet, then instantly unleashed his power at him. The strike drilled straight down, smashing the ground, sending hard rocks flying. The shockwave was so intense it nearly blew someone off their feet from across the way. Seeing Helmet still standing firm, blocking his strike, Ludus got cocky. No matter who you are, you won't be leaving here alive. Helmet and Ludus charged into a fierce showdown. Their strength seemed evenly matched. He confidently declared, no matter who you are, if I take you down here, it's no big deal. Helmet wasn't scared, furrowing his brow in challenge. If you can, then go ahead. As soon as he said that, he pushed harder on his sword, making Ludus's eyes widen in shock. In Ludus's mind flashed a doubt. What the hell did this guy just do? This kind of power during swordplay, Helmet suddenly spun to a tricky defensive stance. Then he broke free from Ludus's control. Watching from afar, no one could help but gape at that move. Helmet seized the moment, slashing a massive sword strike that forced Ludus to retreat defensively. His face stayed cold and unreadable, his deep eyes showing no emotion. Ludus, caught off guard by the counterattack, looked stunned. He glared and demanded, who the hell taught you that sword technique? Helmet raised his sword, replying seriously, this sword will answer for me. Ludus's gaze faltered, as if seeing a familiar shadow. Helmet's stance reminded him of some fierce sword god, so damn similar. Ludus shook his head, denying it, voice trembling. No way. Helmet coldly said, Darafit probably doesn't care about someone like you, but I have zero intention of letting you live. Ludus's hands holding the sword started shaking uncontrollably. Then he thrust his sword forward, unleashing a fierce power that made the ground stones erupt. He kept shouting in denial. No way, no way, no freaking way Darafit's alive. I stabbed him in the back myself and handed him over to the church. He didn't even have time to pass anything on to anyone. Helmet waved his hand dismissively, voice full of boredom. If you saw it and still don't believe, then I'm out of options. Ludus charged wildly like a mad beast ready to devour his prey. Helmet stayed calm, swiftly dodging. That vicious strike from him cleaved a huge rock right behind Helmet. Looking up in surprise, his face showed clear worry. They fought relentlessly, offense and defense clashing, swords ringing non-stop without a single break to breathe. Suddenly, Helmet paused, planting his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then he launched a precise counterattack. Both still seemed evenly matched, exchanging rapid moves, but neither could gain full dominance. In that moment, Ludus spotted a tiny weakness and kicked hard at Helmet's supporting leg, throwing him off balance. His knee buckled heavily to the ground, and without missing a beat, Ludus raised his sword high, channeling all his killing intent and power. Helmet was no ordinary fighter. His body spun mid-air, narrowly dodging the strike, the blade slicing close enough to leave a cold gleam. Even while flipping in the air, his eyes never left his opponent, carefully tracking every sword move, every motion of Ludus. That spin was graceful and stunning. Then suddenly, an extremely blinding light exploded. Helmet quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes, trying to see what just happened between them. Their auras kept violently clashing. Truly, they were evenly matched. Helmet's gaze hardened, full of deep thought and calculation. Even in this state, I can't guarantee a win. I've got to end this before I run out of cash. Ludus raised his sword high. His silhouette stood majestic and imposing, like an immovable mountain. He slowly spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. Sword Saint, I think I'm starting to understand why he chose you as his heir. Helmet froze for a moment, a strange feeling rising inside from those words. Ludus continued, but for that very reason, I absolutely cannot acknowledge you. He stepped forward with a fierce glare, his face carved with hatred, every word like a sharp blade. The legacy of the Sword Saint must be wiped from this world. Helmet kept a serious face, eyes fixed straight ahead, unshaken. He slowly shut his eyes tight, like he was gathering all his strength and willpower for the crucial moment ahead. In Helmet's mind, a thought flickered. The world revolves only around him, Ludus Cicero. If it were me just coming out of the forest, I'd probably think the same way. His left knee, which was on the ground, suddenly sprang up, and he dashed forward with a face full of determination. Ludus's eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, Helmet closed the distance. He hurriedly swung his sword to counter, but only cut through empty air, as Helmet had already leapt high. While flipping in the air, he scanned the scene with cold, sharp eyes. When Ludus raised his sword again, Helmet suddenly struck down from behind. Only then did Ludus manage to look up and turn around, but by that time, Helmet had the upper hand, blocking his sword. The clash of steel sent a jolt through them. Ludus's blade was pinned down by Helmet's cold pressure. Helmet pushed hard and stabbed straight in, forcing Ludus to lean back to dodge. Ludus swung his sword to counterattack, making Helmet step back, but a sharp pain hit his chest, and he instinctively clutched the wound. He grimaced and said, "What the hell are you doing? That's not Darian's sword style." Helmet calmly replied, "It seemed like he knew Darian's swordsmanship well, so I figured mixing it with other sword styles would throw him off." Ludus roared curses. "Are you crazy? You don't use the Sword Saint's technique but cheap moves like that? You were trained by the greatest swordsman, yet you dare to fight me without using that style?" Helmet said quietly. "If that's the case," Helmet briefly recalled everyone and honestly said, "Up until now, those who used this style deserve to be called swordsmen more than someone like you." Ludus asked back, "Is that so?" He gripped his sword tightly and said in a low voice, "Too bad you're a fake, Helmet." Then he shouted loudly, his voice booming like thunder, "If you were the Sword Saint, you'd never rely on someone else's power." Helmet lifted his sword, recreating Darian's familiar stance. But a second later he shifted, holding the sword at eye level and said firmly, "Sorry to disappoint you, I'm not Darian." As soon as he finished, Helmet swung his sword, a fierce wind tearing through the air straight at Ludus. Ludus screamed, trying to counterattack, "You won't get past me." But at that moment, his body froze as if locked by something. A chilling sensation swept over him, leaving him disoriented. Before Ludus's eyes, Helmet's shoes hovered in the air. And moments later, his shadow appeared right behind him. Helmet thought silently, "Strategy is the weapon that helps me fight someone stronger than myself." With absolute agility, in a bustling town, sunlight shone down on all the lively life. Kids chased each other with wooden swords, their faces lit up with joyful smiles. Ludus and his friends climbed onto a rooftop to watch. Below was the full scene of an army participating in a very solemn ceremony. During the ceremony, a knight knelt respectfully, placing his hand over his heart. Above him, a knight's sword lightly touched his shoulder. Ludus smiled excitedly at the sight. Later, he grew up and became a knight. Darian stood beside him, staring into the distance. He only sneaked glances at him. Ahead, Darian swung his sword, cutting down monsters. His face was cold and lonely, and the monsters met their end. Seeing this, Ludus was stunned and looked up at that heroic moment. Then, during a formal ceremony, a sword was handed over. Darian stood in front, hand on the hilt, sword tip planted in the ground. Next to him was still Ludus, and below were soldiers looking up solemnly at them. Ludus's face was full of pride as he looked at him. Suddenly, he spoke, making Darian look at him in confusion. "Sword Saint Darian, please grant me the honor of inheriting your swordsmanship." Ludus bowed, hand over his heart, smiling proudly and respectfully. Seeing this, Darian held his sword with a strange expression, unlike himself at all. What was he saying? He knelt on the ground, still admiring. "I think this is a difficult posture." His eyes were full of determination as he explained, "I've lived my whole life dreaming of becoming a swordsman like you. I will endure any harsh training, so please give me a chance." Hearing this, Darian frowned, feeling a bit awkward. Finally, he turned and firmly refused. "No." Hearing that, Ludus was shocked and stood up to follow. "Sir Darian." Darian also paused and affirmed. His voice rang out firmly behind his back. "Ludus, you're my partner. You're capable, but I intend to pass the swordsmanship down to my own bloodline." Behind him, Ludus frowned and questioned, making Darian startled. "But didn't your son give up because he couldn't endure it?" Darian's eyes were full of killing intent as he looked back at him. "Ludus, you're crossing the line. Be careful not to go too far." Realizing he had misspoken, Ludus awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry," Darian said as he walked away, adding, "As I said, I have no intention of passing my swordsmanship to anyone else, so don't chase that foolish hope and focus on your mission." Knowing he couldn't change his mind, Ludus bit his lip and stared after Darian. Elsewhere, at the town's main fortress, inside the tea garden, at the tea table inside the flower cage, he approached and asked curiously, "Sir Darian, you're here. Do you have a moment?" Hearing this, Darian also wondered what was going on. At the same time, Ludus confidently drew the sword at his side and said, "Please stand there and watch for a moment." He raised the sword, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Then, he swung the sword in a swift slash through the air. Only then did Darian realize, his eyes wide with surprise. Finally, Ludus delivered a downward strike. Ludus smiled happily. He turned around eagerly. Although I only learned the moves by watching your shoulder, I managed to fill in the gaps myself. This is truly a flawless sword technique with no flaws. If I become more skilled, this swordsmanship will be incredibly powerful. On the other side, Darien stepped out of the tea cage, his expression unreadable. Ludus approached and said, "Lord Darien, I have devoted my entire life to you. If you give me a chance, I will hold on to it tightly." Suddenly, Darien's voice rang out, causing him to freeze. Ludus Casero, his face full of anger, roared in accusation. "You've been wasting your time on this meaningless crap all along?" Hearing this, Ludus also froze, glaring in confusion. His face grew more terrifying. The anger spreading made him dumbfounded. It seemed my earlier warning didn't sink in. "This time, I'll make sure you understand clearly." Above, Darien looked down with his imposing shadow looming, making Ludus look up in shock. "Ludus Cicero, you're not worthy to inherit my swordsmanship. Forget other reasons. Simply put, you lack talent." His gaze carried contempt and anger as he warned, "Don't be arrogant, Ludus Cicero. Before you imitate someone else's swordsmanship, look at yourself first." Then, Darien made a decision that shocked him into kneeling straight down. "From now on, don't bring up this topic again." Ludus's dry lips couldn't argue, his heart screaming silently, but no words came out. "It's not like that, Lord Darien. I just wanted to be a swordsman like you to prove myself." Darkness gradually engulfed his mind, and Darien walked away, taking all the light with him. Now Ludus looked at his reflection in the blood pool on the ground. In front of him, a foot stepped toward him. Helmut held his sword under the full moon, while Ludus knelt motionless with his wound still bleeding. Suddenly, he smiled, furrowing his brow and muttering something. Lord Darien is arrogant, thinking he's always right and paying little attention to those around him. He looked puzzled and assessed. Yeah, I can't deny that." Ludus's hand still gripped the sword tightly, his body still as he muttered. "Long ago, I asked him to pass on his swordsmanship to me, but he scorned me, saying I lacked talent and refused to teach me. To me, Lord Darien was everything, yet he denied my existence. Still bitter about that, I betrayed him and handed him over to the church." He stared at him with a mix of hatred and pity. The moonlight cast a cold glow on his face. He understood now. "Clearly, he said he wouldn't pass on his swordsmanship to anyone except his bloodline, but now I know why he trusted you." Then he stared at him, questioning, "Have you ever regretted betraying Darien?" Hearing this, Ludus only clutched his side wound, laughing fiercely as blood kept pouring out. "Regret? Ha ha ha. Ever since he rejected me, I started erasing everything left of the sword saint inside me." Then he raised his bloodied hand, but in the end, it seems I'm the one who can't let go of the obsession with him. Saying that, Ludus looked up at him, curious. "The fact that you came here instead of the sword saint means he's no longer alive, right?" He coldly confirmed. "Yes." His eyes filled with sadness as blood kept flowing from his mouth, trembling. "Did Lord Darien ever hate me?" He frowned and looked at him, finally replying, making Ludus's eyes widen in shock. "I told you, Darien never cared about what people like you did." Hearing this, he smiled bitterly. "So that's how it is." Finally, he looked up at him. "What's your real name?" Helmut raised his sword and looked at him. "Helmut." Finally, he smiled at him with curiosity. "Helmut, if one day you get betrayed by someone you trusted with all your heart, I wonder if you'd make the same choice I did. I'll be watching you from the other side." Before Ludus could answer, he swung his sword down, severing his head from his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. His purple eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the blood splattering on his face. Ludus's head spun in the air, moonlight shining on it. Helmut muttered, "Do whatever you want." The island's mist gradually cleared in the silent night. Ludus's bloody, headless body knelt on the ground, faintly visible behind the bones. Then Helmut brushed dust off his wristband and walked toward where he had been sitting on a rock. He was puzzled. "So you're the last disciple of the Sword Saint?" He gave a bitter smile and looked up at him. "Or should I just call you Helmut?" Meanwhile, he calmly put the band on his wrist, his body gradually turning white-haired. "Just call me H." He bowed his head, a bit regretful. "I must have seemed weird to you all this time, always whining about being the Sword Saint's grandson." He glanced off into the distance. "Yeah, that's true." Seeing him so calm, he felt a bit regretful too. "Not even denying it?" he grumbled irritably. Suddenly, he looked up at him suspiciously. "So, what are you planning to do next?" He looked ahead, realizing the truth clearly. The commander betrayed the Sword Saint and lured him to his death. But whether people believe that story or not is another matter. He still confirmed it coldly. "Of course, I had no intention of revealing it either." Then Helmut fell into silence. He reached up to touch his chin, staring at the corpse. Then he let go of his chin as if he had just thought of something. But a sudden noise cut through, grabbing both their attention. "So what about this man?" Through the night fog, a silhouette was approaching. The sound of horse hooves grew louder. Helmut watched carefully, eyes wide with surprise at times. That's when he clearly saw it too. His calm expression suggested everything would be fine. The horse on the other side stopped as well. In front of them was the prince, who halted his horse and looked down at the two from above. The prince's eyebrows furrowed. He explained to them that on the way here, he heard from Das's legion that the commander had arrived alone. Can you two explain exactly what happened here? In the silent darkness of the desert night, after hearing the full story, the prince understood. I see. The three of them stood around Ludus's corpse, realizing how things unfolded. Next to him, looking at the prince suspiciously, Your Highness, how much do you know about the commander betraying the holy sword? The prince frowned and explained, I'm not sure. I only have vague suspicions. The temple's power isn't something I can easily dig into. Suddenly, he crossed his arms and smiled at him. Sorry, I couldn't tell you sooner. You just got upset when you arrived. What if I die? Hearing that, the prince teased. You can't even hold back in front of me? His face showed disappointment and hesitation. I see the commander as a father. Seeing this, the prince looked sad. He could only silently watch. Then he explained, That's the mindset of a commander, the center of the 3 o'clock nights, someone everyone can rely on. Helmut listened gloomily. He concluded that even if that person was the bloodline of someone he hated, in the end, he crossed his arms and smiled at him, affirming it. And that's the responsibility you have to carry on your shoulders. Helmut looked over there too. Hearing this, he was embarrassed. You want to give me the commander's position? His face flushed. He pointed suspiciously at himself. The prince's expression darkened as he reminded, You think I'm crazy enough to hand over that position to a bodyguard like you? Helmut was speechless. His lips showed a hint of sulking. The man behind him smiled mockingly. His face was serious as he thought about the vice commander. By the rules, Vice Commander Dasman Bate would take that position. He's one of ours, planted to watch the faction's moves. This is the perfect chance to turn the Legion's power into ours. Suddenly, the prince added something that shocked the other two. But if you prove you're worthy, there's no reason you can't take that spot. Then Helmut looked at him, and they both recalled the earlier discussion before the prince arrived. He suggested they retell the story like this. The Blood-Red Scorpion and Ludus Kaisero were defeated together by me and you. And never reveal I'm a disciple of the Holy Sword. Helmut looked at him suspiciously. You're giving me half the credit, is that okay? If the people of 3 o'clock knew you were a disciple of the Holy Sword, you'd be highly respected. Helmut confirmed, making him stunned. He's the true heir of the Holy Sword. Maybe that's what Darien wanted too. Now Helmut stared at him, the voice still ringing in his head. You have to live in 3 o'clock as a steadfast, unwavering swordsman. He pressed his lips, then his eyes filled with determination as he affirmed, I'll live so I don't disappoint those expectations. Hearing that, he smiled gently at him. The prince also looked over with admiration. That's the most satisfying answer I've heard from you. Then he put his hands on his hips. Forget about this. I'm sorry for dragging you into this unrelated mess. Unfortunately, I need you here until the situation is resolved. Suddenly he spoke again. Where's that blood-red scorpion you two defeated? Helmut looked a bit worried, but the prince remained calm. Just recently, about 30 minutes of running. Hearing that, the prince touched his chin, thinking seriously. He said the blood-red scorpion was controlled by Lumen's high priest. Yeah, so after a fierce battle with the scorpion, you two were the only survivors. Then, while chasing the person the monster took, you ran into the commander. Helmut's face was still cold, but when he looked at him, there was some worry, silently wondering if anyone would believe this ridiculous story. Suddenly the prince stopped thinking. He looked at them and offered a more reasonable story. So Ludus's original plan might have been this. To use the call for reinforcements to lure Helmut and the others to 3 o'clock, then stage a fake scene where everyone died fighting the blood-red scorpion. Helmut's face showed a flash of surprise, and the prince added, If by chance Helmut survived, the monster would be used to bring him to Ludus and eliminate him completely. Then Ludus would be hailed as the hero who defeated the blood-red scorpion and saved 3 o'clock from danger. The prince thought about the kingdom's flag and further concluded that in that case, if Helmut's identity was revealed, he'd be honored as the Holy Sword's successor and saved 3 o'clock again, finally gaining the Legion's support. Both of them looked at him in confusion, stammering, Damn, you're deep, man. Lost in thought. Maybe we didn't get caught. Then the third prince's face darkened again, a savage smile creeping on his lips. So what about this? We'll use this plan again. Both of them exchanged confused looks. He pointed and spun a more plausible story. The Panma Knights fought fiercely against the blood-red scorpion but lost their commander. And a young swordsman bearing the blood of the sword saint defeated the scorpion and saved the city from danger. His eyes were sharp and calculating. Well, that story sounds pretty solid. His face showed hesitation as he glanced around. It seemed too cruel to those who had passed. Then he bowed his head to the corpse. I will follow your orders, Your Highness. Next to the third prince, someone stood with hands on hips, looking at Ludus's corpse and making a suggestion. Good, let's decide on that. First, can you take us to the scorpion's corpse? Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Wait a minute. It'd be better if we bury the commander's body before leaving. Hearing that, he looked a bit puzzled. Maybe it's harsh on the guy, but we should take the body with us. Just saying it won't convince anyone that Ludus is dead. He held up 2 fingers, giving 2 reasons, then looked at the blood-soaked corpse to explain. First, the wounds on the neck and chest were clearly caused by a sword. At least among the monsters we fought, none could cause such wounds, so that would only raise suspicion and show we're lying. And second, even without proof, people would somewhat believe us. Behind him, someone looked at him in amazement. His face was full of determination. I guarantee it. The third prince's eyes probed him. Finally, he looked a bit doubtful. Are you really a descendant of the Sword Saint? He stood there stunned. Yeah. Then he smiled and urged, no, it's nothing. Then let's follow your lead. The sunlight behind also shone on his body. At the edge of the Panma Knights' camp, sunlight lit up the vast desert. A heavy brown step, a giant bug appeared on the sand. Its body was blazing red and fierce. The third prince frowned at it, while Helmut dismounted his horse behind. So this is the blood-red scorpion that got cut down. Then they approached to inspect, with the third prince leading. Where's the priest's body? Buried over there. The third prince put his hands on his hips, looking down at the messy corpse in front of him. Oh man, why does his face look like that? Helmut also startled, hiding behind. Ah, I have a few questions for him. Then he crossed his arms, looking at the corpse hesitantly. I planned to use the body as leverage to negotiate with the temple, but in this state, it had just caused trouble. Nearby, Kan quietly observed, deciding maybe they needed to think harder. Behind, Luke covered his mouth in shock. Finally, the third prince turned to them, curious. Come to think of it, I heard you guys are competing to hunt monsters, so since you both took down the blood-red scorpion together, you're splitting the reward, right? Hearing that, Luke looked up. Ah, about that. He stepped forward with a smile. Maybe I should just give up. He helped me a lot. Helmut glanced over, a bit surprised. Honestly, from the start, I wasn't just fighting that scorpion. Then he smiled gently and added, besides, there are things more important to me than money. Hearing that, the third prince smiled back. I understand. He turned to the man, hands on hips, smiling approvingly. Well then, congrats. At your age, you're already almost rich. He calmly replied, thanks. Then he walked toward the horses and informed them, I'll call someone to take the scorpion's body away. You guys wait until then. Luke looked on, while he moved closer to the scorpion's corpse. Then I'm counting on you. Prince Helmut lifted part of the scorpion's body and looked inside with worry. Just as I thought, the core's missing. I just realized it. Seems like another monster smelled it and came to take the core. He frowned, pursing his lips in thought. A monster absorbing the core would inherit its power. That's why the number of monsters basically doesn't decrease. Then he thought of the same species monster that stole the core and ran away. The monster that snatched the blood-red scorpion's core today will be a threat to the city tomorrow. Then Helmut turned back, Luke's face still full of pride, confidence, and determination under the sunlight. He assessed that the road ahead wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, at Jer's side, Ludus's sword was hung on a monument. The escort carrying the sword returned with honor, inside the solemn hall. On the grandstand, the third prince clearly declared to the crowd below, today we were saved from the threat of a powerful monster, but we lost a great commander, Ludus Kikero. On the seats above, the crown prince crossed his arms, frowning with anger as he listened. Long ago, we also said farewell to a great knight. The citizens below bowed their heads in sorrow, none other than the sword Saint Darien Defter. The scene was heroic and grand, with the third prince looking down at the crowd and adding, against the monster threat, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to save the city. No pain lasts forever. Just like how those monsters threaten our lives from generation to generation, we inherit the will left by the fallen predecessors. Among the crowd, Helmut stood blending in, looking up. Meanwhile, Dasm stood solemnly, taking the oath, and that will now passes to the next commander. Yes, that willpower is passed down only to those who prove themselves worthy. Another name was mentioned, along with the familiar figure of Helmut. All eyes turned toward him as he slowly approached the podium. His face showed a bit of worry. He stood in the empty space ahead, while murmurs rose from the crowd below. Seeing this, his expression grew even more determined. Then, he grabbed the sword at his side. The sword was swiftly swung forward with full force. The people below felt the power radiating and stared wide-eyed in amazement. As he closed his eyes, golden energy coursed through his body. He recalled his past with his family. The first time he learned swordsmanship from his father, he was full of flaws, but he dreamed of a future with a sword always in sight. Then, when he discovered it was the Sword Saint's technique, it felt like he was denying his father, like he wanted to chase after his shadow. It was Helmut who helped him realize that inside, parts of him rejected the Sword Saint's bloodline, while other parts wanted to carry on his will. He smiled, quickly unleashing sword moves that danced through the air, each one a piece forming the crystal he is today. Golden, radiant energy flashed above during the ceremony. Sweat and tension spread over him, but he still smiled, pushing to complete the technique. The citizens below watched in stunned amazement. After the performance ended, the second prince added an introduction. His true name is Helmut from Ter. He is a descendant of Inman de Furter, the grandson of the holy sword Darien de Furter. Hearing this, the crown prince couldn't hold back and shouted in shock. What? On the podium, the second prince clenched his fist and looked down at the crowd, adding, as everyone knows, the Sword Saint's son left long ago, but his heir returned to Ba and became a knight of Panma, protecting us. And in the end, he delivered the final blow to the red-blood scorpion, saving Baso from danger. Hearing this, the citizens were moved to tears. The second prince's face was serious as he added, clenching his fist tighter, the will of the Sword Saint will live on to protect every generation of us. People of Baso, trust that as long as there are those who inherit that will, we will never be defeated. As he finished, the crowd erupted into cheers. Helmut, lost in the crowd, smiled with satisfaction. Above, the crown prince was still angry, pointing fingers, while Helmut was still catching his breath after the performance. The second prince leaned down and whispered, I can feel your brother's fierce glare from behind. Your path ahead won't be easy. Helmut still smiled. I'll endure it. Later, in a corner of the town, Helmut adjusted his saddle. The person opposite looked puzzled. Why not stay here longer? While fixing the saddle, Helmut explained, I have personal matters to handle. Seeing this, the other just smiled gently. Finally, looking at him, he listened carefully. Helmut, both you and I are somehow disciples of the Sword Saint. I think of you like a younger brother. Helmut smiled at him, the offer sincere. So, if you ever need help, come find me. I'll treat your personal matters as Baso's and help immediately. His expression was cold and disdainful. Then I hope that situation never happens. Seeing this, Helmut got angry. Man, you're still like that. Suddenly, the second prince came up from behind, waving at him. Oh, lucky I'm not late. The champion leaving so quietly, huh? Goodbye. Did you get your money yet? Helmut was startled, looking over, and then confirmed with a glance. The prince stepped beside Helmut, smiling. If you have time, drop by Bao sometimes. We'll throw a proper celebration for the champion. Helmut then mounted his horse, looked back at them and said, I'll think about it, but Baso is too hot and boring. Then he and his horse left the city gate. Helmut and the second prince looked at him and just smiled. Then the prince crossed his arms and said, Not bad. Helmut, one of the only two disciples of the Sword Saint, just nodded in agreement. Yeah, but I feel a little empty. Suddenly he froze. His face darkened with shock as he shouted, How, Your Highness? Why do you say that? The second prince laughed out loud. Ha ha, look at that innocent face. He glanced at Helmut and said, The sword of Darielian is a royal treasure. You think I wouldn't notice? Of course, someone like my brother who doesn't care about others might not notice, but someone who admires the Sword Saint like me can tell right away. Helmut's face froze for a moment, staring at him in panic. Seeing this, the second prince calmly looked at Helmut, arms crossed over his chest, reassuring, Don't worry, I won't say anything that could get you into trouble. Above all, I don't want to reveal other people's relationships. His face was full of anticipation. Next time, I hope he can tell me his name. Elsewhere, in a building, Helmut entered with surprise, handing over a pile of gold coins to a green-haired man with glasses, who was also surprised. The long but brief events in Baso had ended, and the new school term was about to start. Sunlight shone down a hallway. A foot stepped on the ground. Arya stood with her eyes closed, waiting, her gaze fixed on Helmut's back. Then she opened her eyes wide in shock. His back still didn't turn around. Arya blushed, preparing to speak. Then she hesitated, pursing her lips. Finally, she shut her eyes tight and shouted from behind him, Hey, Helmut, if you're coming back, don't just stay silent like that. At least use your arms to call me. He was a bit surprised and turned to look at her. Ah, Arya. Seeing your face, Arya froze up too, she shouted unconsciously. Humph, she was yelling inside too. Humph, got sunburned already. Then Xian also stared wide-eyed at him. Helmut's face was still cold, his skin darkened from the sunburn. He looked up at him suspiciously. Helmut, what happened to your skin? And he calmly replied, I only found out recently. Turns out the camouflage magic keeps the skin tone consistent, so no one notices outside. So Arya said it would recover with magic. He thought back to when he disguised himself and realized, oh, actually it felt pretty new and kind of nice in its own way. Xian gave a wry smile. Next to Arya, who was tidying up stuff, Xian raised his hand to the top of his head and looked at him. Hey, you got taller again, right? I'm really jealous. You're already that tall. And you still have room to grow? He looked a bit confused. Really? Suddenly he was suspicious too. Where's Asuka? I thought she'd be with you. He crossed his arms hesitantly. Since the semester started, she's been non-stop in the training room. She's totally different now. You'll be shocked when you see her. Hearing that, Helmut was silent but curious. Suddenly, Arya struggled carrying a bunch of stuff. Anyway, Helmut, I already organized your things. Honestly, you're the first person I've seen come back just one day before the academy starts. Seeing that, he looked back at her. Ah, thanks. Arya smiled with squinted eyes and put her hand on his shoulder. Oh, and Helmut, now that you're top of the class, you get your own room. Finally free from Arya's strict care. Congrats. Seeing that, she wasn't happy and reminded them. Xian, if you're so free you're talking nonsense, why don't you go back to your own room? They both looked at her. Xian teased. Hey, I'm talking to Helmut. Why are you butting in? He added. Or do you feel guilty about something? Next to Arya, she raised her fist, energy gathering in her hand. Seeing that, he got a bit scared but forced a smile. All right, sorry. Just don't blow me back to the dorm, okay? Finally, he left reluctantly, waving at them. All right then, Helmut, Arya, see you later. Both of them looked at him. Then she looked back at Helmut, making him a bit confused. What about you? She glanced with a probing look. Now that you have your own room, do you feel relieved? Helmut's face was indifferent. He just gave a thumbs up toward his room as a reminder. I never said I felt relieved. Plus, the new room is right across from yours. Her face darkened with anger as she yelled at him. So do you like it or not? He stepped closer, curious. Why are you asking that? That's not like you at all. She clenched her fists, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Can't I ask? Damn. Helmut's face stayed calm as he looked at her. Finally, he raised his hand to stroke his chin, seriously thinking, which made Arya's face darken with anger. Of course, having private space is good, but there are downsides. Like I can't rely on magic to clean anymore, or casually ask you stuff. It's kinda inconvenient. Hearing that, she quickly turned back to her room, sulking. Forget it, my bad for asking dumb stuff. If you need cleaning, just call me. I'll do it once as a service. Suddenly, she paused, making him curious. Oh, and one more thing. Arya's eyes were determined as she reminded Helmut. Remember when you brought Asuka without permission and I had to treat her? You promised me a wish then. Anything I wanted. He looked at her and understood. Ah, yeah, I think I said that. Arya added, I'll probably use it soon. Just letting you know ahead of time. Suddenly, he was curious. So you already figured out what you want? She calmly turned her head to confirm. You'll know soon. Anyway, if you need anything, my room is right across. Suddenly, he called out, making her pause. Ah, Helmut's face was determined as he looked at her. Let's do our best this semester. Over here, Arya entered her room and closed the door behind her, her expression unreadable. Yeah, good luck. As soon as the door closed, Arya covered her face, embarrassed, leaning against the door. Her face was flushed red, stammering. Seriously, what am I even doing? Later at the academy, Helmut walked down the hallway, now wearing the academy uniform. Xian was still fixing his clothes, thinking he was done cleaning. It had been a while since he used the academy's training ground. Noise from the opposite room caught Helmut's attention. He looked up and thought carefully. Asuka must be at the training ground, right? Wonder if she's still there. Then he closed his eyes, opened the door, and stepped inside. He hadn't seen her since returning. What actually happened to her? Suddenly, a sword flew by. Helmut was startled as it hit the wall behind, causing stones to fall. He glanced at the dent, feeling a bit embarrassed. Over here! Charlotte ran over worried. Sorry, are you hurt anywhere? I didn't expect someone to come in. She blushed, still panting awkwardly. Helmut was a bit surprised looking at her. Charlotte, another person ran over to scold. Hey, if you're holding the sword for the royal party, don't drop it again, she shouted angrily. I can't do anything else. Asuka swung the sword like she wanted to kill me. Suddenly, she froze and looked at him suspiciously. Huh? Wait, Helmut, where have you been all this time? She stood in front of him. You got freckles? Next to Charlotte also noticed. And you've grown taller too. Helmut looked at them confused, like, are you guys the only two here? Hearing that, Asuka just sighed, carrying his sword on his shoulder. A few people came by, but only peeked their heads in and left. Honestly, if you're not here to train, then don't bother coming to the training ground. Their willpower is so weak. Both of them gave him a forced smile. He thought to himself, maybe it's not that they don't want to come in, but they can't. Next to Charlotte, she didn't hesitate to close her eyes and complain. Anyway, I've been sparring with Asuka for over 4 hours already, but Asuka was excitedly looking at him. Perfect timing. Helmut, spar with me. He gently declined, saying he planned to head to the private training room, but Asuka frowned, trying not to get it, and looked at him excitedly. If you think I've slacked off during the break, you're dead wrong. Loser buys the next meal. How about that? Seeing this, he was a bit stunned. Charlotte suddenly turned her head and yelled at him. Wait up! I promised to spar with Helmut before the break ends, so if anyone gets priority, it's me. But Asuka frowned and scolded her. What? You just whine that you're tired and that's it. Besides, isn't it me, the senior, who gets priority? In the end, he He hugged his sword and pretended to pick his ear while looking away. Too noisy, Charlotte angrily questioned. What did you just say? He saw them like that and smiled happily, somehow really feeling like he'd come back to where he belonged. Finally, he took the sword from his side, closed his eyes, and reluctantly stepped onto the sparring floor. I'll spar one round, after all, I owe you. Seeing that, Asuka looked on with some suspicion. What are you talking about? Still, it was surprising he agreed so easily. Don't back out now. Then he placed the sword on the ground. Helmet grabbed a wooden sword and admitted, actually, I want to test myself too. Then he swung the sword, a murderous aura spreading around. His face darkened as he reminded, we don't have much time left. Let's do a 2-on-1 match and finish this in one go. Seeing that, Asuka looked a bit scared. Wait, seriously? You're that eager? Isn't it too much? Charlotte's face darkened too, he stammered. Also, with that strange power flow, what the hell did you go through while you were gone? Not wanting to keep them waiting, Helmet charged forward with lethal intent. Strange sounds echoed inside the training ground. That night, the moon was at its peak. In an alley of the academy, moonlight shone down on the empty hallway. Arya peeked out, and outside Helmet was already waiting. He looked at her calmly and suggested, let's get going then. Her face was determined as she looked at him. Yeah. On the busy street, lights and people passed by. The nighttime streets were bustling with people. Helmet looked around bewildered. Arya pointed up and introduced, this is a fancy restaurant, worth the money, but maybe not your style. Across the warehouse, there's a secret steakhouse, and they even have a special menu for swordsmanship. I won't decide for you. You can choose wherever you want. Arya turned back, straightforward and polite. Since you're paying, I should at least let you pick a dish. Helmet looked confused and troubled. I don't even know what's here. He sighed helplessly and made a decision. Seriously? Then why suggest eating out in the first place? Then let's go to that restaurant over there. I tried it last time and it was good. He looked at her intently, confused. Helmet later blamed himself. Yeah. Why did I even bring this up? Inside the clean, fancy restaurant, Arya handed him the menu to look over. Here. Choose. They have menu A and menu B. Personally, I think the wine-marinated shrimp balls on menu A are pretty good, but he still sat motionless. She hurriedly called out and pointed at the menu. Hey, Helmet, where are you looking? Helmet was still distracted. I feel kinda weird, but today it's unusually quiet around you. He pointed out the odd things. Normally someone's always tailing you and you don't cover your face with a hood like usual. Arya sighed in frustration at being noticed. Geez, you noticed that fast. Then Arya asked for his opinion. So, why do you think that is? Helmet looked carefully and guessed. Maybe your aura is weaker. Are you using magical weapons? You're revealing your aura now, explain. If it was just magical weapons, it would have been solved long ago. People tail me because of the primal nature of the demon power inside me. During the break, I studied how to suppress it and made some progress. Arya looked a bit upset and complained. Didn't expect becoming normal would be this hard. It's ridiculous. But Helmet was thoughtful. Normal? Not that easy. She looked at him intently. He was waiting. So you don't have anything you want to say? Helmet was surprised. Yeah, you brought up the reason for this meeting. Didn't you invite me out because of something? But actually, there's nothing. Helmet told the truth sincerely. It's just that recently I got some money and you've helped me a lot. She seemed a bit disappointed. That's it? Arya wanted to hear more reasons. You don't see anything. She turned away, resting her chin. And that's fair. For you, I'm not that surprised. Helmut still didn't get what she meant. Arya had a different view of him. Usually, anyone nice to me has an agenda, but you don't seem that shameless. You gotta confirm. If you were that type, I wouldn't have agreed to come along from the start. Arya's face gradually flushed, shy, and he curiously asked, Say it again. Why do you want to go out with me if there's nothing to talk about? He still didn't say anything more. Helmet was confused. Do you really have to be that curious? Arya shyly turned away, handing the menu back as a reminder. Yeah, I knew you'd answer like that. Just pick something. I'm starving already. Her face was red like a ripe tomato. Helmet looked at the menu, his mind full of thoughts. Eating out, huh? Isn't it weird to plan without a reason? If it were Asuka or Xian, I wouldn't think of inviting anyone first either. I don't even understand myself, so how am I different from Arya? Suddenly, a familiar voice made the two of us turn around in surprise. Oh wow, look who it is. Meeting you here is such a coincidence. Teresa tucked her hair back and smiled brightly to greet us. Long time no see, She looked at me with admiration. You look more reliable than the last time we met. I glanced coldly. Then Helmet finally let out, Who's that? Teresa saw that and helplessly repeated, I'm Teresa from the 3rd year of the magic department. Why is your reaction the same as the first time we met at the headquarters? Arya annoyedly reminded the senior. Please stop bothering us and go your own way. She laughed loudly and ignored her. Oh, Arya's here too? Still cold as ever? Syria came closer and greeted warmly. Is this him? The boy you mentioned? I'm Saria, third year of the magic department, but wow, you're really handsome. Teresa invited, since we've met, why not eat together? Isn't eating with us better than you two sitting here all gloomy? He still firmly pushed her away. When I was still talking politely, but she didn't care. Area. Hey, I'm talking to Helmut here. Not you, just Helmut. You're the only one I can treat. He snapped angrily. Helmut, don't answer. Just ignore them. He also decided to refuse. Sorry, but I don't want to be bothered right now. I don't care about the meal cost, and I want to eat alone. Teresa sprayed some perfume, looking dazed. She tried to break the tense atmosphere. Oh, you're worried about Area, huh? It's fine, really. Just speak your mind straight. Friends should respect your opinion, right? He emphasized firmly once again. That's exactly my opinion. Besides, I still have to choose the dishes, so I hope you ladies will go. Teresa blushed, her face turning red. She yelled right at him. Helmut, you're such an idiot. When a senior is nice to you, sometimes you should be grateful and just accept it. Teresa didn't stop. From the start, those two stuck to each other weirdly. What if rumors spread? Saria nearby tried to intervene. Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't keep going. Area couldn't hold back anymore, slammed his hand on the table, eyes glaring angrily, as if words wouldn't work. So should I force you to back off then? Senior Teresa, she wouldn't back down either. Area, do you know how arrogant you've become since the break? I'll show you why seniors are seniors. A strange man appeared, everyone suddenly stunned. The waiter reminded them, sorry folks, you're disturbing other guests. If you want to cause trouble, please step outside. The two reluctantly stopped. The food was served. Helmut cut the meat while recalling the waiter's name from earlier. Seemed like a former swordsmanship student, with decent spirit. Area suddenly said oddly, hey, you've changed a bit, but you're still determined. Really? I don't think I've changed. Area laughed and explained, then advised, that's a compliment. If weirdos cling to you again, handle it like just now. He nodded. Got it. Area ate with a satisfied red face. He seemed very happy. Somehow today's meal tasted better than last time. The next morning at the academy, Helmut's feelings toward Area were still unclear. Helmut had to face one of the academy's most important moments early on. In a room, Diem placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke formally. Helmut, as a teammate in the training camp, I have a lifelong wish I want to ask just once. Diem Ungai made the request. Can you help us watch the guild's reception desk? He was still stunned.